What? Your spirit beast is the A-grade potential silver moon wolf. Well, that's quite impressive. What kind of expression is that? No. Fortunately, Qin Ye, did not disclose to you that my spirit beast is the divine phoenix. Chapter 1. The Awakening Ceremony of Talents. In the city of Rome, within the confines of the second high school, all the third-year students of Rome City Second High School stood in orderly lines on the playground, awaiting the talent awakening ceremony organized by the Beastmaster Alliance and the Summer National Martial Arts School Alliance. For Qin Ye, everything felt exceedingly unfamiliar. The reason for this disorientation was that Qin Ye was not a native of this world. He had traversed from Blue Star just 5 days prior, a mere passerby in this realm. Like most other transmigrators, he possessed a golden finger system. The only distinction was that his journey was a physical one, rather than a mere soul transfer. Moreover, he was not an orphan, he came from a complete family. His parents were alive, and he had a younger sister, Qin Shueching, who was currently in her first year of high school. At this moment, however, his parents were not by his side, as they were engaged in fierce battles against numerous ferocious beasts at the borders of Summer Country. Indeed, this world was one of awakened spiritual energy and beast masters. The configuration of this world bore a striking resemblance to that of Blue Star. Yet a century ago, a significant transformation occurred, leading to a coexistence between humanity and ferocious beasts. On New Year's Day, 100 years ago, Blue Star was abruptly struck by a powerful surge of energy. At that time, global communication signals were disrupted, but the interruption was brief, lasting only 2 hours before everything returned to normal. Just when everyone believed the incident had passed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The entire Blue Star was suddenly engulfed in darkness, and shortly thereafter, anomalies began to manifest, with various beast realms appearing frequently across the planet. Consequently, waves of ferocious beasts surged forth, resulting in widespread injuries and even fatalities among the human populace. The most severe period occurred in the 3rd year following the outbreak of the Beast Tide, during which the small island nation of Jiaopanji was completely annihilated by the onslaught. A staggering 99.9% of its citizens perished in this catastrophic event. The remaining 0.1% survived purely by chance, having been abroad at the time. As the foremost power of Blue Star, Summer Country faced an unprecedented crisis. Fortunately, Summer Country was well prepared despite significant casualties. They ultimately stabilized the situation. This beast tide resulted in the disappearance of over half of the nations on the planet. Even those nations that survived suffered immensely. For instance, the Eagle Sauce, the second strongest nation, resorted to launching dozens of little boys on their own territory to prevent extinction. The northern nation of De Mao barely retained its last refuge with the assistance of Summer Country, having lost 2/3 of its territory. The remaining nations managed to survive only by banding together in groups of several countries. It was from this moment that humanity was plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Initially, the substantial casualties among humans were due to their reliance on powerful weapons to suppress the beast tide. However, by the 2nd year of the outbreak, it became evident that conventional firearms were increasingly ineffective against the beasts. By the 5th year of the anomalies, some beasts had grown so formidable that even missiles could not harm them. During this period, another significant event transpired. Summer Country detected signs of the beast tide, which had previously obliterated Jiaopanji, moving towards the southern nation of Nanbang. Considering that Nanbang was incapable of withstanding the impending assault, and in light of the remaining 0.1% of Jiaopanji's populace pleading for assistance, Summer Country, the strongest nation on the planet, was reluctant to witness their suffering. Thus, at the behest of the global populace, Summer Country reluctantly arranged the marriage of their princess, Miss Chiu, to the people of Jiaopanji, aiding them in their passage to the afterlife. Following the submersion of Jiaopanji Island, which could not withstand the princess's generous offering, the crisis in Nanbang was finally alleviated, prompting them to send a delegation to express their gratitude to Summer Country. Regrettably, the once submerged Jiaopanji Island was later chosen as a stronghold by the ferocious beasts, who expended considerable resources to construct an artificial island at its former location. This development caused quite a stir, yet the matter ultimately faded into obscurity for reasons unknown. Simultaneously, during this period, the first research group on the anomalies of Blue Star in Summer Country, after countless experiments and enduring numerous hardships, discovered that humans could awaken their talents under specific circumstances. This revelation fundamentally altered the fate of humanity, allowing them to regain their footing and return to a stalemate after previously facing imminent extinction, and thus unfolds the history of Blue Star over the past century. While Qin Ye pondered these thoughts, the awakening area above erupted with excited announcements. Xiaoho, a grade berserk talent. Wang Linlin, grade healing talent. Chun Feng, grade strength enhancement talent. As the shouts rang out, the awakening ceremony for the elite class of Rong City Second High School concluded. It would soon be the turn of Qin Ye's class, the second class of the third year. In comparison to the high-quality awakenings of the first class, the prospect for Qin Ye's class were undoubtedly less promising, as the best talents have been allocated to the first class. The remaining 5 or 6 classes, based on prior experience, were not likely to differ significantly. Chapter 2. Qin Ye's Supreme Talent in Class 2 of the senior year. There are a total of 32 students, with Qin Ye positioned at the very back of the line. This placement is not of his own volition. Rather, it is a consequence of his impressive height of 1.78 meters, the tallest in his class, compelling the homeroom teacher to assign him to the rear. According to Qin Ye's understanding, the talents in this world are categorized into 9 grades, ranging from F to S, SS, and SSS. This classification also dictates the number of spiritual beasts a Beast Master can contract. A Beast Master awakening an F-grade ability can only contract 1 spiritual beast, while those with an SSS grade ability can bond with up to 9 throughout their lifetime. Naturally, the level of talent awakened also constrains the Beast Master's future potential. Beast Masters themselves are ranked from the lowest to the highest as follows: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, King, Emperor, and Divine, with each rank subdivided into 9 tiers. Thus, if one awakens an F-grade talent, their utmost potential is limited to the 9th tier of Bronze. However, reaching such heights in reality presents considerable challenges, as this greatly depends on the growth potential of the contracted spiritual beasts. Furthermore, the level of talent significantly narrows the options available for contracting spiritual beasts, which, like humans, possess varying levels of aptitude. Consequently, high-aptitude spiritual beasts are unlikely to choose individuals with lower talent levels. This creates an arduous path for those wishing to defy fate post-awakening. It is nearly impossible without extraordinary luck. In stark contrast, the protagonist Qin Ye possesses a unique advantage. Upon his arrival in this world, he was bound to a system known as the Light of Beast Masters. As a seasoned reader of numerous novels, Qin Ye is acutely aware that possessing a system implies that altering one's destiny is a mere formality. Moreover, he is not a mere underachiever. Upon binding with the system, he was informed of his inherent SS grade fire talent. This remarkable talent not only enhances the fire abilities of his contracted beasts by 50%, but also allows him to inherit the fire-related powers of his beasts, establishing him as a formidable contender. Following the binding of the system, he was generously bestowed with a unique divine talent and a divine beast egg. This divine talent is referred to as unique because it enhances all abilities by a staggering 200%. As for the divine beast egg, Qin Ye remains uncertain of the creature it will hatch, as that fate hinges on his own fortune. While Qin Ye was momentarily lost in thought, over half of the 32 students in Class 2 had already awakened their talents. However, the quality of these talents starkly contrasted with those of the elite students from Class 1. In Class 1, the lowest talent awakened was D grade, whereas in Class 2, despite the majority having completed their awakening, only a scant few surpassed D grade. Most students awakened E grade talents, with only the class leader, Xia Linlin, achieving a C grade talent, which was not even offensive in nature, but rather a supportive one, the light of healing. This discrepancy is entirely reasonable. The high-quality talent levels demonstrated by Class 1 are exceedingly rare across the globe. Indeed, those capable of awakening talents above B grade are classified as geniuses, while individuals with talents above B grade are considered invaluable assets to their nations. As for those with the highest known talent level, SSS grade, such individuals are truly exceptional. In the annals of human history concerning Beast Masters, only 5 individuals have ever awakened SSS grade talents, 1 in North America, 1 in Northern Russia, and 2 in Xia country, who are currently the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of Xia, with the final one in the European Parliament. The 2 elders of Xia country are not only the sole SSS grade talents within their nation, but also the 2 strongest Beast Masters globally. The Grand Elder is the only Emperor grade Beast Master in the world, while the Second Elder ranks among the strongest King tier Beast Masters alongside the remaining 3 SSS grade talents. Regarding the next tier down, there are indeed numerous S-grade talents worldwide, possibly numbering in the hundreds. While the number of talents awakening at the S-grade level each year reaches several hundred, yet, This quantity pales in comparison to the overwhelming presence of demonic beasts. Chapter 3. SS Grade Fire Talent. Next, Qin Ye. Just as Qin Ye was on the verge of dozing off, the teacher responsible for calling names finally summoned him. Upon hearing his name, Qin Ye promptly stepped forward and ascended to the awakening platform. This student, please place your right hand on the awakening stone and take a moment to attune yourself, the teacher instructed. Understood, teacher, Qin Ye replied, following the guidance of the instructor seated beside him, placing his right hand upon the shimmering orb before him. Oh, so this is what it feels like to awaken a talent? He mused internally, relishing the pleasant sensations coursing through his right hand. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Qin Ye chose to conceal his divine talent. Suddenly, his SS Grade Fire Talent manifested on the awakening orb. SS Grade Fire Talent, the recording teacher exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words, stammering in disbelief. What's wrong? At that moment, Woodson, the supervisor, noticed his partner's reaction and could not help but inquire casually. Upon hearing Woodson's question, the recording teacher snapped back to reality and replied, he has awakened an SS Grade Fire Talent. Woodson, taken aback, was astonished. After all, it had been quite some time since anyone in Rongqing had awakened an SS Grade Talent. The last individual to do so was the current commander of the Southern Border Defense, Su Yugua, a decade ago. According to his knowledge, Su Yugua is now a formidable gold-tier beastmaster at the 7th level. However, due to his long-term guardianship of the nation's southern border, few are aware of him. This explains Woodson's astonished reaction upon learning that Qin Ye had awakened an SS Grade Talent. What? An SS Grade Fire Talent? He asked, still somewhat dazed. Yes, indeed. The recording teacher, mistaking Woodson's inquiry as a lack of understanding, reiterated, it's SS Grade. It has been 10 years since we last witnessed such a phenomenon. Regrettably, it is not an SSS level talent. Had it been, the landscape of this world would have undergone significant transformation upon his maturation, and surely, we would no longer have to sacrifice so many heroes each year. Alas, what a pity. When Woodson first heard that it was an SS level talent, he was initially taken aback, but upon realizing it was not an SSS level talent, a sense of regret welled up within him. Old Wu, why are you babbling on? Just as Woodson was lamenting that Qin Ye's awakened talent was not of SSS grade, the leader in charge of the talent awakening for the 3rd year at Rongqing No. 2 High School, Xiang Yingtian, inquired. Captain, Woodson began to explain, but Xiang Yingtian promptly interrupted him. All right, there is no need for you to elaborate. I have heard that someone has just awakened an SS level talent. Where is he? Seeing his captain's eagerness, Woodson felt somewhat speechless but replied nonetheless, Captain, he has already returned. Since it is not an SSS level talent, we did not ask him to stay. Xiang Yingtian pondered for a moment and chose not to press further. After all, there are regulations in Xia country. Only individuals with SSS level talents are required to remain, while those with other talent grades are not specifically summoned. Moreover, to confound the beast race, all individuals who awaken SS level talents will actively conceal their talent grade, publicly declaring it to be S level. This is because the commotion caused by an SSS level awakening is difficult to hide, while the phenomena that accompany the awakening of S and SS level talents are quite challenging to differentiate. This also explains why Qin Ye, despite awakening an SS level talent, did not cause a stir. Of course, when the free spirit beast eggs are distributed, the Xia country authorities will still allow individuals to enter the designated area to select their eggs. Hence, no one would be foolish enough to disclose their talent. Once one's talent grade is exposed, particularly if it is an SS level, one can expect to be hunted by the beast race. They would make you acquainted with the true meaning of cruelty, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, after awakening his talent, Qin Ye left the school to return home. As for the free spirit beast eggs provided by the state, they would be organized for collection the following day at the Spirit Beast Pavilion. This process is quite intriguing. Selecting a spirit beast egg is not a matter of simply grabbing any egg at random. However, at this moment, Qin Ye was utterly indifferent to such matters. He was eagerly anticipating returning home to incubate his divine beast egg. Yet, just as he was about to take out the divine beast egg for incubation, he suddenly recalled that one cannot contract a spirit beast egg at the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Thus, he had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and return the divine beast egg to his system space. Sigh. I'll select a spirit beast egg tomorrow and then contract my divine beast. Chapter 4, Spirit Beast Pavilion. Having confirmed that he could not contract the divine beast egg at present, Qin Ye decided not to dwell on the matter further. He turned and climbed onto his bed to lie down. It was not that Qin Ye wished to be idle. Rather, he was at a loss for what to do. His system was exceedingly capricious, having only provided him with a novice gift pack upon binding, after which it had remained silent. Qin Ye had attempted on numerous occasions to contact his system, but not once had he received a response. Just then, because Qin Ye remained undeterred, he resolved to lie on his bed and ponder further. System? Little system. System brother? System lord? Sigh, could you at least respond? After repeating his daily greetings to the system, he was preparing, as usual, to give up and get up for a drink when the system suddenly activated. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully awakened an SS-level talent. Character panel activated. Beast Master panel activated. Upon hearing the voice of the system resonate in his mind, Qin Ye was filled with excitement. He hurriedly spoke in his mind. System, quickly, open the character panel. Ding. Character panel opened. Please view at your leisure. Host, Qin Ye. Age, 18. Talent, unique divine talent. All system abilities 200. SS level fire talent. Fire damage 50. Beastmaster, none. Gazing at the empty panel, Qin Ye felt somewhat speechless. However, considering that he only needed to wait until the next day to select a spirit beast egg to contract with his divine beast egg, he could not help but feel exhilarated. The following day, Qin Ye arrived at school early. At 8 in the morning, once all personnel had gathered, Yi Guotao, responsible for the escort mission, finally spoke. Everyone, board the bus by class. Upon hearing Yi Guotao's voice, the prepared buses uniformly opened their doors. At this moment, the homeroom teachers began to orderly lead their students onto the buses. Old Yi, what about you? Have you decided what kind of spirit beast you wish to contract? As Qin Ye sat down at the back of the bus, barely settling into his seat, a seemingly carefree slacker boy, Wang Cheng, queried him in a rough voice. After giving him a casual glance, Qin Ye replied, with a look like yours, have you already decided on what spirit beast you want to contract? This slacker boy, whom Qin Ye regarded as a bit of a nuisance, was his deskmate, Wang Cheng. The reason Qin Ye said this was entirely due to Wang Cheng's demeanor. He was fond of ogling beautiful women, devouring novels, and occasionally coaxing Qin Ye to join him for movies. However, Qin Ye was not one to indulge in such trivialities, so he had straightforwardly declined. Upon hearing Qin Ye's remark, Wang Cheng did not shy away from expressing his thoughts, leaning closer to whisper, Old Yi, you know my studies aren't as good as yours, and my awakened talent is only C-grade, Guardian of Earth. Therefore, my dad told me to try and choose an Earth-type Xian turtle as my first beast. But as you know, finding one of that level is tough for someone with my talent grade. Qin Ye understood Wang Cheng's predicament. Consequently, he was at a loss for words and could only sigh softly to comfort him. I think it all comes down to luck, so don't lose heart. Perhaps you'll hit the jackpot. Wang Cheng was not one to dwell on sorrow. Before Qin Ye could react, he brushed off Qin Ye's consolation and retorted, Old Yi, stop focusing on me. What are your thoughts? Seeing Wang Cheng's nonchalant attitude, Qin Ye decided to ignore him. He replied, I haven't thought it through yet. I'll just see how luck plays out. Whatever suitable and fateful I find will suffice. All right, Old Yi. With your talent being so exceptional, you'll definitely be able to contract a powerful spirit beast. An hour later, just as Qin Ye was about to inquire of their homeroom teacher, Mr. Tang, regarding the duration of their journey to the Spirit Beast Pavilion, he suddenly realized that the vehicle they were on had entered a mystical realm. Recognizing this development, he understood that they had arrived at their destination. Indeed, the very next moment, Mr. Tang announced, All right, students, we are nearing the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Prepare to disembark. No sooner had Mr. Tang's words echoed than the bus came to a halt. With a resounding clang, the doors swung open. Once they alighted, Qin Ye discovered that the so-called Spirit Beast Pavilion was, in fact, a living secret realm. This designation arose from the fact that this mystical realm only manifested at this specific time each year, and it was ever-changing. Fortunately, the government was always aware of its appearance in advance. Moreover, this secret realm had another peculiarity. It permitted entry solely to individuals aged between 18 and 20, and those who were beast tamers with contracted beasts were not allowed to enter. Consequently, this secret realm earned its reputation as the cradle of human beast tamers, as it posed no inherent dangers. Over time, it became affectionately known as the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Chapter 5. The Divine Beast Phoenix. All the participants queued orderly as they entered the secret realm to select their spirit beast eggs. Yi Guotao, responsible for overseeing this escort mission, stood at the entrance and loudly addressed the students who had just disembarked from the bus. Upon hearing Yi Guotao's words, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, instinctively forming a long line. The entrance to the secret realm was quite expansive, accommodating a significant number of individuals simultaneously. Furthermore, the state had intentionally arranged for all those selecting spirit beast eggs to enter in batches according to their respective schools. Thus, it wasn't long before Qin Ye and his classmates entered the mystical realm. Due to the unique layout of this secret realm, each individual was almost immediately transported to the area designated for spirit beast eggs that matched their innate attributes. Consequently, there was no chaos or line cutting. as the realm ensured that whether one entered early or late, they would be teleported out only after selecting their spirit beast egg. As soon as Qin Ye stepped into the secret realm, a brilliant white light enveloped him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself amidst a sea of flames. However, rather than feeling any scorching heat, he discovered that the flames enveloping him were surprisingly comfortable. While Qin Ye reveled in this pleasant sensation, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding. Host detected in the spirit beast secret realm. Would you like to check in? What? System, what are you saying? Check in? Aren't you the Beast Tamers light system? How can there be a check-in function? Host, you underestimate my capabilities. Then what else do you offer? Qin Ye was curious to learn about the system's other functionalities, seizing the opportunity to probe its depths. Ding. This system has numerous functions. Then do tell. What are your functions? Ding. Host permissions insufficient. What? System, you're being unreasonable. How can I play if you don't tell me anything? Ding. Host permissions insufficient. All right. I'm not going to ask you anymore, but you must let me know your most basic function. Ding. Host reasoning appropriate, providing answer. This system is the Beast Tamers light system, so the most fundamental function is to assist the host in becoming the greatest beast tamer in the world. Oh, and then, what other functions do you possess? After waiting for a considerable time without receiving a response from the system, Qin Ye grew impatient. Undeterred, he called out again, System? After another prolonged silence, he decided to abandon his inquiries and shifted his approach, saying in his mind, System, I want to check in. As expected, upon uttering this phrase, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has checked in at the Spirit Beast Secret Realm. Reward. SSS level ability, Eye of Insight. Upon seeing this ability, Qin Ye was taken aback, as he did not recall any such ability existing in this world. Just as confusion gripped him, the system promptly provided an explanation. Ding. The Eye of Insight is a talent ability specially customized for the host. It has never appeared within this world and, consequently, cannot exist. Intrigued by this explanation, Qin Ye inquired further, System, what capabilities does the Eye of Insight possess? Ding. The Eye of Insight enables the host to perceive the essence of all things in the world. Does that mean I can see through the spirit beast eggs as well? Indeed, host. Excited by this revelation, Qin Ye urged, System, extract it for me immediately. Ding. Extraction complete. Integrating. Integration successful. Qin Ye merely felt a warmth in his eyes, surprised that the integration had already been completed. To test the utility of this ability, he immediately focused his gaze on the divine beast egg within his system space. Instantly, information about the egg appeared before him. Item. Uncontracted divine beast phoenix egg. Growth limit. Divine level spirit beast. Growth path. Uncontracted, cannot be queried. Attributes. Fire, wind. Attack power. Defense power. Stamina. Explosive power. Staring at this information, Qin Ye was left in awe. Incredible. This ability is so powerful. Thrilled by the prowess of the talent he had just acquired, he couldn't help but turn his attention back to the system. System. How do I activate this check-in function? Ding. Host permissions insufficient. Fine. Let us take it one step at a time. With that, Qin Ye turned his gaze towards his surroundings. It was only then that he realized he was indeed amidst a raging inferno. However, reassured that the flames posed no threat to him, he ventured deeper into the blaze. After all, he was there to seek spirit beast eggs. And how could he find them without delving further in? As he wandered deeper into the flames, he soon discovered the presence of spirit beast eggs. Observing an egg drifting amidst the blazing fire, he quickly employed his Eye of Insight to scan it. Item. Uncontracted fire sparrow egg. Growth limit. Golden 7th tier beast. Growth path. Uncontracted, cannot be queried. Attributes. Fire. Attack power. Uncontracted, cannot be queried. Defense power. Uncontracted, cannot be queried. Stamina. Uncontracted, cannot be queried. Explosive power. Uncontracted. Cannot be queried. Upon witnessing the information manifesting on the spirit beast egg before him, Qin Ye discovered that it was indeed different from the last time. However, he did not dwell on this revelation. He merely needed to ascertain the limits of its potential, and he paid no further heed to the matter. With that, he disregarded the fire sparrow egg and continued onward. Chapter 6. Blazing Flame Tiger. As Qin Ye ventured deeper into the sea of flames, he encountered no fewer than several hundred spirit beast eggs along the way. Yet, upon scanning them with his probing eye, he found them all to be of insignificant value. Thus, he refrained from collecting any, for the mere act of acquiring one of these spirit beast eggs would result in his immediate expulsion from this secret realm. Although Qin Ye already possessed a divine phoenix egg, he was not inclined to relinquish this opportunity. Moreover, one could only enter this secret realm to select a spirit beast egg once in a lifetime. He was determined not to miss this chance. Item. Blazing Flame Lion. Growth limit. Diamond grade 7 growth path. uncontracted, information undisclosed attribute. Fire, attack power, uncontracted, information undisclosed defense power, uncontracted, information undisclosed endurance, uncontracted, information undisclosed explosive power, uncontracted, information undisclosed. Qin Ye cast a cursory glance at the spirit beast egg before him, but quickly lost interest. While the blazing flame lion egg could potentially reach the height of diamond grade 7, this was far too low for his aspirations. Sighing deeply, he pressed onward into the fiery depths. For reasons unknown, Qin Ye encountered countless spirit beast eggs. Yet the highest potential among them was merely the king grade 9 flame coral. Unwilling to settle, he turned his back on this egg and continued his journey into the fiery abyss. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Yi Guotao was engaged in conversation with Tang Gicheng. I have heard that there are numerous promising talents from the second high school this time, including several with S-grade talents. I wonder if they will be able to select suitable spirit beast eggs. His concern stemmed from the fear that these gifted individuals might succumb to impatience during the lengthy wait and hastily choose any spirit beast egg willing to bond with them. This apprehension was not unfounded, as such occurrences had happened almost every year. If these talented individuals failed to choose a spirit beast egg that corresponded with their potential growth limits, it would be a significant loss for him. After all, aside from the initial contract with a spirit beast egg that allowed entry into this secret realm, any subsequent attempts to form a contract would rely solely on luck. The effort and resources required to find a suitable spirit beast egg thereafter were beyond the reach of the average person. This was one of the reasons why many highly gifted beast tamers never contracted the maximum spirit beast within their potential throughout their lives. There were even some moderately talented beast tamers who contracted only a single spirit beast due to the inability to find an egg that matched their potential. This underscored the importance of this selection process for them. On the other side of the secret realm, Wang Cheng ambled through a world of mud, occasionally stopping to gaze vacantly at the spirit beast eggs nearby. Yet, he had yet to discover one suitable for himself. Why is it so difficult? Back with Qin Ye, he had been exploring the fiery expanse for nearly an hour, encountering 10 spirit beast eggs, none of which exceeded the king grade 9 in growth potential. However, he remained unfazed. If it were so easy to find an egg above king grade 9, many high-tier talents would not be trapped at that level. After another half hour of delving deeper into the flames, Qin Ye realized that he had been in the secret realm for nearly 5 hours. Just as he contemplated taking a break, he spotted a fiery red spirit beast egg floating a few meters before him. This sudden sight ignited a spark of excitement within Qin Ye. He hurriedly approached, sensing that this egg was extraordinary. He quickly employed his probing eye to scan the egg. Item: Blazing Flame Tiger, Growth Limit. Emperor Grade 7, Growth Path. Uncontracted. Information undisclosed attribute. Fire, attack power. Uncontracted. Information undisclosed defense power. Uncontracted. Information undisclosed endurance. Uncontracted. Information undisclosed explosive power. Uncontracted. Information undisclosed. Indeed, this spirit beast egg was quite remarkable, albeit limited to Emperor grade. Qin Ye found himself at a crossroads, unsure of whether to proceed further or claim this egg. Chapter 7. Crimson Radiance. Ultimately, Qin Ye chose the Blazing Flame Tiger Spirit Beast Egg. It was not that he was unwilling to continue searching for an egg with higher growth potential. Rather, he was acutely aware of the daunting challenge of finding one surpassing Emperor Grade 7. Since the inception of this Spirit Beast secret realm, no one had ever discovered an egg exceeding Emperor Grade. Of course, he did not doubt the existence of Spirit Beast eggs with growth potentials above Emperor Grade within this vast realm. After all, no one had thoroughly explored the entirety of this expansive secret realm, and given its enigmatic nature, Qin Ye believed that there surely existed eggs with divine grade potential. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to select the Blazing Flame Tiger egg with its Emperor Grade 7 potential, for he understood the constraints of time. Although the school allowed a full day for selecting Spirit Beast eggs, the actual time available within the secret realm was merely 8 hours. After expending over 5 hours, he had slightly more than 2 hours remaining, insufficient for locating an egg of divine grade potential. Moreover, Qin Ye reflected that he already possessed a Divine Phoenix egg in his system space. If necessary, he could contract that egg. The Emperor Grade 7 Blazing Flame Tiger egg could be set aside for now. If his system failed to yield a better quality egg in the future, he could always contract this one later. Sighing, he lamented the difficulties of navigating this process without external assistance, feeling quite challenged in his quest for a divine beast egg. With a resigned breath, he decisively grasped the Emperor Grade 7 Blazing Flame Tiger egg. As he secured the egg in his possession, a sudden burst of white light enveloped him from above, cocooning him in its brilliance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he found himself soaring through the air. After a brief moment, he realized he had materialized in a secret chamber. Describing it as a chamber seemed inadequate. It was more akin to a realm of its own. Qin Ye could distinctly feel the expanse of this space, a white mist shrouding everything in sight, seemingly devoid of boundaries. A glance at his surroundings confirmed that he had arrived in the contract space of the Spirit Beast Secret Realm. This space is a subsidiary realm of the Spirit Beast Secret Realm, designed to provide students who have just selected their Spirit Beast eggs with a contract space, preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from coveting these Spirit Beast eggs. Qin Ye merely cast a glance at his surroundings before retracting his gaze. First, he needed to contract a Spirit Beast to ensure his own safety. He found a stone bench and sat down, retrieving the Divine Beast Phoenix egg from his system space while placing the chosen Flame Tiger Spirit Beast egg into the system. After taking out the Divine Beast Phoenix egg, Qin Ye began the contract ritual for Beast Tamers, positioning his hands to form the spiritual array for the contract. Approximately 4 to 5 seconds later, the contract Spirit Beast array was finally completed. At this moment, Qin Ye slowly directed his spiritual energy into the Divine Beast Phoenix egg. As his spiritual energy entered the egg, a melodious phoenix cry resonated in his mind. Subsequently, a young girl's voice emerged in his consciousness. Master, greetings. Qin Ye understood that he had successfully formed a contract with the Divine Beast Phoenix. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed the egg before him, the size of a watermelon, cracking open. Crack, crack. As the fissures on the eggshell widened, a fiery red little head emerged. Gradually, a small phoenix soared out from the eggshell. Chirp, chirp. Watching the little phoenix fluttering around him, Qin Ye felt a surge of joy. Little phoenix, do you have a name? Upon hearing Qin Ye's inquiry, the little phoenix began to chirp excitedly. Master, I am called Yanhong. Yanhong, what a lovely name. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Gurgle, gurgle. Master, I'm hungry. Just as Qin Ye was about to speak, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the Divine Beast Phoenix. The Beast Tamers Light System rewards the host with 1 million top-grade Fire Spirit Stones and a Divine Artifact, the ultimate Spirit Beast Space Tower. Upon hearing this announcement, Qin Ye could hardly contain his excitement, nearly shouting out loud. Wow, I've struck it rich. He was acutely aware of the value of these 1 million top-grade Fire Spirit Stones. A single low-grade Fire Spirit Stone was worth 10,000 Xia coins, while a top-grade Fire Spirit Stone equated to a staggering 100 million Xia coins. How could this not thrill Qin Ye? It was known that an ordinary Spirit Beast could sustain itself for an entire week on just one low-grade Spirit Stone, and top-grade Spirit Stones were virtually non-existent in the market. After all, top-grade Spirit Stones were rare treasures that not only accelerated the growth of Spirit Beasts, but also facilitated their mastery of skills. Thus, the worth of his 1 million top-grade Fire Spirit Stones was beyond Qin Ye's current comprehension. As for the Divine Artifact, the ultimate Spirit Beast Space Tower, it was even more impressive. From the introduction, Qin Ye understood that this space tower was extraordinary. The space within not only expedited the growth of Spirit Beasts, but also automatically simulated an environment conducive for their development. In comparison, the Spirit Beast space that accompanied Beast Tamers during their contracts was vastly inferior. Such an accompanying space possessed no functional attributes and could instead cause the Spirit Beast distress. Chapter 8. Returning to the city. Once Qin Ye emerged from the reverie of the system space, he noticed his little phoenix, Yanhong, gazing at him with blinking eyes. He then took a top-grade Fire Spirit Stone from his system space and tossed it to the little phoenix, saying, "Here you go, little Yanhong." Yanhong was overjoyed at the sight of the top-grade Fire Spirit Stone, eagerly opening her mouth to swallow it whole. After consuming the Fire Spirit Stone, Yanhong chirped excitedly, "Thank you, Master. Yanhong loves it." Seeing Yanhong's delighted demeanor, Qin Ye smiled and replied, "As long as you like it, that's great." He then gently stroked the vibrant red feathers atop Yanhong's head. Activating his eye of detection, Qin Ye directed his gaze toward his little Yanhong. Item: Divine Beast Phoenix. Growth Qualification: Divine Beast, 9th rank. Growth Path: Final form of the Divine Beast Phoenix. No further evolution possible. Attributes: Fire, Wind. Attack Power: 5,000. Defense Power: 4,800. Endurance: 5,000. Explosive Power: 4,500. Level: Golden 1st rank. Skills: Fireball Technique, Blazing Kill, Phoenix Devouring Heaven and Earth. Chapter 9. Southern Wilderness Secret Realm. Although all individuals who entered the Spirit Beast Secret Realm had emerged, according to prior arrangements, there should have been a tally of the contracted Spirit Beast types and their growth qualifications. However, for some unknown reason, they were hastily arranged to return home today. Boss, what's going on? Why are we being sent back so urgently? Shouldn't we first tally our contracted beasts? Upon hearing Wang Cheng's question, Qin Ye was momentarily at a loss regarding the situation. However, he noticed that the group escorting them from the secret realm seemed unusually hurried, indicating they had received some urgent orders. Coupling this with previous conversations he had overheard, he began to form an understanding of the matter. Yet, he could not disclose this to Wang Cheng. Thus, he feigned ignorance and replied, "I'm not sure, but the urgency of our return suggests something significant must have occurred." Wang Cheng, quick-witted as ever, grasped the gravity of the situation upon hearing Qin Ye's words. After all, this was not a time of peace. Incidents of beastly uprisings were not uncommon. Such occurrences had happened frequently in the past, so he was not overly concerned. Oh, there must have been another beast-tied incident somewhere. Observing the reasoning of his subordinate, Qin Ye chose not to elaborate further. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, as he sensed that this matter was not so simple. He had an inkling that it was somehow connected to the newly emerged beastly secret realm in the southern wilderness. This secret realm, which only permitted individuals under 20 years of age to enter, posed a significant challenge for the military, and ultimately, it would likely fall upon students like them to tackle it. Since those below 20 were predominantly students with relatively weak abilities, it was evident that only the top talents, usually possessing silver 5th rank strength by the age of 20, could be counted on. Such individuals were few and far between, making it implausible for them to undertake the challenge of such a vast secret realm, which spanned over 100,000 square kilometers, comparable to an entire province of Xia country. Within it, countless beasts thrived, numbering in the tens of millions if not billions. Thus, relying solely on individuals in this age bracket was insufficient. The urgency with which they were being returned likely indicated that they would be called upon to assist in eradicating the beasts within this secret realm. Qin Ye firmly believed that the government's decision stemmed from a place of desperation. This, after all, is a secret realm situated within the territory of the Summer Kingdom. If it is not addressed promptly, the situation will inevitably become more challenging. The beasts within the realm also grow stronger with the passage of time. As Qin Ye pondered the peculiarities surrounding this unusual event in the southern mountainous region of the Summer Kingdom, he heard a venerable elder in traditional attire inquire of the middle-aged man beside him, whose face was marked by a square jaw. This venerable elder, with his flowing white hair, was none other than Elder Xiao Yifu, a prominent figure known by another name, Shangguan Hong. The specifics of this situation had never been elaborated upon by anyone. It was merely known that Elder Xiao bore 2 names. Despite his venerable appearance, one should not mistake Elder Xiao for a frail, old man lacking strength. He was, in fact, a rather enigmatic beastmaster of the 7th tier, holding considerable prestige within the realm of beastmasters. The man before him, Governor Lin Yeshu, was the governor of the southern province of the Summer Kingdom and a beastmaster of the 2nd tier. This secret realm was discovered under his watch, and thus, he bore the responsibility for it. At this moment, he felt a sense of helplessness, for entry into the realm was restricted to those under the age of 20, effectively precluding military intervention to eradicate the beasts within, which complicated matters significantly. This was precisely why the incident had drawn the attention of a figure as esteemed as Elder Xiao. "Elder, the situation inside is less than ideal," Lin Yeshu reported, his expression grave. "According to the reports from our scouts, this secret realm spans 300,000 square kilometers and is home to approximately 1 billion beasts, with the number of those at silver tier likely exceeding 10 million. More alarmingly, there exists a silver tier 9 flame wolf king within." Elder Zhao's countenance darkened upon receiving this news. A silver tier 9 flame wolf king was indeed a formidable adversary. "What is the strength of our most capable student dispatched?" Elder Xiao inquired after a brief contemplation. Without hesitation, Lin Yeshu replied, "It is Yi Qingxue from the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy, currently a silver tier 6 beastmaster." "Silver tier 6? That appears somewhat insufficient," Elder Xiao mused. "What is her contracted beast?" With a sigh of resignation, Lin Yeshu responded, "An ice attribute white fox. While the elemental affinity is advantageous, her strength is somewhat lacking." "Yes, I anticipated this. Therefore, I plan to assign 32 silver tier 5 beastmasters to accompany her in the attempt to encircle and subdue the Flame Wolf King. However, this strategy necessitates a substantial number of beastmasters from bronze tier 5 to silver tier 3 to restrain the minions surrounding the Flame Wolf King. Without such support, the plan is likely to falter." Elder Xiao understood the predicament, knowing that beastmasters under the age of 20 from across the nation had yet to arrive. Thus empathizing with Lin Yeshu's difficulties, "I am aware of these concerns. I have already conferred with the 1st and 2nd elders. All beastmasters under 20 years of age within the Summer Kingdom will arrive here within 3 days. At that time, you shall have full command over the personnel." Lin Yeshu was not surprised by this decision. He had anticipated such actions from the 1st elder, though he had not expected their swift arrival. "All under my command. Indeed, I must return to the Kunlun border, as the beasts are growing increasingly ferocious. Lin Yeshu acknowledged the arduous nature of the task ahead with a nod. Rest assured, Elder, I shall manage the situation here. Elder Xiao said nothing further, confident in Lin Yeshu's abilities. After casting a final glance at him, he summoned his contracted beast, the Wind Cry Eagle, and departed. Chapter 10. Departure to the Southern Secret Realm. Listen well, everyone. You will have 3 hours to prepare at home. By 8 o'clock tonight, all must gather at the school entrance. Those who arrive late will be dealt with according to wartime regulations. Just as Qin Ye and his companions arrived at the school entrance, prepared to disembark, they were informed that they must wait a moment longer. Amidst the confusion, the voice of Su Guojun, the military officer in charge, resonated through the loudspeaker. Upon hearing this seemingly peculiar order, not a single person dared to voice a question. This was because nearly every citizen of the Summer Kingdom understood the implications of such a command. While there were indeed powerful families within the kingdom, none would shrink back in the face of national duty. Boss, what major event could have transpired? Wang Chung queried, his curiosity piqued. Why are we, fresh from contracting our spirit beasts, being summoned? Such circumstances had arisen before, so the students were not entirely astonished. However, it was unusual to see a gathering of newly contracted beastmasters rather than the more seasoned ones typically called upon. Thus, Wang Cheng's question echoed the collective confusion of many. Yet, Qin Ye had no intention of elaborating and simply shook his head, stating, it's likely some special mission. Just as Qin Ye finished speaking, the loudspeaker crackled to life once more. I understand you all have questions. To alleviate your concerns, I shall provide a brief overview of this mission. Detailed information will be disseminated via the internet to your phones for your perusal later. This unique situation arises from the emergence of a new secret realm within the southern Wushan Mountains, which imposes restrictions on entry to beastmasters under the age of 20. Due to the overwhelming number of beasts within the realm, the Elder Council of the Summer Kingdom has mandated that you, a cohort of newly contracted beastmasters, assist in purging the beasts inside. With that, clarity washed over the assembled crowd, and excitement erupted. Fantastic! We actually get to enter the secret realm and slay beasts. Indeed. My blade has been itching for action. Amidst the fervor, the atmosphere grew electrifying, and those yet to disembark began to boast and chatter animatedly, nearly spiraling into chaos. Hey, boss, why aren't you thrilled? Even Wang Chong, who stood beside Qin Ye, was swept up in the excitement, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. It's just a secret realm. Qin Ye shrugged nonchalantly. What is there to be so elated about? He understood that the newly uncovered resources within the secret realm would be abundant, and the endeavor of clearing out the beasts would earn them valuable national merit points. For those of them who had just become beastmasters, such rewards were indeed precious. Boss you. Never mind. I know you're overjoyed but just too shy to show it, Wang Cheng speculated, noticing the strange smile on Qin Ye's face. Qin Ye, taken aback by Wang Cheng's unexpected expression, found himself at a loss for words and finally spoke up. Could you please tone it down a bit? You're about to drool all over the floor, Qin Ye remarked, prompting Wang Cheng to spring to his defense. He hastily wiped his mouth and exclaimed, Boss, what are you talking about? How could I ever drool? With a dismissive glance, Qin Ye chose not to engage further, instead stating, let us go, in a little while. We might miss our opportunity to return home. Without waiting for Wang Cheng's reaction, he strode out ahead. It was only then that Wang Cheng caught up, hastily following in Qin Ye's footsteps. Qin Ye was acutely aware that this expedition into the secret realm would undoubtedly present an opportunity. However, a nagging feeling lingered within him, suggesting that this mission was far from straightforward. After parting ways with Wang Cheng, he hurried back home. Brother, you're back. How did it go? What kind of spirit beast did you contract? Oh, and I still don't know what level of abilities you've awakened. Please tell me. His sister, Qin Xueqing, rushed over from the sofa, clinging to his arm and pouting adorably. Qin Ye found himself at a loss for words in response to his sister's barrage of inquiries. Xueqing, how can I possibly answer so many questions at once? He replied, contemplating the situation. Well, then I'll ask them one at a time, she declared, pulling him down onto the sofa before continuing. First question, what is your awakened talent? An SS level fire talent. Wow, you're amazing, brother. Of course, I'm your brother. All right, second question, what spirit beast did you contract? A divine phoenix. It took nearly half an hour for Qin Ye to respond to all of his sister's questions. Had it not been for his cleverness in summoning his enchanting beast, Yin Hong, to entertain her, he feared he would have been ensnared in her inquiries for much longer. An hour later, she exclaimed, Xueqing, enough playing. Come eat. I'm coming, brother. By the way, your little phoenix is so beautiful. After a while, Qin Ye finally spoke, Xueqing, I need to go to the south border soon. Take care of yourself at home. The emergence of a new secret realm in the south border was no longer a secret, and Qin Xueqing was well aware of it. She also knew that the country had mandated all newly qualified spirit beast trainers to participate in the cleansing mission this year. You've mentioned it several times already. I'm not a child anymore. Well, it's good that you understand. Qin Ye felt assured that his sister would be safe at school, so he had little to worry about. After giving her a few simple reminders, he took his leave. At 7:50 p.m., he finally arrived at the assembly point at the school entrance. Finding his class's designated spot, he approached just as Wang Qing waved at him from behind. "Boss, over here." Without a second thought, Qin Ye made his way toward Wang Qing. "Xiao Qingzi, you arrived quite early." "Boss, what do you mean? My dad insisted I come early. He said this operation is an unparalleled honor for our country and our people, so I mustn't be late." Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback by the weight of those words, rendering him speechless. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the front. "All personnel, board the vehicle. We are departing." At that command, nearly everyone sprang into action without hesitation, promptly boarding the bus. As they settled in, Qin Ye felt an increasing sense of unease, as though something ominous loomed ahead. Wang Qing, noticing the shift in Qin Ye's expression, inquired, "Boss, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. Perhaps it's just the anxiety of traveling far," Qin Ye reasoned, attributing his discomfort to the impending journey. "All right then," Wang Qing replied, unsure of how to address the matter and resigned to that explanation. In stark contrast to Qin Ye's calm demeanor, the other students were brimming with excitement. After all, this was their inaugural venture into battle against spirit beasts, a thrilling prospect difficult to conceal. Moreover, it marked their first combat experience since contracting their spirit beasts, which held considerable allure for the youth. The bus driver's envious expression revealed his admiration for their fortunate circumstance. Such an opportunity for newly minted spirit beast trainers to enter a secret realm was unprecedented in the annals of Blue Star's history. Meanwhile, senior students from various regions in the Summer Kingdom were swiftly gathering, all destined for one location, the Wushan mountain range in Nanjiang province. Nearly all spirit beast trainers under the age of 20 were converging on this secret realm, a massive mobilization of nearly 10 million individuals. A feat only possible due to the Summer Kingdom's formidable strength. This collective determination to engage in battle against spirit beasts allowed the Summer Kingdom to maintain the integrity of its territory. Furthermore, this resolute stance enabled the nation to swiftly eradicate any newly emerged spirit beast realms, turning them into valuable resource points. Nonetheless, the overarching trend across Blue Star remained unchanged, with a persistent state of spirit beast offensives against human defenses. Even a powerhouse like the Summer Kingdom could only ensure the preservation of its territory through the relentless efforts of countless heroes year after year. As the years progressed, the situation at the Summer Kingdom's borders grew increasingly precarious, with spirit beasts becoming both more numerous and stronger. By 6 a.m. the following day, over 10,000 spirit beast trainers under 20 from Rongqing arrived at the foot of the Wushan mountain range. Gazing up at the towering mountains before them, nearly everyone wore expressions of wonder. "Boss, we finally made it. Soon we can enter the secret realm and slay spirit beasts." Wang Qing buzzed excitedly in Qin Ye's ear like a diligent little bee. "Xiao Qingzi, don't celebrate too soon. Haven't you noticed the entrance to the secret realm? It's still halfway up the mountain. We've only just arrived at the foot, and we can't take the bus any further." Qin Ye, not sharing Wang Qing's optimism and elation, felt his unease grow stronger as they approached the secret realm. It made him worry about potential hidden dangers within. It seems that's indeed the case. So, it looks like we'll have to climb the mountain ourselves from here. Just as Qin Ye finished speaking, a voice rang out from the event coordinator overseeing the order. "Quiet. On behalf of the people of Nanjiang, I would like to thank you for your arrival." Formalities were inevitable, yet the speech was succinct. Concluding quickly with the main point, they would have to proceed on foot for the remainder of the journey, unless their spirit beasts were capable of flight or riding. However, this situation pertains to the cohort of Beast Tamers aged 19 to 20. For novices like Qin Ye, who have only just contracted their spirit beasts, there are no alternatives but to obediently ascend. Fortunately, the journey is not excessively long, requiring only about an hour to reach the entrance of the secret realm. For Beast Tamers, this is not an arduous task. Although not everyone possesses the capability to inherit the full strength of their spirit beasts like Qin Ye, they can at least experience some improvement upon contracting their spirit beasts. As the individual responsible for maintaining order concluded their announcement, the assembled Beast Tamers began to disperse in an orderly manner, making their way towards the secret realm's entrance situated midway up the mountain. In that moment, the Wushan mountain range appeared to be teeming with people, creating a breathtaking spectacle when viewed from above. A continuous stream of Beast Tamers flowed from the foot of the Wushan Mountains, forming an unending tide of humanity. After approximately an hour, Qin Ye and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Upon receiving the recording wristbands from the soldiers nearby, They were granted access to enter the secret realm. Naturally, prior to entry, the overseer would convey directions based on the information relayed from within the secret realm to those entering thereafter, marking corresponding locations on their wristbands to minimize casualties and ensure safety. Chapter 12, Sweeping Through. Glancing at the wristband on his arm, Qin Ye noted that his designated position was still on the periphery of the secret realm, prompting him to step forward without further hesitation. Initially, Qin Ye feared that entering the secret realm might result in a random teleportation to its core. Although reconnaissance teams had reported that the most formidable beasts within this secret realm were merely at the silver 9th tier, he remained cautious, concerned that there might be hidden powers lurking within. However, the current situation was different. The teleportation mechanism of this secret realm did not arbitrarily send him to the core. Thus, he was solely focused on entering the secret realm to slay beasts and accumulate points. Whoosh! In a flash of white light, Qin Ye found himself at the outskirts of the secret realm. He dared not be overly confident. As soon as he steadied himself, he summoned his spirit beast, Yin Hong. Chirp, chirp. Master, where are we? I sense an abundance of weak beast auras here. Upon her emergence, Yin Hong chirped excitedly. However, Qin Ye had no time to attend to his little phoenix. He was keenly observing his surroundings. Through his scrutiny, he realized that while the teleportation within the secret realm was not random, he found himself entirely alone, with no other individuals in sight. The area he stood in was a grassy expanse, with the grass reaching up to his knees, allowing him a clear view of the distant dark forest. In the direction of his gaze, he soon spotted a formidable throng of beasts slowly approaching him. Faced with the advancing horde of ebony beasts, Qin Ye felt a surge of trepidation. Quick, Yin Hong, the beast army is coming. Initially, the little phoenix believed her master had spotted a noteworthy creature. But when she realized it was merely a swarm of bronze-tier weaklings, her fear dissipated. Though the mass of beasts before them numbered at least in the thousands, she truly regarded them as inconsequential. Master, do not fear. They are merely a bunch of little kaimi. I can effortlessly dispatch them all. Hearing Yin Hong's confident declaration, Qin Ye recalled that his spirit beast was of the gold tier, more than capable of handling the bronze-ranked creatures before them. With that reassurance, he relaxed. As the army of beasts drew within 100 meters, Qin Ye's interest was piqued, and he immediately devised a plan to engage them. He focused on the horde, activating his probing eye to scan them. Instantly, a plethora of information flooded his mind. Item: Beast, Cangyue Wolf. Level: Bronze Tier 5. Attribute: Wind. Attack Power: 45. Defense Power: 41. Stamina: 51. Explosive Power: 49. Repeated scans revealed that these Cangyue Wolves were all below the 5th tier of bronze, alleviating Qin Ye's concerns. However, he noted that their panels did not display growth potential or evolution paths, likely due to their inability to be contracted. Yet, this was not the time for such considerations. The Cangyue Wolves were nearing discovery of his presence, prompting Qin Ye to take the initiative and catch them off guard. Without further ado, he commanded, Yin Hong, attack the group of beasts ahead. Upon receiving Qin Ye's command, Yin Hong soared from his shoulder, hovering about 2 meters above the ground. She promptly unleashed several fireball spells towards the Cangyue Wolves. Whoosh! Boom! The fireballs erupted amidst the wolf pack, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. The raging flames swiftly consumed the lives of over 100 Cangyue Wolves, leaving not even their remains unscathed. At that moment, the beasts realized Qin Ye's presence, and several prepared to charge at him. Yet, Yin Hong would not permit them to approach. She launched her assault with fervor. One fireball after another cascaded through the sky, and Qin Ye had no idea whether she was tiring. All he could see were fireballs soaring through the air, and he noticed that Yin Hong appeared to be enjoying herself, completely unfazed by the approaching army of beasts. Witnessing her carefree demeanor, Qin Ye felt a twinge of envy. But he ultimately restrained himself, especially upon hearing the familiar chime of his system activating again. Seizing the opportunity, he intended to investigate what new developments awaited him. However, before he could assess the system, he observed Yin Hong suddenly change her approach. With a resounding cry, she ascended into the air, and in the next moment, a colossal inferno engulfed the entire beast army, consuming them entirely. Chapter 13, System Task. Boom. Bang. A tremendous explosion resonated from the heart of the beast army. In an instant, dismembered corpses were sent flying in all directions. Had Qin Ye not prudently stepped back a moment prior, he might have faced dire consequences. Once the debris from the explosion settled, Qin Ye realized that the once menacing horde of Cangyue Wolves had vanished entirely. Impressive, Yin Hong. Qin Ye couldn't help but praise his little phoenix upon witnessing this spectacle. Master, they were merely a bunch of little kaimi. I hardly regarded them as a challenge. Yin Hong, your confidence is commendable. Master, I assure you, I truly do not consider these little beasts within this secret realm to be formidable at all. But Yanhong, do not let your pride overwhelm you, lest you find yourself in dire straits. Qin Ye remained skeptical of his little phoenix's words, feeling that this secret realm was far more complex than previously suggested. Ever since entering this realm, an unsettling feeling had intensified within him. Master, my confidence is not unwarranted. It is you who underestimates these little demon beasts. After all, I am a divine beast. With my current strength, I could contend evenly with any demon beast of the 7th or 8th tier. Yanhong, fearing that Qin Ye still doubted her, patted her chest and reassured him. This prompted Qin Ye to direct his gaze towards Yanhong, curious about the source of her audacious claims. To his surprise, although Yanhong had not leveled up in the past few days, her fighting prowess had significantly increased. Her attack power had risen from 5,000 to 5,800, while both her defense and stamina had improved by 700 points, and her explosive power had surged by an astonishing 1,200 points. Qin Ye was taken aback and exclaimed, Yanhong, what is going on? It is simply due to the extraordinary beast taming space you provided, Master. Merely residing within it has rapidly enhanced my abilities. At last, Qin Ye recognized the prowess of the system, and he turned his attention to it. Upon opening the system, he was met with a prominent red exclamation mark. It boldly displayed, Ding. Host detected to have entered a special secret realm. As a beast tamer, how can one afford to be idle? Therefore, in order to facilitate your swift growth, the following tasks have been issued. Task 1. Eliminate demon beasts. Rewards depend on the quantity of demon beasts slain. More kills yield greater rewards. Task 2. Investigate the secrets of the secret realm. Rewards unknown. After reviewing the tasks, Qin Ye's astonishment grew. He finally affirmed that this secret realm was indeed remarkable. Accept the tasks. After some contemplation, he resolved to take on both challenges, steeling himself for the endeavor ahead. Ding. Tasks accepted. Please complete them promptly. Qin Ye cast a disparaging glance at his lackluster system and refrained from further comments. He turned to lead his little beast, Yanhong, away from the vast grassland. With the tasks accepted, idleness was not an option. For the sake of the paltry rewards from the system, he had to abandon his prior inclination to play it safe. Yanhong, can you sense the location of the demon beasts? Surveying the endless grassland, Qin Ye felt uncertain about their direction and promptly delegated the decision-making to Yanhong, curious to see if she had any insights. Unbeknownst to Yanhong, Qin Ye's thoughts were elsewhere. She assumed he sought her advice. With enthusiasm, she began to elaborate on the current circumstances regarding the demon beasts in the secret realm. Master, it's quite simple. However, I can only sense the positions of demon beasts within a radius of 1 kilometer. Beyond that, I can only detect their presence, not their exact locations. Qin Ye was astounded by the capabilities of his little phoenix. He had known Yanhong could sense the aura of demon beasts, but he had not expected her to pinpoint their exact locations. That's incredible, Yanhong. Quickly, sense where the nearest demon beast is. Hearing Qin Ye's urgent request, Yanhong immediately focused her mind to detect the surrounding demon beasts. In just a moment, she whispered in Qin Ye's ear, Master, I sense that the nearest demon beast is approximately 800 meters to the north, in a marsh. Qin Ye paused for a moment before deciding to head north. However, out of caution, he queried, Yanhong, can you handle them all? Without hesitation, Yanhong confidently replied, Rest assured, Master, I can obliterate them all. With her assurance, Qin Ye waved his hand and strode northward. Then what are we waiting for? Let us deal with them. Master, after we take care of them, could you give me a fire spirit stone? Yanhong, are you hungry again? Yes, Master. I'm still growing, and I require more energy. Very well, after this battle, I shall provide you with as many as you desire. Yanhong's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she drooled as she exclaimed, Thank you, Master. I can't wait. Noticing Yanhong's eagerness, Qin Ye gently stroked her small head, comforting her, Little Yanhong, I understand what you're saying. Do not worry, after this battle, I will allow you to rest in the space. You won't tire yourself out. With that, Yanhong joyfully soared around Qin Ye, chirping, Master, you are so kind. Yanhong likes you very much. Qin Ye led Yanhong out of the grassy expanse and through a dense forest, finally reaching the edge of the area where Yanhong had sensed the demon beasts. To ensure a successful ambush, he instructed Yanhong to assess the number and strength of the demon beasts in the vicinity. Yanhong obediently complied, responding promptly to Qin Ye's request. After a brief moment, she reported, Master, I have completed my assessment. I sense a total of 51,672 demon beasts in this habitat. Among them, there are 3 at the bronze 7th tier, 33 at the 5th and 6th tiers, and the remainder are below the 4th tier. Upon hearing Yanhong's report, Qin Ye grasped the general situation of the demon beast habitat, realizing that the strongest among them was merely of the bronze 7th tier. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Good, since you have assessed their strength, unleash your full power." Yanhong beamed with joy at Qin Ye's command. "All right, master. I will take care of them all. Go ahead, Yanhong," Qin Ye encouraged her, patting her head before she engaged the demon beasts. Though he possessed the advantage of Yanhong's attributes, he had no intention of intervening. The small, weak demon beast horde held little interest for him. He preferred to avoid unnecessary confrontation whenever possible. As for danger, he firmly believed that the outskirts of the secret realm posed no threat to him. While pondering how long it might take Yanhong to eliminate the demon beasts, the sound of explosions suddenly erupted from their habitat. With each blast, the count of slain demon beasts on his system interface surged. Indeed, Yanhong's skills were perfectly suited for exterminating foes. With a single powerful strike, countless demon beasts perished. Before long, the cacophony of explosions subsided. At this moment, Qin Ye ventured out and climbed atop a large tree to survey the area from which the sounds had emanated. Momentarily taken aback, Qin Ye observed that the swamp ahead, apart from some wetlands at its fringes, bore little resemblance to its former marshy state. One could easily mistake it for a volcanic landscape. While Qin Ye pondered this transformation, Yanhong suddenly soared out from the inferno. "Master, I have eradicated all the beasts in this vicinity." With her boastful assertion, Qin Ye swiftly grasped her meaning. Without hesitation, he tossed her a premium fire spirit stone. "Here, if this isn't sufficient, simply ask for more." Upon receiving the exquisite stone, Yanhong gleefully swallowed it whole and then spoke, her voice imbued with satisfaction. "Master, I can only consume one at a time. However, could you allow me to rest in that special space of yours? It greatly enhances my abilities. Just 2 hours there, and I shall be ready for battle once more." Qin Ye was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of his Beast Master Space Tower, but he offered no resistance, gesturing for Yanhong to enter. "Master, you can release me in 1 hour, and I shall emerge even more formidable." "Very well, I shall await your return." During Yanhong's absence, Qin Ye chose not to seek out more beasts, but instead sat down to enjoy his provisions. On the other side of the secret realm, a conversation unfolded. "How many humans are present in the secret realm?" "Report, my lord. There are already 155,000. And their strength? 30,000 at the silver rank, with 150 of them above silver rank 5, the strongest being at silver rank 7. However, my lord, we have detected an extraordinarily powerful presence at the edge of the secret realm." "What? Have you uncovered anything?" "I have dispatched the Blue Serpent to investigate. We should receive news shortly." "Good. Exercise utmost caution. This operation must not encounter any errors." "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, Qin Ye had finished his rations and was eagerly anticipating Yanhong's return to continue their hunt for beasts. He wondered if Yanhong would manage to level up this time. Casting a glance at the resting Yanhong within the Beastmaster Space Tower, he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Noticing that she showed no signs of emerging, Qin Ye decided against waiting any longer. Although he could not venture out to hunt beasts without her, he was keen to check for any remaining materials from the slaughtered beasts that might be worth collecting. However, when he reached the battlefield, he was left speechless. Aside from the numerous craters scattered across the ground, there was no trace of the beasts. "Damn it, Yanhong. You left not even a scrap," he lamented, feeling a profound sense of loss at the potential earnings he had missed out on. Despite his frustration, he refrained from scolding Yanhong and left with a heavy heart. Half an hour later, Qin Ye received a message from Yanhong in the Beastmaster Space Tower. "Master, please let me out." Without a moment's hesitation, he released her. As soon as Yanhong emerged, Qin Ye sensed a distinct change in her aura. Before he could inquire, she announced, "Master, I have reached gold rank 2. "Master, are you listening?" Finally, Qin Ye snapped back to attention. "All right, Yanhong, I understand." "Master, am I impressive?" "Indeed, you are remarkable. Our little Yanhong is the best." Qin Ye lavishly praised her, eliciting great excitement from Yanhong. After a while, Qin Ye interrupted her jubilant celebration. "All right, Yanhong, we must get back to work." Yanhong, without sulking, promptly flew to Qin Ye's side and asked, "Master, what shall we do next? Shall we continue slaying beasts?" Accustomed to Yanhong's chattiness, Qin Ye replied nonchalantly, "Yes, we shall continue our hunt." "Okay, master." Yanhong immediately began to sense the nearest beast locations. "By the way, master, while I was resting in the Beastmaster Space Tower, I sensed an exceptionally powerful presence." Suddenly recalling the aura she had detected earlier, Yanhong shared this revelation. Qin Ye was taken aback. "What? A powerful presence?" "Yes, master." "How strong?" Qin Ye's demeanor shifted to one of alertness, pressing for details. Yanhong, unfazed by his urgency, contemplated before responding. "It seems to be around gold rank 1. "Gold rank 1. Qin Ye was taken aback. The emergence of such power within this secret realm was utterly absurd. This realm was designated for beast masters under the age of 20. It was inconceivable for a beast master of that age to possess gold rank strength, barring exceptional circumstances. Even the fabled prodigy of this world could not achieve such an extraordinary rate of advancement. Now, with Yanhong indicating the presence of a gold rank beast, it posed a dire threat to their group of beast masters. Fortunately, he was an anomaly himself. Without him, the Summer Kingdom would face devastating losses. Can you still sense its presence? Qin Ye inquired, regaining his composure. No, it appears there is some energy obstructing my detection. Moreover, it seems to have sensed my presence as well. Qin Ye found himself at a loss for words. The unfolding circumstances were increasingly unfavorable for their group of beast masters. Chapter 16. The Yuan Witch Wolf Pack. In light of this, Qin Ye decided to abandon the pursuit of the gold rank beast. Let us continue seeking out the other beasts. I believe that eventually, we will uncover them all. He resolved to traverse the edge of the secret realm, determined to break through and locate the beast. Yanhong, upon hearing his words, began to sense the nearest beast group. Master, I have detected a silver rank 5 beast approaching us swiftly. This revelation caused Qin Ye to tense up. A silver rank 5 beast should not be found at the edge of the secret realm. Yanhong, how far away is it? Master, less than 500 meters. Just as she finished speaking, Qin Ye spotted a large eagle soaring overhead. Wind Crying Eagle. He recognized it instantly as the swift wind Crying Eagle. My master. It seems he is heading towards the area where we just eradicated the monstrous beasts. Could it be that the golden tier beast you sensed has come our way? My master, Yanhong is uncertain. It's all right, Yanhong. The master does not harbor any ill will towards you. How about this? You go and take care of it. Very well, my master. With that, Yanhong swiftly soared into the air, vanishing in an instant from the spot where the wind-screaming eagle had departed. After approximately 10 minutes, Yanhong returned, flitting around Qin Ye like a child eager to showcase her abilities. Qin Ye couldn't help but chuckle at her adorably foolish demeanor. All right, little Yanhong. I acknowledge your prowess. Now, shall we continue hunting the beasts? Otherwise, we might find ourselves without sustenance. With Qin Ye's coaxing words, little Yanhong began to re-engage. Very well, master. Yanhong shall set to work, but do remember to reward me with a premium fire spirit stone. Even as she prepared to act, Yanhong couldn't resist playfully appealing to Qin Ye for the promised stone. Qin Ye, not one to be stingy, replied, Fear not, little Yanhong, I will certainly remember. You can rest assured. With his affirmative response, Yanhong set about her tasks with renewed joy. Shortly thereafter, she announced, Master, to the north. Without hesitation. Upon detecting the presence of beasts in that direction, Qin Ye promptly declared, All right, let us proceed. Yes, my master. Immediately, under Yanhong's guidance, they sped northward. Along the way, Qin Ye also took the opportunity to gather various valuable herbs and fruits. Fortunately, with Yanhong at his side, they encountered no beasts along their route. After roughly an hour, they arrived at their destination for this expedition. The monstrous horde Yanhong sensed consisted of the Yuan Witch Wolves, situated within a valley. The strongest amongst them was the Yuan Witch Wolf King, possessing a silver rank of Tier 3. The majority of the remaining wolves were at Bronze Tier 5, with a scant few at Tiers 7 and 8, though they were not numerous. This pack comprised approximately 8,000 wolves, including a portion of pups. Thus, for Yanhong, exterminating this pack of Yuan Witch Wolves would prove to be a rather straightforward task. After observing the wolves from the valley's entrance, Qin Ye instructed Yanhong to commence her assault. Although it appeared somewhat ruthless, Qin Ye was unconcerned, commanding her to leave no wolf alive. As Yanhong initiated her attack, the once picturesque valley was soon engulfed in flames. Explosions rang out incessantly, occasionally punctuated by the anguished howls of wolves. Boom. A woo. This slaughter continued until dusk, and by the end, the valley was left with nothing but a thick haze of smoke and the stench of blood. Chapter 17. The Beasts at the Edge of the Secret Realm. Yanhong, ignite this pile of firewood. After vanquishing the entire pack of Yuan Witch Wolves, Qin Ye led Yanhong to a concealed cave for rest. Very well, my master. Though Yanhong grumbled slightly at this command, she obediently set about igniting the wood before Qin Ye. Once the fire blazed, Qin Ye produced a wild rabbit he had caught and set it to roast over the flames. Yanhong, have you sensed that previous aura again today? Sitting down, Qin Ye cradled Yanhong in his arms, gently stroking her feathers as he inquired. Yanhong savored the affection, contentedly replying, Master. Today I did not sense that aura's reappearance. However, I did detect several silver tier 7 beasts at the edge of the secret realm. They are quite distant, so I did not mention them to you. Silver tier 7, you say? What secrets does this secret realm hold that would draw such a crowd of beasts? Qin Ye mused, unable to suppress his curiosity about the nature of this realm. From the information he had gathered thus far, It was evident that this secret realm was far from simple. Yet, what intrigued Qin Ye most was how the beasts had evaded detection by the beast masters of the Summer Kingdom. He was well aware of the vigilance of the Summer military forces. They would thoroughly investigate such realms, ensuring no hidden plots lurked within, and would never allow the young beast masters to venture inside without certainty of safety. Yet, the current situation left Qin Ye bewildered. Given the Summer Kingdom's current methods of beast detection, it seemed impossible for these beasts to remain unnoticed. Master, what's wrong? Noticing Qin Ye's prolonged silence and the fluctuating expression on his face, Yin Hong ventured to ask. Qin Ye snapped back to reality, realizing he had become lost in thought. It's nothing, Yin Hong. I was merely engrossed in contemplation. Oh, I see. Very well, my master. With that, Yin Hong resumed her position in Qin Ye's embrace, relishing his gentle strokes. After being roused from his reverie by Yin Hong, Qin Ye chose not to dwell on these chaotic thoughts any longer. He considered reporting his discoveries to the military of the Summer Kingdom, yet he lacked any substantial evidence, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Thus, this matter remained unresolved. After satisfying his hunger, Qin Ye held Yin Hong close for rest, while on the other side of the secret realm's edge, the situation was quite different. Li Ning, what do you see ahead? Captain Shi, I have spotted a horde of beasts ahead. However, due to the darkness, I cannot ascertain their identity, but there are quite a few, approximately 300. What? Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that after a day of hunting, they would encounter a beast horde while seeking a place to rest. As the captain of this temporary squad, he understood that nighttime engagements were not in their favor. After a moment of consideration, he inquired, Li Ning, how far is the beast horde from us? About 3,000 meters. Have Chun Lai and Hua Jiao returned yet? Not yet, but they should be back soon. Just then, sounds emerged from the dense forest to their right. Captain, we're back. Upon hearing this voice, Qi Ming and Li Ning recognized it was Chun Lai and Hua Jiao returning. As soon as they arrived, Qi Ming asked, a Lai, did you encounter any beast hordes to our right? Chun Lai, aware that the situation could be disadvantageous, did not mince words, stating, Captain, I advanced 5 kilometers to the right and confirmed the presence of a large horde of Qizhu beasts, numbering around 1,000. Hearing this response, Qi Ming's expression darkened further. Yet, he turned his gaze to Hua Jiao, eager to ascertain whether the left side faced a similar predicament. Hua Jiao, what is the situation on the left? Is it the same as Alai's side? Captain, 3 kilometers to the left lies a vast swamp, inhabited by a multitude of crocodile-like beasts, the numbers of which remain unscouted. Huidia's expression darkened, yet he recounted his findings. Upon hearing Huidia's words, unease spread among the group. Did this not signify that they were encircled by the beast horde? Captain, Qi Ming, anticipating their concerns, interjected, let us not rush to conclusions. We shall await Qin Ye and Ling Yue's return. I hope no further beast hordes emerge behind us. Throughout the entire secret realm, numerous teams like Qi Ming's were encountering assaults from beast hordes. As for why Qin Ye had not crossed paths with others to form a team, he too felt bewildered. It was also plausible that Qin Ye's formidable strength allowed him to advance at such a pace that left others trailing behind. Chapter 18. Nie Xiaorui and Yu Xiaomei. Yanhong, where has this little creature gone? The next morning, upon awakening, Qin Ye noticed the absence of his little beast companion and called out, but received no response. Rising, he prepared to step outside the cave to search for Yanhong. However, before he could reach the exit, Yanhong swooped back in. Master, you are awake. Qin Ye was surprised that little Yanhong had returned so early. Oh, you've been out already? He began conversing with Yanhong. Perching on Qin Ye's shoulder, Yanhong spoke, Master, I noticed a large number of beasts moving towards the edge of the secret realm while you were still asleep, so I went to investigate. Oh, did you discover anything? Little Yanhong? Qin Ye marveled at how his little phoenix exhibited such initiative and awareness. Master, it seems these beasts are being guided by something. Their intent is singular, to encircle the humans at the realm's periphery. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye could no longer remain seated, astonished by the beast's motives. He quickly exclaimed, Yanhong, sense whether there are any beast hordes nearby. Without waiting for Yanhong's reply, he swiftly retrieved breakfast from his spatial inventory and began to eat. Despite the complexity of the situation, Qin Ye had no intention of entering battle on an empty stomach. Master, I have already sensed it. The nearest beast horde is to the east. Yanhong seemed to have anticipated Qin Ye's inquiry and had preemptively assessed the surrounding beast situation. Qin Ye was impressed by Yanhong's preparedness. Just as he took a bite of his fried dough stick, Yanhong provided him with the answer. East. Does that mean we have to take a detour? Qin Ye pondered whether this was fortunate or unfortunate. Initially, his goal was to push directly to the center of the secret realm, but now, he had to navigate from the north to the east. At that moment, approximately 5 kilometers away, two striking figures were anxiously pacing beside a small pond. Xiaowei, can you contact anyone else? Sister Yu, I've tried, but there's been no response. Alas, how could silver-tier beasts appear at the realm's edge? Yu Xiaomei lamented, gazing discontentedly at the pond. Beside her, Nie Xiaowei was at a loss for words. Only able to sigh. Sister Yu, how much longer can Xiaomei and Qingwan hold out? We need to devise a plan quickly. There was no need for Nie Xiaowei to elaborate. Yu Xiaomei understood the grim reality. Her beast, Xiaomei, was merely a bronze-tier five-tailed fox, while Nie Xiaowei's Qingwan was a newly contracted divine bird, even weaker at bronze-tier 5. In such circumstances, defeating a horde led by a silver-tier fire scorpion seemed utterly fanciful. This urgency stemmed from the dire knowledge that without assistance, they were likely to perish that day. After finishing his fried dough stick, Qin Ye took a cup of soybean milk from his inventory and let out a satisfied burp. Yanhong, let us set forth to the nearest beast horde. For today I shall unleash my fury, regardless of any sinister plots. As long as my strength is formidable, I shall shatter any dark schemes. Yanhong seemed to resonate with Qin Ye's fervor, her spirit ignited. Master, I shall vanquish every beast for you. Excellent. I have faith in your strength, dear Yanhong. Now, let us depart. With that, he and Yanhong began their journey toward the nearest beast horde. Oh, master. The beasts to the east are engaged in battle. Engaged in battle? How is the situation? Qin Ye inquired urgently. His concern was not merely for his beasts, but stemmed from Yanhong's prior warning about the presence of a silver-tier beast among them. This was the source of his anxiety, as he knew the realm's edge should not harbor silver-tier beast tamers. Due to the restrictions of this secret realm, few silver-tier tamers had entered, most having been assigned to the center. Thus, the tamers present here were likely all of bronze tier, heightening his worry. Thankfully, Yanhong's subsequent response alleviated some of his tension. Master, rest assured, the silver-tier beast has not intervened, and neither of the two tamers has sustained injuries. With this reassurance, Qin Ye felt a sense of relief. However, we must accelerate. We cannot afford any accidents. He initially considered sending Yanhong ahead to assist, but given the circumstances and the assurance of safety, he refrained from sending her alone. Chapter 20. The Encounter. Qin Ye and Yanhong took nearly half an hour to reach the scene. Oh, Yanhong, these two tamers are quite formidable. Qin Ye observed as a fox and a small Qingwan kept hundreds of bronze tier 7 and 8 beasts at bay. You speak the truth. They are merely a fraction weaker than me, Yanhong remarked proudly, puffing up her little head. Qin Ye recognized her attempt to express dissatisfaction, but he paid it no mind. With a flick of his eyes, the information of the two beasts appeared before him. Item, Five-tailed Celestial Fox. Growth Potential, King Tier 1. Growth Path, 1. Blazing Celestial Fox. Can evolve into a blazing celestial fox through the consumption of fox beast bloodlines, enhanced by premium fire spirit stones. Increasing growth potential to King Tier 7 after purification. 2. Phantom Celestial Fox. Requires the use of premium illusion-type spirit stones and dream star stones for successful purification. Elevating growth potential to King Tier 9 upon success. 3. The Nine-tailed Celestial Fox. Requires exquisite wind spirit stones, 9-star golden leaves, wind spirit grass, Leoli thunder stones. Upon success, growth potential elevates to the 6th stage of the Great Emperor. Attributes: Illusion System. Attack Power, 62. Defense Power, 58. Stamina, 51. Burst Power, 45. Level, Bronze 5th stage. Skill: Illusory Enchantment Kill. Although this data does not rival the extraordinary prowess of the Scarlet Phoenix, it remains an unattainable benchmark when compared to ordinary beast tamers. It is no wonder that it can suppress a multitude of bronze-tier beasts, rendering them unable to raise their heads. It seems that this act of peering into the secrets of others can indeed become addictive. After examining the various attributes of the five-tailed celestial fox, Qin Ye could not resist casting his gaze towards the nearby Qingwan. Item, Qingwan. Growth Potential, 3rd stage of the Monarch. Growth Path, 1. Qingwan King. Requires Flying Shadow Star Stone, True Blood of Qingwan, Wings of the Phoenix, Exquisite Fire Spirit Stones, Exquisite Phoenix Spirit Stones, Xianling Wood. Upon purification, growth potential elevates to the 7th stage of the Great Emperor. 2. Phoenix Luan Emperor. Requires exquisite wind spirit stones, Phoenix Spirit Wings, Xianming Star Stones, Phoenix Crystal. Upon successful purification, growth potential elevates to the 9th stage of the Great Emperor. Attributes: Wood Wind System. Attack Power, 67. Defense Power, 57. Stamina, 49. Burst Power, 57. Level, Bronze 5th stage. Skill: Azure Shadow Confrontation. Indeed, the data is as commendable as ever. Qin Ye did not anticipate that he would casually encounter two such precious monarch-level beasts, which others hold in high esteem. Master, shall we take action? Just as Qin Ye was lost in thought, the impatient Scarlet Phoenix grew anxious. Of course, we must. Qin Ye did not dwell on the matter. It was impossible to dissuade her from slaying the beasts. However, he was unaware that Scarlet Phoenix was even more eager. Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, she could no longer contain herself and soared into action. Wait, Scarlet Phoenix, take it easy. Don't incinerate all the beast corpses. Qin Ye was not concerned for her safety. Rather, he feared that she would unleash her full power and leave nothing behind, which would be a significant loss of wealth for him. At that moment, Nie Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei, having heard Qin Ye's voice, approached. However, their immediate focus was not on Qin Ye, but rather on the rampaging Scarlet Phoenix. Hey, Yu Jia, whose beast is this little red bird? It's so formidable. In response to Nie Xiaowei's inquiry, Yu Xiaowei appeared equally bewildered. It was precisely this remark from Nie Xiaowei that caused Qin Ye to turn and notice them. Chapter 21, Shock. Delicate and graceful ladies, a gentleman is inclined to pursue. Qin Ye murmured to himself, unable to resist glancing at Nie Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei. Who? Yu Xiaowei, already cautious and tense, was indeed startled by Qin Ye's sudden voice, which led to her earlier reaction. Ah, what a handsome young man. Nie Xiaowei, who had initially been frightened, felt her tension dissipate upon seeing Qin Ye. Meanwhile, Qin Ye found himself in an awkward position. He had merely wished to quietly admire the beauty but had inadvertently raised his voice, drawing their attention. However, with his thick skin, Qin Ye felt no embarrassment. He rubbed his nose and cheerfully greeted the two ladies. Hello, beautiful ladies. Nie Xiaowei, upon seeing Qin Ye, was elated. Without waiting for Yu Xiaowei to respond, she promptly exclaimed, Hello, handsome. I am Nie Xiaowei, what is your name? At that moment, Yu Xiaowei also came to her senses. Noticing her best friend's flirtatious demeanor, she quickly pinched Nie Xiaowei's arm and cautiously introduced herself. Hello, I am Yu Xiaowei. Yu Xiaowei kept her introduction brief and direct, then turned her gaze towards Qin Ye. Awaiting his introduction, after being pinched, Nie Xiaowei regained her composure and saw Yu Xiaowei intently staring at Qin Ye. Nie Xiaowei, Yu Xiaowei, what lovely names. Qin Ye complimented the two before responding, I am Qin Ye. As soon as he finished speaking, Nie Xiaowei released Yu Xiaowei's arm and rushed to Qin Ye's side, asking, Handsome, are you here to help us? And, is that little red bird your beast? What level is it? It looks incredibly impressive. Qin Ye was taken aback by Nie Xiaowei's unabashed questions, and even Yu Xiaowei beside her was astonished. After spending so much time together, she had never realized her best friend was like this. Watching Nie Xiaowei chatter away like a social butterfly, Yu Xiaowei felt that if she did not intervene, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Nie Xiaowei, enough. With her exclamation, both Qin Ye and Nie Xiaowei were drawn to her voice. In that moment, the three exchanged glances. However, as a man, Qin Ye felt compelled to step forward. Thus, he proactively spoke, All right, ladies. Let us first clean up this mess and depart from here. It was precisely because Qin Ye broke the silence that the two realized they were still within the secret realm, amidst a throng of beasts. They quickly turned to assess the battlefield. To their astonishment, the previously perilous situation had transformed. The small red bird they had been observing had already vanquished all the beasts that had surrounded them. Not even the silver-tier beast that had relentlessly pursued them had escaped. Gazing at the ground strewn with beast corpses, and then at the little red bird amusingly teasing their tame beasts, they were left dumbfounded. How could this be possible? The usually composed Yu Xiaowei found herself stuttering at the sight. Meanwhile, the ever-loquacious Nie Xiaowei was rendered speechless, forgetting to utter a word. Qin Ye, not anticipating their astonished expressions, nonetheless remarked, What is there to be surprised about? They are merely a small group of beasts. Yu Xiaowei replied. Just a small group of beasts. Nie Xiaowei interjected. Is this merely a small group of beasts? Qin Ye countered, I assent it. Faced with Qin Ye's infuriating demeanor, both Nie Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei were left speechless, ultimately conceding to his nonchalant assertion. Fine, it's just a small group of beasts. However, when they caught sight of the silver-tier beast corpses lying nearby, they could no longer maintain their composure. With incredulous expressions, they turned to Qin Ye and asked, What level is your beast? How could it easily slay even silver-tier beasts? Qin Ye had not expected them to arrive at this conclusion. Naturally, he could not reveal that Scarlet Phoenix was already of the second stage of gold. That would truly be too terrifying. It's merely a silver third stage. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ye spoke up. What did you say? Silver, tier 3. How is that even possible? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaowei, usually composed, could not contain her astonishment and bombarded him with a series of questions. Naturally, Nie Xiaowei was equally taken aback, but before she could express her surprise, Yu Xiaowei had already stolen the spotlight. Thus, she could only glance at Qin Ye. Qin Ye, unfazed by their shock, calmly replied, What's so strange about it? Yu Xiaowei, initially bewildered, found herself at ease after Qin Ye's casual remark. In her mind, she mused that Qin Ye must be a prodigious sophomore from some Beastmaster Academy. She then inquired, "Senior, which Beastmaster Academy do you attend?" Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback by her question, struggling to comprehend how these two young ladies perceived him. Did he truly appear so mature? "I am a senior at Rongqing No. 2 High School, yet to enroll in a Beastmaster Academy," he revealed. This revelation left Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei genuinely astonished. "What? You're still a senior in high school this year? How can that be?" Chapter 22. Forming a team faced with their disbelief and surprise, Qin Ye chose not to dwell on it. He stepped forward to summon Yin Hong back before stating, "What's so peculiar about it? I merely have a bit of luck and slightly greater strength. Nothing else to it." Qin Ye's nonchalant demeanor left both Nie Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei at a loss for words. They had never encountered someone so straightforward. However, they did not believe his words to be entirely sincere, suspecting that he was fabricating excuses to conceal his secrets. Thus, they exchanged glances with him and refrained from pressing further. "Are you preparing to leave, Junior?" Yu Xiaowei asked upon noticing Qin Ye calling back his beast. Yes. "Are you leaving, Junior?" Nie Xiaowei echoed. Is it alright if I call you both Yu Jie and Rui Jie?" Qin Ye, unsure of their intentions, decided to ask. "Yes, no problem at all," they replied in unison. "So, Yu Jie, Rui Jie, which Beastmaster Academy do you hail from?" Qin Ye had already intended to team up with Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei, as he found solitude rather dull. Of course, he would never admit that his interest was piqued by their beauty. Still, he planned to ascertain their backgrounds before extending an invitation to join forces. As he felt a touch of apprehension, Nie Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei were taken aback by Qin Ye's question, realizing he was indeed interested in them. Their curiosity piqued. They eagerly responded, "Both Xiaowei and I are freshmen at the Summer Nation's Beastmaster Academy." Nie Xiaowei nodded in agreement. Qin Ye was taken aback, thinking to himself, "So they are geniuses." He did not forget to offer his compliments, as the Summer Nation's Beastmaster Academy is directly affiliated with the Summer Nation's Beastmaster Association, ranked among the top 3 in the country and also globally. Thus, praise was certainly warranted. "Yu Jie, Rui Jie, you are both truly impressive." However, to Nie Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei, Qin Ye's praise was perceived differently. "Qin Ye, are you mocking us?" Yu Xiaowei stammered, clearly flustered. Though Nie Xiaowei remained silent, her expression mirrored the sentiment. This left Qin Ye utterly bewildered, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong, ladies?" Upon realizing that Qin Ye was not mocking them, they replied, "Qin Ye, don't you think your words are somewhat sardonic? You're already so powerful in high school. Can we still be considered geniuses in your presence? We find it hard to believe you aren't mocking us." I truly did not mean that," Qin Ye quickly clarified, eager not to offend the beautiful women he had just met. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei understood that he meant no harm, so they reassured him, "It's fine. Qin Ye, we believe you didn't intend any offense." Seeing the conversation winding down, Qin Ye suggested, "How about we form a team?" Both Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei had already desired to team up with Qin Ye, given his impressive strength, which was precisely what they needed in a companion. Yet, being young women and not particularly well acquainted with Qin Ye, they were uncertain how to broach the subject. Fortunately, he took the initiative. "All right," they both eagerly exclaimed. With their agreement, Qin Ye continued, "Then let us first gather the materials from these beast carcasses." Before he could finish, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei joyfully dashed outside to tend to the aftermath. "All right, Qin Ye, we'll handle the cleanup. You can just watch us," they called back. Qin Ye, however, remained stationary, not out of reluctance to assist, but because he relished the view of the two beauties and preferred to stay put. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei remained blissfully unaware that Qin Ye was admiring them from a distance while they rummaged through the carcasses for materials. Half an hour later, the two emerged, bouncing with excitement. "Qin Ye, look at the marvelous materials we found. This is a golden rhinoceros horn, perfect for crafting magical artifacts." Qin Ye was astonished by the quantity of materials they had unearthed, pondering how they would transport such a chaotic assortment without the Beastmaster's space. However, upon noticing the blood smeared on the two beauties, he couldn't help but frown. It was rather unappealing. "All right, ladies, don't you think the blood on you is a bit unsightly?" Initially bubbling with enthusiasm, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing Qin Ye's words. They quickly responded, "Wait a moment, Junior. We'll go clean up and change before continuing our conversation." Without waiting for his reply, they hurried towards the water source. Qin Ye could only watch, suppressing the urge to sneak a glance, as he remained behind to inspect the materials they had just collected. In truth, he had nothing better to do and needed to find something to pass the time. Chapter 23. Sister Yu and Sister Rui. After what felt like an eternity of 30 minutes, Qin Ye finally spotted Nie Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei sauntering back from the pond. My dear sisters, you certainly took your time. He lamented upon their return. Ah, Qin Ye, why have you stopped calling us sister and instead referred to us as senior? Yu Xiaowei inquired, not particularly bothered by his complaint, as they were indeed a tad embarrassed about their prolonged absence. However, she was somewhat taken aback by his choice of words, prompting her to question him about any underlying story behind this shift. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaorui scrutinized Qin Ye with her large, doe-like eyes, hoping to detect any hint of a hidden truth on his face. Qin Ye, seemingly unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I just feel that calling you senior sounds better." Yu Xiaowei was taken aback by his explanation. While it was reasonable, it still left her feeling somewhat irked. Nie Xiaorui, failing to discern any issues from Qin Ye's expression, grew a bit anxious. She stepped closer, playfully clinging to his arm and cooing, "Qin Ye, are you upset?" Confused, Qin Ye found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend Nie Xiaorui's thought process. Yet, he felt quite comfortable with her arm around his, making it difficult for him to extricate himself. However, out of politeness and despite his proclivities, he couldn't allow everything to be so overt. Reluctantly, he withdrew his arm from her embrace and stated, "Sister Rue, don't overthink it. This is merely for our team dynamics. How could I possibly be upset?" Yu Xiaowei chimed in. Sensing Qin Ye was unlikely to be offended over something so trivial, Xiaorui, there's no need to act cutesy in front of him. How could he be that petty? Hearing their comments, Nie Xiaorui realized she might have overreacted and remarked, "Oh, it seems I was just being overly sensitive." She then cast a playful glare at Qin Ye, as if to chide him for being such an oblivious straight man. Noticing her accusatory gaze, Qin Ye hastily interjected, "Sisters Yu and Rue, let's leave this place and discuss elsewhere. The odor here is quite unbearable, and I have no desire to linger. Of course, Junior, since we teamed up with you, we entrusted our very lives to you. Whatever you say goes." Nie Xiaorui responded, her demeanor shifting dramatically at Qin Ye's words. Yu Xiaowei was left bewildered, sensing something was amiss with Nie Xiaorui today. Nevertheless, disliking the surroundings as well, she nodded and asked, "So, where do you suggest we go, Junior?" Qin Ye glanced at the two of them, noting their silence, and said, "All right, sisters Yu and Rue, please gather up the materials on the ground." "Junior, what do you mean by that? Are you not going to take any?" Yu Xiaowei asked incredulously. "Indeed, Qin Ye, are you seriously asking us to collect everything while you do not require any for yourself?" Nie Xiaorui echoed her disbelief. Qin Ye was taken aback by their strong reactions and pouted, "If I say to collect it, then you should just do so. What is all this fuss about?" "Fine. We shall comply with your wishes, Junior," they replied, turning to begin gathering the materials. Qin Ye took a moment to observe them before engaging in a conversation with Yanhong. "Yanhong, please sense the location of the nearest beast." "Of course, master." Yanhong responded promptly upon hearing Qin Ye's voice. Before long, she reported, "Master, there's a group of beasts beyond that northern mountain." "North, you say? What level are these beasts?" "Master, they are a pack of water viper beasts, led by a silver-tier water viper king." "Only silver-tier? Very well. Let us prepare to deal with them." At this moment, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui had finished gathering the materials and stood up. "Junior, have you decided where we shall go?" "Yes, behind that northern mountain." "What?" Both Nie Xiaorui and Yu Xiaowei looked bewildered at Qin Ye's words, uncertain of his intentions. Qin Ye, unfazed by their surprise, casually remarked, "You'll see when we get there." He then turned and departed, not contemplating further. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui quickly summoned their beasts and followed suit. With Yanhong providing real-time navigation, Qin Ye took his time, engaging in light-hearted banter with the two girls, completely devoid of the tension of impending battle against the beasts. Chapter 24. The Water Viper King Jr. Where are we headed? Nie Xiaorui asked as she noticed Qin Ye engrossed in conversation with his beast. Yu Xiaowei, feeling the awkward silence linger among the trio, hoped for Qin Ye to break the tension. Thus, she did not intervene in Nie Xiaorui's attempts to initiate conversation. Qin Ye, however, was not intentionally silent. Rather, Yanhong had informed him that the previously sensed group of water viper beasts had begun to move. Thus, he focused on communicating with Yanhong, concerned they might escape. Upon hearing Nie Xiaorui's inquiry, he broke his silence. "Sister Rue, you shall soon discover our destination." Noticing their puzzled expressions, he added, "Of course, if you find yourselves bored, we can engage in conversation. You, our junior here, is a hopeless straight man, utterly clueless about being considerate." Nie Xiaorui remarked after hearing Qin Ye's words, but chose not to respond directly to him, instead turning to Yu Xiaowei. This left Qin Ye utterly perplexed, unsure of where he had gone wrong. Yu Xiaowei also shot him a disapproving glance before joining Nie Xiaorui in conversation, leaving Qin Ye to wonder what had transpired. Despite feeling somewhat slighted, Qin Ye resolved to focus on his main objective, hunting the beasts. He was determined not to become a mere flatterer. Yet, if romance blossomed along the way, he would not shy away from it. However, he refused to play the role of a sycophant. Oh, look at that beautiful valley. Having just crossed the towering mountain before them, Yu Xiaowei was astonished to discover that the valley unfolding before her was nothing short of a secluded paradise. To describe it as a land filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoming of flowers, with picturesque scenery, would be an understatement. Indeed, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Nie Xiaowei, captivated by Yu Xiaowei's exclamation, also found herself rejoicing in the splendor of the vista. Qin Ye cast a glance around. The scenery was indeed delightful, yet he was uncertain how the two young women would react once he divulged the presence of monstrous beasts in the vicinity. Thus, he resolved to issue them a word of caution beforehand, lest they later seek explanations. Junior, why are you coughing? Have you been sneaking a treat? The playful banter from Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei left Qin Ye momentarily bewildered. Could such a remark be interpreted in that manner? If the two senior sisters were enamored with the landscape below, he suggested they venture to the valley beneath. With a hint of mischief, Qin Ye was eager to witness their expressions upon encountering the multitude of beasts that thrived in the area. Yes, let us hurry, Junior. The pair, oblivious to the underlying implications of Qin Ye's words, assumed he was conceding to their wishes, believing he too was eager to behold the breathtaking scenery below. To Qin Ye's amusement, the very same two who had earlier complained of fatigue and the need for a respite suddenly began to sprint ahead, urging him to hasten and not delay their enjoyment of the beautiful view. With a smile, Qin Ye quickly followed suit, refraining from informing them of the lurking dangers that awaited in the valley ahead. After half an hour, they finally approached the valley, where Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei could now clearly perceive the monstrous creatures that inhabited it. How is this possible? Junior, did you already know? Nie Xiaowei gazed at Qin Ye with wide, sparkling eyes. Even Yu Xiaowei began to realize that Qin Ye's earlier tone had hinted at prior knowledge. Her own eyes now fixed on him in curiosity. What does it matter if I knew? We are here now, aren't we? Qin Ye replied nonchalantly. Junior, you can handle these beasts, right? Noticing Qin Ye's indifference, Nie Xiaowei probed further. At that moment, the forest ahead began to stir ominously, signaling the approach of a formidable beast. Hiss! Qin Ye had long been prepared and felt no fear. Yanhong, leave no trace. He wished to avoid any gruesome scenes, so he instructed Yanhong to engage before the great serpent revealed itself. Starving and eager, Yanhong took flight at Qin Ye's command. Responding promptly, understood, master. Observing Qin Ye dispatching his beast, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei hurriedly summoned their own creatures. Junior, can we handle this? Yu Xiaowei asked anxiously. Rest assured, my dear senior sisters, it is merely a silver-tier water viper king. Yanhong can deal with it, Qin Ye reassured them. With his words, their apprehensions were alleviated. After all, Yanhong had previously vanquished silver-tier beasts, so a mere silver-tier would pose no challenge. Chapter 25. Water Shadow Valley with a sudden cacophony. The entire valley erupted into chaos. Flames, jets of water, and blades of wind filled the air, as debris, sand, earth, and trees whirled in a frenzied dance. Fortunately, the tumult did not persist long. Although Yanhong had been instructed to restrain her power, the tide of battle shifted as Nie Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei's beasts joined the fray. Before long, an entire horde of water vipers was vanquished. Junior, your beast is extraordinary. Despite having witnessed Yanhong's prowess before, Nie Xiaowei was still taken aback by the sheer ferocity displayed. Yanhong is just like that, Qin Ye replied. The more you praise her, the more arrogant she becomes. He relished engaging in light-hearted banter with the beautiful seniors, finding no objection to their playful chatter. Earlier, Yu Xiaowei had worried that they might struggle to control the situation, but seeing the three beasts effortlessly subduing the water vipers eased her concerns. Thus, when she overheard Qin Ye conversing with Nie Xiaowei, she felt compelled to interject. So, your beast is named Yanhong? What a lovely name! She exclaimed. Yes, that is her name, Qin Ye replied, not particularly impressed by the name he had chosen. He felt the need to clarify, lest they think him boastful. Junior, I truly believe Yanhong is a beautiful name. Nie Xiaowei chimed in, seemingly unaware of Qin Ye's desire to shift the topic. All right, Senior Rue, let's not be insincere. I am well aware of my own limitations. There is no need for such flattery. Just as Qin Ye finished speaking, Yanhong returned to inform him that all the beasts in the valley had been eliminated. Well then, my dear senior sisters, I had intended to chat a bit longer, but with the beasts dispatched, we must now get to work. Otherwise, we will have no time to rest tonight. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei readily agreed. After all, they had entered the secret realm with the sole purpose of hunting beasts. Now that the beasts were cleared, it was essential to attend to their remains. The various materials harvested from the beasts were incredibly valuable and immensely useful. Naturally, no one would forsake the slain creatures. The earlier batch of beast corpses that Qin Ye had carelessly neglected would be another matter entirely, for he had been unaware then. Junior, let us first take care of the beast corpses. With that, the two hurried off to attend to the remains. Ideally, if there had been fewer beasts, they could have simply collected the corpses. However, the current situation was quite different. The valley was teeming with beasts that needed to be cleared, and they had limited time before they could exit. Thus, the corpses could not be left behind, as they would have no means to store them. After all, some of these beast corpses measured upwards of 10 meters in length. Half an hour later, a weary Qin Ye finally reached the center of the valley. It was then that he learned this valley was called Water Shadow, a habitat for water vipers, and was rumored to hold treasures. However, despite sending Yanhong to search, she had returned empty-handed, leaving Qin Ye quite displeased. Initially, he had refrained from collecting the corpses of the water vipers, entrusting them to Yu Xiaowei and Ye Shirui, hoping to scour the valley for treasures while they worked. Yet, as fate would have it, he had enthusiastically searched the entire valley, only to uncover a meager few inconsequential herbs. As he contemplated further exploration, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Shirui returned after tidying up the aftermath. Noticing Qin Ye's furrowed brow, they inquired about the cause of his distress. Junior, you seem troubled. Have you discovered something? Yu Xiaowei asked. Sister Rui, have you finished your tasks? Qin Ye responded. Yes, everything has been cleared away, Yu Xiaowei affirmed with a nod. Simultaneously, Ye Shirui chimed in. Junior, you look quite pensive. Have you found anything of interest? Initially hesitant to divulge his thoughts, Qin Ye, upon hearing Ye Shirui's question, replied, It's nothing significant, merely that this valley is rather barren, devoid of treasures. At this revelation, both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Shirui understood the source of his gloomy demeanor, his disappointment in the absence of treasures. They quickly offered consolation. Junior, are you not aware of how arduous it is to find treasures? Given the state of this valley, if there were any treasures, they would have long been claimed by the myriad beasts that inhabit this area. There would be no opportunity left for us. Thus, they encouraged him not to dwell on the matter. Chapter 26. Shadows of the Secret Realm. I understand, sister. Of course, Qin Ye could not express his true feelings. Instead, he offered a perfunctory response to placate the two sisters and silence their incessant chatter. Observing that Qin Ye had acquiesced, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Shirui ceased their inquiries. So, what shall we do now, Junior? Ye Shirui, feeling fatigued from a day of traversing mountains and gathering materials, was weary. However, neither Qin Ye nor Yu Xiaowei suggested a rest, so she hesitated to express her own exhaustion directly. Thus, she hinted at her fatigue indirectly. Qin Ye, glancing at the sky, also felt it was time to rest. Therefore, he declared, let us find a place to rest today. We shall explore other areas tomorrow. Yu Xiaowei, upon hearing this, found merit in his suggestion and nodded in agreement. Yes, that seems wise. We are all quite weary, and with nightfall approaching, it would be unwise to continue our search. We should seek refuge. Otherwise, it may become unsafe after dark. At this moment, Ye Shirui felt a surge of joy as she thought to herself that they could finally rest. Let us hurry and find a place to rest. It will be difficult to locate one once night falls. Upon finishing her statement, she reached for Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei, eager to set off in search of a resting spot. Qin Ye, surprised by Ye Shirui's urgency, was about to question her haste when he realized her motivation. Thus, he promptly assured her, Sister Rui, fret not. I have already found a suitable resting place. We can proceed directly there. This location was one Qin Ye had discovered while Yu Xiaowei and the others dealt with the remains of the beasts. He had taken care to inspect a cave situated upon a cliff on the right side of the valley. The cave was approximately 50 square meters in area, with a height of 7 to 8 meters, ample enough for several individuals to rest comfortably. Upon hearing that Qin Ye had located a resting place, both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Shirui's faces brightened with delight. They thought to themselves that they would no longer need to expend time searching for a resting spot. Junior, please lead us to the resting place, Ye Shirui said, playfully tugging at Qin Ye's arm. Yu Xiaowei, too, gazed at him with eager eyes, silently urging him to guide them. All right, follow me, Qin Ye replied without further thought, leading Yu Xiaowei and Ye Shirui toward the cliff on the right side of the valley. Meanwhile, Yanhong flitted above him. Initially, she intended to showcase her prowess to Yu Xiaowei and Ye Shirui, but upon seeing their beasts tremble in fear at her presence, her interest waned. After a brief walk, they finally arrived at the location Qin Ye had mentioned. Upon entering, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Shirui promptly discarded the firewood they had collected along the way. Junior, you can take care of starting the fire, they said before busily preparing the cave for their rest. Qin Ye, unbothered, recognized that with Yanhong by his side, igniting a fire was as effortless as quenching thirst. He arranged the firewood and called out to Yanhong, Yanhong, come light the fire. Without even bothering to fly over, Yin Hong, from a distance, unleashed a fireball that soared toward the carefully stacked wood. With a whoosh and a thud, the fire ignited spectacularly. Observing the roaring flames, Qin Ye was at a loss for words. Yet, appreciating Yin Hong's performance, he generously tossed her a premium fire spirit stone and stored her back in the space for spirit beasts. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Qin Ye, a concealed chamber in the heart of the secret realm hosted a different scenario. My lord, there has been another significant appearance of beasts at the northern edge of the secret realm, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Has the scouting team from the Eagle clan returned? My lord, they have not. They too have disappeared at the edge of the secret realm. Oh, thud, thud, thud. The figure hidden in the shadows tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, creating a resounding echo. Ultimately, he declared, investigate further. I do not wish for any discrepancies in this operation. Understood, my lord. They replied hastily, retreating swiftly, eager to avoid lingering in the presence of their superior. Chapter 27. A horde of beasts approaches. Qin Ye remained oblivious to the unfolding events at the heart of the secret realm. At this moment, he was busy preparing dinner. Junior, are you nearly done? Just as Qin Ye finished marinating the beast meat, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei approached, their expressions reflecting surprise. Almost. Just a few more minutes until we can begin roasting, Qin Ye replied, continuing his work on the choice beast meat he had selected. Allow us to assist you. Yu Xiaowei, feeling a twinge of guilt at seeing Qin Ye labor alone, rolled up her sleeves, ready to lend a hand. However, as Qin Ye was nearing completion, he quickly declined, saying, Sister, it is nearly done. You need only wait for the meat to be prepared for roasting. Indeed, Sister Yu. Look how close Junior is to finishing the marination. Your efforts would only amount to a mere dabble. It is better for you to wait quietly, as I do, until Junior has completed his task. Nie Xiaowei chimed in, unabashedly treating herself as one of the group. Well, Qin Ye interjected, sensing the two were about to bicker again. All right, dear sisters, let us commence roasting the meat. Qin Ye now truly feared that these two individuals might engage in a quarrel, as he harbored a profound aversion to incessant chatter by his ears. Fortunately, upon hearing Qin Ye's words, the two astutely abandoned their previous topic and began to roast the meat he had prepared, which alleviated some of his worries. Before long, he too joined in the culinary endeavor. Junior, this barbecue is absolutely delectable, Nie Xiaowei exclaimed, devouring the roasted meat in a rather gluttonous manner, her words somewhat garbled. Indeed, it's delicious, senior, so do indulge, Qin Ye encouraged. Yes, it's quite tasty, please eat your fill. Even munching on meat cannot silence your chatter. While Qin Ye chose not to take offense, Yu Xiaowei was less than pleased. She noticed that in the brief moment she had taken to sip water, Nie Xiaowei had resumed her flirtatious antics towards Qin Ye. This was intolerable for her, as she abhorred the notion of being a sycophant, only to witness her friend acting as one right before her eyes. The discomfort surged through her, prompting her to retort sarcastically. Nie Xiaowei was momentarily silenced by Yu Xiaowei's remark, fully aware that her friend detested sycophants. Thus, upon hearing Yu Xiaowei's words, she was merely taken aback and refrained from retaliating. Qin Ye instantly sensed an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. In haste, he finished the meat in his hand and declared, Seniors, I'm full. Please, take your time. With that, he disregarded their reactions and swiftly slipped away outside. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei exchanged glances as they watched Qin Ye make his exit, and after a brief moment of mutual understanding, they resumed their meal. Xiaowei, I apologize for just now, Yu Xiaowei began. Oh, it's quite all right, Yu Jia. I wasn't bothered, Nie Xiaowei replied. Well, in that case. About an hour later, Qin Ye returned from outside. Seniors, haven't you taken a break yet? He asked. Junior, you're back. After engaging in further conversation, they eventually retired for the night. Naturally, this wasn't Earth. They couldn't afford to let their guard down entirely. Before sleeping, they released their beasts to serve as protectors. Upon the emergence of Yin Hong, Qin Ye noticed that she had grown considerably larger. However, due to his exhaustion from the evening, he felt drowsy and neglected to check Yin Hong's information. Instead, he simply instructed, Yin Hong, keep vigilant for any surrounding beasts. After issuing this command, he lay down to sleep. As dawn broke, Qin Ye was still in slumber when Yin Hong roused him. Master, wake up. Master. Startled by her voice, fearing an impending beast attack, Qin Ye sat up abruptly. What is it, Yin Hong? He inquired. Master, a significant number of beasts are approaching us. What? They're coming this way? Yes, they are. Moreover, it appears they intend to encircle us. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye's composure shattered. He pondered how the beasts had discerned their location. Yin Hong, can you gauge the strength of these beasts? Aware that he couldn't unravel these questions in the moment, he chose to set aside his concerns and focus on the impending threat. Master, the majority of the beasts I sense are at the 8th or 9th tier of bronze. The leader is merely at the 5th tier of silver. However, some among them exhibit significant energy fluctuations, and I cannot ascertain their true strength. And how many are there? Approximately 500. Initially, if it were merely 500 bronze-tier beasts and 1 or 2 silver-tier leaders, Qin Ye would not have deemed them a threat. However, upon hearing of the uncertain beasts among them, his instincts warned him that something was amiss. Thus, he hurriedly stood up. Yu Jie Xiaowei, he called out. What is it, Junior? After calling out several times, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei finally awakened. Upon seeing them awake, Qin Ye quickly conveyed, Yu Jie, Yanhong just reported that a large number of beasts are surrounding us. There are roughly 500, predominantly at the 8th or 9th bronze tier. The leading beast is at the 5th silver tier, but Yanhong sensed a significant concentration of power within this beast horde, which leads me to believe there is a conspiracy at play. He hastily relayed all the information he had gathered, urging the two to prepare for a fierce battle before he dashed out with Yanhong to assess the situation. Yanhong, what is the status? He inquired as he rushed out of the cave. Yanhong had already been monitoring the nearby beasts. Upon hearing Qin Ye's voice, she promptly responded, Master. The group of beasts I sensed has not approached us. They have halted about a kilometer away. They stopped? Yes, Master. They seem to be waiting for something. Hearing this only heightened Qin Ye's suspicions about the intentions of the beasts. As he contemplated their next move, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei rushed up from behind. Junior, what is the situation? They asked breathlessly before catching up to him. Having heard of the impending beast horde, Yu Xiaowei sensed that the matter was serious. Coupled with Qin Ye's subsequent remarks, she wasted no time in changing her attire and calling for Nie Xiaowei to follow him outside. Fortunately, as Beast Tamers, they were somewhat prepared for such circumstances, allowing them to swiftly gather their belongings and catch up to Qin Ye. When Qin Ye heard Yu Xiaowei's voice, he had not anticipated that they would catch up so quickly. Seniors, the aggressive beasts have halted about a kilometer from us. They stopped? It seems they are waiting for a grand move. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei did not question how Qin Ye had obtained real-time updates on the beasts, but suddenly, another question emerged in their minds. Junior, how did these beasts know our location? Qin Ye did not conceal anything from them. Seniors, I am uncertain of the specifics, but I suspect this secret realm harbors a problem. We might have been deceived. At that moment, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei remained unaware of the underlying issues with the secret realm. Since entering, they had been surrounded by beasts every night. Without Qin Ye's timely intervention the previous evening, they might have sustained injuries. They had found it peculiar how the beasts seemed to know their whereabouts. But Qin Ye's appearance had momentarily made them forget their suspicions. Yu Jie, Xiaowei, we must take the initiative. Otherwise, the situation will turn unfavorable for us. Originally, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei were reminiscing about the peculiar events they encountered upon entering the secret realm. However, upon hearing Qin Ye's words, they immediately regained their focus. All right, Junior, we shall set forth at once. 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the forefront of the encampment of the advancing demon beasts. They crouched atop a hillside, gazing down at the ominous throng of creatures below. Junior, doesn't it seem that the momentum of this horde of demon beasts differs from what we encountered previously? Yu Xiaowei remarked, observing the orderly formation of the demon army. Indeed, it does, Qin Ye replied. Not only is their formation precise, but their aura is also distinct, an unmistakable killing intent. Yes, precisely the killing intent, echoed Nie Xiaowei. At this juncture, the three fell into contemplative silence, fully aware that the assembly of demon beasts before them constituted the true military force of the demon clan, unlike the disorganized groups they had previously faced. It appears that our nation has unwittingly fallen into the demon clan's cunning trap, Yu Xiaowei deduced with remarkable composure, recognizing the insidious scheme behind the demon horde. Qin Ye, too, realized that the secrets the system had urged him to investigate were now beginning to unravel. Senior sister, we cannot remain idle. We must take action, otherwise, the situation will turn against us, Qin Ye proposed after a moment of thought. This notion, however, was not newly conceived. He had long resolved that regardless of what the demon army awaited, he would grant them no opportunity to escape unscathed. Upon hearing Qin Ye's declaration, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei responded without hesitation. Junior, we shall follow your lead. Whatever you suggest, we shall do. Taken aback by their fearless resolve, Qin Ye was momentarily bewildered. When had he suggested embarking on a suicidal mission? Very well, you sister, Nie sister. Let us first send Yanhong to launch a surprise attack, and then assess the situation. Both Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei nodded in agreement. Then let us commence. Qin Ye turned to Yanhong perched on his shoulder, instructing her, Yanhong, give them a taste of our strength. But be cautious not to reveal your full prowess. I still intend to fish. Qin Ye harbored a slight apprehension that Yanhong might inadvertently frighten their adversaries away with excessive force. prompting him to issue a reminder before her departure. Yin Hong, exuding confidence, nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Master, I know precisely what to do. Without allowing Qin Ye further opportunity for discussion, she took flight. After providing their own beasts with instructions, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei sent them forth as well. Once their beasts had departed, only the three of them remained. Junior, do you think we can win? Ye Xiaowei inquired, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. While she recognized Yin Hong's formidable strength, the sight of the densely packed demon beasts below stirred a sense of trepidation within her. Yu Xiaowei, on the other hand, displayed an impassive demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of victory. Fear not, Sister Rue. Even if we cannot triumph over this horde of demon beasts, we still possess the means to retreat, Qin Ye reassured her, despite his own belief that defeat was not an option. Just then, Yin Hong arrived at the forefront of the demon army. True to her reliability, she did not recklessly charge in. Instead, she perched on a nearby tree to observe the situation of the demon horde below. The army was comprised of several factions: the Flame Tiger clan, the Cangyue Wolf clan, the Porcupine clan, and the Giant Scorpion clan. The most formidable visible force was the Flame Tiger clan, led by the Tiger King Hu Yin, boasting a strength of Silver Tier 5, while the leaders of the other three factions were only Silver Tier 3. However, Qin Ye sensed that this demon army likely included a faction of flying demon beasts, yet no trace of them was apparent, prompting him to consider a surprise attack to gauge the army's reaction. In the next moment, standing atop the tree, Yin Hong detected no presence of other demon beasts nearby and suddenly launched herself into the air. Caw! Boom! Yin Hong's target was unmistakably the Flame Tiger clan's Tiger King, Hu Yin. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei's beasts, the Qingwan and Xiaomei, could not afford to be as audacious as Yin Hong. Given their current strength, they could only target minor soldiers within the horde, not daring to penetrate the heart of the army, as Yin Hong had done. Upon reaching the center of the demon army, Yin Hong unleashed a devastating attack. Phoenix swallows heaven and earth. With that, a mushroom cloud erupted at the core of the demon horde. The demon beast struck by Yin Hong's formidable move vanished instantaneously. Had Yin Hong possessed greater strength, the entire secret realm might have trembled beneath the force of her attack. Goodness! That reckless Yin Hong should have warned us before unleashing such a powerful move, Qin Ye exclaimed, instinctively pulling Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei down to the hillside to avoid the fallout. They were fortunate that Yin Hong had only utilized her Silver Tier 5 strength. Had she unleashed her full potential, he dreaded to think of the consequences. Once the dust settled, the trio climbed back to the summit to survey the remnants of the demon army, only to find themselves utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't this supposed to be a surprise attack? How has it turned into an annihilation? Junior, what kind of ultimate move did Yin Hong just unleash? Ye Xiaowei stammered, witnessing the devastation below where the once mighty demon army lay in ruins. The magnitude of the attack left her shaken. In contrast, Yu Xiaowei appeared more composed. Junior, is Yin Hong all right after that display? Though she recognized the might of Yin Hong's move, her primary concern centered on Yin Hong's current condition, as it directly impacted their fate. Qin Ye, attuned to the situation, swiftly assessed Yin Hong's status. Fortunately, she was unharmed. No need to worry, senior sister. I have confirmed that she is in good condition and it will not hinder our subsequent actions. However, both of you should check on your beasts to ensure they are uninjured. Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei realized their oversight. All right. We haven't even checked yet. Just as they established a mental connection with their beasts to ascertain their well-being, Yin Hong's voice reached Qin Ye with an unwelcome report. Master, I have detected a large number of demon beasts approaching us. The number is likely to exceed 10,000, and their strength is all at the Silver Tier. What? Over 10,000, and all Silver Tier? Qin Ye was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the entire secret realm's monstrous beasts were converging upon them? Chapter 30, Blood Battle, 3. Caw. Before Qin Ye could fully comprehend the situation, a multitude of black blood crows swooped down upon the battlefield. Junior, those are blood crows, exclaimed Yu Xiaowei. They are notorious among the monstrous beasts for their malevolence. How could they possibly appear here? The moment she laid eyes on the blood crows, Yu Xiaowei was struck with terror. Her previously composed demeanor shattered, giving way to panic. In truth, who could remain calm in such a predicament? The appearance of blood crows often heralded a harrowing fate. These creatures, known as malevolent beasts, were infamous for their brutality, and one could say that their emergence invariably yielded one of two outcomes. Either all living beings in their path would be annihilated, with not a single remnant left behind, or they would face complete extermination themselves. Among the monstrous beasts, blood crows were an atypical presence. They seldom participated in the actions of their kin, yet whenever they did, it was invariably a scene drenched in blood. Throughout the annals of Blue Star's history of beast taming, blood crows had only manifested 5 times, and each occurrence was synonymous with a massacre. The first appearance resulted in the tragic death of over 20 million citizens in the largest city of the Foot Basin Chicken, Sakura City, all within a single night, leaving behind not a trace of their remains. The second incident saw over 30 million citizens of the eastern urban cluster of Eagle Saw slaughtered, their corpses similarly erased. The third time, the capital city of the White Elephant Nation fell, leading to the massacre of 43 million citizens, including the nation's leader, with not a single body left to mourn. From this catastrophe, fewer than 100,000 individuals managed to escape, and the severity of this blood crow incident indirectly led to the downfall of the White Elephant Nation. The fourth occurrence devastated 2/3 of a city in the northern continent of Europe, resulting in casualties exceeding 60 million. This incident precipitated the formation of the European Union, prompting the continent to unite more closely for protection. The fifth and most severe blood crow incident to date transpired 20 years ago in Africa, obliterating over half of the continent's nations. Had it not been for the intervention of several elite beast tamers from the Xian nation, the entirety of Africa might have faced annihilation. Nevertheless, this assault resulted in casualties surpassing 200 million. Since that event, Africa has remained in a state of near extinction. Thus, who could remain unperturbed in the presence of blood crows, knowing that their arrival signified impending death? Fortunately, the Xian nation possessed experience in confronting blood crows, and all beast tamers were acutely aware of their vulnerabilities, specifically, that blood crows were averse to fire. It was precisely this knowledge that prevented Qin Ye from fleeing immediately. However, he remained exceedingly cautious. Upon spotting the blood crows, he promptly instructed, Sister Yu, Sister Rue, quickly summon Qingwan and Xiaomei back. The outside is far too perilous. We must find a place to take cover. Understood, Junior. We will call Qingwan and Xiaomei back at once. As for Yanhong, they knew she was a fire-type beast and therefore posed no threat to the blood crows. Moreover, they believed Yanhong's strength was sufficient to withstand the blood crow's assault. Thus, they hurriedly followed Qin Ye. There was no other choice. The blood crows were too dangerous. They needed to hide. Meanwhile, Yanhong had also detected the blood crow's presence, but felt no fear. As a divine beast phoenix, she inherently exerted dominion over such avian monstrosities. Furthermore, her elemental affinity naturally countered the blood crows, bolstering her confidence. Caw, caw. Following Qin Ye's command, Yanhong charged toward the flock of blood crows, launching an offensive against these vile beasts. Thus commenced a battle of one beast against a horde. Boom, whoosh. A volley of fire arrows surged toward the blood crows, igniting the sky in a crimson mist as the bodies of the blood crows plummeted from above. Caw. Simultaneously, the blood crows retaliated, though they feared fire. This did not deter them from assaulting fire-type beasts. Faced with the simultaneous onslaught of hundreds of blood crows, Yanhong did not dare to confront them head-on. After eliminating several dozen, she began to leverage her speed to evade their attacks. Whoosh! In a flash, Yanhong darted above the swarm of blood crows, unleashing another barrage of fire arrows before they could react. Boom! Dozens of blood crows were struck and exploded. However, in the next moment, the flock identified Yanhong's position, launching hundreds of dark brown arrows in her direction. Whoosh! Yanhong did not linger in one spot for long. After releasing her arrows, she swiftly vacated the area, causing the blood crow's assault to miss its mark. In the next instant, Yanhong reappeared to the left of the blood crows, resuming her barrage. Yet this time, the blood crows were prepared, resulting in fewer casualties than during her previous attacks. Of course, the reason for Yanhong's struggle and her reluctance to unleash her ultimate move was that it required time to gather strength. The blood crows would not afford her that opportunity. Furthermore, her ultimate attack, the phoenix swallowing heaven and earth, was far less potent in midair than on solid ground. Nevertheless, through her stealthy assaults, she could eventually clear the entire flock of blood crows. It would merely require additional time. After all, the blood crows were only at the silver tier. Were they not so peculiar, any other monstrous beast would have been utterly vanquished by Yanhong long ago, leaving her to avoid a game of cat and mouse with them. As for Qin Ye and his companions, they had taken refuge in a cave, observing Yanhong's fierce battle from its entrance. Outside the secret realm, beeping alarms echoed. What is happening? Why is the alarm from the secret realm sounding? Observers, are there any anomalies within the secret realm? Report, Captain, we are currently unable to ascertain the situation inside the secret realm. Upon receiving this message, Yu Cheng was thoroughly perplexed. He reiterated his inquiry. We still cannot observe the conditions inside? Yes, Captain. Since the entrance to the secret realm underwent changes 3 days ago, we have been unable to monitor the situation within, answered the communications officer and observer, Pang Qing, with unwavering resolve. Yu Cheng was increasingly agitated. He had been attempting to establish contact regarding the circumstances inside the secret realm, but to no avail. This only deepened his suspicion that the changes at the entrance 3 days prior were far from ordinary. Initially, they had believed that the alterations were merely a result of the number of individuals entering the secret realm reaching its limit, thus prompting the closure of the entrance. However, after so many days, there has been no news from the secret realm, and they have come to realize that the situation is far more complex than they initially thought. Adding to their concern, an alarm suddenly rang out from within the secret realm today, heightening their anxiety regarding the circumstances inside. Chapter 31. The secret realm is in chaos. Could it be that some unforeseen changes have occurred within the secret realm? The more Yu Qing contemplated, the more he felt the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly high. Thus, he immediately called out, Pang Qing, how many Beast Tamers are currently inside the secret realm? Pang Qing was momentarily taken aback, unsure why his captain would pose such a sudden inquiry. Nevertheless, he promptly replied, Report, Captain. There are currently 342,000 Beast Tamers within the secret realm. Pang Qing recalled these figures with remarkable clarity, enabling him to respond to Yu Cheng's question in an instant. Of course, he was acutely aware that, according to their previous calculations, the number of Beast Tamers anticipated to enter the secret realm was 1,120,000. However, due to the constraints of the secret realm's entrance, subsequent Beast Tamers had not been able to gain entry. At the time, they believed this to be a self-protective measure of the secret realm, designed to prevent the number of creatures inside from exceeding a certain threshold. Thus, they had not given the matter much thought, assuming that once the Beast Tamers inside had eliminated a sufficient number of demon beasts, the entrance would reopen. Yet, the current situation was evidently not as they had imagined. Yu Cheng was now quite troubled, as they were entirely in the dark about the circumstances within the secret realm. Moreover, it was clear that the situation was beginning to exceed their control. Lacking sufficient information from within, he found it difficult to ascertain whether they should activate the emergency protocol. After some deliberation, he decided to report the current situation to Governor Lin Shuya, leaving the decision of whether to initiate the emergency protocol to him. He dashed to the communication room and immediately began to contact Governor Lin Shuya of the southern frontier. Beep, beep. After a few beeping sounds, the communicator finally connected. Governor Lin, hello? I am Yu Cheng, the person in charge of the secret realm, and I have an urgent situation to report. On the other end, Lin Shuya recognized Yu Cheng's voice and, without hesitation, responded, Hello, Captain Yu. What urgent matter do you have to report? Being a provincial governor, he was well acquainted with various situations and remained composed, not flustered by Yu Cheng's declaration of urgency. Yu Cheng wasted no time and conveyed the current circumstances of the secret realm. Upon hearing that there was an issue within the secret realm, Lin Shuya immediately became serious. How many Beast Tamers do we have inside the secret realm? He needed to ascertain the situation thoroughly. Governor, there are currently 342,000 Beast Tamers in the secret realm. Upon hearing this number, Lin Shuya grew anxious and promptly replied, Activate the emergency protocol immediately. I am heading to the entrance of the secret realm right away. Without waiting for Yu Cheng's response, he hung up the communicator. Beep, beep. Realizing that the communication had been disconnected, Yu Cheng swiftly set down the device and began to arrange for the activation of the emergency protocol. Inside the secret realm, Yanhong was still in a standoff with the Blood Crows. Previously, she had been able to ambush and eliminate a few Blood Crows. But now the flock had become wary, detecting her presence each time she appeared. This made her ambushes increasingly difficult. One misstep could lead to being overwhelmed. And Qin Ye was reluctant to reveal Yanhong's true strength, as he sensed that there were still undisclosed elements within this secret realm. Therefore, he opted to hold back, and he did not find the current standoff unacceptable. In Qin Ye's perspective, the longer the standoff lasted, the more advantageous it would be for them. After all, the longer it continued, the fewer Blood Crows there would be, diminishing the threat to Yanhong. With this in mind, Qin Ye communicated telepathically with Yanhong. Yanhong, do not let these Blood Crows escape. If they wish to prolong the confrontation, so be it. We are not afraid of them wearing us down. Upon receiving Qin Ye's telepathic message, Yanhong understood his intent and responded, Understood, Master. I will ensure they remain. Good, I understand. Be cautious, Yanhong. Do not let the Blood Crows injure you. Yes, Master, I will be careful. Just as Qin Ye concluded his communication with Yanhong, Yu Xiaowei interjected, Senior, what should we do now? Nie Xiaowei chimed in alongside. Yes, Senior, what are our next steps? Seniors, do not fret, with Yanhong here. We are in no danger. Given the current circumstances, we are not intimidated by a prolonged standoff with the Blood Crows. The longer it drags on, the more it favors us. Sensing their potential concern, Qin Ye continued to elaborate. Yanhong is the one on the offensive. She holds the advantage. The Blood Crows, on the other hand, are wary of Yanhong's ambushes, which keeps them on high alert. Over time, they will inevitably succumb. Hearing Qin Ye's reasoning, they began to comprehend. We understand, Senior. However, isn't it somewhat unwise to wait indefinitely? Although they recognized that time favored Yanhong's ability to eliminate the blood crows, Yu Xiaowei still harbored concerns about potential unforeseen events arising from prolonged waiting. Chapter 32. The Bewildered Demon Beast Clan. Regarding Yu Xiaowei's apprehension, Qin Ye had also considered this aspect. This was one of the reasons he refrained from revealing Yanhong's strength. He intended to use the blood crows to bait their enemies. He did not believe that the demon beasts orchestrating this secret realm incident would fail to come to the aid of the blood crows. Senior, while it is true that prolonged waiting may lead to unforeseen circumstances, what if it is our reinforcements? Qin Ye's assertion held merit. After all, the commotion caused by the blood crows and Yanhong could not have gone unnoticed. As long as someone detected it, reinforcements would undoubtedly arrive. Of course, this was merely a reassurance for Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei. Qin Ye genuinely hoped no one would come to snatch away his rewards. You are correct, Senior. Such a significant disturbance should indeed attract reinforcements. Indeed, in the eastern part of the secret realm, Captain, we have received word from Huadiao. A large number of blood crows have appeared and are currently heading north within the secret realm. Upon hearing Qin Ye's report, Qi Ming was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing the term blood crows, he thought he must have misheard. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What? Did you say a large number of blood crows have appeared?" Qin Ye understood her captain's astonishment, having felt similarly shocked at the initial revelation. Thus, she was unfazed by Qi Ming's dramatic reaction and reiterated, "Captain, Huadiao reported that a considerable number of blood crows have emerged in the secret realm, and they are now heading north." Qi Ming grasped the situation, but the clarity only fueled his concern. "Qin Ye, are we still unable to establish contact with the outside of the secret realm? In the wake of such a colossal incident, the gravity of the situation within the secret realm was palpable to all, yet communication with the outside world remained utterly severed. Qin Ye recognized that this was beyond their capacity to rectify. The realm now resembled a stagnant pool, incapable of transmitting any information. "Captain, given the current circumstances, it appears we have been ensnared in a trap," he remarked. "I suspect chaos has already erupted outside the realm, and they are likely attempting to establish contact with us as well." Sighing, he continued, "I understand, but the situation has escalated to a perilous level. Firstly, the feral beasts within this realm are far more formidable than the intelligence we received indicated. Secondly, it seems that the beast kin are aware of our location within the realm. Moreover, the emergence of the blood crows, a vile breed of beast, has me concerned that by the time help arrives from outside, there may be few of us left." Qin Ye shared similar sentiments, and after Qi Ming articulated his thoughts, both fell into a contemplative silence. After a prolonged pause, Qi Ming finally spoke. "Qin Ye, please inform Lingyue and Chun Lai to move northward. It is time for us to take action. Even if we must face death, we shall seize a piece of flesh from the beast kin." Qin Ye held no objections to Qi Ming's decision. As beast tamers of the Xia kingdom, it was their duty to eliminate feral beasts in defense of their homeland. "Understood, Captain. I shall set off at once." With that, Qin Ye turned and departed. Once Qin Ye had left, Qi Ming also prepared to leave. Outside the realm, Lin Xuye swiftly arrived at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Yu Cheng immediately approached and said, "Governor." Lin Xuye, however, remained silent, gesturing for Yu Cheng to disregard him as he independently inspected the entrance. Although unsure of Lin Xuye's intentions, Yu Cheng chose to follow his lead. "Captain Yu, has there been any change at the entrance?" Lin Xuye inquired. "Governor, our personnel have been observing diligently, yet there has been no sign of alteration," Yu Cheng reported. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuye, seemingly lost in thought, inadvertently placed his hand upon the entrance's shimmering barrier, murmuring, "No changes at all." He then concentrated all his mental energy on the barrier, seeking any trace of information. Within the realm, numerous beast tamers had noted the changes among the beast kin, aligning their resolve with Qi Ming's. Even if death awaited them, they would ensure the beast kin paid a price. Consequently, the entire realm descended into chaos. In less than a morning, over 3 million feral beasts were ruthlessly slaughtered. "Master, this morning, 3 million feral beasts were annihilated," reported a subordinate. "And the blood crows have encountered difficulties as well. 300 have already been killed." Stunned by this news, the creature seated above roared in disbelief. "What did you say? How is that possible? How could that diminutive band of humans possibly harm our magnificent beast kin?" Its voice, an echo of rage, sent tremors through the ranks of lesser beasts below, rendering them momentarily speechless. "Master," stammered a subordinate, struggling to articulate a response. The shadowy figure above, clearly irritated, waved dismissively and bellowed, "Begone." Chapter 33. the golden second stage. Merely sitting ducks, I shall see what tumult you can stir. The figure, observing the fleeing subordinate, muttered to itself. Although initially infuriated upon receiving the news, it had since regained composure. After all, this was its territory. A reduction in the number of feral beasts was tolerable. As for the blood crows, their presence was perplexing. It could not fathom how someone within this realm could eliminate the very crows it had painstakingly summoned. Nevertheless, it resolved to take decisive action. Raging lion. The figure called out to the wall, and a massive, flame-colored lion appeared in the grand hall. Master. Upon its emergence, the raging lion bowed slightly in deference. The shadowy figure waved aside the sheer veil before addressing the raging lion. Raging lion. I need you to venture to the site where the blood crows were attacked and eliminate all human beast tamers present. Clearly, the figure's words left no room for negotiation. It was an unequivocal command. The raging lion emanated an aura of the golden second stage but dared not utter a word, simply nodding respectfully in acknowledgement. Understood, master. It then vanished from the grand hall. Meanwhile, Qin Ye was still engaged in battle with the blood crows when suddenly, he felt a shift in the atmosphere. Master, I sense a golden stage beast approaching us, Yin Hong relayed. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye's heart tightened, realizing that the hidden hand behind this chaos could no longer remain idle. Reflecting for a moment, he communicated with Yin Hong. Can you pinpoint the origin of this aura? Yes, master. I can sense it is emerging from the central pond of the realm, but I cannot discern more than that, Yin Hong responded after a brief pause. Qin Ye felt that having a general location sufficed. An exact pinpoint was unnecessary. He quickly replied, very well, Yin Hong. Feel free to unleash some of your strength and eliminate the blood crows before the golden stage beast arrives. After all, one cannot fish without bait, otherwise the fish would not bite. Upon receiving Qin Ye's directive, Yin Hong replied, understood, master. With that, she began to strategize an assault on the blood crows, who remained oblivious and believed Yin Hong was merely stalling for time. However, in the next moment, they were taken aback. Yin Hong's aura suddenly intensified, and although they could not ascertain the extent of her newfound strength, an unsettling sense of foreboding enveloped them. Whoosh! Without warning, Yin Hong launched into action. Her speed more than doubled from before. In this single engagement, the blood crows, who had long evaded casualties, lost over a dozen of their number. Even Yu Xiaowei and Nye Xiaowei, observing the battlefield from below, were left astounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Junior, did Yin Hong just grow stronger? Yu Xiaowei inquired. It feels as though she has significantly increased her power. Faced with their astonishment, Qin Ye refrained from disclosing Yin Hong's true situation. Instead, he offered a fabricated explanation, saying, Sister Yu, Sister Rui, Yin Hong just leveled up again. She is now at Silver 6 stage. Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, both Yu Xiaowei and Nye Xiaowei were rendered speechless, their minds racing in disbelief. Junior, you mean Yin Hong broke through during battle, and she reached Silver 6 stage? Qin Ye maintained a stoic demeanor, nodding as he affirmed, Indeed. Indeed. Yin Hong has made remarkable strides in battle and has now attained the prowess of a Silver 6th tier. Only upon receiving confirmation from Qin Ye did they fully believe it. Yin Hong is truly formidable, at last. We need not endure a prolonged confrontation with this flock of blood crows. Initially, Qin Ye had no intention of shattering their delightful illusions. However, considering the formidable golden tier beasts that might soon appear, he felt compelled to disclose the truth. After all, he could not ascertain whether the emergence of such a beast posed a threat to their safety. Thus, for their protection, Qin Ye reluctantly interrupted their blissful reverie, stating, Ahem. Senior Yu, Senior Rui, just now Yin Hong informed me that she sensed an exceptionally strong presence approaching us. He refrained from mentioning that the approaching beast was of golden tier, merely indicating that it was a creature of considerable strength. As for what followed, he decided to take things as they came. After all, he could hardly afford the luxury of meticulously planning each step. What? Are you saying that a highly powerful beast is coming to assist the blood crows? Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, Yu Xiaowei grew somewhat agitated. She had just entertained the notion that the situation would simplify, only to be confronted with the news of another incoming beast of substantial strength. This revelation left her feeling quite flustered. Chapter 34. The arrival of the frenzied lion. Fear not, senior sisters. Yin Hong has assured me that she can handle it. The reason I mention this is merely to inform you of the impending beast attack, so you need not panic. Qin Ye was also concerned about Yu Xiaowei and Nye Xiaowei continuously fretting over the approaching beast, hence his repeated reassurances. At that moment, the blood crows in the sky were nearly vanquished by Yin Hong. Had she not feared that the strong presence she sensed would arrive after she eliminated the remaining crows, she would have already dispatched them. After Qin Ye's explanation, Yu Xiaowei felt a sense of relief. Junior, is everything you said true? You aren't deceiving us, are you? Seeing that both of them still harbored doubts and feared that Qin Ye might be misleading them, they could not help but seek further confirmation. Qin Ye, somewhat exasperated, wondered when he had ever deceived them. Their expressions conveyed an unmistakable distrust. Senior Yu, Senior Rue, do you truly think I would deceive you? This information was relayed to me by Yin Hong herself. Do you genuinely believe she would jest with her own life? At last, Yu Xiaowei and her companion were convinced that Long San was not misleading them. All right, Junior, we believe you. But are you certain you do not require our assistance? Rest assured, Senior. It's merely a somewhat stronger beast. Yin Hong can certainly manage it, and besides, the strengths of Xiao Mei and Qing Wan are insufficient. Sending them in would likely complicate matters. Qin Ye was also wary of Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, potentially sending Xiao Mei and Qing Wan to their doom. Hence he did not relent. At this point, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were at a loss for words. Yu Xiaowei, Ye Xiaowei, Outside the secret realm, Lin Shuya meticulously examined the entrance and finally uncovered a clue regarding the seal on the entrance. I underestimated you all. Lin Shuya now firmly believed he had acted rashly regarding the secret realm, falling into the trap laid by the Beast clan. He had initially thought this was a simple secret realm, but it was evident now that he had grossly underestimated the audacity of the Beast clan. Without further ado, Lin Shuya departed from the entrance and immediately sought out Yu Cheng. Captain Yu, maintain close vigilance regarding the situation within the secret realm. As of now, I cannot open the entrance from the outside, so I must consult the third elder. Thus, he entrusted the matter to Yu Cheng. Lin Shuya did not disclose the full truth. After inspecting the entrance, he realized that breaking the seal from the outside would be exceedingly challenging, and the cost could greatly harm the Summer Nation. Moreover, this was merely a minor concern. What troubled him most was that even if they managed to open the entrance, there was a fear that, like before, only Beast Tamers under the age of 20 would be permitted entry. In such a case, what would it matter if they succeeded in opening the entrance? Therefore, he needed to seek counsel from the elders of the Summer Nation. Yu Cheng was entirely unaware of the intricacies involved and merely assumed that opening the entrance would require some effort, hence Lin Shuya, the governor, needed to consult the third elder. Consequently, he nodded in agreement. Yes, Governor. I will ensure the safety of this place. Lin Shuya did not linger, quickly outlining a few matters before departing from the Wushan mountain range to find the third elder. Within the secret realm, Yin Hong had finally eradicated the entire flock of blood crows. Before she could catch her breath, she immediately transmitted a message to Qin Ye. Master, Yin Hong has sensed what kind of beast is approaching us. Before Qin Ye could respond, she continued, Master, it is a golden second-tier lion. Now Qin Ye felt at ease. A golden second-tier lion posed no challenge for Yin Hong. Yin Hong, are you sure you can handle it? Despite his confidence in Yin Hong's capabilities, he could not help but express concern. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Hong replied, Master, rest assured. I can sense from its aura that it is no match for me, and its strength is significantly inferior. Qin Ye was genuinely surprised that Yin Hong could joke with him, which put him at ease. He was about to inquire how far away the lion was when Yin Hong's voice reached him again. Master, it is quite close now. I am ready to have some fun with it. In the end, he could only begrudgingly acquiesce to Yin Hong's request to engage with the lion. All right, you may go, but do exercise caution. Master, I understand. With that, without waiting for Qin Ye to say anything further, she took off into the sky. Upon witnessing Yin Hong's departure, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei turned their attention to Qin Ye, inquiring, Junior, where is Yin Hong headed? Qin Ye did not conceal the truth and replied directly, She has gone to confront the lion. The lion? Oh, the one she sensed earlier? It has arrived? Yes. Yin Hong indicated that it is approaching us, so she intends to meet it. Should we follow to observe? This was something Qin Ye had not anticipated, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to take a look. Then let us go see. It will be enlightening to witness how Yin Hong toys with this lion. Having grown accustomed to Qin Ye's nonchalant demeanor, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei nodded without much surprise. Let us hurry. Without any objection, Qin Ye led the way into the cave. Onward. Chapter 35. The lion's demise. Hurry. They are about to clash. Seeing the two lingering, Qin Ye could no longer contain his impatience and urged them on. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei both believed that Qin Ye was speaking earnestly, thinking that Yin Hong was on the verge of engaging in battle with the demon beasts. Thus, they hastily gathered their belongings and followed Qin Ye, anxious not to miss this grand confrontation. Meanwhile, Qi Ming and his group had already moved 10 kilometers north. Captain, Huadiao has relayed information that the demon beasts are exhibiting signs of retreat. What is happening? Huadiao's team had just spotted a cluster of demon beasts, yet the creatures seemed indifferent to their presence, heading instead towards the center of the secret realm. Even when Huadiao attempted an ambush, the beasts ignored them, abandoning the corpses of their companions in their haste to flee. Upon receiving Qin Ye's report, Qi Ming fell into deep contemplation. He needed to understand the situation regarding these demon beasts, otherwise it would pose significant danger to their small team. However, the information from Huadiao's group left him utterly perplexed regarding the beast's intentions. Did Huadiao mention anything about the blood crows? Qi Ming was particularly concerned about the emergence of these blood crows within the secret realm, fearing potential unforeseen circumstances. Thus, he inquired periodically, "No. They are also asking us if we have discovered any traces of the blood crows. Have they vanished again? How could it be that after such a long time, we have found not a single clue?" Qi Ming was baffled. Since they had first detected the blood crow's trail, they had begun to track them. Although they might have encountered interruptions along the way, it was implausible that they had uncovered absolutely no evidence. Qin Ye understood his captain's urgency and refrained from disturbing him, waiting quietly. Suddenly, it seemed Qi Ming had an epiphany. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming joyfully, "I've figured it out. I've figured it out." While Qin Ye remained bewildered, Qi Ming continued, "Qin Ye, contact Huadiao immediately and instruct him to follow the group of demon beasts they have discovered." Qin Ye stared at Qi Ming, perplexed, unsure of his captain's reasoning. "Captain, why? Why should we pursue those demon beasts?" Qi Ming did not conceal his revelation. "Haven't we been relentlessly pursued by the demon beasts? We've slain quite a few, yet they have incessantly hunted us down. Now they are fleeing? Do you comprehend what this signifies? It undoubtedly indicates that something is summoning them, compelling them to evade us rather than engage in battle." After Qi Ming's explanation, Qin Ye grasped the situation at last. Without hesitation, he turned and began contacting his teammates. Meanwhile, Yin Hong had already spotted the approaching demon beast, the Mad Lion. Its crimson body resembled one engulfed in flames, and its imposing stature rendered it quite formidable. As it noticed Yin Hong, it believed it could easily dispatch her. However, Yin Hong suddenly unleashed a formidable aura. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, the Mad Lion immediately recognized that it was no match for Yin Hong. This sense of suppression was unmistakable. It was a bloodline dominance that stifled any thoughts of resistance. Yin Hong, unfazed, charged directly at her opponent. In a flash, Yin Hong transformed into a blazing rocket, hurtling towards the Mad Lion. Just as Qin Ye and the others emerged, poised to cheer her on, they witnessed Yin Hong's descent. They had anticipated a prolonged struggle between her and the Mad Lion, hence they paid little mind to her initial charge. Yet, in the next moment, they were left in astonishment. As Yin Hong barreled towards the Mad Lion, waves of flames erupted forth. Boom. The next instant, they beheld the Mad Lion's body soaring through the air. Clap. The Mad Lion, having been thrown several meters away, lay motionless. What is happening? Has the Mad Lion perished just like that? How utterly pathetic. Where is the formidable foe we were promised? A torrent of incredulous words swirled in Qin Ye's mind. Chapter 36. Turmoil in the Secret Realm. Is it dead? Has the Mad Lion truly met its end? For a moment, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei could hardly contain their excitement as they witnessed the Mad Lion's flight. Observing its prolonged stillness, Yin Hong too was bewildered. She felt she had not exerted herself to such a degree. How could it have been sent flying without recovering? Qin Ye, noting the Mad Lion's failure to rise, began to entertain suspicions. Could this lion truly be so weak? Yin Hong, go check if the beast is truly dead. Be cautious. Do not fall into any traps. Qin Ye instructed Yin Hong with great care, fearing she might be deceived by the lion. Hearing her master's words, Yin Hong understood it was time to investigate. Otherwise, they might be caught off guard. Understood, master, she replied, and cautiously flew towards the Mad Lion. In the subterranean palace at the heart of the secret realm, my lord, the Mad Lion is dead, the ghost serpent stammered as it entered the grand hall, addressing the shadow seated above. Upon hearing this news, the shadow paused in surprise before replying, "Dead? Yes, just now my subordinate detected the dissipating remnants of its soul energy," the ghost serpent explained cautiously. Fearing its master might unleash their wrath upon it, the shadow above remained silent, lost in thought. Seeing the prolonged silence, the ghost serpent timidly lifted its gaze to sneak a glance at the figure above. Assured that it still lingered, it cautiously lowered its head to maintain its position. After a lengthy contemplation, the shadow finally spoke. "If it is dead, then let it be. Instruct Xuanhu and Yuanying to return to the sacred land and ensure its safety." Upon hearing its master speak, the ghost serpent breathed a sigh of relief. Understood, it replied respectfully before cautiously exiting the grand hall. At this moment, the shadow above murmured to itself, "It appears that another remarkable genius has emerged from the Summer Kingdom. Will this plan once again falter? How foolish of me to underestimate the talents of the Summer Kingdom." Back with Qin Ye, as Yin Hong approached the Mad Lion, she did not immediately check its condition. Instead, she circled around it cautiously. Of course, had Qin Ye not needed to preserve the mad lion's corpse for its considerable value, she would have acted differently, perhaps striking it down with a few powerful blows. However, the corpse of a golden-tier demon beast was indeed a rarity throughout the Summer Kingdom, making it quite valuable. Most notably, the lion, as a royal-class demon beast, was not something commonly encountered, far superior to ordinary creatures. Naturally, it was under such circumstances that Qin Ye had devised this plan. Otherwise, he would not have been so reckless as to send his beast into such peril. Junior, perhaps it would be wiser to allow Yin Hong to unleash a few more powerful moves. Although this lion appears to be quite valuable, proceeding in such a manner is undeniably perilous. Upon witnessing Yin Hong's actions, Yu Xiaowei realized that it was Qin Ye who had instructed her to test the ferocious lion's condition. Nie Xiaowei chimed in, indeed. Junior, this is far too dangerous. Such incidents have occurred in the past. I recall one from last year, where a reckless attempt to salvage a demon beast's corpse led to tragic consequences for the beast master involved. Qin Ye was well aware of the incident Nie Xiaowei referred to, as it had been documented in textbooks as a classic case. How could he, Qin Ye, be oblivious to it? Demon beasts have frequently deceived beast masters under the guise of feigned death, ultimately turning the tables with deadly consequences. Nevertheless, Qin Ye held faith in Yin Hong's capabilities, and he recognized that this lion was indeed a rare find. Observing its appearance, he surmised that there was a 70 to 80% likelihood that it possessed the bloodline of a golden lion. This lineage was not to be underestimated. While it paled in comparison to the revered divine beasts of the Xia Kingdom's history, an adult golden lion was nonetheless a royal-level demon beast, exuding an air of regality. Thus, its prowess among royal-level demon beasts was exceptional. This was precisely why Qin Ye valued it so highly. After all, such a lion could command a price of 10 million Xia coins. Rest assured, Senior Yu and Senior Nye, I am not foolish enough to put Yin Hong in jeopardy. Yin Hong is my treasure. I would never risk her. Understanding their good intentions, Qin Ye felt compelled to clarify. Simultaneously, he established a connection with Yin Hong. Yin Hong, what do you assess the lion's strength to be? Is there any possibility it could inflict harm upon you? Yin Hong, having approached the ferocious lion for a closer inspection, was somewhat taken aback when she received Qin Ye's message. However, she did not withhold her thoughts from him and replied, Master, you need not worry. The lion's strength is rather mediocre. It would be a fanciful notion for it to pose any threat to me. Hearing this, Qin Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, he suddenly realized that his eye of investigation was ineffective from his current distance. Consequently, he hastily called out to Yin Hong, Wait a moment, Yin Hong. Allow me to assess the situation further. With that, he attempted to utilize his eye of investigation to scan the fallen lion before Yin Hong, only to find that the distance was too great for it to function properly. Thus, he decided to move closer. Junior, what are you doing? As expected, the moment he shifted, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei took notice. Given their expressions, Qin Ye knew that if he admitted he intended to examine the lion up close, they would undoubtedly disallow his approach. Therefore, he opted for a fib, stating, Senior, I merely need to relieve myself. Once they believed he was merely attending to personal needs, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei allowed him to depart. However, as he left, they cautioned him, Be careful, Junior, there are numerous demon beasts in the secret realm. Do not be caught off guard. I am aware, Senior, I am not foolish. He replied, and then stealthily maneuvered around the back. 10 minutes later, Qin Ye finally reached a proximity where he could investigate the ferocious lion. Chapter 37. The four great royal demon beasts. Upon entering the range suitable for the eye of investigation, Qin Ye directed his gaze toward the lion lying on the ground. Species, Golden Lion level, Golden second tier, combat power, 2,356 points, current status. Deceased. Noticing the apparent difference in the display compared to the data he had previously gathered on Yin Hong, Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback. However, upon seeing that the status of the lion was marked as deceased, he felt a sense of relief and dismissed any concerns about the format. Without dwelling on the changes in the eye of investigation, he transmitted to Yin Hong, Yin Hong, you may cautiously approach the lion now and examine its condition. Although he had already gleaned from the eye of investigation that the lion was dead, Qin Ye remained apprehensive and urged Yin Hong to exercise caution. Hearing Qin Ye's message, Yin Hong did not hesitate. She had been prepared to act since he had previously called for a pause. Without lingering, she gracefully flew toward the corpse of the lion. On the other hand, upon witnessing Yin Hong's movement, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei's alarm escalated. Sister Yu, why has Yin Hong suddenly started moving? Wasn't Junior supposed to be in the restroom? Before Nie Xiaowei could finish her sentence, an ominous feeling crept into her mind. Could it be that Junior deceived us? He didn't go to the restroom at all. He must be up to something. Yu Xiaowei found her friend's sudden realization amusing, although she had initially been caught off guard by Qin Ye's ruse. Her suspicions had grown as he took an unusually long time to return. Now, with Yin Hong in motion, her certainty solidified. Since he has made this choice, we ought to trust him. Yu Xiaowei bore no ill will toward Qin Ye and did not complain about his actions. She simply did not understand why he had chosen to conceal his intentions. However, it was too late for such thoughts. Come on, Xiaowei, let us go see the lion. I too wish to uncover its origins, she urged, leading the way. Ye Xiaowei had no time for further contemplation and hurriedly followed Yu Xiaowei toward the lion's corpse. As Yin Hong drew near the lion's body, she extended her claws to turn it over. Master, Yin Hong has confirmed that it is lifeless. After ascertaining the lion's demise, Yin Hong promptly relayed the information to Qin Ye. Upon receiving her message, Qin Ye finally felt a sense of complete ease. All right, Yin Hong, wait for me there. I shall be with you shortly. Without hesitation, Qin Ye moved swiftly. Had it not been for his earlier concerns about disrupting their plans, he would have already arrived at the location. Now, unrestrained by caution, he reached Yin Hong's side in a mere minute or two. Immediately, he affectionately ruffled Yin Hong's head, signaling his fondness. Chirp! Yin Hong reveled in Qin Ye's affection, eagerly snuggling into his embrace. Once he held her close, Qin Ye began to examine the fallen lion. Just as he descended, Yu Xiaowei and the others finally caught up. From a distance of several meters, Ye Xiaowei questioned Qin Ye. Junior, why did you deceive us? Do you not trust us? She had intended to reach out and touch the lion's body, but the sudden query from Ye Xiaowei halted Qin Ye in his tracks. Looking up to explain, he replied, What do you mean, senior? I have no distrust toward you. I have only just arrived. At that moment, Yu Xiaowei and the others reached the lion's corpse. Observing the lion, which was nearly the size of a small truck, Yu Xiaowei turned to Qin Ye and spoke. Junior, do not heed Xiao Rui's unfounded claims. We harbor no ill will towards you. Before Qin Ye and Ye Xiaowei could respond, she continued, By the way, Junior, this lion is quite remarkable. I assent it. Upon seeing it, I am struck by an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as though I have encountered it before. Upon hearing Yu Xiaowei's remark, Ye Xiaowei couldn't help but shift her gaze towards the corpse of the ferocious lion. This glance was enough to evoke astonishment. Isn't this the ferocious lion, one of the 4 great beast kings under the Blood Crow Demon Emperor's second son, Prince Shuesu, as documented in the bestiary? Upon hearing Ye Xiaowei's words, Yu Xiaowei immediately came to the same realization. Indeed, this is truly the ferocious lion. Wasn't it said that the ferocious lion is a Tier 2 golden beast? How? Suddenly, Yu Xiaowei seemed to grasp something profound. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she turned her gaze towards the enchanting Yin Hong in Qin Ye's embrace, stammering, Yin Hong, what tier is she? Her inquiry instantly captured Ye Xiaowei's attention, and she too realized the implications. Right, the ferocious lion is indeed a Tier 2 golden beast. Does that not imply that Yin Hong is at least a tamer of the golden tier? Struggling to accept her own conjecture, Ye Xiaowei rubbed her eyes repeatedly. Qin Ye did not delve into the subject of Yin Hong's strength, but instead focused on the mention of the 4 great beast kings by Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei. Senior Yu, what do you mean by the 4 great beast kings? Yu Xiaowei understood that Qin Ye had not yet entered university and thus was unfamiliar with the bestiary. Prompting her to explain, it is entirely normal that you are unaware, Junior Qin. The matters we discuss are typically learned at university. However, since you inquired, allow me to elucidate. The so-called 4 great beast kings refer to the 4 sovereign beasts assigned by the Blood Emperor to his second son, Prince Shuesu. These 4 beasts possess unique bloodlines, being descendants of the royal bloodline of the Beast clan. Hence, we humans refer to them as the 4 great beast kings. Apart from this ferocious lion, the others include the Xian tiger, the Yuan eagle, and the ghost serpent. Among them, the Xian tiger is the mightiest, likely at Tier 4 golden, while both the ferocious lion and the Yuan eagle are at Tier 2 golden. As for the ghost serpent, its abilities are rather peculiar, making it the weakest, possibly just having broken through to the golden tier. Yu Xiaowei freely shared all the information she had regarding the 4 great beast kings. Does that mean this incident in the secret realm is orchestrated by Prince Shuesu? Qin Ye immediately voiced his speculation after hearing Yu Xiaowei's explanation. Both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were taken aback. Indeed, if this was the case, the secret realm incident was indeed manipulated by Prince Shuesu, especially since one of his 4 great beast kings was already present here. If this lion is indeed the ferocious lion, then your conjecture stands correct. Although Yu Xiaowei was reluctant to believe that the secret realm incident was orchestrated by the beasts, the circumstances suggested otherwise. By the way, Senior Yu, what tier is Prince Shuesu? Do you think we have any chance of subduing him? Qin Ye had lost interest in the remaining 3 beast kings, considering that the ferocious lion was dispatched by Yin Hong in a single strike, indicating that the remaining 3 beast kings might not be formidable either. Thus, he shifted his focus towards Prince Shuesu. Upon hearing Qin Ye's question, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were utterly dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Qin Ye would entertain such thoughts. However, when they glanced at the corpse of the ferocious lion, they began to understand Qin Ye's reasoning. Yin Hong had dispatched the ferocious lion with merely one strike, which led them to believe the remaining 3 Beast Kings were not as daunting as previously thought. Junior, you might still have a glimmer of hope regarding the remaining 3 Beast Kings, but don't entertain thoughts of Prince Shuesu. After all, he is the son of the Beast Clan's emperor. How could he possibly lack survival skills? As for his strength, we humans only possess a rough estimate. Likely around Tier 2 Golden. However, if you intend to capture him, the opportunity has likely passed. He may have already fled. I even suspect he left the secret realm the moment you dispatched the ferocious lion. Alright, perhaps I was overthinking it, Qin Ye mused. Realizing that since Prince Shuesu was aware of a tamer capable of defeating the ferocious lion, he would certainly avoid taking unnecessary risks. However, it was likely that the other 3 Beast Kings remained, as the ferocious lion ranked only 3rd among them. It was probable that Prince Shuesu had left behind a contingency plan, hoping it would be sufficient to deal with this unknown tamer. Yet, he likely did not anticipate that Qin Ye was far beyond the capabilities of his backup plan. Since capturing Prince Shuesu is no longer an option, let us proceed to confront the remaining 3 Beast Kings. After collecting the corpse of the ferocious lion, Qin Ye turned to Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei to discuss their next course of action. Junior, do you know the whereabouts of the Shin Tiger and the others? You should go and confront them. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were momentarily stunned, believing Qin Ye was about to abandon the opportunity. They were surprised to discover he intended to seek out the remaining Beast Kings. Qin Ye, however, had no intention of overthinking it and directly explained, Senior Yu, Senior Rue. Since I mentioned this, I must have already located their positions. Junior, how do you know their locations? Senior Rue, you're unaware, aren't you? When the ferocious lion first appeared, Yin Hong had already noted its location. Do you think we could find them if we head to where the ferocious lion appeared? Impressive. Junior, with that in mind, let us act swiftly. Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, Ye Xiaowei became excited, for who wouldn't relish the prospect of profit? Of course, this eagerness was further fueled by witnessing Yin Hong effortlessly dispatch the ferocious lion. In the northern Tianshan secret realm of the Xia country, Lin Shuya, what brings you here? Has something occurred in the southern region? The 3rd elder of the Xia country inquired instinctively upon seeing Lin Shuya. Lin Shuya, having nothing to conceal, and indeed, concealment would serve no purpose, recited the events that transpired in the southern Wushan secret realm. So, this Wushan secret realm is a trap? Given the current circumstances. It appears so. Do you harbor any doubts? The 3rd elder's expression darkened slightly, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he continued to question. 3rd elder, I lack concrete evidence at the moment, so I cannot make a definitive judgment. That's true. Our grasp of the Beast Clan's movements is indeed limited. However, to orchestrate such a grand scheme as the Wushan secret realm, one would require capabilities beyond that of ordinary beasts. Allow me to inquire if any significant entities have exhibited unusual activity recently. Upon finishing his words, the 3rd elder commenced contacting the formidable beings of the Xia nation through his communicator. Shortly thereafter, messages began to flow in from various secret realms and borders where these Xia powerhouses were stationed. After meticulous organization and examination, the 3rd elder finally discerned several valuable pieces of information amidst the influx of news. According to the intelligence gathered thus far, it appears that the mastermind orchestrating the expedition into the Wushan secret realm is none other than the Phantom Prince of the Blood Crow clan. Our reports indicate that it vanished from our sight approximately half a month ago. As of now, our personnel have yet to uncover any trace of it. It seems likely that it has sought refuge within the Wushan secret realm. With a closer inspection of the intelligence, the 3rd elder's brow furrowed deeper, prompting Lin Shuya, who was standing nearby, to voice his confusion. 3rd elder, is there something amiss? The information revealed that alongside the Phantom Prince, 4 powerful Beast Kings had also disappeared. There's no need for alarm, the 3rd elder reassured. Although those 4 Beast Kings possess golden tier strength, what does that truly signify? Do you believe they can wreak havoc within the confines of the secret realm? Sensing Lin Shuya's potential misunderstanding, the 3rd elder elaborated, you must understand that. After years of research, we have determined that ordinary secret realms have their limitations. Moreover, you should be aware that the Wushan secret realm is of a unique nature. At this revelation, Lin Shuya felt even more perplexed. While he was aware that secret realms had restrictions, he remained unclear on what distinguished the Wushan secret realm. 3rd elder, what is the unique aspect of the Wushan secret realm? The 3rd elder, momentarily taken aback by Lin Shuya's question. quickly realized that he was unaware of the Wushan's secret realm's peculiarities. Thus, he began to explain. The Wushan secret realm is unlike any other secret realm discovered by the Xia nation. It is a sentient secret realm that recognizes its master, which likely explains why it permits only beast tamers under the age of 20 to enter. Do you truly believe that a mere prince of a beast clan could seal off the entrance to such a realm? Lin Xia was struck by the third elder's words, suddenly comprehending the extent of his previous ignorance. This implied that the beast clan was, in fact, being utilized by the secret realm. However, it was not merely a matter of exploitation, as the beasts themselves could also be chosen as potential masters. Thus, for them, this presented an opportunity. Lin Xia acknowledged that he had been overly absolute in his earlier assumptions. After all, the secret realm remained unclaimed, and anyone could be chosen. Seeing that Lin Xia had grasped the essence of the matter, the third elder continued, in this instance, we must bide our time and await the secret realm to open on its own accord. Yet, this incident has imparted a lesson upon us. We have been too presumptuous. Within the secret realm, Qin Ye and the others have already begun their journey towards the center. Junior, are we heading in the right direction? Xiaorui, who had just begun her journey, tugged at Qin Ye, inundating him with questions. Her incessant inquiries left him feeling overwhelmed. Rest assured, senior sister Rui, we cannot go astray. Yanhong has been vigilant, he replied. At this moment, Yu Xiaowei felt somewhat embarrassed and interjected, Xiao Rui, don't worry, with Yanhong accompanying us. How could we possibly go wrong? Even if we did, do you truly believe there exists a threat to our safety within this secret realm? Upon hearing Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei's reassurances, Xiaorui finally quieted down. After half an hour, as Qin Ye and his companions prepared to rest, a massive shadow streaked overhead with astonishing speed. Yanhong barely had time to react alongside Qin Ye. Junior, did you catch a glimpse of what just flew by? Xiaorui inquired, pointing at the shadow. Yu Xiaowei also noticed the large eagle but hesitated, as its speed was too swift for her to discern clearly. Thus, she turned her gaze to Qin Ye, seeking his insight. I didn't see clearly either, but Yanhong should know. Please hold on, I will inquire, he said. Without hesitation, he established a connection with Yanhong. Yanhong, do you know what just passed overhead? Master, it was likely an eagle, stronger than the lion I just dispatched. Yanhong responded. Qin Ye was taken aback by this revelation. Stronger than the raging lion? Indeed, master. Realizing the implications, Qin Ye began to piece together the identity of this creature. Observing a shift in Qin Ye's expression, Yu Xiaowei inquired, Junior, have you made a discovery? Xiaorui also focused intently on Qin Ye, awaiting his explanation. I believe that, unless Yanhong has misperceived, what just soared above us was one of the 4 beast kings, the Yuan eagle. Xiaorui gasped in astonishment. What? The Yuan eagle just flew past? Qin Ye, having been surprised himself, found her reaction unsurprising. He added, yes, Yanhong mentioned its strength surpasses that of the raging lion. That must be accurate, Yu Xiaowei concurred. However, Qin Ye's thoughts were not on the eagle alone. He pondered whether the appearance of the Yuan eagle indicated that the other 2 beasts he was searching for were also present. After much deliberation, he resolved to investigate further. Senior Yu, Senior Rui, are you ready to continue? Let's press onward. Yu Xiaowei, unaware of the underlying meaning in Qin Ye's words, nodded without hesitation. All right, let's continue our journey. Xiaorui, perceptive as she was, understood the situation and also nodded in agreement. The trio then rose to their feet and resumed their trek. Approximately 20 minutes later, they arrived at a valley, where they crouched atop a peak, surveying the landscape below. Junior, that large eagle must be the Yuan eagle. And the massive serpent accompanying it is the ghost serpent. I wonder where the Xian tiger is. Yu Xiaowei observed the valley while explaining to Qin Ye. Qin Ye nodded and replied, Senior, have you noticed anything peculiar about this valley? What do you mean, Junior? Yu Xiaowei queried, unaware of any unusual features in the valley. Previously, Yanhong mentioned that the raging lion emerged from this very spot. Yet, we haven't encountered any concealed areas here. Isn't that strange? Qin Ye articulated his thoughts, turning to gauge their reactions. Indeed, there are no hiding places here. How did the raging lion evade Yanhong's detection? Xiaorui quickly grasped the crux of Qin Ye's observation and shared her reasoning. As for Yu Xiaowei, she was not idle either. She meticulously observed the valley once more before finally speaking up. Could there be some concealed area here? This small valley has been scrutinized several times, yet we have uncovered nothing. Qin Ye shared her suspicion, contemplating that perhaps there lay secrets unbeknownst to them. Hearing Qin Ye's words, Xiaorui also felt that there was indeed a mystery lurking here, but she was uncertain about how to proceed. Thus, she candidly expressed her thoughts. What should we do? Yu Xiaowei furrowed her brow, uncertainly inquiring, are you suggesting we wait for Gue Shi and Yuan Ying to reveal their vulnerabilities? She had noticed that Qin Ye had been fixated on Yuan Ying and Gue Shi, which led her to surmise a few things. Yes, this seems to be our only option now. Unless we can extract some secrets from Gue Shi and Yuan Ying, taking action would not be a prudent choice. It is highly likely we would alert them. Both Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei nodded in agreement upon hearing Qin Ye's reasoning. However, we cannot remain in this position indefinitely. After all, we do not know when Yuan Ying and Gue Shi will act, Yu Xiaowei remarked. Indeed, you are correct. Qin Ye concurred. We cannot linger here much longer. I plan to let Yin Hong take a brief rest before sending her out to keep watch, and then we can retreat to find a place to rest. How about we have Qing Luan and Xiao Mei take turns keeping watch instead? It seems a bit taxing for Yin Hong to both fight and keep watch, Yu Xiaowei suggested, concerned for Yin Hong's well-being. Qin Ye had similar thoughts, but was aware that Yu Xiaowei's beast, Qing Luan, and Nie Xiaowei's beast, Xiao Mei, were rather weak. Allowing them to keep watch would likely lead to their discovery by Yuan Ying and Gue Shi. Thus, he voiced his concern, Sister Yu. I worry that Qing Luan and Xiao Mei might be detected by Yuan Ying and Gue Shi. Realizing the disparity in strength, Yuan Ying and Gue Shi being gold tier, while Qing Luan and Xiao Mei were merely bronze tier, Yu Xiaowei understood the risks involved. They could not afford to take that chance. All right then, I see your point, Junior. It seems we must rely on Yin Hong. Qin Ye was unconcerned about the burden placed on Yin Hong, as this plan was his own, and he anticipated that the majority of the rewards would ultimately benefit him. Rest assured, this minor inconvenience will not be an issue, he reassured. With Qin Ye's confidence, both Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei felt reassured and had nothing further to say. We trust you, Junior, and we believe Yin Hong can handle both Yuan Ying and Gue Shi. Meanwhile, Yuan Ying and Gue Shi remained inactive, with Yuan Ying merely flapping his wings occasionally, while Gue Shi seemed to be engaged in little more than flicking its tongue. After waiting for a considerable time without any notable activity, Qin Ye decided it was time to return. Feeling that Yin Hong had rested sufficiently, he contacted her, saying, Yin Hong, I have located Yuan Ying and Gue Shi, but I have yet to spot Xian Hu. I intend to wait for a while longer. But since Yuan Ying and Gue Shi have shown no signs of movement, I must ask for your patience. Yin Hong understood Qin Ye's intention and promptly replied, I understand. Master, I am fine with it. Not dwelling on the matter, Qin Ye responded, all right, I will find a suitable place to release you shortly. Let's go, everyone. Yuan Ying and Gue Shi are unlikely to act anytime soon. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei nodded in agreement without hesitation. The three of them cautiously descended the mountain, retreating to a small cave several kilometers away from the valley where Yuan Ying and Gue Shi lingered. After preparing the cave and releasing Yin Hong to keep an eye on Yuan Ying and Gue Shi, Qin Ye finally settled down. Sister, have you noticed? Despite our prolonged separation, we have yet to encounter any other individuals within this secret realm. It raises questions about the situation, he mused. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei, now reflecting on Qin Ye's observation, echoed, indeed, had you not mentioned it, we might not have noticed this at all. I wonder how the others in the secret realm are faring. Currently, we have no means to search for them, so we can only hope for their luck. Qin Ye acknowledged. While he possessed the strength to rescue anyone in the secret realm, he had no intention of doing so. I understand. It's merely a thought that crossed my mind, he added. Yu Xiaowei did not express a desire to seek out the others, while Nie Xiaowei silently held on to Xiao Mei. Listening to the conversation between Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei, since there was little else to discuss, Qin Ye continued, do you think our pace has been too swift, leaving the others unable to catch up? His suspicion was not unfounded, as Yin Hong had previously sensed the presence of human beast tamers, but they had all been in the opposite direction. Thus, Qin Ye had not pursued them, partly to avoid revealing his strength. Furthermore, after delving deeper into the secret realm, Yin Hong had lost the ability to sense any human beast tamers. Consequently, he had forgotten about that entirely. Yu Xiaowei pondered Qin Ye's reasoning, eventually speaking. You make a valid point, Junior. We had the same feeling while on the outskirts of the secret realm. However, since venturing deeper into its core, we have not detected any signs of beast tamers from our summer kingdom. Thus, all three felt their speculation was sound. Meanwhile, Qi Ming and his group, originally intended to move northward, found themselves diverted to the eastern side of the secret realm due to unforeseen circumstances. Captain, the beasts ahead have ceased their movements. Upon hearing his teammate Huadiao's report, Qi Ming inquired without hesitation, Huadiao, is there anything unusual about the location where the beasts have halted? It appears to be an ordinary forest. We have not detected anything out of the ordinary, Huadiao replied, his frustration evident. Having followed this group of beasts for so long without any reward was quite disheartening for him. Qi Ming, puzzled, speculated that the reason these beasts disregarded human interference and rushed to this location might be due to something far more significant than merely attacking beast tamers. After all, They would not abandon such an opportunity, given their inherently bloodthirsty nature. Everything seemed amiss. Thus, he instructed, Huadiao, wait for us here for a moment. Qin Ye and I will be there shortly. With no other choice, Qi Ming was resolute in his determination to uncover the truth. Huadiao understood that such matters were inherently unbelievable to anyone unless witnessed firsthand. Therefore, when Qi Ming expressed his intention to rush over, Huadiao was not the least bit surprised. Excellent, Captain. After concluding his conversation with Huadiao, Qi Ming turned to Qin Ye beside him and said, Qin Ye, gather your belongings. We are heading to Huadiao. Qin Ye had gleaned some information from their exchange, so she refrained from asking questions and promptly set about packing her things, hurrying to follow Qi Ming to Huadiao's location. Meanwhile, Qin Ye was engrossed in a lively discussion with Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui when suddenly, Yin Hong sent a message. Master, the ghost snake is making moves. Qin Ye was taken aback, pondering, aren't there two demon beasts? What about the Yuan-ing? Master, the Yuan-ing remains dormant, still fast asleep. This left Qin Ye somewhat bewildered. The Yuan-ing was inactive while the ghost snake was not. What could this mean? Yin Hong, what is the ghost snake doing now? Master, the ghost snake. Before Yin Hong could finish her sentence, Qin Ye witnessed the ghost snake moving a large tree aside, revealing a gaping hole in the ground. Oh, Master, the ghost snake has opened a hole in the ground. Upon receiving this news, Qin Ye's excitement surged. He thought to himself, could this finally yield results? Noticing Qin Ye's sudden silence, Yu Xiaowei was about to inquire about his condition when she looked up and saw a greedy smile spread across his face. At that moment, she understood something significant had transpired. Junior, is there some news? You seem quite pleased. Qin Ye was jolted back to reality by Yu Xiaowei's voice. Senior, please hold on a moment. Let me consult Yin Hong before I elaborate. Yu Xiaowei had no objections to this. Even Ye Xiaorui, who had previously shown little interest in their conversations, gazed at Qin Ye with newfound astonishment upon hearing his words. Ignoring their expressions, Qin Ye continued to communicate with Yin Hong. Yin Hong, can you dispatch the Yuan-ing with a single strike? Time was of the essence. Qin Ye was no longer inclined to wait, especially now that a hole had been discovered. Yin Hong responded promptly. Master, it should not be a problem. Shall we proceed? Qin Ye hesitated initially, contemplating whether his plan was complete. After a considerable pause and ensuring all was in order, he finally spoke. Yin Hong, there are no issues with the ghost snake, correct? To which Yin Hong replied without a hint of uncertainty. No issues, Master. With Yin Hong's reassurance, Qin Ye felt emboldened to declare, then let us act. Upon issuing the command, he sensed Yin Hong's eagerness to spring into action. Regaining his focus, he addressed Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui. Senior, Yin Hong has found an opening with the ghost snake. The ghost snake is currently preoccupied, and I have instructed Yin Hong to engage the Yuan-ing. Both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui were taken aback. They had not anticipated such a development. However, they understood there was no time for further discussion. Moments later, Qin Ye urged, Senior, let us move. We must act now. With no further words to exchange, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui promptly followed Qin Ye's lead, making their way back to the mountain peak they had previously occupied. However, their pace was noticeably slower, for Yin Hong had already unleashed her powerful attack the instant they exited the cave. Naturally, the Yuan-ing was not oblivious. As Yin Hong launched her assault, it became aware of her presence. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as Yin Hong's strike was already hurtling towards it, accompanied by an ominous sense of dread. It was painfully clear that this was a lethal blow. Should it fail to evade, death would be its only fate. Thus, the circumstances left no room for hesitation or error. In a heartbeat, Yin Hong's attack struck towards the Yuan-ing's form. Upon realizing that evasion was futile, the Yuan-ing channeled all its demonic energy into defending against Yin Hong's onslaught. Boom! The clash of crimson and white energies erupted violently. In an instant, the Yuan-ing's white demonic power shattered. Yin Hong's fiery onslaught, having nullified the Yuan-ing's defense, surged forward with astonishing speed, colliding with the Yuan-ing's body. Bang! The fiery flames sent the Yuan-ing hurtling backward. Had it not been for its golden tier strength and its body's enhancements through demonic energy, it would have been obliterated, reduced to mere dust in the world. Though the Yuan-ing was formidable, it could not withstand Yin Hong's assault. With a sickening thud, it lay on the ground, severely weakened but not yet lifeless. Observing the Yuan-ing's pitiful state, Yin Hong refrained from delivering another blow. Master, the Yuan-ing has been dealt with. Would you like to come over? At that moment, Qin Ye was unaware that Yin Hong had subdued the Yuan-ing. Having just stepped out of the cave with Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui, he had not yet traversed half the distance when Yin Hong's message reached him. What? You say you have already dealt with the Yuan-ing? Qin Ye was perplexed. He had intended to observe Yin Hong subduing the Yuan-ing. Yet the performance had concluded before he even arrived. This left him feeling somewhat vexed. Unaware of Qin Ye's expression, Yin Hong sensed the unease in his tone. Yes, master. The Yuan Ying has been subdued, though it still clings to life. To ease Qin Ye's concerns about her decisiveness in leaving no survivors, Yin Hong added, it is not yet dead. Qin Ye chose not to dwell on the matter, placing his trust in Yin Hong's judgment. Very well, Yin Hong. Be cautious not to let the ghost snake take you by surprise. I will be there shortly. Understood, master. Regaining his composure, Qin Ye turned to Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui. Senior, it seems we have arrived too late. Yin Hong just informed me that she has already subdued the Yuan Ying and is currently awaiting our arrival. At this, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui were visibly shaken. Was Yin Hong truly that powerful? Had they missed their chance merely by a moment's delay? Junior, Yin Hong is incredibly swift. Qin Ye sighed, explaining, it seems Yin Hong executed a surprise attack, delivering a single fatal blow. Otherwise, it would be improbable for her to have subdued a golden-tier beast so rapidly. Both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui found Qin Ye's reasoning quite compelling. In their recollections, the strength of golden-tier beasts was formidable. The clash between two golden-tier beasts should undoubtedly be earth-shattering. How could it possibly end without a sound? Thus, they did not linger on the topic any further. After nearly 10 minutes, Qin Ye and his companions finally arrived at the valley where Yuan Ying and Gui Shi were previously located. Oh dear, it seems Yuan Ying is still clinging to life. Ye Xiaorui exclaimed, her voice tinged with shock as she observed Yuan Ying spitting blood from a distance. Yu Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback by her startled tone. All right, Xiaorui. There's no need for such theatrics, she replied. Fine. Ye Xiaorui pouted, falling silent. Just as Qin Ye was about to speak, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him tremble. Boom. Indeed, the next moment, a large hole appeared not far from them. Without needing to think, they understood what this newly formed opening signified. Wasn't this the hidden location they had been yearning for? Therefore, they remained calm, quietly observing as the hole gradually widened until it finally came to a halt. Yin Hong was also prepared for an attack at that moment. The instant a beast's head emerged from the opening, her strike would be unleashed without hesitation. Whoosh. Suddenly, a serpent's head shot out from the hole. Before Qin Ye and the others could comprehend the situation, Yin Hong's attack was already hurtling towards its target. Boom. The Gui Shi that emerged had no inkling of the peril outside. Naively believing that Yuan Ying was still guarding the area, it felt no danger. Little did it realize that its moment of carelessness would cost it its life. In such an unguarded state, even a golden-tier beast at levels 6 or 7 could find itself in grave danger, let alone this golden-tier beast of merely level 1. The outcome was inevitable. It had no opportunity to utter a sound before succumbing to its fate. This was Qin Ye's first close encounter witnessing Yin Hong unleash her ultimate attack, and the fiery sensation left him somewhat unsettled. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui beside him displayed no reaction at all. In fact, he could see expressions of admiration on their faces. It took them a good while to recover from their astonishment. Wow, Yin Hong's move was so impressive. I absolutely love it. Ye Xiaorui exclaimed with renewed excitement. Qin Ye was at a loss for words in response. Ignoring the two, he approached the lifeless body of Yuan Ying, intending to collect it. As for the corpse of Gui Shi, he planned to leave it for Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui. Although he had a fondness for wealth, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate to hoard everything for himself. Thus, he resolved to leave the Gui Shi's body for them. After securing Yuan Ying's remains, he noticed that Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui were still in a state of inertia, and he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Senior sisters, it's about time you snapped out of it. We still have treasures to hunt, he urged. So, please stow away your drool until we exit the secret realm. All right, we were being a bit too starry-eyed, they conceded, finally ceasing their infatuation. At that moment, Qin Ye spoke again. Senior sisters, please collect the corpse of this Gui Shi. Consider it your reward. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaorui seemed to have anticipated such a development. They exchanged glances and promptly gathered the Gui Shi's remains. Although they felt somewhat undeserving, they understood that if they declined, Qin Ye would certainly insist. Hence, they accepted the task without further protest. Once they completed the task, Qin Ye remarked, now that we have the Gui Shi and Yuan Ying, we are merely missing the Yuan Hu. I wonder if it has fled. Chapter 43, The Underground Palace. It's hard to say. With such a commotion, it hasn't shown itself. It's likely escaped, Yu Xiaowei reasoned, exhibiting a rational perspective. Given the current situation, it seemed probable that the Xian Hu was not present. Indeed, senior sister, you are correct. We are at its doorstep, and it hasn't appeared. The likelihood of its escape is quite high. Qin Ye, having not noticed any sign of the Xian Hu when the Gui Shi emerged, speculated that it had likely departed beforehand. Shall we descend now? Ye Xiaorui, unfazed by the implications, placed her complete trust in Yin Hong. For her, the presence of the Xian who had become inconsequential. Her only concern was when they could venture below. Qin Ye's thoughts were more complex. Throughout the secret realm, they had encountered beasts. But after the appearance of the fierce lion, they had not seen any trace of beasts since. This struck him as peculiar, leaving him somewhat anxious about the situation in the cavern below. Junior brother, do you have any reservations? Yu Xiaowei inquired. Initially, she had intended to explore the interior. But upon observing Qin Ye's unusual demeanor, she hesitated. I just feel that the surrounding environment is too eerily quiet. We haven't encountered a single beast. This seems rather unusual, Qin Ye admitted, voicing his concerns. After processing his thoughts, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei belatedly recognized that they had indeed not encountered any beasts for a considerable duration. Well then, junior brother, what should we do now? They were aware that such speculations could not be ignored. If a large-scale emergence of beasts occurred, none would withstand their onslaught. Indeed, junior brother, we must take precautions, Ye Xiaowei added, echoing the sentiment. Qin Ye's mind was in turmoil. On one hand, he pondered whether the absence of beasts during the battles of Yanhong, Yuan Ying, and Gue Shi indicated that they had vacated the area altogether. On the other hand, he could not comprehend how the once abundant beasts had vanished so suddenly. This seemed utterly absurd. Ultimately, unable to resolve his conflicting thoughts, Qin Ye conveyed both hypotheses to Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, inviting them to analyze the situation. After hearing Qin Ye's explanation, they too were left in a state of bewilderment. The trio deliberated for quite some time without arriving at any conclusions. How about this? I'll send Yanhong to scout ahead. Given her speed, no one should be able to harm her, Qin Ye proposed, finding no alternative. Though Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei felt uneasy about this plan, they were unable to devise a better strategy, so they reluctantly acquiesced. Of course, they were reassured by the knowledge of Yanhong's strength, which was why they ultimately agreed. Otherwise, they would have never consented. Qin Ye was well aware of this, which is why he entrusted Yanhong with the task. He would have been the last person to wish for her to take such a risk. With the plan established, Qin Ye no longer hesitated and began discussing tactics with Yanhong. Yanhong, please exercise utmost caution when you descend later. Should you encounter a multitude of demonic beasts within, do not concern yourself with them. Simply make your swift exit. Being a mother, Qin Ye couldn't help but worry that Yanhong might linger out of curiosity, hence his earnest admonition. Yes, I understand, master. Yanhong isn't foolish. I will ensure my own safety, she replied, sensing her master's concern through his tone and expression. With a playful spirit, she jested with him. Qin Ye chose not to elaborate further. After patting Yanhong's small head affectionately, he permitted her to venture inside. Uncertain of what lay below, Yanhong remained vigilant, maintaining a heightened state of alert as she moved. The opening in the ground descended approximately 15 meters before the passage transitioned from a steep incline to a horizontal orientation. The entire corridor was circular, with a diameter of about 10 meters. The material composing the passage was unfamiliar, yet did not evoke any sense of unease. Instead, it appeared quite inviting. Had it not been for her own eyes witnessing this underground structure, Qin Ye would have found it hard to believe. The passage exhibited no signs of suspicion, devoid of any unnecessary protrusions or indentations. After traversing several dozen more meters, the scenery transformed dramatically. At the passage's end lay a plaza nearly the size of a football field. Astonishingly, the plaza featured a fountain, greenery, and lighting fixtures, instead of conventional bulbs. The light sources were composed of a unique gemstone. Remarkably, this gemstone emitted illumination comparable to that of electric lights without requiring any power source. Directly opposite the plaza stood a grand hall, its architectural style reminiscent of ancient imperial palaces from the Summer Kingdom. It was opulent, magnificent, and imposing. Upon arriving at this location, Yanhong felt somewhat disoriented, as the hall before her was evidently not the final destination. Emerging from the passage, she realized she was no longer underground, but rather in an entirely different realm. She was puzzled as to why the Yuan Eagle and the Ghost Snake were present here. Yet she understood that no demonic beasts could be lurking in ambush. Given her strength and bloodline, she recognized that the entities inhabiting this space were far from ordinary. Typical demonic beasts could not penetrate this realm. The atmosphere was so intense that even she felt her heart race, let alone the little kami demonic beasts. Once she confirmed the absence of danger, she decided against venturing further inside. She sensed that this place held significant value for her master. Master, I have thoroughly surveyed the area and can confirm there are no demonic beasts present. Do you wish to enter? I feel there are certain treasures here that would greatly benefit you. Yanhong, displaying her chatty nature, relayed her findings to Qin Ye with great enthusiasm. Receiving Yanhong's message, Qin Ye was infused with excitement. All right, Yanhong, stay put. We shall descend and meet you shortly. With that, he wasted no time. instructing Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei to gather their belongings and prepare for their descent. Senior, Yanhong has completed her reconnaissance. There are no signs of demonic beasts. Hurry and pack our things. Let us explore what treasures await us. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei lost all interest in tidying up and immediately urged Qin Ye to move downward. Chapter 44. The hall's protective barrier. Observing Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei's eagerness, Qin Ye did not hesitate. The trio swiftly entered the underground palace. Wow, Junior. Why does this passage feel so inviting rather than foreboding? Upon entering the corridor, Yu Xiaowei had initially harbored concerns about the environment. However, it soon became clear that her worries were unfounded. Nie Xiaowei also found the underground passage to be remarkably enchanting, devoid of the usual gloom associated with subterranean spaces, instead exuding a sense of comfort. Indeed, Junior, I find this passage even more pleasant than being above ground. Qin Ye acknowledged this observation but initially dismissed it as an illusion. After all, he could scarcely fathom how being underground could surpass the comfort of the surface. Is that so? I thought I was mistaken. It seems you both share my sentiments, he remarked, sharing his own impressions without directly responding to their queries. The reasons behind this phenomenon eluded him, rendering him unable to provide a definitive explanation. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei seemed to grasp this, so they refrained from further inquiries. After walking for a considerable time, they finally arrived at the plaza where Yanhong awaited. Wow, Junior, is this really underground? It feels more imposing than the Pentagon or the White House. Nie Xiaowei exclaimed, completely captivated by the grandeur of the architecture before her. Had she brought a camera, Qin Ye suspected she would have been snapping photos left and right. Of course, both Yu Xiaowei and Qin Ye shared the same astonishment as Nie Xiaowei, albeit with a more composed demeanor. They stood in awe, absorbing the magnificence of the underground palace. Master, I did not enter the palace, but I sensed its interior and confirmed the absence of demonic beasts. Moreover, I believe this palace possesses an energy shield, preventing demonic beasts from entering. Which is why they linger outside, Yanhong conveyed, not out of fear of reprimand, but rather to share her insights and speculations. Qin Ye would never blame Yanhong for her cautiousness, but her analysis left him even more astounded. So that's why the Yuan Eagle and Ghost Snake are stationed here. There's no need for concern. Yanhong, your actions were prudent. Since you assert that there's no danger, I trust your judgment, Qin Ye said, affectionately ruffling Yanhong's fur before embracing her. At this moment, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei, having had their fill of amusement, approached Qin Ye. Junior, shall we venture into the grand hall to investigate? Senior, Yanhong informed me that the hall seems to possess an energy barrier. Are you suggesting that the reason the Ghost Snake and Yuan Eagle are guarding this location is not that it serves as their lair, but rather because they await the energy shield to manifest? Yu Xiaowei initially thought little of it, even believing this was the den of demonic beasts. However, upon hearing Qin Ye's words, realization dawned on her. This implied that their current location was, indeed, not a den of demonic beasts. Qin Ye genuinely admired Yu Xiaowei's intellect. She was undeniably astute. Yes, that is essentially the case. However, I wonder if we can gain entry into this grand hall. Considering even the demonic beasts are obliged to remain outside the energy shield, suggesting it is no simple barrier. Qin Ye spoke candidly. And Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei quickly comprehended the situation at hand. Since that's the case, Junior, why don't we give it a try? If it truly proves unfeasible, we can wait. After all, we currently have no means of venturing outside. This suggestion from Yu Xiaowei echoed Qin Ye's thoughts. Yet he was reluctant to simply bide his time in idleness. His plan was to seek out the lair of the demon beasts if waiting for the energy shield to dissipate became necessary. He truly did not believe that these demon creatures would abandon this place so easily, judging by the architecture. It was evident that this location was not as simple as it appeared. He even suspected that it might be the very heart of this secret realm. All right, let us proceed as you suggest, Senior. As soon as Qin Ye finished speaking, Nie Xiaowei became animated. Junior, shall we commence our actions? I have long been intrigued by the treasures within, she exclaimed, feigning drooling to emphasize her eagerness. Yu Xiaowei rolled her eyes at this display. Qin Ye, however, remained unfazed. After all, who could resist treasures? Very well, let us set forth and see if we can gain entry. With that, the three of them made their way towards the palace that loomed before the square. Standing before the towering palace doors, a sense of trepidation washed over them. After all, they faced 33 steps to ascend. Fortunately, their physical conditions were commendable, and they reached the grand entrance in no time. Ah, we finally made it. I thought I would perish from exhaustion, Nie Xiaowei exclaimed. Is it only you who is weary, Senior? It seems you may not be up to the task. Qin Ye jested, lightening the atmosphere despite his own fatigue. Yu Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback by Qin Ye's banter with Nie Xiaowei, leaving her somewhat bewildered. What do you mean by that, Junior? I am but a little fairy. Isn't it normal to feel tired? Nye Xiaowei retorted. Qin Ye ultimately conceded, realizing he was no match for her wit. Fortunately, Yu Xiaowei, who had been slow to react, finally interjected. All right, Junior, Xiaowei, enough of this. Shouldn't we continue our exploration? We've come this far, and yet feel a twinge of nervousness? Huh, you're quite amusing. We have no idea what treasures lie within. Why be anxious? Even Nye Xiaowei, having set aside her earlier rivalry with Qin Ye, chimed in with enthusiasm. Yu Xiaowei replied, well, you two are utterly carefree. You don't grasp the gravity of the situation. Senior, you're only halfway through your thought, Qin Ye remarked, genuinely curious about what Yu Xiaowei had intended to say. However, she abruptly fell silent after her initial statement, leaving him quite intrigued. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaowei disregarded their eager glances and waved her hand dismissively, saying, enough of that. It's futile to stare. Let us contemplate how we might enter the grand hall. As she spoke, she placed her small hand against the palace door. But to her surprise, an unseen force prevented her from making contact. This, Chapter 45, the seal is loosened. There truly exists an energy shield. Nye Xiaowei was taken aback by this revelation, having previously thought that the energy shield Qin Ye mentioned was merely an attachment to the palace structure. She had not expected it to be a sophisticated barrier, akin to a balloon, encasing the palace entirely. Did you think I was deceiving you? Qin Ye teased. No. I was just surprised by the nature of this energy shield, Nye Xiaowei responded. Yu Xiaowei then added, it's only natural for you to be astonished, Xiaowei. This energy shield is no trivial matter. As she spoke, she continued to explore its surface, seemingly searching for something. Qin Ye, unfamiliar with such energy shields, was witnessing one for the first time. His curiosity piqued. He was about to inquire further when he noticed Yu Xiaowei had ceased her exploration. What's the matter? Why have you stopped? He asked. Yes, you do continue. Nye Xiaowei echoed, equally frustrated by Yu Xiaowei's habit of leaving thoughts unfinished. Yet, Yu Xiaowei took her time, exploring the energy shield further before finally explaining. This kind of energy shield has only appeared twice in the history of Beast Tamers on Blue Star. This instance marks its third occurrence within this secret realm. Only so few times. Qin Ye was astonished by Yu Xiaowei's explanation. He had understood that such energy shields were extraordinary, but he had not anticipated their rarity. Nye Xiaowei, though surprised, displayed a more subdued reaction. How do you know so much, Yu? Is it truly that scarce? Just as Nye Xiaowei was poised to continue, Yu Xiaowei interrupted. All right, Xiaowei, that's enough. What are you prattling on about? You should have taken the time to learn more about beast tamers and demon beasts. Now you come asking me. Nye Xiaowei, chastised, looked at Yu Xiaowei with a pitiful expression, as if pleading, please, no more, I understand my mistake. This tactic proved effective, and Yu Xiaowei ceased her teasing. Realizing she had overshared, Yu Xiaowei cleared her throat. Junior, you're curious about how I know about these energy shields, aren't you? Allow me to explain. After taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she continued, indeed, I stated that such energy shields have only appeared twice in the recorded history of Beast Tamers on Blue Star, but that is only based on documented occurrences. I cannot attest to whether there are others that have gone unrecorded. However, the two recorded instances were both accompanied by extraordinary treasures. The first occurrence was in the year 177 of the Beast Tamer era on Blue Star, 12 years ago, within the secret realm of the capital of the Xia Kingdom. Jingzhou, do you know what treasure was safeguarded by that energy shield? At this point, Yu Xiaowei sought to quiz Qin Ye and Nye Xiaowei. Unfortunately, both were at a loss. Qin Ye had never encountered such texts, while Nye Xiaowei, though she had seen them, could not recall any specifics. You just tell us directly. I'm completely in the dark here, Qin Ye urged. Nye Xiaowei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, You know how it is with me. This left Yu Xiaowei somewhat speechless, prompting her to continue. That energy shield in the Jingzhou secret realm protected our nation's national treasure, the Jiuzhou Ding. What? The Jiuzhou Ding? Nye Xiaowei exclaimed, feeling a sense of familiarity that she could not quite place. Upon hearing about the Jiuzhou Ding, she suddenly recalled its significance. Indeed, Qin Ye was well aware of the Jiuzhou Ding as the national treasure of the Xia Kingdom. This artifact earned its esteemed title because its presence rendered all beasts within the territory of Xia utterly visible, allowing the higher echelons of Xia to swiftly identify any secret realms that emerged. It was the Jiuzhou Ding that enabled the Xia Kingdom to remain, thus far, the only nation on Blue Star with its territorial integrity intact throughout the history of beast taming. One cannot underestimate the profound importance of the Jiuzhou Ding to the Xia Kingdom. Observing the astonishment etched on their faces, Yu Xiaowei continued. The value of the Jiuzhou Ding is self-evident, and I trust you are well aware of it. The second instance occurred a decade ago, in the year 179 of the Beast Taming era. This time, An energy shield was discovered within a secret realm on the Western European continent, housing the Holy Light Sword. Regrettably, the sword ultimately fell into the hands of the Beast clan. At this point, a look of regret crossed Yu Xiaowei's face as she sighed repeatedly before continuing. The Holy Light Sword is formidable in its own right. However, whether viewed from the perspective of the Xia Kingdom or that of the Beast clan, it pales in comparison to the Jiuzhou Ding. Yet, none can deny its preciousness. Even the monarchs of the Beast clan covet it greatly. Thus, it stands to reason that the contents of this energy shield will not be trivial. Indeed, when Yu Xiaowei spoke of the possibility of the Jiuzhou Ding emerging from the energy shield, Qin Ye felt an unsettling premonition about the gravity of the situation. The more he contemplated it, the more anxious he became. It was implausible that the Beast clan would be unaware of something even Yu Xiaowei knew. Yet, despite this knowledge, the Beast clan had inexplicably chosen to vacate the area, leaving him utterly perplexed. Senior Yu, how were these two energy shields dismantled? Qin Ye sought to clarify the methods of breaking the energy shields first, hoping to deduce the intentions of the Beast clan. Yes. How were the two energy shields dismantled? Did they simply wait for them to dissipate on their own? Nia Xiaowei chimed in, her curiosity piqued. Yu Xiaowei, unreserved, looked at Qin Ye and Nia Xiaowei and replied, "This is where matters become complicated. The methods for dismantling the two energy shields differ. According to historical texts, the first energy shield was dismantled through the combined efforts of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Unfortunately, the specifics are not recorded. The second energy shield's dismantling was rather peculiar. All the powerful figures of the Western European continent attempted to intervene, yet the shield showed no response whatsoever. Initially, some believed it was due to their lack of strength, but even the Grand Elder and the Second Elder's involvement yielded no results. It was only then that they abandoned the notion of brute force, realizing that it was not a matter of insufficient power. What ultimately became of the Holy Light Sword? Qin Ye inquired, eager to understand how the Beast clan obtained the sword. The Western European alliance found themselves at a loss, having exhausted nearly every conceivable method to breach the energy shield without success, ultimately resigning to waiting. Waiting? Qin Ye echoed, incredulity in his tone. Yes, precisely waiting. Although their previous attempts were fruitless, they discovered that the energy shield weakened over time. Consequently, the Holy Light Sword fell into the grasp of the Beast clan. Given the precedent set by the Jiuzhou Ding, they should have been aware of the priceless nature of what the shield protected. Shouldn't they have fortified their defenses here? The perplexity was evident. How could the Holy Light Sword, found within the control of Western European humanity, be seized by the Beast clan? Yu Xiaowei understood the absurdity of the situation, having shared similar sentiments at the time. Her curiosity drove her to investigate the historical records surrounding the incident. My reaction mirrored yours. I undertook a thorough examination of historical texts regarding this matter. You won't believe what I uncovered, she remarked. Qin Ye and Nia Xiaowei exchanged puzzled glances, contemplating the improbability of guessing the outcome. Senior Yu, you hold us in too high regard, Qin Ye replied. Such matters are beyond our capacity for speculation. Indeed, you overestimate us, Sister Yu, Nia Xiaowei added in agreement. If we could deduce this, we wouldn't be here. With both Qin Ye and Nia Xiaowei expressing their sentiments, Yu Xiaowei continued, I scrutinized every account related to this history. What transpired was quite fascinating. Just as the energy shield was nearing depletion, a dispute erupted among the coalition of dozens of nations on the Western European continent regarding the ownership of the treasures protected by the shield. Quite frankly, I cannot fathom their reasoning. It would have sufficed to leave such treasures within the coalition's purview, especially since they had effectively transcended national boundaries. However, at this critical juncture, the powerful entity known as John Bull betrayed the coalition, insisting that the treasures within the energy shield be entrusted to their custody. Such a demand was utterly outrageous. The coalition promptly rebuffed John Bull, who, knowing full well that his request was excessive and unfounded, refrained from pursuing the matter further. Yet, just when everyone believed the matter had been resolved, the Eagle Kingdom, seemingly privy to some insider information, boldly proclaimed that the treasure within the energy shield was the European crown, openly supporting John Bull's claim to its guardianship. At this point, the Eagle Kingdom had fallen from grace, and their words were largely disregarded. However, a turning point emerged when the Eagle Kingdom voiced support for John Bull, even offering military assistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye assumed that John Bull had agreed to the Beast clan's proposal, prompting him to inquire. Surely John Bull did not accept the Beast clan as assistance? Yu Xiaowei, anticipating Qin Ye's question, smiled and said, You simplify matters too much. Even John Bull would not be foolish enough to take such a step. After all, the Beast clan and humanity are sworn enemies, and their ambitions were well known. Accepting assistance from the Beast clan would be akin to courting death. If John Bull dared to agree, do you think he would still be alive? Thus, John Bull swiftly denounced the Beast Clan, vehemently condemning them. In truth, the pivotal breakthrough for the Beast Clan does not lie here. They remain oblivious as to how they managed to infiltrate the secret realm. The prior discussions of supporting John Bull were merely a tactical diversion, intended to draw the attention of the nations across Western Europe, compelling them to dispatch some of their elite from the secret realm, thereby alleviating the pressure within. Indeed, the Beast Clan scheme proved successful. The Western European alliance, in an effort to thwart any potential agreement between John Bull and the Beast Clan, promptly withdrew a portion of their forces from the secret realm to guard against John Bull. Yet, this was merely the beginning. To further cultivate the illusion that they were genuinely extending support to John Bull, the Beast Clan audaciously dispatched 2 of their 5 most formidable warriors to the borders of John Bull. Upon this revelation, the entire Western Europe fell into disarray. At this juncture, Yu Xiaowei expressed her admiration for the Beast Clan's cunning strategy, and even Qin Ye found himself in awe of their ingenuity. The situation was indeed perplexing. Regardless of whether the Beast Clan had indeed forged an alliance with John Bull, the mere presence of their powerful warriors at the border posed a formidable dilemma. No matter one's perspective, the desire to avoid national ruin necessitated a reluctant engagement. If you believe this is where the tale concludes, dear Junior, you underestimate the complexity of the Beast Clan's machinations. Qin Ye's astonishment persisted. Was there more to unfold? Yu Xiaowei had not intended to withhold information from the two. So she continued. Shortly thereafter, the Beast Clan executed a bold maneuver, deploying an army of 1 million beasts directly to the border of John Bull. What audacity! Was their intent to annihilate John Bull? Qin Ye was left utterly bewildered by the audacity of such support. This was an overt declaration of aggression, was it not? The implication was clear. You now find yourself believing that the Beast Clan's intention was indeed to eradicate John Bull. One can only imagine the reaction of the Western European alliance in the face of such a predicament. Indeed, what transpired next? When faced with Qin Ye's inquiry, Yu Xiaowei refrained from a direct response, instead continuing her narrative. In truth, you are not entirely mistaken. The Beast Clan harbored intentions of obliterating John Bull. They calculated the time required for the energy shield to deplete, and, just a week prior to its exhaustion, launched a full-scale assault on the territories of John Bull. This plunged all of Western Europe into a state of panic. A genuine offensive? Indeed, the Beast Clan managed to conquer all of John Bull's territories, save for the capital, within a mere 3 days. At this juncture, the Western European alliance found themselves with no alternative but to dispatch the majority of their beastmasters guarding the energy shield within the secret realm. They perceived no immediate danger within the secret realm, believing that leaving a few behind would suffice. With events having escalated to this point, the Beast Clan's plan could be deemed a resounding success. Yet their ambitions were not modest. They sought not only to seize valuable treasures, but also to obliterate the entirety of the Western European continent. Meanwhile, the Western European alliance remained under the delusion that the Beast Clan's sole aim was to annihilate John Bull. Chapter 47. The First Battle of the Holy Light Sword. Who would have anticipated the overconfidence of the Western European alliance? Yes, I too initially perceived their assurance as excessive. However, upon meticulously reviewing the sequence of events, I discerned that everything was intricately woven into the Beast Clan's design. I surmised that the Beast Clan was aware of the energy shield within the secret realm from the outset, yet they found themselves powerless, thus delegating the task to the Beastmasters of Western Europe. Their ineffectiveness fostered resentment within the Beast Clan. Subsequently, as humanity discovered that the energy shield would vanish once its energy was depleted, the Beast Clan emerged, brazenly professing their intention to support John Bull in acquiring the artifacts housed therein. Almost immediately, the formidable warriors of the Beast Clan materialized at the borders of John Bull. Viewed through this lens, everything felt decidedly amiss. To allay any lingering doubts in Qin Ye and Ye Xiaowei's minds, she continued, "Do you know? The resolution of this affair was ultimately brought about by the intervention of the Xia Kingdom." Upon hearing of the Xia Kingdom's involvement, Qin Ye became intrigued and promptly inquired, "You, do elaborate on this matter. The Xia Kingdom has intervened?" Yu Xiaowei, already inclined to share, seized the moment to elaborate. "Since you're so keen, I shall oblige. Recall how the Beast Clan had managed to conquer all but the capital of John Bull within 3 days? At that time, the Western European alliance dispatched their Beastmasters from the secret realm to assist John Bull. This enabled the Beast Clan to achieve another of their objectives. With the aid received, John Bull briefly halted their decline. However, the prospect of a counteroffensive remained elusive, and the Western European alliance soon found itself gripped by unease. After all, should John Bull's territory fall, the Beast Clan would gain a foothold in Europe, exposing the entirety of Western Europe to their machinations. Such an outcome was intolerable for the Western powers. In this precarious situation, it was imperative that John Bull be preserved and the Beast Clan expelled. Yet, It was evident that the Western European alliance lacked the capacity to achieve this, necessitating the search for external assistance. However, at that very moment, complications arose within the secret realm as their coveted treasures were seized by the Beast clan. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the world, for it signified that the Beast clan possessed the capability to breach the secret realm. Simultaneously, the Beast clan's stratagem of feigning an eastern assault while striking in the west instilled trepidation among numerous nations within the human alliance. After all, while a solitary beast lacking strategy is manageable, a cunning pack of wolves poses a significant threat, plunging the human alliance into a state of collective anxiety. In the midst of this critical juncture, the Western European alliance dispatched a plea for aid to our Xia kingdom. Upon receiving the request, the Xia kingdom found itself in a quandary. Initially, there was reluctance to extend support, as the Xia kingdom's own circumstances were far from favorable, and the recent maneuvers of the Beast clan had indeed unsettled some within the nation. While the Xia kingdom may have appeared formidable to other nations, they too could not withstand the onslaught of the Beast clan, necessitating a cautious approach. Consequently, the Xia kingdom contemplated denying the Western European alliance's request. Yet, at that moment, a significant development unfolded across the European continent. Following their acquisition of the Holy Light Sword, the Beast clan exhibited no intention of withdrawing from Jonbol, instead launching a full-scale offensive against Western Europe. In light of this, the Xia kingdom had no choice but to amend its original strategy and consent to dispatch troops to assist the Western European alliance. Nevertheless, uncertainties loomed regarding whether the Beast clan might also turn their sights on the Xia kingdom. Thus, the Xia kingdom hesitated to mobilize its forces hastily, ultimately leading the Grand Elder to decide that he and the Third Elder would personally undertake the journey, while the Second Elder remained to oversee affairs at home. In retrospect, it became evident that the Grand Elder's decision was indeed the most prudent course of action. The Beast clan indeed harbors intentions to launch an offensive against the Xia kingdom. The moment the Xia kingdom mobilizes its troops, they will seize the opportunity to strike. Upon hearing this, both Qin Ye and Ye were astounded, as they had not anticipated such grand ambitions from the Beast clan, daring to wage a three-front war against the mightiest power of the present day, the Xia kingdom. However, neither Qin Ye nor Ye interrupted Yu Xiaowei, as they were eager to learn how events would unfold next. It was due to the Great Elder's decision that the Beast clan found no vulnerabilities to exploit in their assault on the Xia kingdom. Consequently, their plans on that front were thwarted. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the Western European continent, the Great Elder and the Third Elder commenced their decapitation strategy. As you may well know, the Great Elder, being the strongest in the contemporary world, implies that his actions would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Beast clan. Indeed, the progression of events corroborated this notion. The Great Elder's inaugural strike resulted in the slaying of the Serpent Emperor, one of the 5 Beast Emperors. The Third Elder followed suit by dispatching 2 of the Beast clan's vanguards, the Monkey King and the Eagle King, both of whom were among the 12 Beast Kings. Under such dire circumstances, the Beast clan found itself ensnared in a predicament. Should they persist with their plans, they would inevitably incur even greater losses. Yet, relinquishing their ambitions left them with a sense of discontent. At this critical juncture, the Tiger Emperor of the Beast clan stepped forth, persuading the remaining emperors to once more confront the Great Elder wielding the Holy Light Sword. Indeed, with the Holy Light Sword in hand, the Tiger Emperor was nearly on par with the Great Elder. However, they underestimated the prowess of the Third Elder, mistakenly believing he could not sway the balance of this great battle. Ultimately, the Third Elder single-handedly dispatched 4 of the Beast clan's kings, the Flame Tiger King, the Mad Lion King, the Ice Serpent King, and the Azure Bull King, resulting in the annihilation of all the Beast Kings deployed in this campaign and thus reversing the tide of battle. Deprived of their king's restraint, the Beast clan became mere fodder for slaughter. In the end, the Tiger Emperor had no choice but to order a retreat, yet by that time, it was already too late. The Great Elder ceased holding back, unleashing his full might against the Tiger Emperor, leaving the latter bewildered as he realized he had been deceived. At that moment, the Third Elder joined the fray, and the Tiger Emperor, already in a precarious position against the Great Elder, found himself facing imminent death. Ultimately, the Tiger Emperor was forced to employ the secret arts of the Tiger clan to narrowly escape. Thus, the most monumental battle in the annals of beast mastery concluded. Chapter 48, The Choice. After recounting this historical account, Yu Xiaowei took a deep breath and turned her gaze toward Qin Ye. Qin Ye understood that Yu Xiaowei was implicitly indicating that it was now his turn to make a decision. After all, this place was discovered by Qin Ye, and any treasures within were likely to belong to him. So, Senior Yu, does this mean we can only wait? Yu Xiaowei was not surprised by Qin Ye's reaction, for she had anticipated it. Thus, she spoke directly. Given our current strength, we are incapable of forcefully breaching this energy barrier. The Beast clan has likely attempted this as well. Alright then, we have no alternative but to wait. Qin Ye pondered, realizing that such an opportunity was rare and that they had little to lose. He had come to terms with the situation, recognizing that since they had encountered this anomaly, they must seize the chance. Moreover, in this secret realm, he was undoubtedly the strongest. Whom should he fear? Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were astonished by Qin Ye's perspective. However, after exchanging glances, they felt reassured. This is indeed your style, Qin Ye, they conceded. You're right. We shall follow your lead. Yet, Senior Yu, when you mentioned the energy barrier, you indicated that the Beast clan was unaware of how to enter the secret realm. If they now know that this realm also harbors an energy barrier, might they send powerful beings to infiltrate? Qin Ye was apprehensive. If the Beast clan dispatched more formidable opponents, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were aware of Qin Ye's concerns, but they understood that such a scenario was improbable. Junior, you are overthinking this. Do you think the secret realm's barrier is merely decorative? While the barrier may be temporarily breached to allow entry, it must adhere to the rules of the secret realm. Do you believe one can simply waltz in? Realizing that Qin Ye was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the secret realms, Yu Xiaowei added, it's understandable. You haven't yet entered university and likely have not delved into these matters, so your confusion is quite normal. Let me clarify. The beasts we encountered, Mad Lion, Primordial Eagle, and Ghost Serpent, were undoubtedly powerful beings sent by the Beast clan. They probably knew about the secret realm's circumstances, prompting Blood Phantom Prince to bring his 4 subordinates here. However, their luck was quite poor, as they encountered someone as formidable as you. With Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei's explanations, Qin Ye felt reassured. Recognizing his invincibility in this secret realm, he chose to shift focus toward locating Blood Phantom Prince, at the very least to track down Xuantu. This was not an unrealistic endeavor. He was confident that this individual was still lurking nearby, observing them. Senior Yu, do you think Xuantu might still be within the secret realm? Qin Ye's inquiry sent a tremor through Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, as they suddenly grasped the logic behind his words. They understood that while Blood Phantom Prince might utilize certain secret techniques of the Beast clan to escape the realm, Xuantu's status would not compel the Beast clan to expend such significant resources. Therefore, it was highly probable that Xuantu remained within the secret realm. Junior, your reasoning seems sound. Xuantu may indeed still be here. After all, he is not Blood Phantom Prince, and escaping from the secret realm would be no simple feat for him. Given his standing within the Beast clan, it is unlikely they would invest such effort to extract him. Then that means I have a chance to capture him as well. Yu Xiaowei responded. Ye Xiaowei and Yu Xiaowei were both impressed by Qin Ye's insight. You are right, Junior. You certainly have a chance to secure Xuantu, but the challenge lies in locating him. After all, as you know, this secret realm is quite expansive. The critical issue remains that we cannot leave this place, otherwise, we would be unaware of the energy barrier's disappearance. Well, Qin Ye found himself at an impasse. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were correct. Their most pressing concern was to await the depletion of the energy barrier, ensuring they could obtain whatever treasures resided within. It was evident to anyone that this was of paramount importance. However, the notion of letting Xuantu slip away left him feeling somewhat discontent. After all, he had not forgotten his system mission. Therefore, simply lingering here felt counterproductive to maximizing his interests. After some contemplation, Qin Ye resolved to take a risk. Senior, do you have any idea how many days it will take for the energy barrier to deplete? There was no other option. Qin Ye could only bide his time. He needed to ascertain the duration required for the energy shield to deplete, which would determine the viability of his plan. Junior, do you intend to seek out the Xuanhu? Yu Xiaowei was no fool. She deduced Qin Ye's intentions from his inquiries. I do have such a notion, but I require you to ascertain the time it takes for the energy shield to be exhausted to confirm its feasibility. Qin Ye offered no concealment, as his plan would inevitably become apparent in due course. Junior, you overestimate my abilities. For an energy shield of this caliber, even the Grand Elder would struggle to accurately predict its depletion time. Thus, your plan may well be doomed before it even begins. In truth, Qin Ye should have recognized that if Yu Xiaowei could predict the energy shield's depletion, the Beast clan would have already acted upon it, leaving no opportunity for him. Indeed, if it were so easily discernible, it likely would have been claimed long before our involvement. Yu Xiaowei sighed in resignation, fully aware of the truth in Qin Ye's words. How about we allow Yin Hong and Qing Luan to venture forth in search of the Xuanhu while we wait here for the energy shield to expire? After attentively listening to the exchange between Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei, Ye Xiaowei initially felt somewhat lost. However, upon reflection, she deemed her idea, though perilous, worthy of a trial. Xiaowei, do you not think this plan is overly audacious? Yu Xiaowei pondered for a moment. ultimately concluding that the proposal was indeed too risky. After all, Beast Tamers possess limited self-defense capabilities once they depart from their beasts. Nie Xiaorui's plan had significant flaws. Should the Xuanhu employ a feint or directly assault Huanglong, they might all be swiftly eliminated. Yet we find ourselves devoid of superior alternatives, do we not? Unless Junior is willing to abandon the pursuit of the Xuanhu, risk is an inevitability. Nie Xiaorui acknowledged the considerable flaws in her proposal, but still believed that taking a modicum of risk could be justifiable. But Xiaorui, what if the Xuanhu seizes the opportunity to strike Huanglong while Yanhong is away, eliminating us all in one fell swoop? Or perhaps it could use a diversion to accomplish the same. Yu Xiaowei's reasoning left Nie Xiaorui without any counterarguments. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced to Yu Xiaowei's suggestion, abandoning her plan. However, Qin Ye harbored a different perspective. The lack of self-defense capabilities for Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui did not imply he lacked such abilities. Qin Ye could inherit Yanhong's strength entirely. Even if he could not match her combat prowess to defeat the Xuanhu, he would likely still be able to protect himself. With this thought, he resolved to embrace the risk. Chapter 49. Calculating the Xuanhu. As Qin Ye pondered how to locate the Xuanhu and the Blood Phantom Prince. The Blood Phantom Prince and the Xuanhu were plotting against them in a nearby underground palace. Master, Yuan Ying and Gue Shi have been slain. Should we remain on standby? The Xuanhu responded, our primary objective in this secret realm is the treasures within the energy shield. I shall not relent until the very last moment. Then, Master, shall we proceed with the plan to hunt the talented human beast tamers? The Xuanhu had originally been tasked with eliminating the talented beast tamers of the Xia Kingdom. But upon beginning its mission, it was summoned back. With the deaths of the Lion King, Yuan Ying, and Gue Shi, it began to doubt the rationale behind this operation. The Blood Phantom Prince understood that the Xuanhu was wary of the human beast tamer responsible for slaying Yuan Ying and Gue Shi. As it was well aware that of its four subordinates, the Xuanhu was the most cautious. Xuanhu, set aside other tasks for now. Our foremost priority is to secure the treasures within the energy shield. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand. With that, the Xuanhu retreated to the side. The Blood Phantom Prince was acutely aware that in order to obtain the treasures within the energy shield, it needed to lure the individuals inside the grand hall of the underground palace out. Otherwise, it would have no opportunity to acquire what it desired. Meanwhile, on Qin Ye's side, after Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui both rejected their proposed plan, they turned their gazes toward Qin Ye, awaiting his input. Senior, why do you both gaze at me? Junior, we are curious about your thoughts. Indeed, Junior, what are your thoughts? Regardless of how they speculated, the ultimate outcome was that they could not engage on two fronts. Are you suggesting that as soon as Yanhong departs, the inevitable result is that our stronghold will be overtaken by the Xuanhu? Yes, indeed. Yu Xiaowei replied without hesitation. Qin Ye recognized that Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui's deductions were not erroneous, yet they did not realize that he was not merely an average individual. Sisters, have you forgotten that I am a gold-tier beast tamer, capable of contracting more than just one spirit beast? As expected, Qin Ye anticipated that his statement would leave Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui in disbelief. True to his expectation, upon his declaration, both Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui were momentarily stunned. It took several seconds for them to regain their composure. In that instant, both stared at Qin Ye as if he were a creature from another realm, exclaiming in exaggerated astonishment, "Ah, Junior, are you even human?" Not content with mere words, Nie Xiaorui circled around Qin Ye several times, seemingly attempting to discern his true nature. Qin Ye allowed them their moment of self-hypnosis before finally interjecting. All right, sisters, that should suffice. We still need to discuss the next steps. Once Qin Ye finished speaking, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui ceased their antics. However, they did not immediately voice their thoughts, but rather looked to Qin Ye, eager to hear his words. Observing that his words had made an impact, Qin Ye continued, Sisters, we can now proceed with our plan, correct? Yes, absolutely. Junior, please proceed. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui were exceedingly deferential, almost to the point of fawning over Qin Ye. This left Qin Ye feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Very well, since you have invited me to speak, I shall do so. The current situation is as follows. The first option is for me to take another spirit beast and venture out to search for the Xuanhu while hunting demon beasts. The alternative is for me to stay here and allow Yanhong to go out in search of the Xuanhu. Qin Ye refrained from claiming that his strength matched Yanhong's. Rather, he emphasized that he possessed another spirit beast. His reasoning for this was that he had detected only an SS-level talent for flame control. If he were to disclose that he could fully inherit Yanhong's strength, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Noticing that Qin Ye had not elaborated further, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui were left bewildered. Unable to contain themselves, they posed the question, Junior, are there any distinctions between the two plans? Indeed, and you will understand once I finish my explanation. Very well, Junior, please proceed. The first plan is considerably safer because if Yin Hong does not depart, I believe the Xuanhu will not take the risk to approach us, unless it wishes to meet its demise, and moreover, my second spirit beast is not as formidable as Yin Hong. There was no alternative. Qin Ye had to voice his thoughts, for it was only logical that the strongest beast master would be the first. The second plan, however, was diametrically opposed, thus posing a greater risk. Of course, the second plan could guarantee 100% success in luring out the Xuanhu, while the first plan was not necessarily as reliable. Hence, both plans bore their respective advantages and disadvantages. After articulating his thoughts, Qin Ye turned his gaze towards Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, eager to hear their responses. Junior, what is the strength of your second beast? Yu Xiaowei inquired cautiously, wishing to ascertain the prowess of Qin Ye's second beast, ensuring that the contents within the energy shield would remain intact. It goes without saying that safeguarding the items within the energy shield was the most fundamental requirement of this operation. Qin Ye did not conceal this information, recognizing that without clarity, their judgment would be severely hampered. Thus, he replied, my second beast is of the golden second tier, slightly inferior to Yin Hong, yet not significantly so. Upon receiving Qin Ye's explanation, Yu Xiaowei formulated a plan in her mind, though she refrained from voicing it immediately. Junior, I presume you have a strategy in mind, she suggested. You inquire about our opinions, perhaps merely to test us? Senior you have misjudged my intentions. That was not my aim at all. I believe either plan is feasible, contingent upon your choices. How should we interpret that? Qin Ye continued, regardless of your selection. I possess countermeasures. However, I still lean towards the second plan. My proposal is for you, senior sisters, to feign taking Yin Hong out to search for the Xuanhu, while I remain here with my second beast. Are you suggesting to lure out the Xuanhu and then ensnare it? Indeed, that is my intention. What are your thoughts? Senior Yu, it is plausible, but are you certain your second beast can withstand until Yin Hong arrives? Let us not forget that the Blood Void Prince may be lurking nearby. Do you still believe the Blood Void Prince possesses the audacity to emerge? Yu Xiaowei appeared to grasp Qin Ye's implication, nodding in agreement. You have a point. The Blood Void Prince would not dare risk the uncertainty of our hidden abilities. Hence it should refrain from showing itself. Then it is settled? Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei exchanged glances with Qin Ye before affirmatively nodding. Very well. We shall proceed as such. Chapter 50, The Xuanhu's Trap. But what if the Xuanhu does not appear? Queried Ye Xiaowei as Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei prepared to act. They must have a general understanding of the energy shield's depletion. What if they wait until it is nearly exhausted before revealing themselves? Rest assured, Senior Rue, even if they deduce the timing of the energy shield's exhaustion, should they choose to wait until then, what of it? Am I not capable of monitoring the energy consumption with greater precision than their estimations? When the moment arrives, I can swiftly contact Yin Hong, surely faster than they could react. Regardless, they will find it exceedingly difficult to evade our grasp, unless they choose to abandon the treasures within the energy shield. Yet, I believe that would be quite a challenge, as everyone is aware of the treasures contained therein. To feign ignorance would not be so simple. With Qin Ye's elucidation, Ye Xiaowei came to understand the rationale, thus she nodded in agreement with the prior plan. Qin Ye then stated, all right, let us rest briefly before commencing our operation. Very well, we shall heed your lead, Junior. The trio returned to the plaza, settled in a spot, and began to prepare their meal. Although Qin Ye's undertaking was fraught with risk, the potential rewards outweighed the dangers, and since the risks were manageable, all three of them felt at ease, enjoying a relaxed dinner. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, the trio commenced their planned actions. Qin Ye released Yin Hong from the Beast Space Tower, and at this moment, Yin Hong had grown even stronger since the previous day. Her aura was well contained, unnoticed by Yu Xiaowei and the others. Once Yin Hong emerged, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, alongside her, confidently strode out of the dungeon entrance with their beasts in tow, to lure out the Xuanhu. They even pretended to search for demon beasts around the entrance for an extended period. Unfortunately, the surrounding beasts had long been driven away by Yuan Ying and the others, leaving Yu Xiaowei and her companions empty-handed. Anticipating such an outcome, Yu Xiaowei displayed no signs of faltering. She casually selected a direction and continued her search for demon beasts alongside Yin Hong and Ye Xiaowei. Meanwhile, once Yu Xiaowei and her companions departed, Qin Ye settled in a spot to catch up on some much-needed rest. 10 kilometers away, within the central mountain range of the secret realm, the Xuanhu and the Blood Void Prince were nestled within an inconspicuous knoll, listening to their subordinate's report. Master, Lord Tiger King. The Red Ant has just informed us that the red bird that killed Yuan Ying and the ghost serpent has departed. Accompanying it are 2 human women. Upon hearing this news, the Blood Void Prince finally broke into a smile, yet he did not immediately express his thoughts. Instead, He turned his gaze towards the Xuanhu, clearly indicating that he sought the Xuanhu's decision. The Xuanhu, not daring to countermand, inquired of the flying ant lying on the ground. Flying ant, can you confirm that the red bird has indeed left? It is not lurking outside the dungeon, is it? Lord Tiger King, we have dispatched the red ant to scour the vicinity of the dungeon, and we can confirm that the red bird has headed south. The Xuanhu sighed in relief. As long as the red bird had departed, it felt no fear. However, ever cautious, it continued. There were 3 individuals when they arrived, correct? Indeed. Then that implies 1 person remains. Yes, we have confirmed that indeed 1 person has not yet departed. The flying ant spoke candidly, as it believed a single human beast master posed little threat. However, the Xuanhu did not share this sentiment. It was unconvinced that humans would so readily grant it this opportunity. Thus, it probed further, what was the red bird's reaction upon leaving? Although the flying ant did not comprehend the Xuanhu's intent, it responded, reporting to Lord Tiger King. The red bird seemed to be searching for something upon departure. It surveyed a 5-kilometer radius around the dungeon entrance before proceeding south. The Xuanhu perceived this as a trap, thus it refrained from making an immediate declaration, simply waving its paw to dismiss the flying ant. Once the flying ant had departed, the Blood Void Prince spoke. Xuanhu, I sense this is a ruse. Judging by their actions before leaving, they likely intend to emerge to seek us out. Yet, precisely for this reason, I suspect something is amiss. The beast masters from the Xia Kingdom are the most cunning and formidable adversaries we have encountered, so I do not believe they would make such a grave error. The Xuanhu nodded in complete agreement. You are indeed correct, my lord. I share your sentiments. Therefore, we cannot act just yet. We must wait a while longer. Unsurprisingly, the Xuanhu's suggestion received the Blood Void Prince's endorsement. Though the Bloodless Prince need not tread directly upon this perilous ground, it is acutely aware that with the demise of Yuan Ying, the Ghost Serpent, and the Mad Lion, it has exhausted its resources for further experimentation. While it refrains from sending the Qian Tiger into danger, necessary probes must still be conducted. Thus, the flying ant has unwittingly become the sacrificial pawn. The flying ant could never have anticipated its fateful role. Meanwhile, after resting securely in the underground palace for 2 days, Qin Ye was presented with the appearance of the doomed flying ant. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, intending to reserve it for ensnaring the Qian Tiger. However, the incessant annoyance posed by the ant compelled him to inadvertently crush it with a swift motion of his hand. Once again, he was left to wait in solitude for an extended period. Indeed, at the moment of the flying ant's demise, the Bloodless Prince became aware. The cunning beastmaster of the Xia Kingdom had devised yet another trap. Fortunately, he had not dispatched the Qian Tiger, or this wretched lot would have triumphed. The Bloodless Prince's curse was unbeknownst to Qin Ye, who lay peacefully asleep on the ground. On the other side, Yin Hong, despite not having located the Qian Tiger, did not disappoint Qin Ye. She slaughtered her way from the heart of the secret realm to its periphery, only to turn back and continue her rampage. The number of demon beasts that perished at her hands likely exceeded 200,000. Finally, after half a month, the energy shield's vigor had begun to wane, and Qin Ye estimated that, at most, within a week, it would completely dissipate. As anticipated, the Bloodless Prince also grew impatient, for the timing aligned closely with its estimations. Qian Tiger, in 3 days, you must venture into the underground palace. Otherwise, we may indeed miss this treasure. The Qian Tiger's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. Yet he understood there was no escaping this fate. Thus, he could only hope it was a mere feigned trap. Understood, my lord. The Bloodless Prince was acutely aware of the Qian Tiger's reluctance, yet it found itself without alternatives. Failing to seize the treasure within the energy shield would leave it in a precarious position. Thus, even knowing the Qian Tiger might perish, it felt compelled to proceed. Chapter 51. Bewildered Qin Ye. Upon sensing the diminishing strength of the energy shield, Qin Ye began to prepare an ambush for the Qian Tiger. Although he harbored no fear of the Qian Tiger, he remained wary of the Bloodless Prince potentially deviating from its expected behavior, thus necessitating an escape plan. He did not wish to face a loss after attempting theft. At the same time, Yu Xiaowei and her companions were alerted by Yin Hong's transmission and began to approach the underground palace. Observing Yin Hong's movement toward the entrance, they realized action was imminent. Naturally, anxiety gripped them, as they were uncertain whether Qin Ye's plan would unfold without incident, especially concerning the Bloodless Prince's potential risk in following the Qian Tiger into the underground palace. After a tense moment of worry for Qin Ye, they cautiously trailed Yin Hong toward the palace. Sister Yu, how far are we from the entrance? After an indeterminate duration of walking, Nia Xiaowei noticed Yin Hong had halted and inquired. Xiaowei, without a map, I cannot say, but Yin Hong's stop suggests we are near the entrance. Otherwise, she would not have paused here, Yu Xiaowei replied. Indeed, with Yin Hong's prowess, we can simply follow her. After this affirmation, Qin Xiaorui settled down to rest, having grown weary from their long journey. Outside the secret realm, over a month had elapsed since the entrance had been sealed. Governor Lin Shuya of the southern frontier had instructed after returning from the Third Elder that this was merely a self-protective mechanism of the secret realm, urging all not to worry. Subsequently, the Xia Kingdom's assembly issued a directive for the young beastmasters stranded outside to return the way they came. Those who had yet to depart need not hurry, for the situation regarding the secret realm would soon reach a resolution. Initially, this matter sparked considerable debate. Yet with the Xia Kingdom's official assurances, it did not create significant unrest. Gradually, the number of individuals at the entrance of the Wushan secret realm dwindled. Apart from military personnel remaining to monitor, almost everyone else had departed. Following his instructions to Yu Cheng to closely observe the secret realm's changes, Lin Shuya also took his leave. For a month, Yu Cheng had diligently visited the secret realm's entrance daily to inspect the sealing conditions. However, there had been little change. Yet today, a shift in the seal was finally perceptible. Yu Cheng sensed a distinct weakening trend in the seal. If the previous strength of the seal was rated at 1, it now measured at no more than 0.65. Upon noticing this alteration, Yu Cheng immediately contacted Lin Shuya to report the development. Upon receiving the news, Lin Shuya promptly set aside his current affairs and hurried to the scene. Upon arrival, he went directly to the entrance of the secret realm to personally inspect the seal. "Captain, did you just discover the changes in the secret realm seal today?" Lin Shuya directly addressed the core issue, posing the most crucial question. Yu Cheng, not concealing anything, responded, "Governor, when I checked yesterday, there were no changes in the seal. Therefore, it is certain that the alteration occurred today." After hearing this, Lin Shuya did not linger on the matter. He asked a few more inconsequential questions before instructing Yu Cheng to remain vigilant regarding the seal and hurriedly departed. On Qin Ye's end, after receiving confirmation of Yan Hong's arrival, he felt significantly relieved. With leisure time on his hands, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to engage closely with the energy shield. Initially, he had only listened to Yu Xiaowei speak, completely neglecting the adjacent energy shield. Once he confirmed that it was currently unopenable, he dismissed it and returned to the plaza with Yu Xiaowei and the others. Now, reflecting on it, he felt an overwhelming urge to touch the energy shield. If what Yu Xiaowei said was accurate, energy shields were exceedingly rare, appearing only 3 times in a century. Thus, it would be a loss not to experience it firsthand. Driven by curiosity, Qin Ye's desire to touch the energy shield grew increasingly intense. Ultimately, he succumbed to his yearning, slowly ascending the steps to approach the energy shield, eager to satisfy his curiosity. Step by step, Qin Ye returned to the place where he had previously accompanied Yu Xiaowei. After adjusting his excitement, he cautiously extended his long hands toward the energy shield. Just as he believed his hands were about to make contact with the shield, he was taken aback. He discovered that his hands had inexplicably passed through the energy shield and appeared within it. What is happening? Hadn't Senior Yu stated that one could not traverse the energy shield until it revealed itself? What was this situation? Afraid he might be hallucinating, Qin Ye withdrew his hands and attempted once more. This time, he deliberately rubbed his eyes, fearful of experiencing visual distortions. Once he assured himself he was in a stable state, he again reached out his hands. The outcome was no different from the previous occasion. Qin Ye's hands once again passed through the energy barrier, emerging within its confines. Once he confirmed that his vision was not deceiving him, Qin Ye cautiously began to approach the energy barrier, seeking to ascertain whether he could indeed traverse it. As he drew nearer, he discovered that half of his body had already penetrated the barrier. At that moment, Qin Ye finally believed in his ability to cross through it. Without hesitation, he took a confident step forward, fully crossing the threshold and finding himself inside the energy barrier. After sensing no discomfort within this newfound space, Qin Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him. He stretched his limbs and then turned his gaze toward the grand hall that lay ahead. Majestic and imposing, the hall elicited a sense of awe within Qin Ye. Contemplating the treasures that might reside within, he strode forward without delay. Bang! As he pushed open the grand doors of the treasure hall, he initially envisioned a trove overflowing with riches. However, upon entering, his eyes widened in disbelief at the emptiness that greeted him. There was, indeed, a solitary chair present, but the stark contrast between his expectations and reality left him momentarily stunned. Gaping at the chair before him, Qin Ye began to question whether he had opened the door incorrectly. However, reassured by the prospect of numerous rooms beyond, he dismissed his disappointment. After all, having a single chair was certainly better than encountering nothing at all. Determined to investigate the chair further, Qin Ye approached it. From his perspective, it was undeniably aesthetically pleasing. Were it not for the era of Beast Tamers, he might have even deemed it a dragon throne, an exquisite one at that, surpassing even the grandeur of the first emperor's throne by a margin. Chapter 52. The Lord of the Secret Realm, seemingly sensing Qin Ye's presence. The chair in the center of the hall suddenly began to tremble. Buzzing with energy, it left Qin Ye frozen in place, his eyes fixated on the chair above him. Paralyzed with trepidation. After a moment, when he noted that the chair had ceased its movements, he cautiously resumed his advance, this time treading lightly as if trying to avoid making a sound. Whether this approach would prove effective, he could not say, but it offered him a sense of reassurance. As he took another step forward, the chair seemed to react to some unseen stimulus. Swiftly, it lifted off the ground and darted toward Qin Ye with incredible speed, catching him completely off guard. Whoosh! In a moment of sheer bewilderment, the chair merged seamlessly into his body. Just as Qin Ye was about to leap up and search for the chair on himself, a surge of information flooded his mind, prompting him to relax and gaze in astonishment at the revelations unfolding within. Item: Nine Dragons Throne. Function: control over the 9 provinces' secret realm, retrieval of realm regulations. Ability: the owner's combat power in the 9 provinces' secret realm is enhanced by 1,000, with a defensive boost of 5,000. Upon absorbing this information, Qin Ye was utterly astonished. What the hell? I'm rich. I'm really rich. After indulging in a moment of exuberance, he finally calmed down. It was clear now that he no longer needed to rely on cunning schemes within the secret realm. From this moment forth, Qin Ye was the master of this domain. With this thought, an eager curiosity took hold of him. He began to utilize the powers of the 9 Dragons Throne to locate the Blood Phantom Prince. Yes, he intended to keep the Blood Phantom Prince here as well. Previously, he lacked the capability, but the circumstances had changed. As long as the Blood Phantom Prince remained within the secret realm, escape from his pursuit would be impossible. How cunning of that old fox to be merely a doppelganger, Qin Ye thought, relieved that the Xuanhu was not a fake. Otherwise, he would have been driven to madness. Employing the powers of the 9 Dragons Throne, he effortlessly pinpointed the locations of both the Blood Phantom Prince and the Xuanhu. However, upon discovering that the Blood Phantom Prince was indeed a mere avatar, his expression soured. A splendid opportunity wasted. Had it not been for the Xuanhu's presence, he might have been truly vexed. Yet, when he learned that the Xuanhu had willingly sought him out in the underground palace, his mood improved somewhat. Of course, he was in no rush to deal with these two. With the advantage firmly in his grasp, Qin Ye resolved to take decisive action. He meticulously surveyed the entirety of the secret realm, discovering that although its total area measured around 200,000 square kilometers, the landscapes and geographical features within were remarkably intact. Mountains, rivers, plains, snowy expanses, deserts, lakes, grasslands, and forests, all present in abundance. However, he was dismayed to find that precious herbs and unusual fruits were alarmingly scarce. This revelation left him quite perturbed. Upon further investigation, he realized that the plight was the doing of the Beast clan. In a sudden fit of rage, he thought, since they had taken everything from him, he would not hesitate to turn them into fertilizer. Thus, he commenced a thorough examination of the beasts inhabiting the secret realm. To his shock, he discovered that the 30,000 beasts he believed he had eradicated were but a fraction of the total. There were over 20 million beasts in the entire realm. How outrageous! I am, after all, a lord of the realm, yet these beasts dare to look down upon me, he exclaimed. Enough is enough. I must reclaim my dignity. The sheer number of foes was daunting, but fortunately, as the master of the secret realm, he could traverse its expanse at will. However, personally engaging in battle would be beneath him. In a flash of inspiration, he thought of Yin Hong. Let us see how you escape now. With that, Qin Ye focused his thoughts and found himself beside Yin Hong. Chirp chirp. Ah, senior, how did you do that? Upon Qin Ye's sudden appearance, Nie Xiaorui gasped in shock. Thankfully, Yin Hong was present. Otherwise, she might have been frightened into a fit. Senior, what kind of ability is this? After regaining her composure, Yu Xiaowei approached with curiosity. She had been startled by Qin Ye's abrupt arrival, but managed to maintain her composure. Hee, just wait and see, senior sisters. You'll understand soon enough. Follow me, Qin Ye replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate, confident that they would soon comprehend his intentions. Although Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui were somewhat bewildered, they gathered their belongings and prepared to follow Qin Ye. Once they were ready, Qin Ye lifted Yin Hong into his arms and inquired, Sisters, are you all set? Though Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui were uncertain of Qin Ye's plans, they nodded in agreement. Senior, we're all packed. Are we ready to set off? Qin Ye smiled once more and instructed, Sisters, hold on to my clothes. I will take you with me. Even though Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui did not fully grasp Qin Ye's meaning, they reached out and grasped his attire. Qin Ye made no motion, but with a mere thought, he found himself within the grand hall. This left Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui utterly astonished. Even the typically composed Yu Xiaowei was taken aback by his display of power. Upon realizing her presence in the Grand Hall, she was so flabbergasted that her words stumbled out in fragments. How is this possible? Junior, how did you achieve this? This defies logic. The energy barrier hasn't dissipated yet. How could you enter? In contrast to Yu Xiaowei's stuttering and incoherent speech, Ye Xiaowei was rendered speechless, her surprise leaving her entirely mute. Qin Ye rubbed his nose, momentarily at a loss for words. After contemplating, he sensed that any words he might utter would likely fall on deaf ears for Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei. Thus, he decided to discuss his plan for clearing the secret realm of demonic beasts with Yin Hong instead. In truth, it was less a discussion and more of him assigning tasks to Yin Hong. Thanks to the enhancement from the 9 provinces throne, Yin Hong's prowess within the secret realm was akin to a bug, virtually invincible. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding her safety. Especially since he was the master of the secret realm, traversing back and forth was but a matter of thought, requiring no time at all. Consequently, Qin Ye felt emboldened and unrestrained, directly sending Yin Hong into a throng of demonic beasts. Chapter 53. Chaos in the Secret Realm. Qin Ye strikes it rich. Yin Hong's sudden disappearance from the Grand Hall finally captured the attention of Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei. Junior, where have you sent Yin Hong? Ever since they discovered that Qin Ye could teleport at will within the secret realm, their fear of potential dangers had dissipated. However, they remained intensely curious about Yin Hong's whereabouts. Qin Ye had no intention of concealing anything, responding, "Sister, there's no need for such alarm. I was just about to explain." Upon hearing Qin Ye's teasing tone, both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei appeared bewildered yet were delighted at the prospect of an explanation. Eagerly gazing at him with thirst for knowledge, Qin Ye continued, "I trust you both are aware of our current location?" Yu Xiaowei, ever perceptive, did not hesitate to respond. "I know this. If I am not mistaken, we must be inside the energy barrier." Qin Ye nodded and elaborated. "Indeed, we are within the energy barrier. And I can also inform you that I have already secured what lies within it. The reason I can traverse freely throughout the secret realm is due to this fact, or rather, I have borrowed the abilities of this item." Although he mentioned this, Qin Ye refrained from disclosing the nature of the item he acquired in the Grand Hall, and Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei wisely chose not to press the matter. Instead, the astute Yu Xiaowei inquired, "So, does that mean we can now leave the secret realm?" "Yes, as long as I wish to exit. I can break the seal of the secret realm at any time. However, I have yet to complete a plan, so I cannot open the seal just yet." "What plan?" Qin Ye, unreserved, replied, "I am now capable of locating any entity existing within this secret realm. To put it simply, I am akin to a deity within this realm, possessing boundless capabilities." "What? You mean to say you have found the Xuanhu?" Yu Xiaowei exclaimed. "Did you send Yin Hong to eliminate the Xuanhu?" "Indeed," was their first reaction, believing Yin Hong had been dispatched by Qin Ye to slay the Xuanhu. However, Qin Ye shook his head in denial and stated, "Sister, you are thinking too small. Let me clarify, the Blood Phantom Prince has not left the secret realm. Unfortunately, that creature has only sent a mere avatar. Otherwise, I would have ensured its permanent stay here." The revelation Qin Ye shared was utterly astonishing. Both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were left dumbfounded, barely comprehending his subsequent words as they exclaimed, What did you say? You mean the Blood Phantom Prince is still in the secret realm?" Just as Ye Xiaowei expressed her astonishment, Yu Xiaowei interrupted her, saying, "Xiaowei, your focus is misplaced. The crux of the matter is that Junior said he could keep the Blood Phantom Prince here." Qin Ye was at a loss, wondering if they had misconstrued his intentions. The focus should not have been solely on the Blood Phantom Prince being in the secret realm, but rather on its avatar. Consequently, he reluctantly uttered, "Sisters, shouldn't our focus be directed elsewhere? For instance, that the Blood Phantom Prince entered the secret realm as an avatar? Or why I haven't addressed the Xuanhu and the Blood Phantom Prince first?" Fearing a potential backlash from the two, Qin Ye chose his words with caution. Fortunately, after he spoke, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei did not react with the fervor he anticipated. Instead, they remained calm, though seemingly still processing the information. After a lengthy pause, they finally replied, "All right, Junior, what is going on with you? Since you can locate them, why not deal with them first? You must understand that their identities are not trivial. Killing them would be far more lucrative than slaying ordinary demonic beasts. Although the Blood Phantom Prince is merely an avatar, one must realize that even an avatar of a prince from the Beast clan is not easily discarded. Setting aside the difficulty of conjuring an avatar, losing one would significantly impact the original, a burden the Blood Phantom Prince cannot afford right now." Seeing Qin Ye still appear confused, Yu Xiaowei felt a twinge of frustration. She thought to herself that while Qin Ye possessed many admirable traits, his knowledge base was concerning. Understanding his bewilderment, she continued, "Junior, let me put it this way. While destroying the Blood Phantom Prince's avatar won't result in its direct demise, it can severely wound it. Even as a prince of the Blood Crow clan, it won't recover easily. It could take a decade or two for it to regain its strength. With this explanation, Yu Xiaowei hoped Qin Ye would grasp the significance of the situation. Otherwise, had she been able to contend with him, she might have resorted to force. Of course, she did not mean to imply he was foolish. It was merely that his nonchalance was somewhat irksome. Sisters, rest assured. I have already pinpointed their locations and given them special attention. I won't allow them to escape. Furthermore, the reason I have not dealt with them yet is that I have foreseen the Xuanhu will soon come to me of its own accord. Besides, my plan would be rather dull without them as spectators. Thus, I have temporarily confined them, ensuring they cannot flee under these circumstances. Allowing them to live for the time being poses no issue. Finally, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei felt reassured. However, they were quite concerned about the whereabouts of Prince Xueshu and Xuanhu, as both were renowned prodigies of the Demon Beast clan. Senior, could you please tell us where Prince Xueshu and Xuanhu are hiding? Why were we unable to locate them before? Qin Ye understood the sentiments of Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei, for evading Yanhong's scrutiny indeed required a certain level of skill. Seniors, I trust you remember the mountain range approximately 10 kilometers to our northwest? Yanhong led you past it earlier, did she not? Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei immediately grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that Prince Xueshu and Xuanhu are hidden there? But didn't Yanhong already scout that area? How could they have evaded her detection? To be precise, they are concealed within the least conspicuous hill at the easternmost edge of that mountain range. Well, I truly did not expect them to choose such an inconspicuous location for refuge. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei were genuinely astonished that Prince Xueshu and Xuanhu would opt for such a nondescript spot as their hideout. Thus, when Qin Ye revealed this answer, both were taken aback. Chapter 54, Xuanhu's Appearance. It was unexpected that the illustrious Prince Xueshu would select such a minor location. Were it not for your prior discovery of the treasures within the energy shield, leading you to discern their hiding place, it is likely no one would believe that a prince of the esteemed Demon Beast clan would choose such a desolate area as a temporary residence. In contrast to Nie Xiaowei's disdainful remarks, Yu Xiaowei maintained a more rational perspective. She found herself regarding Prince Xueshu as a rather capable individual. Xiaowei, you underestimate him. If I am not mistaken, this fellow must have sought refuge here only after the death of the Mad Lion at the hands of Yanhong. Thus, we must not underestimate this adversary, lest we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Qin Ye was aware that Yu Xiaowei could discern Prince Xueshu's cunning, and he had harbored similar thoughts upon discovering the prince's hiding spot. I concur with your assessment, Senior. Prince Xueshu is indeed quite crafty. One could easily fall for his ruse if not careful. Seeing that both Yu Xiaowei and Qin Ye were in agreement, Nie Xiaowei hesitated to belittle Prince Xueshu any further. Moreover, she possessed a singular trait. She was exceptionally inclined to heed Yu Xiaowei's advice. While it was not that she would accept every word Yu Xiaowei uttered, she would certainly not venture westward if advised to head east. Naturally, her boisterous nature would not be dampened by differing opinions from Yu Xiaowei and Qin Ye. Master, Yanhong has dealt with matters on her end. What shall we do next? Just as Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei were deliberating how to toy with Xuanhu and Prince Xueshu for their amusement, Yanhong suddenly contacted him telepathically. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ye summoned Yanhong back from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. As soon as Yanhong appeared, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei rushed over to inquire about her well-being, leaving Qin Ye feeling quite out of sorts. Particularly, Nie Xiaowei seized the bewildered Yanhong in her embrace, simultaneously grooming her feathers while venting her grievances about Qin Ye. Little Yanhong, your master is utterly inconsiderate. You've only just returned, and he is already making you work again without allowing you a moment's respite. The more Qin Ye listened, the darker his expression became. He felt he was being unjustly accused by Nie Xiaowei. Ahem, Yu Xiaowei, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, hastily coughed to divert the conversation. However, Nie Xiaowei failed to grasp Yu Xiaowei's implication and inquired, Sister Yu, why are you coughing? Are you coming down with something? Yu Xiaowei replied, Now it was Yu Xiaowei's turn to feel awkward, as she had not anticipated her friend's boldness in making such a direct comment. Although Qin Ye felt somewhat embarrassed by the remark, he understood that Nie Xiaowei did not mean any harm. Thus, he sought to alleviate the awkwardness by stating, All right. Sister Xiaowei, please hand over little Yanhong to me. I have a reward for her. While Nie Xiaowei did not comprehend what Qin Ye intended to give Yanhong, she still relinquished her to him. Upon receiving Yanhong, Qin Ye retrieved a premium fire spirit stone from his storage and tossed it to her. Yanhong promptly swallowed the spirit stone and voluntarily entered the Beast Master Space Tower. However, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei were left astounded by Qin Ye's offering of a premium fire spirit stone. Wait, did you just give Yanhong a premium spirit stone? Qin Ye saw nothing amiss, considering it merely a premium spirit stone, and replied nonchalantly, "Yes, it's just a premium fire spirit stone. What is the issue?" Nie Xiaorui nearly choked on his words, but recalling Qin Ye's peculiar understanding of certain items, she quickly composed herself. "Do you realize the value of a premium spirit stone?" Qin Ye, unfazed by Nie Xiaorui's tone, assumed it was a casual inquiry and replied casually, "Of course, but I have plenty. Do you need any, senior?" Yu Xiaowei was taken aback by Qin Ye's response, uncertainly asking, "You really have a lot?" Qin Ye, thinking she doubted him, lightly remarked, "Just a few 100,000. That's all." At this, both Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui were thrown into a state of disbelief. How many did you say?" "A few 100,000. What's wrong?" "And nothing." "Oh, well, all right then." Seeing that Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui were momentarily flustered, Qin Ye chose not to speak further and turned his attention to Xuanhu. Indeed, Xuanhu had made an early move. Yet, observing its cautious demeanor nearly caused Qin Ye to burst into laughter. At that moment, Yu Xiaowei noticed the barely contained smile on Qin Ye's face and promptly asked, "What's with that grin, Junior? Have you stumbled upon something amusing?" Qin Ye had no intention of concealing anything from her, so he replied, "I just noticed Xuanhu sneaking toward us, and its cautious, glancing manner is rather amusing." Upon hearing this, even Nie Xiaorui, who had been oblivious until then, exchanged glances with Qin Ye. "Junior, does this mean we're in for a good show?" "Sister Xiaorui, I didn't realize you had such a flair for theatrics. But you're right, a good show is on the horizon." Junior, your insight into people is quite sharp." The atmosphere grew awkward, and as Qin Ye pondered how to break the silence, Xuanhu approached, its cautious demeanor betraying its intention. One might think it was gallivanting toward doom. "Here it comes. Xuanhu is outside now," Qin Ye announced to Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui. Indeed, upon hearing that Xuanhu had arrived, both Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui were filled with excitement. "Junior, if Yin Hong doesn't intervene, can we capture Xuanhu?" "Rest assured, senior. As long as Xuanhu enters the underground palace, I can trap it without anyone lifting a finger." "That won't do, Junior. Merely confining it is insufficient. We still need to witness the performance it puts on for us, don't we? If you just trap it, how will it lure the Blood Void Prince over here?" Upon hearing Qin Ye's remarks, Nie Xiaorui grew somewhat anxious and promptly voiced her concerns. In truth, Qin Ye had already devised a plan. It was merely that Xuanhu had arrived too swiftly, leaving him no time to confer with Nie Xiaorui and the others. Chapter 55. Xuanhu enters the game. Blood Void Prince is intrigued. Observing the anxious expression on Nie Xiaorui's face, Qin Ye felt compelled to provide her with an explanation. "Senior, I assure you, I have been prepared for quite some time. The moment Xuanhu steps into the subterranean palace, it will become ensnared within the illusion I have crafted for it." Noticing Qin Ye's unwavering confidence, Yu Xiaowei's curiosity was piqued. She too wished to learn about the illusion Qin Ye had set up for Xuanhu. Thus, she inquired, "Junior, what kind of illusion have you woven for Xuanhu that makes you so sure of success?" Nie Xiaorui chimed in, "Yes, Junior. Do share the details of the illusion you've constructed." Casting a glance at Xuanhu, who was still lingering at the entrance of the subterranean palace without any intention of entering, Qin Ye felt he had sufficient time to clarify a few matters. "Absolutely, senior. I shall now introduce to you the illusion I have devised for Xuanhu. This plan was conceived only after I seized control of this secret realm. While mastering the secret realm, I discovered I could manipulate the elements within the subterranean palace at will. Thus, an idea struck me, leading to this plan. To ensure its success, I specifically crafted an illusion that captures Xuanhu's deepest desires. Within this illusion, Xuanhu will realize that its prior concerns regarding ambushes were utterly unfounded. As apart from me, who is as defenseless as a newborn chick, there are no traps in the secret realm. In such circumstances, what do you think it will do? Without a doubt, it will attempt to crush me, thereby entering the next layer of the secret realm I have laid out for it. Once it believes it has vanquished me, it will discover that the energy shield's power is nearly depleted. Yet, it will find it effortless to seize the treasures contained within the energy shield. At that moment, it will realize that the objects appearing within the shield can control the elements of the secret realm. Having said this, Qin Ye fell silent. For the subsequent events would entirely depend on Xuanhu's actions. He was uncertain of what Xuanhu might do next. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui grasped the essence of Qin Ye's plan. They were curious about what would transpire once Xuanhu obtained the treasures within the energy shield and learned of their capacity to manipulate the secret realm. But such revelations would only come once Xuanhu made its move. At that moment, Xuanhu finally finished its lingering at the entrance to the secret realm. Judging by its demeanor, Qin Ye surmised it was preparing to enter. Sure enough, in the next instant, Xuanhu cautiously stepped into the secret realm. As it crossed the threshold of the subterranean palace, its form came into view of Yu Xiaowei and the others. Upon witnessing the Xuanhu, which had been on their minds, Qin Ye felt an urge to investigate. The creature was nearly 10 meters in length, with a shoulder height of nearly 4 meters, exuding a natural aura of a king of beasts, appearing quite majestic. However, observing its cautious demeanor made Qin Ye question why a creature of such stature would exhibit timidity. Is this really Xuanhu? It looks rather imposing. It would surely be a comfortable mount, though its timidity is rather off-putting. Nie Xiaowei, witnessing Xuanhu's entrance, wasted no time in commenting. Yu Xiaowei, feeling playful, jested indeed. It is quite impressive, far more so than the previous wild lion and yuan eagle. Alas, it is just a tad too timid. The two women seemed entirely unconcerned about the ghost serpent. One could only wonder what its reaction would be upon discovering this. Qin Ye, on the other hand, found himself at a loss, for Xuanhu was a demonic beast, not a spirit beast. Thus, they could not form a contract with it. And given that Xuanhu was a beast of the golden tier, even if it were a spirit beast, it was beyond their capabilities to form a bond. Senior, you are overthinking this. Xuanhu is a demonic beast. You should abandon such notions. Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei were merely engaging in light banter and had no such intentions. Yet they were taken aback by Qin Ye's interjection. Junior, worry not. We are simply jesting. We are not foolish. At that moment, Xuanhu finally stood before Qin Ye. Upon seeing him, Xuanhu appeared somewhat skeptical, repeatedly blinking its eyes. It was only when Qin Ye summoned a fire tiger, trembling slightly, that Xuanhu began to believe this was reality. Junior, is that fire tiger within your illusion your second beast? Yu Xiaowei naturally assumed the fire tiger was Qin Ye's second beast upon witnessing its summoning. Even Nie Xiaowei, who had been fixated on Xuanhu, turned her gaze to Qin Ye upon hearing this. Qin Ye certainly did not possess a second beast. His earlier statements had merely been fabrications to amuse Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei. As for the fire tiger, it had simply been a spontaneous act, albeit one influenced by his earlier encounter with a fire tiger at the Spirit Beast Pavilion. Thus, he did not deny it and nodded, responding, yes, indeed. Upon hearing Qin Ye's affirmative answer, both Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei displayed expressions of envy. Junior, you are so fortunate. Having one Yin Hong is already enviable enough. Yet to think you could find a fire tiger of such caliber as your second beast, how utterly enviable. Qin Ye paid no heed to the slightly envious tone of Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei, instead redirecting his focus to Xuanhu. When Xuanhu beheld the fire tiger summoned by Qin Ye, it exhibited a hint of trepidation. However, once it realized the fire tiger's aura was not as potent as its own, it began to feel at ease. With a roar, Xuanhu sprang towards the fire tiger summoned by Qin Ye, attempting to eliminate it in a single strike. Xuanhu is certainly cautious. It seems intent on dispatching the fire tiger in one fell swoop. Yet, it hardly seems to regard the fire tiger as a threat. Qin Ye mused to himself. Though the fire tiger was not as powerful as Xuanhu, it was not entirely defenseless. Consequently, Xuanhu's surprise attack failed to achieve its aim. Of course, Qin Ye had intended for the fire tiger to be defeated by Xuanhu, so the ensuing blow left the fire tiger considerably wounded. While it evaded Xuanhu's grasp, it suffered the loss of an ear. The scent of blood stirred Xuanhu's primal instincts, prompting it to charge once more at the injured fire tiger. Meanwhile, the Blood Void Prince, aware of Xuanhu's departure towards the subterranean palace, had already taken action. It dispatched the Ant clan, renowned among the demonic beasts for their exceptional scouting abilities, to follow closely behind. Thus, the actions of the Xian tiger along the journey were all crystal clear. Now that it was aware of the absence of ambushes within the underground palace, its thoughts became animated once more. After all, the temptation of personally acquiring the artifact within the energy shield was not something that mere mortals could easily resist. Moreover, with the energy shield beginning to wane, its urgency only intensified. In Chapter 56, the Blood Phantom Prince enters the secret realm. Although the Xian tiger seizing the artifact would also grant it significant credit for the mission in the secret realm, the implications would differ vastly. Hence, it found itself tempted. And such thoughts, once birthed, would grow wildly. Coupled with the ease of the Xian tiger's progress, there was even less reason to decline such a splendid opportunity. On the Xian tiger's side, its second encounter with the flame tiger was about to culminate. The Xian tiger's massive paw plunged fiercely into the flame tiger's neck, blood streaming down its claws. Conversely, the flame tiger merely managed to bite into the Xian tiger's shoulder, inflicting no mortal harm. Hey, Junior, why aren't they using any skills while fighting? Nie Xiaowei remarked, having noticed the peculiar nature of the two tigers' confrontation. Typically, Beast Tamers would employ skills during attacks, while it was not unheard of for the Flame Tiger and Xian Tiger to engage in close combat from the outset. Such instances usually occurred only when both parties had exhausted their spiritual energy in the final moments of battle. In truth, it was quite normal. However, the senior had failed to notice that every offensive move was instigated by the Xian Tiger. Such was the inherent nature of demonic beasts, rendering it unsurprising. Of course, this was intentional on my part, as it made the situation more manageable and less prone to unforeseen incidents. Should both sides unleash their skills, the outcome would be difficult to control, as once released, skills are notoriously challenging to rein in. Upon hearing Qin Ye's explanation, Nye Xiaorui understood. When performing, one must indeed choose a method that is within their control, otherwise, the scene could easily spiral out of control, jeopardizing the entire act. Junior, you're certainly quite the cunning one to have thought of such a strategy. Senior, could you possibly use a different term? I am absolutely delightful, you know? Alright. Senior, I'll heed your intuition. After casting a glance at Nye Xiaorui's enigmatic smile, Qin Ye relented. Following its successful strike, the Xian tiger did not pursue the advantage. Instead, it retreated to a safe distance, leaving the severely wounded flame tiger and began to survey its surroundings. Indeed, a cautious creature, remaining vigilant even in such circumstances. Yu Xiaowei remarked, noticing the Xian tiger's decision to search for an escape route rather than continue its assault on the flame tiger. Truly, with such a cautious disposition, if it weren't for an infallible plan, it would be quite difficult to contend with. At this moment, Qin Ye felt a wave of relief. Had his plan not been meticulously crafted, he might not have managed to retain the Xian tiger. Roar, roar. Ultimately, the Xian tiger discovered no traces of danger and became increasingly exhilarated. After a series of roars, it spared no mercy and lunged towards the flame tiger. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the flame tiger, despite its injuries, charged at the Xian tiger as well. At that moment, Qin Ye and the others realized that the Xian tiger had not been exerting its full strength until now unleashing its full might. The Xian tiger moved so swiftly that Qin Ye and his companions could scarcely discern its form. With a thunderous crash, they then witnessed the flame tiger being hurled through the air, completely devoid of life. It was at this juncture that Qin Ye, in the illusion, suddenly became frantic and raced toward the entrance of the secret realm. Observing the trembling Qin Ye fleeing toward the underground palace's entrance, the Xian tiger leapt effortlessly behind him. Without granting Qin Ye any opportunity, its fearsome jaws engulfed him whole. With that final scream fading into silence, the entire grand hall descended once more into eerie stillness. The Xian tiger's power is far from simple, Yu Xiaowei murmured to herself. Qin Ye did not immediately engage with Yu Xiaowei's remark, instead preparing to utilize his probing eye to discern the Xian tiger's true nature. Species, Tiger Clan. Level, Golden 6th Tier. Combat Power, 6758. Current status, within an illusion. In a state of exhilaration. The profound concealment of the Xian tiger left Qin Ye astounded. He was immensely grateful to have acquired the 9 provinces thrown within the energy shield. Otherwise, he would have fallen victim to the Xian tiger's schemes. How terrifying. This Xian tiger is exceedingly shrewd, Qin Ye exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the Xian tiger, which was currently licking its wounds within the illusion. What is it, Junior? Upon witnessing Qin Ye's astonished expression, Yu Xiaowei and Nye Xiaorui understood he must have uncovered yet another secret about the Xian tiger. Do you know the Xian tiger's true strength? While Yu Xiaowei sensed a flaw in Qin Ye's inquiry, she still ventured to respond. Analyzing from the strength of the Yuan eagle and the ghost serpent, the Xian tiger, as the foremost of the 4 great king beasts, should surpass them in power. But likely not by much. Hence, I estimate it possesses the strength of a golden 4th tier. Had Qin Ye not previously utilized his probing eye on the Xian tiger, he might have agreed with Yu Xiaowei's assessment. However, the situation had changed. With a subtle smile, he replied, if we think along those lines, then we are gravely mistaken. I just used the capabilities of the secret realm to probe the Xian tiger's strength and discovered it has already attained golden 6th tier power. Upon hearing Qin Ye's revelation, Yu Xiaowei and Nye Xiaorui were left in shock, unable to restrain their astonishment. How is this possible? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed, how can this be? Though the reality was undeniable, disbelief lingered. Qin Ye understood that the revelation was indeed alarming. The disparity between golden 6th tier and golden 4th tier, though only 2 tiers apart, bore significant implications. Noticing that the two had yet to react, Qin Ye refrained from further elaboration. Meanwhile, upon learning that the Xian tiger had slain Qin Ye, the Blood Phantom Prince could no longer remain still. Hong Yi immediately arranged for undercover scouts around the underground palace. We shall rendezvous with the Xian tiger. Upon uttering these words, the Blood Phantom Prince hastily made his way to the underground palace. Before long, Qin Ye spotted the silhouette of the Blood Phantom Prince near the entrance of the underground palace. The Blood Phantom Prince has arrived. Upon recognizing the Blood Phantom Prince, Qin Ye alerted Yu Xiaowei and Nye Xiaorui. The Blood Phantom Prince did not linger at the entrance, swiftly darting into the underground palace. Only once the Blood Phantom Prince was within Qin Ye's view did he discern its true appearance. The prince of the Beast clan was, in fact, a blood crow. Aside from being slightly larger than an ordinary blood crow, the most notable distinction was that its feathers were a deep crimson, unlike the typical grayish-black plumage of a common blood crow. Thus, Qin Ye could not help but remark, I had expected the Blood Phantom Prince to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Turns out it's merely this. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were momentarily rendered speechless by Qin Ye's comment, unsure of how to respond. Within the realm of illusion, Xuanhu swiftly approached the Blood Void Prince upon his arrival. Chapter 57. The Dreaming Blood Void Prince and Xuanhu. My lord, what brings you here? However, the Blood Void Prince did not respond to Xuanhu's inquiry. Instead, he remarked, You have performed admirably this time. Upon our return, I shall commend you. Xuanhu, undeterred by the prince's disregard for his question, respectfully replied, Thank you, my lord. The Blood Void Prince was quite pleased with Xuanhu's demeanor, relishing the respect shown to him. Still, he understood the importance of prioritizing matters of significance. Very well, Xuanhu, let us attend to our business. As you wish, my lord, Xuanhu replied, leading the way toward the energy barrier prepared by Qin Ye for their benefit. At that moment, the energy barrier seemed to be on the verge of depletion. After examining it carefully, the Blood Void Prince stated, Xuanhu, this energy shield will likely be exhausted in the next couple of days. So I shall need you to exert yourself during this time. The Blood Void Prince demonstrated a keen aptitude for manipulation, effortlessly securing Xuanhu's loyalty with a few simple words. Xuanhu was acutely aware that he had no opportunity to seize the treasures within the energy shield, for although he could effortlessly eliminate the Blood Void Prince, he recognized that within this secret realm, the prince was merely a projection. Thus, dispatching him would yield no tangible benefit. My lord, I have also conducted an assessment, and I believe the energy barrier will indeed vanish within 2 days. Haha, splendid. Xuanhu, you have played a pivotal role in this operation, the Blood Void Prince proclaimed. Now buoyed by a sense of control, his arrogance led him to chuckle boastfully. Although Xuanhu felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he maintained a fa-ade of deference, replying, No. My lord, you are the true architect of this success. I merely added the finishing touch. This flattery struck a chord with the Blood Void Prince, rendering him momentarily oblivious to the absence of Yanhong. Why had it taken so long for reinforcements to arrive? Previously, Qin Ye had harbored concerns that complications might arise at this juncture, as it was indeed a potential vulnerability. He had devised a contingency plan. Should they be discovered, he would no longer engage but would simply restrain the two and observe as he dealt with the other beasts within the secret realm. The loss of a bit of amusement was a minor inconvenience, easily accepted. Of course, had the Blood Void Prince and Xuanhu paused to contemplate, they would have recognized the myriad flaws in their situation. Illusions are, after all, illusions. No matter how convincing, they cannot be devoid of weaknesses, nor can they replace reality. Nevertheless, witnessing Xuanhu and the Blood Void Prince ensnared within the illusion brought a sense of relief to Qin Ye. Junior, why did you seem a bit anxious just now? Ye Xiaowei observed Qin Ye, her tone nonchalant. Qin Ye had thought he was concealing his feelings well, only to realize that Ye Xiaowei had discerned his unease. Thus, he calmly replied, In truth, there are several flaws within this illusion. I expected the Blood Void Prince to uncover them. Alas, his overconfidence, or perhaps his arrogance, has led him to blindly enter the illusion without a second thought, and they have not even questioned Yanhong's absence. Upon hearing Qin Ye's explanation, Ye Xiaowei understood. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed such a thing. Senior, your lack of awareness stems from your perspective. Your consciousness desires the Blood Void Prince's involvement, hence you wouldn't entertain such doubts. At that moment, Yu Xiaowei also recognized where her own discomfort had originated, exclaiming, Indeed, Junior. While your plan appears flawless, a closer examination reveals numerous vulnerabilities. Our initial failure to identify these flaws was due to our immersion in the situation, coupled with our skewed perspective. Consequently, many inconsistencies were overlooked. It was unexpected that neither the Blood Void Prince nor Xuanhu had detected these flaws and continued to follow your plan, Junior. Qin Ye simply smiled, having anticipated Yu Xiaowei's response. However, he felt the need to clarify. Honestly, I did not overthink it. My initial intention was merely to lure them into the underground palace. As long as they entered, I would be confident in detaining them both. If they chose not to enter, even if I could exert some control over the secret realm, I might not be able to capture the Blood Void Prince's projection. My ultimate objective has always been singular, to eradicate the beasts within the entire secret realm. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were taken aback. They had not imagined that Qin Ye's ambitions extended to the wholesale extermination of all beasts in the secret realm. They had assumed he would be satisfied with the elimination of the Blood Void Prince and Xuanhu, perhaps taking down a few factions thereafter. Junior, are you truly intent on this? Do you have any idea how many beasts inhabit the secret realm? Are you not afraid of being proven wrong? Of course, even if you fail, neither you nor I will mock you, they said in unison, almost overwhelming Qin Ye with their chatter. Senior Rue, you underestimate me. Just wait and see. Watch as I cleanse the secret realm of its beasts. Very well, Junior. I shall remember your words and eagerly await your demonstration. All right, Junior. You and Xiaorui can wager. I shall simply observe the spectacle. Qin Ye hesitated, while Nie Xiaorui echoed his uncertainty. Noticing their discontent, Yu Xiaowei fell silent. As the three sank into an awkward silence, Yin Hong had just finished absorbing the spirit stones Qin Ye had provided and was preparing to contact him for her release. At that moment, Qin Ye took note of her presence and promptly freed her. Upon her emergence, Yin Hong eagerly inquired, Master, is there something you require me to do? Qin Ye felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, Shall I send you to slay the beasts? Clearly, Yin Hong could not comprehend Qin Ye's discomfort. She merely assumed he was assigning her a task and readily agreed. Very well, Master. Ignoring the disdainful glares from Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui, Qin Ye transported Yin Hong back into the fray of beasts. As soon as she vanished, Nie Xiaorui remarked with a sarcastic tone, Some individuals are nothing short of capitalists, utterly disregarding their beasts, and to make matters worse, the subject is merely a cub, showing not a shred of compassion. Seeing that Nie Xiaorui was unwilling to relent, Qin Ye quickly interjected, Senior Rue, I beg you, please cease your comments. Chapter 58. A grudge must be settled. It was not as if I had willingly sent Yin Hong. It was quite evidently her own initiative. Moreover, Yu Xiaowei was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Qin Ye and Nie Xiaorui could exhibit such childish behavior. She never anticipated that Qin Ye and Nie Xiaorui could articulate their thoughts so well. Such a trivial matter could extend into an endless discussion. What was even more alarming was that both of them could engage in such a discourse. Truly a rarity. All right, you two have had enough. How tiresome it is to dwell on such trivialities, Yu Xiaowei exclaimed in exasperation, causing both Nie Xiaorui and Qin Ye to fall silent. Just then, an unexpected growl emanated from Nie Xiaorui's stomach, which lightened the atmosphere once more. I'll go prepare dinner. Qin Ye seized the opportunity to slip away, keen to avoid the two troublesome individuals. Time passed swiftly, and the three had just finished their meal when Yin Hong returned. This time, she had vanquished a horde of gray mice. The Gray Mouse clan, known for their sheer numbers, boasted a population of approximately 150,000. Their primary mode of attack relied on ambushes, and their most challenging tactic was their ability to burrow underground, allowing them to appear silently at any location. It was said that upon reaching the diamond tier, one could comprehend the skill of blink. However, their weakness lay in their relatively feeble attack power, which had always been a disadvantage. Consequently, the gray mice often relied on overwhelming numbers to secure victory. Fortunately, the gray mice encountered in this secret realm were not particularly formidable, with their strongest member merely at the bronze 8th tier. Additionally, their numbers paled in comparison to other clans boasting millions. Thus, Yin Hong had little difficulty in dispatching this group. Originally, upon Yin Hong's return, Qin Ye intended to dissuade her from further hunts for beasts. On one hand, he feared that Nie Xiaorui would criticize him again, and on the other, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. However, before he could voice his concerns, Yin Hong eagerly volunteered to hunt beasts once more. At first, Qin Ye was puzzled and questioned, Yin Hong, do you not find it exhausting to frequently hunt beasts? Yin Hong appeared momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, pondering for a while before replying, Master, I merely feel that combat aids in absorbing the spirit stones you have provided me, and I have also discovered that engaging in battle enhances my combat prowess. Therefore, I request this. If you believe it unwise, I shall refrain from it. This left Qin Ye momentarily speechless, and after a lengthy pause, he uncertainly asked, Are you certain, Yin Hong? Without any hesitation, she confidently nodded, Master, I cannot be mistaken. Very well, then go ahead. Qin Ye felt that since Yin Hong found such an endeavor beneficial, he had no grounds to object. He thus selected another beast horde and teleported Yin Hong there. Indeed, upon witnessing Qin Ye send Yin Hong to hunt beasts once more, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui's eyes widened in disbelief, with Nie Xiaorui nearly ready to breathe fire. Seeing their reaction, Qin Ye did not hesitate to clarify, Sister Yu. Sister Rue, please do not look at me like that. It was Yin Hong who claimed that combat would enhance her strength and allow her to absorb spiritual energy. And it was her own request. So, please, spare me the accusatory glances as if I were mistreating her. Upon hearing Qin Ye's explanation, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaorui exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their voices as they questioned, You aren't deceiving us, are you? Qin Ye, taken aback by Nie Xiaorui's doubt, retorted, Sister Rue, are you insinuating that I am lying? Well, you have indeed presented something quite astonishing, she replied, prompting Qin Ye to sigh in exasperation. If you doubt my word, just observe Yin Hong's condition when she returns. At this juncture, Yu Xiaowei felt it was time to redirect the conversation. Sensing that it was becoming increasingly serious. What are Xian Hu and the Blood Phantom Prince up to? She interjected. As soon as Yu Xiaowei spoke, both Qin Ye and Ye Xiaowei's attention was drawn to the monitoring screen. Indeed, Xian Hu and the Blood Phantom Prince had made a move. Oh, are they about to leave the underground palace? However, before Ye Xiaowei could finish her thought, they witnessed Xian Hu and the Blood Phantom Prince merely shifting positions before lying down once more. Seriously, they need to change positions just to sleep? How absurd. Qin Ye had anticipated a riveting spectacle, only to be met with this anticlimactic scene, prompting him to voice his disappointment. Exactly. These two nuisances had us expecting something thrilling, only to be let down. Ye Xiaowei lamented, her frustration stemming from nearly a month spent in the secret realm with little to show for it. Qin Ye understood that the prolonged stay in the secret realm had left her feeling cooped up, leading to her current emotional state. Recognizing that everyone experiences emotions, he felt compelled to find a way for them to vent their frustrations, lest he become the target of their ire. Sisters, how about we disrupt Xian Hu and the Blood Phantom Prince and prevent them from sleeping too peacefully? As soon as Qin Ye proposed this idea, Ye Xiaowei showed immediate interest, eagerly inquiring, Junior, what is your plan? Well, since we aren't resting, why should Xian Hu and the Blood Phantom Prince enjoy their slumber? I intend to have them perform for us to alleviate our boredom, he explained. Upon hearing this, Ye Xiaowei's interest piqued further. Excellent. Your plan is brilliant, Junior. Ever since we entered this secret realm, it has been nothing but fighting and killing. I am absolutely bored out of my mind. With the atmosphere lightening, Qin Ye wasted no time and swiftly set his plan into motion. Hee, Xian Hu, let us see how you conceal your true strength. And you, Blood Phantom Prince, wait until you discover that one of your subordinates is a hidden powerhouse at the golden 6th tier who has concealed their strength while bowing to you. Let's see your reaction. Of course, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei could not quite grasp Qin Ye's musings, and they remained eagerly anticipating his next move. Chapter 59, The Self-Doubt of the Blood Phantom Prince. Qin Ye did not keep Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei waiting long, within mere minutes. He had constructed illusions of Yin Hong, Yu Xiaowei, and Ye Xiaowei within the realm of Xian Hu and the Blood Phantom Prince. As for the familiars of Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, he had yet to create them, feeling that Qing Miao and Xiao Mei were too low in rank to be of any use. However, not providing them with familiars would seem disingenuous. Thus, he turned his attention to Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei. Sisters, what do you think would be the most suitable strength for Qing Miao and Xiao Mei? What? Yu Xiaowei responded, perplexed by his inquiry. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were perplexed by Qin Ye's words, prompting them to inquire further. In response, Qin Ye found himself obliged to elucidate his plan once more. After listening to his explanation, both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei expressed a keen interest in the proposal. How about this, Junior? Yu Xiaowei suggested. Just give my Qing Yao a strength of golden tier 2. Anything higher might inflate my ego. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure and merely nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ye Xiaowei interjected. Then my Xiao Mei should also attain a strength of golden tier 2. Since Sister Yu's Qing Yao possesses that level of power, an additional one wouldn't be excessive. Qin Ye sighed. Well, I suppose I'll just consider it an act of charity. Ultimately, he graced the two with their wishes, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Once everything was prepared, the three exchanged knowing smiles. Let's feed them, Qin Ye declared, proceeding to follow his plan and send Yu Xiaowei and her companions into the illusion created for the Xuanhu and the Blood Phantom Prince. Within the illusion, Xuanhu and the Blood Phantom Prince were still soundly asleep. Suddenly, Xuanhu seemed to sense something, its eyes snapping open. At that precise moment, the Blood Phantom Prince also detected an ominous presence. Being seasoned creatures of the world, they immediately shifted their focus towards the entrance of the underground palace. With a series of bird calls, Yin Hong soared into view, closely followed by Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei. Naturally, the Qing Yao and Xiao Mei they cradled were also brought into the line of sight of Xuanhu and the Blood Phantom Prince. Upon seeing Yin Hong, both Xuanhu and the Blood Phantom Prince exhibited signs of alarm. Xuanhu, though somewhat timid, possessed formidable strength, allowing it to momentarily quell its anxiety. Had it not been for Qin Ye's keen observation, one might have missed the fleeting moment of trepidation that crossed its face. While Xuanhu regained its composure, Qin Ye couldn't help but admire its display of poise. As a seasoned player in this game, Xuanhu managed its expressions remarkably well. Conversely, the Blood Phantom Prince, feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Yin Hong, struggled to maintain its composure, betraying its fear to any discerning eye. As the two sides met, an intense aura of hostility enveloped the atmosphere. Yin Hong showed no inclination to pause, launching herself directly at Xuanhu. With a piercing cry, the sound of a phoenix echoed throughout the grand hall, sending shudders through the very foundations of the underground palace. The resonance of Yin Hong's cry instilled within them a primal instinct of bloodline suppression. In truth, such suppression was utterly lethal to beasts. Yet both Xuanhu and the Blood Phantom Prince understood that retreat was not an option. Failure to act would spell their demise. Following Yin Hong's cry, she transformed into a blazing inferno and propelled herself toward Xuanhu. The latter's countenance darkened as it realized it had been singled out as the primary target of attack. However, it quickly comprehended why the Yuan Eagle and the Ghost Serpent had perished so swiftly. With such strength, their escape would have been miraculous. The Blood Phantom Prince was equally alarmed, sensing its imminent demise. Through the powerful aura radiating from Yin Hong, it recognized that Xuanhu was far from a match. But in the next heartbeat, it was left in shock as Yin Hong's seemingly lethal strike was halted by Xuanhu. The explosion resonated through the air as both Yin Hong and Xuanhu recoiled. Though Xuanhu appeared somewhat disheveled from the impact, it remained unscathed. Witnessing this, the Blood Phantom Prince's expression darkened further. It belatedly realized that its subordinate harbored deeper intentions, having concealed its true strength right beneath its nose. Despite possessing the prowess of Golden Tier 6, Xuanhu had consistently presented itself as only Golden Tier 4 in its presence. The more it pondered, the more wary it became, fearing it might be outmaneuvered by Xuanhu. Meanwhile, on the Jinfeng Cherry Blossom Island, the Blood Phantom Prince's eyes glinted coldly as it murmured, "Xuanhu, you are indeed cunning, concealing your true capabilities so thoroughly. What are you plotting?" However, still feeling a twinge of doubt, it called out, "Blood Witch, Blood Paint. You too, come here." The two blood crows outside, upon hearing its summons, wasted no time in flying in. "Master." The Blood Phantom Prince merely glanced at the Blood Witch and Blood Paint before instructing, "Go to Xuanhu's lair and investigate what it has left behind." Though the Blood Witch and Blood Paint were puzzled by the command, given that Xuanhu was the Blood Phantom Prince's most trusted ally, they dared not question it further and promptly bowed before departing. Once the figures of the Blood Witch and Blood Paint had vanished from sight, the Blood Phantom Prince muttered to itself, "This time, I shall uncover what you, Xuanhu, have concealed." In the illusion, the second confrontation between Xuanhu and Yin Hong commenced. This time, Xuanhu did not hold back, instead opting for an aggressive approach. It transformed into a colossal white sword, charging at Yin Hong. Unfazed by the oncoming attack, Yin Hong likewise morphed into a fiery red sword, hurtling towards Xuanhu. The two beasts collided with astonishing speed. With a tremendous crash, they separated once more. Observing the unfolding battle, it became evident that once again, neither beast could gain the upper hand, much to the delight of the Blood Phantom Prince. What had initially appeared to be a dire situation for it, now seemed to present a glimmer of hope. Just as it contemplated letting Xuanhu and Yin Hong battle to the bitter end for its own gain, the Qingyao in Yu Xiaowei's arms and Xiao Mei in Ye Xiaowei's grasp suddenly took flight. In the astonished gaze of the Blood Phantom Prince, both the Qingyao and Xiao Mei unleashed their full power. Instantly, two auras, rivaling that of Golden Tier 2, surged towards it. The Blood Phantom Prince was thrown into confusion. While it too possessed Golden Tier 2 strength, it was clear that the intensity of the auras from the Qingyao and Xiao Mei far surpassed its own. Alarmed, it could not help but exclaim, "What manner of place is Xia country, to harbor so many extraordinary prodigies?" Chapter 60, The Betrayal of Xuanhu. The Blood Phantom Prince, seething with indignation, found itself filled with regret. Yet, it maintained a composed facade. With no other options left, it could only place all its hopes on Xuanhu. Little did it know, Xuanhu had initially entertained the same thoughts. Facing Yin Hong, Xuanhu had no desire for the Blood Phantom Prince to intervene. However, as a subordinate, it knew that asking for its superior's assistance without first engaging in battle would not yield favorable results. Thus, it pressed on, determined to contend with Yin Hong, believing that the Blood Phantom Prince would know how to choose wisely in the heat of the conflict. It can be said that the Bloodless Prince indeed followed Xuanhu's plan to this point. However, he did not anticipate that the strength of the Bluebird and the Little Beauty would be so formidable, extinguishing their intentions at the very outset in a clash of ideologies. In such circumstances, the Bloodless Prince dared not engage with either the Bluebird or the Little Beauty. Simultaneously, the sudden shift in the situation left Xuanhu utterly flabbergasted. After separating from Yin Hong once more, he stood frozen, hesitant to make a move. Previously, the advantage had been on their side, which emboldened him to provoke. But the circumstances had now shifted entirely. Even if he were granted a measure of courage, he would still refrain from initiating an attack. Observing that both Xuanhu and the Bloodless Prince were paralyzed with fear, Yu Xiaowei tentatively inquired, "Junior, are you certain that Xuanhu still dares to strike?" Indeed, Junior, echoed Nye Xiaowei. I can't shake the feeling that both the Bloodless Prince and Xuanhu have lost their chances of victory. Why do you maintain that Xuanhu would take action? Even Nye Xiaowei seized this opportunity to voice her thoughts. This was certainly not a baseless claim from Qin Ye, as he had assessed Xuanhu's combat prowess and was well aware of its capabilities. Furthermore, he had deliberately set Yanhong's combat strength slightly below that of Xuanhu's, aiming to instill in it the belief that a desperate gamble might yield success. Additionally, when calibrating Yanhong's strength, he had factored in the combat abilities of the Bluebird and the Little Beauty. This meant that Xuanhu held a fighting chance when facing any combination of Yanhong alongside either the Bluebird or the Little Beauty. Thus, Qin Ye could not believe that Xuanhu would shy away from taking action. Naturally, the current predicament likely stemmed from Xuanhu's cautious disposition, especially after the Bluebird and the Little Beauty had unleashed their second-tier golden strength, which must have terrified him considerably. He was uncertain whether Yu Xiaowei and the others still had any hidden moves left. Consequently, Qin Ye surmised that Xuanhu would indeed take action, most likely bargaining with the Bloodless Prince, urging him to at least defend against the assault of one of the two beasts, the Little Beauty or the Bluebird. In response to Yu Xiaowei and Nye Xiaowei's inquiries, Qin Ye confidently asserted, "Rest assured, I believe Xuanhu will take action, and this time we shall witness its full combat prowess." Although Yu Xiaowei and Nye Xiaowei remained somewhat skeptical of Qin Ye's words, they chose to trust him temporarily, considering he had no reason to deceive them. Within the illusion, Xuanhu indeed began to struggle, just as Qin Ye had anticipated. It first surveyed its surroundings meticulously, ensuring no hidden ambushes lurked nearby, before contemplating its chances of victory and whether it was worth risking everything. As for negotiating, that was utterly out of the question, particularly when facing a beastmaster from the Xia nation. From the outset, neither side had uttered a word. It was a fight to the death from the moment they met. The Beast clan had never witnessed the Xia nation beastmaster express a desire to surrender, thus they were deprived of even the opportunity to speak. After much deliberation, Xuanhu resolved to take a gamble. It cast a glance at Yanhong, noting her lack of intent to strike. Although this felt somewhat off, it nonetheless allowed Xuanhu to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Yanhong did not initiate an attack, there remained time to devise a strategy, and thus an opportunity still existed. Unbeknownst to it, the Bloodless Prince, having observed this development, felt increasingly despondent. Were it not merely a clone, the Bloodless Prince might have knelt in supplication. Little did he realize that the combat strength recently unleashed by his subordinate was not even its full potential. He presumed certain death awaited him, which is why he had refrained from discussing the next tactical maneuvers with Xuanhu. Now, he was merely awaiting his fate. Initially oblivious to his master's despair, Xuanhu felt a chill run down its spine upon witnessing the Bloodless Prince's demeanor. It understood that its maximum contribution would be to have the Bloodless Prince block either the Bluebird or the Little Beauty. Nevertheless, it conveyed respectfully, "Master, our only chance now is to fight to the death and eliminate the opponent. Otherwise, we face annihilation. Therefore, you must assist me in blocking that Bluebird." Upon receiving Xuanhu's transmission, the Bloodless Prince could hardly believe that Xuanhu would still dare to say such a thing at this juncture. Thus, he did not respond immediately, but began to ponder how much strength Xuanhu had truly been concealing to still entertain hopes of victory. What magnitude of power must one possess to dare make such a claim? Consequently, he decided to test Xuanhu's strength. "Xuanhu, are you certain we still have a chance?" Xuanhu, not overthinking, replied straightforwardly, "Rest assured, master. As long as you block the Bluebird, I will certainly resolve the rest." Unbeknownst to Xuanhu, its attempt to bolster its master's confidence had inadvertently conveyed an entirely different message to the Bloodless Prince. Indeed, upon hearing this response, the Bloodless Prince perceived that Xuanhu was still concealing its strength, and even felt that it might resolve the current predicament with its own might. Thus, he devised a clever plan, intending to have Yanhong and the other two beasts test Xuanhu's capabilities. Feigning acquiescence, he responded, "Very well. Since you believe you can resolve the current impasse, I shall trust you once more. I will block the Bluebird. You need only deal with the other two beasts." Xuanhu, believing its words had borne fruit, was entirely unaware that it was about to be ensnared. Of course, the Bloodless Prince's maneuver was something even Qin Ye had not anticipated. Chapter 61. The Demise of the Bloodless Prince's Clone. After receiving his master's affirmative response, Xuanhu did not suspect it would be betrayed. Thus, it unleashed its full combat strength and charged toward Yanhong, evidently intent on swiftly concluding the battle. Whoosh! Faced with the full-force assault of Xuanhu, Yanhong exhibited no fear and chose to confront it head-on. Bang! The two beasts collided once more, creating shockwaves that obliterated the structures in their wake, sending clouds of dust swirling and obscuring their forms. It was only when the dust settled that their silhouettes re-emerged in the line of sight of the Bloodless Prince and Yu Xiaowei. This engagement did not unfold as evenly as the previous encounters. This time, Yanhong was clearly at a disadvantage, having retreated a full 5 or 6 meters compared to Xuanhu. After succeeding in her strike, Xuanhu had no intention of halting. Instead, it opted to pursue the advantage. At that moment, the bluebird and the little beauty revealed their fangs and joined Yanhong in an assault against Xuanhu. While Xuanhu could hold its own against Yanhong alone, facing the combined onslaught of all three beasts was an entirely different matter. At this moment, Xuanhu had yet to realize that it had been sold off, believing that its master would intervene to shield it from Qin Ye. Thus, it felt confident in withstanding the assault from Yanhong and Xiaomei. However, the outcome was far from favorable. It was unexpected that its master would choose to observe, testing its strength instead. Boom! The sound of their clash erupted, plunging the scene into silence once more. The most anxious among them was Prince Xuexiu, who was fervently eager to ascertain the result of this confrontation. Naturally, he hoped for mutual destruction, for that would allow him to reap the benefits. Outside the illusion, Nie Xiaowei, noticing that Prince Xuexiu had not intervened, murmured, "It seems Prince Xuexiu intends to remain a bystander." Yet, Yu Xiaowei and Qin Ye held a different perspective. After exchanging knowing glances, they chimed in unison, "No, he seeks to benefit from the chaos." Nie Xiaowei, puzzled, turned to Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei, inquiring, "When did you two become so in sync? And do you truly believe that Prince Xuexiu thinks Yanhong, Qingyao, and Xiaomei cannot vanquish Xuanhu? Or does he believe Xuanhu can hold its own against the three of them?" Yu Xiaowei glanced at Qin Ye, signaling him to elaborate. Qin Ye, without hesitation, stepped forward to clarify, "Senior Xiaowei, it is evident that Prince Xuexiu has lost trust in Xuanhu, believing it still conceals its true strength. Therefore, his reluctance to intervene is likely to ascertain just how much power Xuanhu is hiding. Even so, Junior, you cannot assume he seeks to profit from this conflict. Perhaps he is merely slow to act, or perhaps he simply wishes to test Xuanhu's capabilities." Nie Xiaowei attempted to justify her earlier words, yet found herself at a loss. Yu Xiaowei and Qin Ye understood her intent and refrained from countering her statements. Let us observe further. The truth shall soon reveal itself. At that moment, the dust from their skirmish settled, and the figures of Xuanhu and Yanhong reappeared before the onlookers. It became apparent that Xuanhu's complexion was severely altered. Internally, Xuanhu was in turmoil, fully aware that it had been manipulated. Enduring the full force of the combined attacks from Yanhong and her companions, even Xuanhu, with its formidable strength, found it challenging to cope. "Xuexiu, what do you mean by this? Why would you act in such a manner?" Xuanhu, now stripped of pretense, confronted Prince Xuexiu with fury. Until now, Xuexiu had been unaware of Xuanhu's ferocity. Even moments prior, he had not expected Xuanhu to speak to him in such a tone. Observing Xuanhu's visibly unstable aura, Prince Xuexiu felt a twinge of regret, realizing that had he acted sooner, they might have had a chance of victory. Yet, even at this juncture, he would not concede. As a prince of the demon beast clan, how could he lower himself to apologize to a subordinate? If other demon beasts were to learn of this, his standing within the clan would be jeopardized. Thus, he retorted with defiance, "What? Do you think I, as a prince of the demon beast clan, am obligated to heed your commands? And who gave you the audacity to address me so directly?" Xuanhu, already displeased with Xuexiu's actions, had been on the verge of striking him down. The audacity with which Prince Xuexiu spoke only heightened Xuanhu's ire. Suppressing its rage, Xuanhu declared, "Very well. Today I shall see just how resilient you, the demon beast prince, truly are." At that moment, Qin Ye and the others were left in shock. The situation was evidently escalating, with Xuanhu's dissatisfaction with Prince Xuexiu's conduct leading to the possibility of confrontation. Is Xuanhu truly going to confront Prince Xuexiu? Nie Xiaowei was the first to voice her thoughts. Yu Xiaowei and Qin Ye shared similar sentiments, sensing that Xuanhu's demeanor suggested as much. Thus, they offered no further explanation. Their gazes fixated on Xuanhu's movements, nodding in agreement with Nie Xiaowei's assessment. Seeing the agreement from Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei, Nie Xiaowei fell silent, turning her attention back to Xuanhu. In the arena, just as Xuanhu finished speaking, Prince Xuexiu shot back, "What? Do you dare to confront me?" Unfortunately for Xuexiu, he had miscalculated. He believed he was in a secure position, capable of summoning aid at will, and thought Xuanhu still feared his status. However, as Xuanhu cast aside its fear of Xuexiu's identity, it launched an assault. Even injured, Xuanhu's full strength was not something Xuexiu could withstand. Boom! With a resounding crash, Prince Xuexiu was sent flying by Xuanhu's devastating blow, his expression one of disbelief as he teetered on the brink of consciousness. At that moment, he could only stare at Xuanhu in shock, stammering, "How dare you? How dare you strike at me?" And with that, Prince Xuexiu breathed his last. Chapter 62, An unexpected end to the game. Witnessing the lifeless body of Prince Xuexiu, Even Qin Ye was taken aback. This has escalated beyond control. One of the main characters is gone, and I have no idea how to direct the next scene. Hearing Qin Ye's lament, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei could not help but chuckle. Haha, Junior, who can you blame for this? We certainly did not foresee this outcome. Qin Ye, aware that no one could be held accountable, clarified, I never anticipated things would spiral this way. My original plan was to instigate suspicion among them. Never did I think Xuanhu would eliminate Prince Xueshu directly. So what shall we do now? Should we eliminate Xuanhu? Yu Xiaowei, unfazed by Prince Xueshu's demise, pondered what actions to take following Xuanhu's disruption of their plans. Qin Ye was equally bewildered, having not foreseen such an event and thus lacking a plan. He replied, Senior Yu, how should I know what to do next? The show cannot continue as it is. In the Sakura Island of the Foot Basin, poof, Prince Xueshu had suffered a backlash the moment his doppelganger was slain. The repercussions of this counterattack extend far beyond a mere spillage of blood. The Blood Void Prince has plummeted from the first tier of gold to the silver tier, and his mental fortitude has suffered a grave blow. It is likely to take him nearly a decade to regain his peak mental prowess, coupled with the loss of soul energy. One could assert that aside from narrowly escaping death, the Blood Void Prince's current state is scarcely distinguishable from that of the deceased. Even as a prince of the Beast Kin, his situation is far from favorable. Hence, the Blood Void Prince's current disposition is exceedingly irritable. He is acutely aware that his days of ease are over, for the upper echelons of the Beast Kin will not tolerate the existence of a worthless prince. Xianhu, you would do well to perish within this secret realm. Otherwise, I shall ensure you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. After hurling a venomous curse at Xianhu, the Blood Void Prince collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. In the illusion, upon slaying the Blood Void Prince, Xianhu realized he had nowhere to escape. Thus, he shed his previous impatience and stood still, his gaze fixed intently upon Yin Hong, exuding an air of resignation to death. Yin Hong, on the opposite side, remained immobile, being a mere construct. Unlike Xianhu and his companions who had entered in their true forms, she lacked consciousness and moved solely at the behest of Qin Ye's prior programming or direct commands. Had it not been for these, she would not have stirred. When Qin Ye initially designed her, he had not anticipated such a scenario, resulting in her programming lacking directives for this specific situation. Consequently, she could only remain stationary, awaiting further instructions from Qin Ye. Qin Ye recognized the necessity of making a choice, lest this matter become devoid of significance. It is often said that plans cannot keep pace with changes. Originally, Qin Ye intended to eradicate all the beasts within the secret realm before addressing Xianhu and the Blood Void Prince. However, with Xianhu having dealt with the Blood Void Prince, his entire scheme had unraveled, veering far from the original plan. Senior, do you think keeping Xianhu around serves any purpose now? Qin Ye contemplated that given the circumstances, it would be prudent to take decisive action and eliminate Xianhu. Yet, considering he had two teammates, he deemed it wise to consult them first. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were equally unsure of Xianhu's utility, thus they responded, Junior, we shall defer to your judgment. If you wish to spare him, we shall comply, and if you wish to eliminate him, so be it. After casting a glance at the two, Qin Ye remarked, we have indeed lingered in this secret realm for quite some time. I find myself longing for home. Thus, I shall not indulge Xianhu in a game of hide and seek. Let us send him to meet his maker swiftly, so we may return home. Upon hearing Qin Ye's declaration, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei understood that he had resolved to kill Xianhu and, in unison, affirmed, very well, we shall follow your lead. Junior, having made the decision, Qin Ye harbored no further reservations. Yin Hong, we have work to do. Have you completed your task? Coincidentally, Yin Hong had just dispatched the last beast, and upon receiving Qin Ye's telepathic call, she promptly replied, Master, I have finished here. You may teleport me to your location. Recognizing the situation, Qin Ye acted without hesitation, summoning Yin Hong to his side. However, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were somewhat perplexed upon her arrival. Junior, do you intend for Yin Hong to engage directly? Qin Ye, unreserved, confessed, indeed, I wish for you to witness Yin Hong's true prowess. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were taken aback, doubting their understanding. Junior, are you certain you mean for Yin Hong to confront Xianhu? Absolutely. Qin Ye replied with unwavering confidence. However, Yu Xiaowei, concerned, cautioned, but Junior, are you not aware that Xianhu possesses the strength of a 6th-tier gold beast? Why would you have Yin Hong confront him directly? Is it not preferable to eliminate him within the illusion? Fearful of Qin Ye's potential folly, she pressed on. Yet, Qin Ye, fully aware of Yu Xiaowei's apprehensions, reassured them, rest assured, Senior, I am very much aware of my actions. Even if Xianhu were of diamond-tier strength. Within this secret realm, he poses no threat to my Yin Hong. Astonished by Qin Ye's self-assurance, Yu Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were left speechless. Junior, are you certain you are not deceiving us? Have no fear, Senior. I would never gamble with Yan Hong's life. Convinced by Qin Ye's conviction, they ceased their protests. Once assured that Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei posed no further issues, Qin Ye waved his hand, shattering the entire illusion where Xianhu resided. At that moment, Xianhu felt a darkness engulf him, and when he opened his eyes again, the reality he beheld caused his pupils to constrict. He now comprehended that all he had previously witnessed was an illusion, and he had long been ensnared, merely a plaything at the mercy of others. Roaring in indignation, Xianhu began to howl. Yan Hong, having received Qin Ye's approval, wasted no time and emerged from the energy barrier, confronting Xianhu directly. Chapter 63, Conclusion of the Secret Realm Trial. Upon witnessing Yan Hong's emergence, Xianhu was utterly bewildered. He realized she had emerged from the energy barrier, and the power she now exuded was incomparably superior to what he had encountered in the illusion. Presently, Yan Hong's strength was such that not only would Xianhu, a 6th-tier gold beast, falter, but even a diamond-tier prodigy would meet their demise at her hands. Xianhu lacked the courage to even charge at Yan Hong, let alone hope to defeat her. My, is Yan Hong truly this formidable? Ye Xiaowei inquired, unable to contain her astonishment at Xianhu's trembling form before Yan Hong. I told you both, within this secret realm, Yan Hong fears not even the diamond-tier beasts. What of Xianhu, who is merely a 6th-tier gold beast? Is it any wonder he quivers? At last, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei grasped the situation. Well, all right, Junior, you were right. At this point, Qin Ye had no intention of lingering on their previous discussions. He was prepared for Yan Hong to act. Having resolved to conclude this matter, Qin Ye did not intend to engage in any psychological games with Xianhu. Granting him a swift end would suffice as a courtesy. Yan Hong, grant Xianhu a merciful release. Upon receiving Qin Ye's command, Yan Hong exhibited no hesitation, launching an unrelenting assault upon Xianhu's head with no intent to hold back. With a whoosh, as Xianhu beheld Yan Hong charging toward him, any thoughts of resistance evaporated. He surrendered in fear, overwhelmed by her commanding presence. Boom! With a single decisive strike, when Yan Hong reappeared in the grand hall, Xianhu's body slowly crumpled to the ground. Let us go, Senior. We must inspect Xianhu's remains. Although Qin Ye had already amassed significant gains, the prospect of examining the corpse of a 6th-tier gold beast like Xianhu was simply too enticing to resist. Ah, Junior, you've let your drool slip. Although Yu Xiaowei was equally tempted by the corpse of the Xuanhu tiger, her demeanor was far more composed, making such a display of drooling utterly impossible. Ye Xiaowei was also amused by Qin Ye's antics, but after laughing a couple of times, she noticed that both Yu Xiaowei and Qin Ye had turned their gazes toward her. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, attempting to feign nonchalance to deceive Qin Ye and Ye Xiaowei. Qin Ye and Yu Xiaowei merely cast her a fleeting glance, indifferent to her clumsy actions. With a smile, Qin Ye finally spoke. I feel that this expedition into the secret realm has been quite fortuitous. Just the corpse of the Xuanhu tiger alone must be worth at least 100 million Summer Kingdom coins, right? Ah, Junior, therein lies your error. Do you believe that the corpses of 6th-tier beastly creatures are easy to come by? It's not that I'm criticizing you, but your common sense seems a tad lacking. A flawless beast like the Xuanhu is worth at least 500 million. Yu Xiaowei was baffled by how Qin Ye had grown to this point without grasping such fundamental knowledge, necessitating her to explain it to him. All right, senior sister. I understand. At this moment, they had just arrived beside the colossal corpse of the Xuanhu, and Qin Ye beamed with joy. Haha, senior sister, once we exit, I shall treat you both to a meal. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were amused by Qin Ye's flamboyant demeanor. Hee, Junior, you are truly entertaining. However, we shall hold you to your word. If you fail to treat us, we will make you pay. After threatening Qin Ye with a smirk, Yu Xiaowei seemed satisfied. Rest assured, senior sister, I would never deceive you. With that, he proceeded to collect the Xuanhu corpse. At this juncture, Qin Ye felt he could leave. But recalling his system task, he refrained. He intended to wait a couple more days, believing that striving for the system rewards was worthwhile. Senior sister, I plan to stay a few more days. I want to hunt some beasts. I feel it would be prudent to slay whatever I can. Once this opportunity passes, it will be gone. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were taken aback by Qin Ye's resolve, leaving them momentarily speechless. After a while, Yu Xiaowei finally spoke. Then let us follow your lead, Junior. We shall remain in the secret realm for another 2 days. After all, we have already invested so much time. What are 2 more days? Though Ye Xiaowei remained silent, her steadfast gaze indicated her support for Qin Ye. Senior sister, this time I will be teaming up with Yan Hong. This will expedite our efforts. As soon as Qin Ye uttered this, both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei chimed in. Since you are going, we shall accompany you. Seeing that Qin Ye was about to protest, Yu Xiaowei interjected. Junior, don't even think of saying we're too weak. We are determined to go. If necessary, we can assist in cleaning up the battlefield. Qin Ye had initially intended to suggest they wait for him, but given Yu Xiaowei's insistence, he thought better of it. Moreover, her point was valid. He and Yin Hong would be at the forefront, leaving little time for tidying up afterward. Though he could effortlessly collect the corpses of the beasts with a mere thought. The number he had already amassed, comprising the Xuanhu, Yuan Ying, and the Mad Lion, was quite substantial. It felt rather inconsiderate to deprive Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei of the chance to gather more beastly remains. Thus, he conceded, very well, let it be as you suggest. Senior sister. Upon hearing Qin Ye accept their proposal, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei instantly erupted with excitement. Splendid. We shall strike it rich this time. All right, Xiaowei. No need to get too carried away. With your petite portions, Qin Ye wouldn't even notice you, Yu Xiaowei teased. Ah, senior sister, please don't say that. I am not a wealthy heir. I would appreciate any morsel, no matter how small. Their banter brought laughter to Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei, who chimed in cheerfully. Junior, your appetite is quite impressive. Eating meat is one thing, but are you planning to deny us even the broth? Qin Ye, suddenly reminded of their expedition, realized he had neglected to gather any precious herbs or rare treasures. Senior sister, did you find any medicinal herbs or rare treasures upon entering? His inquiry rendered Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei momentarily speechless. Had it not been for Qin Ye's question, they might have overlooked the fact that they had not located a single herb during this expedition. How peculiar, Yu Xiaowei mused. Do you know why this might be? Qin Ye shook his head. I am uncertain. I had scouted the area previously, but found nothing noteworthy. The trio exchanged glances, puzzled by the situation. Finally, Qin Ye spoke again. Let us not dwell on it. There is no use in pondering results that remain elusive. We should focus on cleaning up the beasts first. Agreed. Let us proceed as you suggest, Junior. It was at this moment that the three of them began their action. Thanks to Qin Ye's ability to traverse the secret realm with a mere thought, their movements were exceedingly efficient, which proved to be a catastrophic disadvantage for the beasts within the realm. Qin Ye bypassed the smaller beast clans, targeting only those that were numerous and formidable. Over the course of 2 days, he nearly eradicated all the beastly tribes within the secret realm single-handedly, while Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei busied themselves with the aftermath, scrambling to collect the remains. Given the limitations of their storage space, they ended up gathering only the weakest beasts, all of which were at least of Silver Tier 3. Despite this, they still missed out on countless beast corpses, leaving them both frustrated, jokingly lamenting that they had never anticipated a day would come when they would fret over a lack of capacity for spoils of war. Qin Ye merely smiled at their discontent, saying little. As the last battle elephant fell, Qin Ye recognized it was time for them to depart. Junior, have you finished? Is there any beast corpse you wish to exchange? If not, shall we take our leave? This phrase had become one of Qin Ye's most frequently uttered lines over the past couple of days. None, Junior. We can finally leave the secret realm. Qin Ye glanced back at the surroundings of the secret realm before silently activating the powers of the 9 provinces throne, teleporting all the beast masters still within the realm to safety. A flash of white light enveloped them, whisking everyone away. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves outside the secret realm. Chapter 64, System Rewards. With a flash of white light, all surviving beast masters emerged in Wushan Square. At that moment, the entrance to the secret realm that had previously lingered on Wushan Ridge vanished into thin air. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of the beast masters drew everyone's attention, and none noticed the disappearance of the entrance to the secret realm. Upon the immediate arrival of Qin Ye and his companions at the Wushan Square, Yu Cheng promptly informed Governor Lin Xuya. How did we suddenly emerge here? One exclaimed. Indeed, I had previously attempted to establish contact outside the secret realm. Yet to no avail. I feared we would remain trapped indefinitely. To my surprise, just as I was preparing to hunt demonic beasts today, we found ourselves here. The square soon buzzed with excitement, the majority engrossed in discussions about their experiences within the secret realm. However, apart from Qin Ye, Yu Xiaowei, and Nie Xiaowei, no one could fathom how they had suddenly materialized in this location. Although Yu Cheng was present to oversee the situation, he too was baffled. The current circumstances left him at a loss, as he could only allow the throng of Beast Tamers to chatter away. Fortunately, despite the noise, no one caused any disturbances, resulting in an overall peaceful atmosphere. After approximately 10 minutes, Lin Xuya arrived, albeit a bit late. Upon witnessing the square filled with the younger generation of Beast Tamers emerging from the secret realm, a sense of relief washed over him. As Lin Xuya stepped before the crowd, silence enveloped them, all eyes awaiting his words. Without delay, he addressed the assembly. Dear students, I owe you an apology regarding this incident. With a deep bow directed towards Qin Ye and his companions, he lingered for nearly 3 seconds before rising. He continued, "Indeed, this was our oversight, and we will not deny it. Therefore, to compensate for your losses, the military and our southern frontier province have jointly decided to acquire the resources you retrieve from the secret realm at 120 of market value. This is but one form of compensation. Additionally, each of you will receive 500 points in national battle credits." The announcement left everyone astounded. While the first form of compensation was significant, it was the second that truly astonished the crowd. Each individual present understood the immense value of national battle credits. To put it into perspective, participating in a national battle typically yields only 1 point unless one makes extraordinary contributions. A third-class merit awards 50 points. A second-class merit grants 200 points, while only a first-class merit can bestow 500 points. As for the esteemed special merit, it awards a staggering 3,000 points. However, such achievements are exceedingly rare. Since the establishment of national battle credits in the era of Beast Tamers, special merit has only been awarded twice. Thus, Lin Shuya's offer of 500 national battle credits to Qin Ye and his comrades equated to an acknowledgement of first-class merit. In this context, it was only natural for Qin Ye and his peers to be exhilarated. Observing the cacophony of discussion below, Lin Shuya remained unperturbed, standing patiently. Eventually, the crowd recognized his continued presence and quieted down. It was then that Lin Shuya resumed speaking, this time focusing primarily on compensations for those who had sacrificed their lives within the secret realm. First came the monetary compensation, with nearly every fallen Beast Tamers family set to receive a lump sum of approximately 5 million Summer Kingdom currency. Following that were various resource compensations. After nearly half an hour, the proceedings reached a conclusion. The subsequent matter concerned the exchange of resources. The military had prudently arranged for over 100 exchange points, ready to commence operations at any moment. Qin Ye, Yu Xiaowei, and Nie Xiaowei did not secure a position at the forefront, opting instead to find a comfortable spot to sit and wait for the crowd to thin before approaching the exchange. Once seated, Qin Ye reclined in a relaxed position, eager to review the rewards bestowed by the system. Ding. The Beast Tamer S-Light system is at your service. Qin Ye, too apathetic to heed the system's monotonous prompt, stated directly, "System, I wish to claim my rewards." Ding. The system is currently assessing the completion level of your task. Ding. The host has successfully eliminated a total of 751, 372 demonic beasts, including 1 6th-level golden beast, 1 3rd-level golden beast, 2 2nd-level golden beasts, and 11 9th-level silver beasts. Ding. The host's exploration of the secret realm is deemed perfect. Ding. Rewards are being dispensed. Ding. Rewards have been fully distributed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a random SSS-level talent, a random holy beast egg, and 1 million top-tier gold spirit stones. Upon hearing the rewards, a wide grin spread across Qin Ye's face. However, he resisted the temptation to immediately unveil the rewards, sensing that doing so might attract undue attention. He resolved to wait until he returned to the secret realm before revealing the rewards, ensuring he could do so without drawing scrutiny. Chapter 65. The Third Elder Steps Forward. Junior, do you think it might be somewhat conspicuous if we bring out the corpses of the Xuanhu? Yu Xiaowei expressed her concerns as she surveyed the bustling exchange area. Although the Summer Kingdom was currently united in the fight against demonic beasts, where there are people, there are complexities. One cannot assume that all individuals are devoid of ulterior motives. Therefore, Yu Xiaowei's apprehensions were not unfounded. Initially, Qin Ye had not considered this, but after Yu Xiaowei voiced her worries, he too began to perceive the situation as more complicated than he had envisioned. You are right, senior sister. I had underestimated the gravity of this matter. It appears we must seek out Governor Lin to see if we can arrange a meeting with him. Otherwise, we might have to settle for exchanging ordinary demonic beasts. Qin Ye acknowledged the predicament they found themselves in, though he was acutely aware that their chances of meeting Governor Lin were slim. After all, from the governor's perspective, if anyone could simply request an audience, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with demands. Junior, have you considered that the demonic beast corpses we have collected are all at least 5th-level silver in strength and cannot be classified as ordinary? If we cannot meet with Governor Lin, it is highly likely that we will be unable to exchange them. Otherwise, the corpses we present may attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Yu Xiaowei pointed out, effectively eliminating Qin Ye's only fallback option. Indeed, senior sister, you are correct. We have not gathered any low-level demonic beast corpses, and we have also failed to collect any rare treasures or medicinal herbs. Therefore, if we cannot meet with Governor Lin and wish to avoid exposure, our only option may be to refrain from exchanging anything at all. Nie Xiaowei chimed in, concerned that Qin Ye might not fully understand the precariousness of their current situation, and thus reiterated the challenges they faced. Qin Ye has now come to understand his situation. Thus, he wasted no time in rising to his feet, brushing off the grass clippings from his trousers, and declaring, "Let us proceed to find Governor Lin at once." With that, he hurriedly grasped the arms of his companions and rushed towards the temporary command center of the military at Wushan, fearing that if they tarried even a moment longer, Lin Shuya might depart. In contrast, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei remained remarkably composed. "Junior, do not be so hasty. Such frantic behavior is unbecoming. Should Governor Lin catch sight of you, he may perceive you as lacking in poise," Yu Xiaowei admonished gently. Yet, Qin Ye was impervious to their counsel. The prospect of failing to meet with Governor Lin filled him with trepidation. Thus, he pressed forward, undeterred by any distractions. At the military's temporary command center in Wushan, Lin Shuya gazed upon the individuals before him, a benevolent smile gracing his features as he spoke slowly. "Qi Ming, please recount the events that have unfolded in the secret realm over these past few months. What prompted your sudden departure from it?" At that moment, Yu Qing unexpectedly entered the room. He first surveyed the members gathered in the conference room before approaching Lin Shuya, bending slightly to whisper in his ear, "Governor, the entrance to the secret realm has vanished." Lin Shuya's expression shifted momentarily upon hearing this, but it quickly returned to its usual calm as he replied, "I am aware of this matter. You may leave now." Yu Qing offered no further remarks, turning to exit quietly. Once Yu Cheng had departed, Lin Shuya resumed, "Qi Ming, let us continue." Qi Ming dared not voice any objections. He nodded and proceeded to relay his experiences within the secret realm in meticulous detail. Meanwhile, Hua Diao and Qin Ye occasionally chimed in with supplementary comments. Once Qi Ming concluded, Lin Shuya found himself without a clear understanding. However, he did glean from their accounts that blood crows had appeared within the secret realm. "So, you encountered the presence of blood crows, yet upon pursuing them, you discovered that all had been eradicated, correct?" "Indeed, Governor." Lin Shuya pondered this revelation in silence before gesturing for Qi Ming and the others to take their leave. As they exited, Lin Shuya muttered to himself, "Who could it be? To annihilate hundreds of blood crows suggests formidable strength. Moreover, to be so young, what a prodigy." Just then, the voice of the third elder, Shangwan Hong, from the Summer Kingdom, interrupted his thoughts. "Shuya, what are you muttering about? A prodigy, you say?" Upon realizing the third elder had arrived, Lin Shuya refrained from elaborating and welcomed him warmly. "Third elder, I was merely contemplating a troubling matter." Intrigued, Shangwan Hong responded, "Why not share what troubles you, Shuya?" Lin Shuya, well aware of the opportunity presented by the third elder, wasted no time in divulging the information he had gathered from Qi Ming and the others. After finishing, he added, "By the way, third elder, Yu Cheng just informed me that the entrance to the secret realm has disappeared." The third elder, a man of worldly experience, quickly pieced together the implications of Lin Shuya's words regarding the vanishing entrance. He then spoke plainly, "In fact, Shuya, I find the disappearance of the secret realm's entrance rather unremarkable. It seems quite natural, in truth." Lin Shuya, intrigued, pressed further, "How so, third elder?" Anticipating this inquiry, Shangwan Hong feigned an air of mystery, responding, "The answer to this question is simple. We need only wait. Wait. Indeed, wait. Someone will come forth to clarify matters for us." As the third elder began to elaborate further, Yu Cheng re-entered, though this time he knocked at the door before announcing, "Governor, there are 3 individuals outside seeking your audience. They claim to possess important information regarding the secret realm." Before Lin Shuya could respond, the third elder chuckled, "Ah, Shuya? It seems our explainers have arrived." Realizing the significance of the moment, Lin Shuya felt a surge of admiration for the third elder. However, the third elder denied him the chance to pay compliments, insisting, "Shuya, spare me the flattery and hasten to bring them in." "Ah!" Lin Shuya quickly called out, "You captain, please bring them in at once." Yu Cheng promptly obeyed, hastening to fetch the visitors. Approximately 3 minutes later, Yu Cheng returned, escorting Qin Ye and his companions to the door. As he was about to knock, Lin Shuya's voice rang out from within, "Bring them in directly." "Yes." Yu Cheng complied without hesitation, ushering Qin Ye and the others into the room. As they stepped into the conference room, before they could utter a word, Lin Shuya instructed, "You captain, ensure the door is closed upon your exit. Remember, no one is permitted near this conference room without my explicit orders." Yu Cheng, understanding the gravity of the situation, promptly acknowledged and left, swiftly organizing soldiers to secure the vicinity around the conference room. Inside, once Yu Cheng had departed, Lin Shuya addressed the trio, "Do not be anxious, my young friends. Please take a seat." It was at this moment that Qin Ye and his companions finally raised their gaze to the prominent figure at the head of the table. To their astonishment, they found not Governor Lin Shuya, but the third elder seated there, leaving them momentarily speechless. Third elder. "Greetings, Governor," the flustered trio stammered, causing the third elder to chuckle warmly. Familiar with such reactions, he smiled kindly and reassured them. Now, little ones, I assure you I do not bite. Speak freely. I am eager to listen. Encouraged by the third elder's words, Qin Ye and his companions hesitantly approached their respective chairs and settled down. Once seated, the three individuals found themselves at a loss for words, and an air of awkwardness enveloped the room. Clearing his throat, the third elder attempted to alleviate the tension, inquiring, "What seems to be the matter, my young friends? Are you feeling shy?" Noticing that Qin Ye and the others remained silent, he decided to lighten the atmosphere. Qin Ye, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, hoping to gauge their thoughts. However, upon seeing both of them looking down, he realized he had to speak up himself. Thus, mustering his courage, he began, "Third Elder, Governor Lin, I find myself at a loss for words. So I shall be direct. During our recent expedition in the secret realm, we encountered Prince Shueshu and his 4 royal beast subordinates. The moment these words escaped his lips, both the third elder and Lin Shui, seated at the head of the table, were taken aback, promptly leaping to their feet. What did you say? Upon witnessing Lin Shui's fervent reaction, the third elder quickly intervened, saying, "Calm down, Shui, there is no need to alarm the children." Turning his attention back to Qin Ye, he spoke gently, "Young man, pay no heed to him. Please elaborate on what transpired next." At this juncture, Qin Ye continued, "I presume the third elder is somewhat aware of the recent disturbances within the secret realm. In truth, this matter is the handiwork of Prince Shueshu." He then recounted their harrowing encounters in the secret realm, carefully omitting any sensitive details. Even the astonishing news of their victory over the 4 royal beasts remained unspoken, as Qin Ye understood that such revelations required a more impactful delivery. Thus, he lamented, "It is unfortunate that Prince Shueshu did not enter the secret realm in his true form. Otherwise, we could have permanently confined him there." The third elder was momentarily stunned by this declaration, incredulously asking, "You mean you defeated the avatar of Prince Shueshu?" Qin Ye shook his head, preparing to respond. But Lin Shui interjected, "How could that be possible? Prince Shueshu possesses golden tier strength." Yet, Qin Ye was undeterred and suddenly dropped a bombshell. He was slain by Xuanhu. "What?" Lin Shui exclaimed. "Isn't Xuanhu one of his subordinates? How could he turn against him?" The shock of Qin Ye's revelation left Lin Shui in a flurry of questions. Although the third elder was also taken aback, his extensive experience allowed him to maintain composure, causing him to regard Lin Shui's response with disapproval. Nevertheless, the third elder refrained from undermining the governor's dignity in front of the younger generation. Clearing his throat, he rephrased his inquiry. "Qin Ye, since you've mentioned this, surely there is more significant news you wish to share with us. I suggest you don't hold back. Let us know the magnitude of the surprise you've brought." Encouraged by the third elder's words, Qin Ye hesitated before suggesting, "Perhaps we should find a larger place? Otherwise, you may find it hard to believe my words." The third elder, understanding Qin Ye's implication, immediately turned to Governor Lin, signaling him to make arrangements. Governor Lin, grasping the intent, smiled and replied, "That can be easily arranged. We have a training ground at the summit of Wushan, which is spacious enough." "Very well, then we shall proceed there," he declared. Moments later, the third elder and Governor Lin led Qin Ye and the others away from the conference room, and when they reappeared, they stood atop Wushan Mountain. "All right, young man. This space is ample. Now what do you wish to show us?" Qin Ye surveyed the expansive area, larger than 2 football fields, and nodded affirmatively. With that, he summoned the corpses of Xuanhu, Yuanying, and Guangshi, along with several dozen corpses of silver-tier beasts. This spectacle left Governor Lin utterly astonished, his lips twitching as he murmured, "Xuanhu, Yuanying, Guangshi." However, after waiting in vain for the appearance of the ghost serpent's body, he could not restrain himself from asking, "But where is the ghost serpent?" Before he could finish, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei stepped forward, revealing the beast corpses they had collected, and among them was the ghost serpent. At this point, even the third elder regarded Qin Ye with newfound respect, uncertainly asking, "Did you truly slay these beasts?" Qin Ye and his companions eagerly nodded, affirming, "Yes, third elder." Upon hearing this, the third elder broke into a joyous smile, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Heroes emerge from youth. The future of Xia country is indeed promising." After a considerable pause, the smiles of Governor Lin and the third elder gradually faded. The third elder then resumed, "So, what you said about the avatar of Prince Shueshu being slain is indeed true." Qin Ye did not shy away from the inquiry, responding, "Third elder, the avatar of Prince Shueshu was indeed destroyed. We were quite bored at the time, so we lured Xuanhu and its minions into an illusion I had crafted. Initially, my intention was to provoke a bit of distrust among them, but I miscalibrated the intensity. Accidentally, Xuanhu's hidden power was revealed before Prince Shueshu, inciting the latter's suspicions. As a result, when Xuanhu was subsequently besieged, Prince Shueshu chose not to intervene, allowing Xuanhu to be injured by our beasts. Consequently, when Xuanhu broke free from our encirclement, it directly confronted Prince Shueshu. What transpired thereafter remains a mystery to us, as we witnessed Xuanhu suddenly erupt in fury and deliver a fatal blow to Prince Shueshu. Listening to Qin Ye's explanation, the third elder discerned that there were likely numerous details Qin Ye had chosen to withhold. However, he bore no grudge against Qin Ye's secrets. In the third elder's eyes, everyone possessed their share of personal secrets. Yet as long as he was assured that Qin Ye would not jeopardize the nation or its people, he was unconcerned with the nature of those secrets. Approaching Qin Ye, he offered a benevolent smile and gently patted him on the shoulder, stating, "I suspect you have conveyed much of the truth to us. And as long as you pose no threat to this country or its people, we will not pry into your private matters. Nevertheless, while I want to inquire into your secrets, there are certain matters I hope you can disclose, such as the identity of the beast that vanquished the 4 royal beasts." Before Qin Ye could conjure a retort, the third elder continued, "I understand what you might wish to say. However, I'm aware of the beasts belonging to the 2 young ladies beside you. Though they possess exceptional growth potential, if memory serves, their beasts have yet to reach the silver tier, correct? Meanwhile, the 4 royal beast corpses you presented are undoubtedly of the golden tier, are they not?" Qin Ye was acutely aware that his trivial schemes were nothing more than child's play in the presence of the third elder. Yet he was taken aback when the elder preemptively silenced any potential excuses he might have made. Third elder, I never intended to conceal anything. It's merely that I feared inciting jealousy," he stammered. Nevertheless, despite his protestations, Qin Ye promptly summoned Yen Hong. With a delighted chirp, Yen Hong soared into the sky as soon as she emerged. Both Governor Lin and the third elder immediately recognized her true nature. And it was this recognition that left them astonished. A divine beast, the phoenix. Wasn't he this a creature of legend? However, before they could seek answers to their queries, the third elder shifted the conversation. This is certainly no mistake. The phoenix possesses the power to vanquish the Xian tiger and its ilk. Yet, as if struck by a sudden realization, the third elder exclaimed, "But wait, did you not contract her only recently? How could she possibly possess such strength?" Qin Ye had no qualms in revealing the truth. "Third elder, you are indeed correct. The moment I forged the contract with Yen Hong, she manifested golden tier strength. Moreover, after consuming several premium spirit stones over the past months, she has now attained golden tier 3 prowess." To further assuage any doubts, Qin Ye allowed Yen Hong to reveal her aura. The third elder merely took a moment to sense Yen Hong's energy, confirming that Qin Ye spoke the truth. Yet, he could not help but be astounded by Yen Hong's prowess. Despite his extensive experience, he was still taken aback by the sight of a creature exhibiting golden tier strength upon its emergence. Until now, the highest starting point he had witnessed in a beast was the first tamed creature of the Grand Elder of the Xia Kingdom, Xianyuan Zheng, Long Tongue. Long Tongue was a true dragon, and though merely a 4-clawed golden dragon, it was incomparable to the pseudo-dragons of the Western world. At the time of its hatching, it had only attained silver tier 3 strength, a feat that had secured its position as the highest starting beast for decades. It was astonishing that something he had grown accustomed to for so long had now been shattered. Thus, the third elder could only concede. Indeed, divine beasts are formidable. In an attempt to dissipate the awkwardness, while Governor Lin had no doubt regarding Yen Hong's strength, he remained curious about the strength of the 4 great sovereign beasts that Qin Ye had slain. Just looking at the corpses, he sensed that the strength of the Xian tigers was far from simple. "Qin, what is the strength of the Xian tigers?" he inquired. "Although the reports indicate they possess strength around golden tier 3, I suspect the reality is more complex." Governor Lin's question struck at the heart of the matter, prompting even the third elder to wonder just how much strength the Xian tigers had concealed. Of course, this was also due to the dissipated aura of the Xian tigers. To ascertain their true strength, the third elder and his colleagues would need to delve into their bones. However, it was evident that they were disinclined to engage in such undertakings, hence their inquiry directed at Qin Ye. Qin Ye had no intentions of withholding information on this matter, so he responded directly. "Governor Lin, the Mad Lion and the Yuan Eagle are both at golden tier 3, while the Ghost Serpent is at golden tier 2. As for the Xian Tiger, it has hidden its true strength well. At its peak, I suspect its strength would not fall below golden tier 7. Yet in my eyes, it stands at golden tier 6. Qin Ye casually revealed the strength of the Xian tiger, yet the reactions from the third elder and Governor Lin were markedly different. The third elder remained relatively composed, while Governor Lin was genuinely startled, as the Xian tiger's strength diverged significantly from his expectations. "You rascal, so you've become quite capable. Have you? Golden tier 6 strength is merely child's play to you?" Governor Lin's words left Qin Ye feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Not at all, Governor. You are unjustly accusing me," Qin Ye protested, mustering his resolve. The reason I assert this is due to an extraordinary encounter in the secret realm that augmented my combat power. Otherwise, do you think I could have slain a Shin tiger? Upon hearing Qin Ye's explanation, the third elder could not suppress a somewhat ungracious chuckle. Haha, I never imagined you would conceal such a significant matter from us. I suspected as much. Even if your beast is a divine creature, it wouldn't be possible to leap so many tiers to defeat a Shin tiger. Now, it becomes clear that you have been keeping secrets from us. Chapter 68. You've got some skills, kid. Governor Lin joined in the laughter. Haha, I knew you were cunning, not at all honest. Well, the truth is out now. Observing the ungracious smiles of the two elders, Qin Ye felt utterly bewildered. He initially intended to seek validation from Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei. However, when he turned to them for support, they instead dealt him a metaphorical blow. They appeared to ignore his silent pleas, rolling their eyes at him and bluntly stating, "All right, Junior, you needn't blink at us so frantically. We are well aware of your thoughts. But you must understand, neither Xiaowei nor I could deceive Grandfather Guanfeng or Grandfather Lin." Yu Xiaowei's words were already enough to leave Qin Ye in shock. But Ye Xiaowei did not afford him the chance to recover, delivering another verbal jab. "Indeed, Junior, deceitful children are not good children, you know." Qin Ye was left reeling. Yu Xiaowei's words had already pierced him deeply, and Ye Xiaowei's subsequent remark felt like a salt rub on his wounds. It dawned on him that, all this time, he had been engaging in a solo performance. His heart sank as he realized that he was alone in this charade. Perhaps noticing Qin Ye's despondence, the third elder stepped forward to clarify. "All right, Qin, the two girls have not divulged your matters to us. Their relationship with us is rather intricate, and I shall refrain from elaborating. If you're interested, you may ask them later for an explanation. For now, let us discuss your augmented combat power in the secret realm." Of course, it would be disingenuous to claim that Qin Ye was not irked by Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei's betrayal, but he was not one to harbor grudges, especially since he had not inquired about their intentions beforehand. Thus, he could not place all the blame solely on them. Moreover, the one asking the questions was the third elder. Regardless of his reluctance, he had to respond. Therefore, Qin Ye adjusted his mood and began. "Third elder, the matter is rather simple. I'm not sure if you're aware of the energy shield within the secret realm." Before he could elaborate further, the third elder abruptly interrupted, visibly astonished. "What did you say? In the secret realm, there exists an energy barrier." Qin Ye had not anticipated such a significant reaction from the third elder, yet he resolutely nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed. And I have the distinct impression that the Beast clan has been aware of this news for quite some time. I even suspect they were cognizant of the energy barrier long before, which would explain their ample preparation in sending numerous beasts into the secret realm and devising a strategy against us Beast Tamers." After articulating this, Qin Ye discreetly cast a glance at the third elder, seeking any indication or directive. However, the third elder, without so much as a glance in Qin Ye's direction, interjected. "Enough, Qin lad, you needn't look at me. Please continue with your account." Qin Ye hesitated, but just as he was about to elaborate, Governor Lin abruptly inquired, "Qin, from your tone, it seems you are aware of the number of beasts dispatched by the Beast clan into the secret realm?" "Indeed," Qin Ye replied. "While utilizing the energy barrier, I conducted a brief reconnaissance, and at that time, there were approximately 20 million beasts within the entire secret realm." "How many?" Governor Lin exclaimed, startled, prompting him to repeat the figure. 20 million. Qin Ye reiterated without much concern, and upon receiving confirmation from Qin Ye once more, Governor Lin signaled for him to continue. Feeling somewhat at a loss for words, Qin Ye found himself unsure of what to say next. Fortunately, the third elder intervened, albeit without being easily swayed. He directly queried, "If you find yourself at a loss for words, perhaps you could elucidate the nature of the objects within the energy barrier? I am quite curious about what it is that allows you to traverse the secret realm with such ease." Since maintaining secrecy was no longer viable, Qin Ye decided to disclose everything he knew, without hesitation. Thus, he spoke candidly. "The objects within the energy barrier, in my estimation, hold limited utility. Apart from enabling me to survey the entire secret realm, they also allow me to traverse it at will. Of course, the enhancement of combat prowess I previously mentioned is a result of this very artifact. Beyond that, I am unaware of any further capabilities." The third elder, taken aback by Qin Ye's forthrightness, glanced at Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, beginning to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, he pressed on, "What exactly are these items? And you, young man, are rather untrustworthy. How did you acquire them, and to what extent can they enhance your combat strength?" Feeling as though he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship, Qin Ye continued, "I assumed the third elder would have little interest in these matters, hence my silence. However, since you seem keen, I shall elaborate. The item I obtained within the energy barrier is known as the Throne of the Nine Regions. As for its name, I surmise it pertains to this secret realm, Given the information I gleaned from the throne indicating that this realm is called the Nine Regions Secret Realm, beyond that, I am unaware of any further specifics. The enhancement of combat strength I mentioned earlier is also a capability of the throne. It can elevate one's combat prowess to the diamond tier. With a slight grimace, Qin Ye proceeded. As for how I came to possess the throne of the Nine Regions, it is not particularly extraordinary. I had previously explained to Senior Yu and Sister Rue that I acquired it by traversing the energy barrier. Feeling he had said enough, he turned to the third elder, his expression unmistakably signaling that he was finished and awaiting further instructions. The third elder, however, chose not to press Qin Ye further, maintaining a jovial demeanor as he remarked. All right, lad, since you are reluctant to divulge more, I shan't pry. You need not regard me with such intensity. Simply state what compensation you desire, and I shall see to it. This unexpected turn left Qin Ye momentarily astonished. He had anticipated more inquiry from the third elder and had even prepared responses. However, the prospect of receiving a reward had taken him off guard. Thus, he hesitated, stating, Third elder, I have yet to determine what reward I desire. Very well. Take your time to consider it, the third elder chuckled. Chapter 69, 10 billion secured. Upon hearing the third elder's words, Qin Ye's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the third elder waved his hand to interrupt him, saying, Enough, lad, do not take advantage of the situation. If there is nothing else, go seek your reward from Governor Lin. I have nothing further to offer you. Confused, Qin Ye pondered why the third elder would doubt his integrity, as he was not one to be motivated solely by profit. Nevertheless, the thought of receiving a reward prompted him to cast aside any misgivings, and he approached Governor Lin directly. Of course, speaking was not an option for him. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded where Qin Ye fixed his large, round eyes intently upon Governor Lin, yet remained silent. Fortunately, only a few individuals were present, or else he might have found himself in quite an embarrassing predicament. Ahem, lad, you're being rather excessive here. If you have something to say, please do so. What's with this unwavering gaze? At last, it was Governor Lin who could no longer endure the silence and broke it. In truth, not only Governor Lin, but even Yu Xiaowei and the third elder were struggling to contain themselves. Qin Ye's behavior was rather extraordinary, a feat not easily withstood by ordinary individuals. Sensing his scheme had succeeded, Qin Ye couldn't help but smile. Ahem, Governor Lin, what are you talking about? How could I possibly have anything to discuss? I'm merely admiring our illustrious Governor Lin. All right, lad, enough of that. I genuinely believe you're up to something. You're merely trying to prompt me to bring up the matter of compensation, aren't you? And you insist on dressing it up in such grandiloquent terms. Unfazed by being called out, Qin Ye maintained his nonchalant demeanor, replying, Governor, your criticism is well-founded. I shall certainly amend my ways. As Qin Ye appeared ready to ramble again, Governor Lin swiftly interrupted, Enough, lad, do not push your luck. I shall arrange for someone to calculate the extent of your compensation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye felt a surge of displeasure, although he dared not voice it loudly. Instead, he mumbled, What is there to calculate? Just give me 10 billion or 8 billion, and be done with it. Why complicate matters? Just as Qin Ye thought his mutterings had gone unheard, all four individuals present were momentarily taken aback, particularly Governor Lin, who looked as though he might be driven to exasperation. If matters could be resolved so simply, what need would there be for so many people? However, before he could voice a rebuttal, the third elder interjected, Qin lad, are you truly unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? Do you truly believe that everything can be brushed off so carelessly? However, let this matter slide. Since you have spoken thus, I shall, in light of your commendable achievements during this expedition into the secret realm, grant you a compensation of 1 billion. After addressing Qin Ye, the third elder turned to Governor Lin and instructed, Su Yi, arrange for someone to transfer 10 billion to this lad. We certainly cannot allow them to accuse us of being stingy, can we? Upon hearing the third elder's words, Lin Su Yi immediately grasped the underlying intent. Perhaps the compensation was merely a facade, and the true motive was to forge a closer bond. Thus, he did not counter the statement, instead nodding in agreement. Very well, I shall make the arrangements at once. After saying this, he glanced at Qin Ye and, with a hint of annoyance, queried, So, Qin lad, shouldn't you provide me with your account number? Yet, before Qin Ye could respond, he muttered to himself, Never mind. Your dilly-dallying is far too slow. I cannot afford to wait. I'll just find it out myself. Qin Ye was left bewildered, sensing that Governor Lin was deliberately teasing him. However, he found himself unable to refute it and could only endure silently. Ha! Su Yi, you rascal, even half buried in the earth, you still rush about like this. The third elder, noticing Qin Ye's discomfort, gleefully mocked Governor Lin, but it was evident to all that he was being intentional. Lin Su Yi, undeterred by the banter, promptly dialed his secretary, instructing them to arrange the transfer of 10 billion to Qin Ye. As for any doubts regarding whether the governor's secretary could accurately identify Qin Ye and execute the transfer, there was no room for skepticism. After all, by the time Qin Ye stood before Governor Lin, all pertinent information about him had likely already been relayed to the secretary. Thus, when Lin Suyi concluded the call with a simple directive, Qin Ye was hardly surprised. Just as Lin Governor hung up, the third elder's playful remarks reached his ears. Following the third elder's cue, he remarked, "Ah, so you truly understand me, third elder. I fear this flaw of mine is insurmountable." In truth, Qin Ye felt somewhat reluctant to engage in conversation with the third elder and Governor Lin, as he perceived himself still far too lowly in stature to engage with such prominent figures. In this precarious situation, any misstep could lead to him being thoroughly exploited by these two titans. Thus, he endeavored to evade their traps, contemplating an escape when his phone rang. In this instance, Qin Ye recognized this rare opportunity and seized it, hastily retrieving his phone and unlocking it. To his astonishment, the 10 billion was indeed in his account. After verifying the zeros, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of leadership. Within 2 minutes, 10 billion had been transferred. Truly remarkable speed. Seeing that Qin Ye remained silent, the third elder shot a glance at Lin Suyi, signaling for assistance. Receiving the cue, Lin Suyi promptly inquired, "Qin lad, has the compensation arrived?" Qin Ye, not daring to claim otherwise, merely nodded, "Yes, it has. I am grateful to the third elder and governor for your generosity." "Ah, you clever little rascal," the third elder remarked, "but you seem to have misjudged your audience. We have lived for decades. Your little tricks will not work on us." Faced with the exposure of his cleverness, Qin Ye felt no embarrassment. Instead, he cheerfully continued, "Now that I have received my compensation, can I take my leave?" The third elder and Governor Lin exchanged glances, recognizing Qin Ye's intent to slip away. Feeling somewhat awkward, the third elder decided to be straightforward. "Hold on, Qin lad, I have one more question for you. Once you answer it, you may depart." Qin Ye thought, Finally, they are willing to speak plainly. I knew there would be another trap laid for me. Yet, he feigned ignorance and asked, "What is it, third elder?" "I assure you, I will answer truthfully." Before the third elder could speak, he shot a glare at Qin Ye. "Qin lad, I fear you will not be honest with me, will you?" Realizing he was being led into a trap once more, Qin Ye quickly sought to salvage the situation. However, he thought to himself that a question posed to a mere high school graduate like him might be beyond his capacity to answer. Just as he prepared to excuse himself, the third elder interrupted. "Come now, you can certainly answer my question, otherwise I would not have asked." "Very well, third elder, please proceed with your inquiry." Qin Ye conceded, resigning himself to await the third elder's question. Seeing Qin Ye abandon his struggle, the third elder finally spoke. "You need not appear so dejected. I'm merely asking one question. It won't cost you your life." It seems you have misjudged me, for I am quite eager to respond to your queries." Qin Ye boasted, his facade of nonchalance intact even after his cleverness had been called out. This left the third elder somewhat speechless, internally criticizing Qin Ye's audacity, which surpassed even his own youthful indiscretions. Yet outwardly, he replied, "Very well, since you have stated your willingness, I shall ask." Qin Ye, resigned to his fate, adopted an indifferent expression and responded, "No worries, third elder, please ask away. I shall certainly not withhold any information from you." The third elder and Governor Lin exchanged disapproving glances, pondering Qin Ye's character, recognizing his tendency to feign ignorance. However, they simply shared a knowing smile before asking, "Now that you've graduated high school, which Beastmaster Academy do you aspire to attend?" Upon hearing that their inquiries were merely about his academic aspirations, Qin Ye's defenses softened. Third elder, I have yet to contemplate this matter. Perhaps you could allow me some time to consider?" In all honesty, Qin Ye had no clear idea of which Beastmaster Academy was considered the best. In his recollection, the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy and the Magic City Beastmaster Academy seemed to be among the more prestigious. Further along, there exists a plethora of esteemed Beastmaster Academies named after the Xia Kingdom, such as the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster Academy and the Shude Beastmaster Academy. However, to be candid, Qin Ye is not particularly familiar with these institutions, and thus remains uncertain as to which academy would best suit him. Of course, his deliberate hesitation is also a ploy to observe how the third elder might advise him. Just as the third elder genuinely believed that Qin Ye was contemplating his options, Yu Xiaowei suddenly interjected, saying, "Junior, are you truly contemplating, or are you simply unaware of which university is more suitable for you?" Her words struck a chord, causing the enigmatic Qin Ye to plummet from his pedestal, revealing his ignorance. Qin Ye's expression darkened, taken aback by Yu Xiaowei's unexpected interruption. which rendered his plans futile. Observing the change in Qin Ye's demeanor, the third elder realized that Yu Xiaowei spoke the truth. Yet, a person of the third elder's stature would never stoop so low. He definitely knew when to apply salt to others' wounds and when to refrain. Clearly, the present moment was not opportune for such actions, prompting him to chide Yu Xiaowei. Young lady, how could you speak to Qin like that? It's evident he has yet to familiarize himself with the academies. How could it be as you suggested? Although Qin Ye sensed that the third elder's words were not entirely benevolent, he seized the opportunity to clarify. While Senior Yu, you are not entirely incorrect. You are not entirely right either. Although I am currently unaware of which academy suits me best, there is still time. Moreover, since the third elder has posed this question, he must certainly have a recommendation in mind, correct? After his explanation, Qin Ye added, Isn't that so, third elder? The third elder did not dispute this, readily responding, Indeed, you have guessed correctly, young man. I do have an academy to recommend to you. Qin Ye was certain that the third elder wished to suggest an academy, so he directly inquired, Oh? What academy do you have in mind, third elder? The third elder shot Qin Ye a sidelong glance, somewhat exasperated, and remarked, You are quite the sly one. I shall consult the opinions of the two young ladies first. Qin Ye was taken aback, having expected the third elder to speak directly. He did not anticipate the elder's playful demeanor as he sought to tease him. Young ladies, which academy do you think suits Qin? Both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were amused, bursting into laughter. Grandpa Shangwan, I feel that Junior is more suited for the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy. The third elder did not immediately comment on Ye Xiaowei's suggestion, but instead turned to Yu Xiaowei, asking, What do you think, young lady Yu? After a moment of hesitation, Yu Xiaowei replied, I believe Junior is more suited for the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster Academy. The third elder remained non-committal, pondering for a while before directing his attention to Governor Lin. Suyi, what is your suggestion? Lin Shuya appeared to have already formulated his thoughts, responding as soon as the third elder finished speaking. I also believe the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster Academy is more suitable for this young man. Oh, in that case, let us hear your reasons, the third elder inquired, seemingly unhurried as he prompted the three to present their reasoning. Ye Xiaowei, without a moment's hesitation, stated, The Kyoto Beastmaster Academy possesses the strongest strength, and since Junior is equally strong, I believe the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy would be quite suitable for him. The third elder seemed to concur with Ye Xiaowei's assessment, nodding in agreement. However, he added, Nonetheless, I do not believe the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy is the best choice for Junior. Conversely, the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster Academy, with its profound heritage, presents a commendable option. We all know that the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster Academy is currently the only university participating in secret realm explorations, and the academy itself possesses numerous secret realms, a feat unmatched by other institutions. While it is true that Ye Xiaowei's claim regarding the strength of the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy is accurate, their current developmental direction is overly conservative. They nurture beastmasters as if they were delicate flowers in a greenhouse, which entirely contradicts the original intent of cultivating formidable beastmasters. Therefore, I contend that the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy is not suitable for Junior. Upon hearing Yu Xiaowei's analysis, the third elder could not help but praise, Young lady Yu. You are quite impressive. I did not expect you to perceive such profound insights. Chapter 71, Qin Ye's Arrangements. It seems I underestimated you previously. After praising Yu Xiaowei, the third elder turned his attention to Governor Lin. Suyi, you two should share your thoughts. Governor Lin did not defer, as he had much to express. I wholeheartedly agree with young lady Yu's perspective. Many academies have forgotten the original purpose of beastmasters. What use is a flower in a greenhouse if it cannot survive outside? Such a nurturing model is detrimental. It will lead our younger generation of beastmasters to forget their original intent. Blindly pursuing beastmaster ranks while neglecting that practical combat is also a crucial guarantee of a beastmaster's strength. Can a beastmaster who has never engaged in battle truly understand combat? What value does one's rank hold without combat prowess? Witnessing Governor Lin's growing fervor, Qin Ye gathered that there were many secrets behind this discourse. From the words of Yu Xiaowei and Governor Lin, he could infer that the Kyoto Beastmaster Academy was indeed the institution that Governor Lin deemed to merely cultivate delicate flowers. Noticing Lin's heated tone, the third elder promptly intervened to diffuse the tension, saying, All right, Suyi, I understand your point. However, your remarks may be somewhat exaggerated. The issues plaguing these academies cannot be resolved with mere words. Nevertheless, I am heartened that you hold such convictions. Let us consider this matter settled. The third elder was not averse to change, but recognized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The depths of this issue were profound, and the grand elder awaited the opportune moment to fish for substantial gains in this turbulent mire. Thus, he felt compelled to interrupt Lin's discourse. Naturally, having interrupted, The third elder must have had a decision in mind. In fact, he likely already possessed an idea from the outset. His inquiries to Yu Xiaowei and the others were perhaps merely a test of their insights. Qin Ye, do you find any fault in young lady Yu's analysis? How do you feel about being directed toward the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster Academy? Although he had already formulated a decision, the third elder still granted Qin Ye the agency to choose. Qin Ye felt he had little choice in the matter, since it was the third elder's decision. It would undeniably be the most fitting for him. Thus, without a hint of hesitation, he responded, "Third elder, I shall heed your arrangements. As for my opinion, I know little about the Xia Kingdom Beastmaster Academy. What insight can I possibly offer? Did not the Great One say that without thorough investigation, one should refrain from voicing an opinion? Nevertheless, I find myself pondering a singular question. Why do you insist on so fervently urging me to attend the Beastmaster Academy of the Summer Kingdom?" The third elder's response to Qin Ye's inquiry was unexpectedly candid. Though he was aware that Qin Ye could hardly refuse his suggestion, he was still somewhat taken aback by how readily the youth agreed. "Well said, my boy. At last, you have uttered words that please this old man's ears. As for your question, I shall refrain from answering it at this moment. Once you arrive at the Beastmaster Academy, the answer will unveil itself." As if struck by a sudden thought, the third elder interjected once more, "Ah, here is your acceptance letter. Make sure you keep it safe. Also, do not readily reveal your capabilities, it would serve you well." Taking the acceptance letter for the Beastmaster Academy, Qin Ye replied with a hint of exasperation, "Rest assured, third elder, I am not as foolish as you believe." The third elder, disinclined to engage in further banter with someone as thick-skinned as Qin Ye, swiftly interrupted his impending monologue. "All right, young man, are you eager to boast again? If there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave." Qin Ye's expression darkened as he thought. The third elder is indeed a sly one. He finishes discussing his own matters and then forbids others from indulging in their triumphs. Yet, he maintained a facade of nonchalance as he responded, "Then I shall take my leave. I will not disturb your rest any longer." With that, Qin Ye prepared to depart, but the third elder called out once more, "Oh, and do not participate in assessments from other academies." "Understood, third elder." Just as Qin Ye believed he was free to go, the third elder added, "Furthermore, make sure to converse more with Yu and her companion. They are also students at the Beastmaster Academy. They are well acquainted with the institution, and it would be advantageous for you to glean insights about the school from them." Qin Ye was rather astonished by the third elder's unexpected concern for him. He nodded appreciatively, saying, "I understand, third elder. I will heed your advice." The third elder nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "Very well, you may go now." This time, no one called out to stop Qin Ye, allowing him to exit the summit of Wushan smoothly. Upon reaching the Wushan Square, Qin Ye immediately spotted the grand letters proclaiming the gathering of Beastmasters. Without hesitation, he made his way towards them. It was evident that many others had already congregated below those letters, yet throngs continued to arrive from various directions. After some time, Qin Ye finally located the position of his class. To his surprise, only a handful of students were present. Casually glancing around, he did not see his good friend Wang Cheng among them. Consequently, he chose a spot to stand. Although he was not particularly familiar with his classmates, encountering them in such circumstances was a stroke of fortune. Thus, he made it a point to greet them amicably. At that moment, Qin Ye was unaware of how many of their classmates would never return. However, he was certain that his dear friend Wang Cheng was safe. Having spotted him just before exiting the secret realm, albeit without approaching for a greeting. After approximately 15 minutes, amidst the sea of people, Qin Ye finally caught sight of Wang Cheng. He waved and called out, "Xiao Qingzi, over here." Though such an action felt somewhat embarrassing, its effectiveness was undeniable. With just 2 shouts, Qin Ye successfully drew Wang Cheng's attention. Of course, he received a fair share of disdainful glances, but what did that matter to him? He had found his good friend. "Qingge, long time no see. Little brother has missed you dearly." Upon hearing Wang Cheng's words, Qin Ye sensed something amiss. He scrutinized Wang Cheng and remarked, "Xiao Qingzi, something feels off. You have never addressed me this way before. Speak up, do you require something from me?" Qin Ye fixed his gaze on Wang Cheng, determined to discern any hidden truths. However, the outcome was less than favorable. Chapter 72. Wang Cheng's query. Wang Cheng realized that Qin Ye would undoubtedly suspect him and knew he could not conceal the truth for long. Thus, he candidly confessed, "I knew I couldn't hide this from you, Xiao Yi, but if I hadn't said anything, you'd never have guessed." "Hee, what do you say, Xiao Yi? Care to take a bet with me?" Qin Ye was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what Wang Cheng was insinuating. Yet, judging by his expression, he suspected that his friend harbored some mischievous intent. Amused, he decided to play along. "All right, Xiao Qingzi, since you wish to engage in a game, I shall oblige. What do you have in mind? Xiao Yi, you've got some guts to dare to bet with me. So, shall I reveal the rules?" Without hesitation, Qin Ye nodded. "Go ahead, I'm curious to see what you can conjure. Wang Cheng appeared incredulous that such words came from Qin Ye. He understood better than anyone that Qin Ye had never previously engaged in betting, claiming he would never share a fate with gambling. However, since Qin Ye had become a beast master, he had seemingly transformed entirely. Wang Cheng pondered what could have prompted such a change. I will explain. Xiao Yi, listen closely. Our game is quite simple. It involves guessing what I will ask you to do. Of course, you will have 3 chances to inquire. What do you say? Are you brave enough to play? Qin Ye had expected something more elaborate, but finding it to be merely this, he replied, all right, I have no objections. However, do tell me what the stakes are. Wang Cheng, astonished by Qin Ye's willingness to accept the bet, promptly declared, very well. The wager is that the loser must call the winner big brother from that day forth. What do you say? Are you up for it? Qin Ye had not anticipated Wang Cheng would raise the stakes so high, but he did not dwell on it and readily agreed. All right, let's proceed with this. Are you prepared? I'm about to start asking questions. Wang Cheng, rather than exhibiting any concern, audaciously replied, Xiao Yezi, don't accuse me of bullying you. I shall extend one more opportunity, allowing you to pose an additional question. Qin Ye had never encountered Wang Cheng in such a brazen demeanor, yet he certainly wouldn't let this chance slip by. Well, it's rare for you to be so generous. Since you offer, I shall not decline. After casting another glance at Wang Cheng, Qin Ye continued, for my first question, is your request regarding me? Wang Cheng was taken aback, incredulously looking at Qin Ye, exclaiming, wow, Xiao Yezi, you possess some skills. Your first question hits the mark. Without needing further confirmation, Qin Ye could tell from his expression that he was indeed correct. You rascal, you're trying to play tricks on me. For your second question, what is your request related to? Xiao Yezi, your inquiry is rather unreasonable. If I divulged everything, what fun would remain? Qin Ye felt a surge of irritation toward Wang Cheng. It wasn't his fault. No one had stipulated such limitations at the outset. Now this fellow was attempting to weasel out. You didn't mention that before, did you? What's wrong? Xiao Qingzi can't handle it? Wang Cheng wished he could slap himself, reflecting on why he hadn't anticipated this question. Now, it seemed that evading the matter was unlikely. Thus, he conceded. All right, Xiao Yezi, since you've put it that way, I will comply. It pertains to university. I doubt you can guess. Wang Cheng cast a self-assured glance at Qin Ye, relishing the moment. In truth, Qin Ye had already formed some suspicions, but he maintained an expression of utter bewilderment as he gazed at Wang Cheng. Indeed, upon seeing Qin Ye's befuddled look, Wang Cheng couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yezi, you still have 2 questions left? Go ahead. Qin Ye, unfazed by Wang Cheng's current smugness, feigned ignorance and asked, for my third question, do you know about my intention to attend the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy? Yes, Wang Cheng replied. Wow. Xiao Yezi, are you spying on me? How do you know about this? Observing Wang Cheng's incredulous expression, Qin Ye remarked, all right, kid, you should start calling me big brother. I've already laid it out plainly. So I trust you harbor no doubts now? Wang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Qin Ye before scratching his head. Finally, he murmured, Xiao Yezi, calling you big brother is acceptable, but I genuinely want to know how you learned this. I distinctly remember there was no one else around at the time. Qin Ye, amused by Wang Cheng's dazed expression, replied, Xiao Qingzi, I told you, you're still young, aren't you? Have you considered why, amidst so many people, you were the only one who heard it? Why did no one else catch wind of it? Don't you think there is something amiss here? Or perhaps, do you not suspect that this was intentional? Watching Wang Cheng fumble with his thoughts, Qin Ye felt a pang of frustration for him. Xiao Yezi, stop. Call me Yigu or big brother. All right, Yigu. What do you think their intention was? What significance does this hold? Not only Wang Cheng, but even Qin Ye was puzzled by the motives of the third elder and the others. Thus, he could only attempt an explanation. Let me put it this way. As Qin Ye began to speak, he realized they were in a public space, which seemed rather inappropriate. He leaned closer to Wang Cheng, whispering in a tone only they could hear, I need you to keep what I'm about to say a secret. The consequences could be severe. Although Wang Cheng was perplexed, he nodded in agreement. Qin Ye continued, my admission to the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy was just confirmed by the third elder, and there were no more than 5 people present at the time. I trust you understand the implications of this, right? Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, Wang Cheng's face drained of color as he muttered in disbelief, how is that possible? You're not deceiving me, are you, Yigu? Understanding Wang Cheng's apprehension, Qin Ye reassured him, why would I trick you about something like this? If you're not deceiving me, then that means they deliberately let me hear it? Qin Ye too was puzzled by the intentions of the third elder and the others. Nevertheless, he nodded, yes, I suspect they intended for you to overhear it. The specifics, however, elude me. Yigu, that's rather inconsiderate of you. You aren't even helping your little brother analyze the reasons behind this, and instead, you're just enjoying my confusion. Qin Ye shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, I merely stated a fact. Why are you getting flustered? Besides, this might not be a bad thing. If the third elder intended to cause you trouble, do you think you could still be chatting with me here? Wang Cheng, upon receiving this insight from Qin Ye, promptly realized the truth and ceased to dwell on the matter. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, hee, let us forget about that. It's making me anxious. Let us talk about something pleasant instead. Noticing Wang Cheng's renewed exuberance, Qin Ye decided to follow his lead. So, what delightful news do you have to share? Since we're just chatting, I'll let it flow. Wang Cheng, eager to share, launched into an enthusiastic tirade, seemingly intent on purging the frustrations of the past 2 months. Yiga, did you know? I was quite impressive in the secret realm this time. The specifics of Wang Cheng's account went in one ear and out the other for Qin Ye. It wasn't his fault. Wang Cheng tended to exaggerate. Out of every 10 statements, perhaps 9.5 were fabrications. Not only that, but his storytelling was excessively verbose, needlessly embellishing matters that could have been conveyed in a couple of sentences. Qin Ye felt his head spinning. Just as he was contemplating how to interject and bring Wang Cheng's monologue to a close, he finally heard the voice of their class instructor. All right, students, let us pause for a moment. I have a few words to share. Though the voice was not particularly loud, it resonated in everyone's ears. Consequently, upon hearing this voice, all the students instinctively turned their gazes toward the front of the line. At the forefront, the instructor waited until all the students had quieted down before continuing. Dear students, I have received the arrangements from above. We shall soon board the bus and head home. Please line up promptly and await boarding. The teacher responsible for leading Qin Ye's class is a middle-aged man in his 40s, possessing an unremarkable appearance, a visage that could be described as commonplace. He typically presents a stern demeanor, exuding an air of authority towards all. However, today, Qin Ye discerned a different expression upon his face, one tinged with melancholy and a hint of helplessness. The reason for this subtle shift was not lost on Qin Ye. He understood that this expedition into the mystical realm was a considerable trial for novice beast tamers like themselves, who had only recently forged contracts with their spirit beasts. Little did they anticipate that this journey would unveil a sinister plot. The thought of their once vibrant companions suddenly gone weighed heavily upon them, and someone could no longer contain their emotions. Teacher, shall we not wait for Chi Su and the others to return before departing? Although everyone was aware of the implications of their absence, disbelief lingered in the air. That simple inquiry transformed the atmosphere, casting a shadow of gloom over the gathering. The leading teacher found himself at a loss for words, fully aware that as beast tamers of the Summer Kingdom, they ought to possess a sense of self-awareness. Sacrificing oneself for the nation and its people, like the valiant predecessors, is indeed noble. Yet, as an educator, witnessing the sacrifice of a group of high school students before his eyes filled him with profound remorse. Thus, when he heard the names of the missing classmates uttered by others, his heart grew exceedingly heavy. At that moment, Qin Ye noticed that many of their classmates had not returned. Wang Cheng, observing Qin Ye's troubled demeanor, leaned in and whispered, Brother Ye, there's no need to count. I just checked, and 16 classmates from our class are still missing. Upon hearing this disheartening number, any flicker of joy in Qin Ye's heart vanished, replaced by an oppressive weight of sorrow. He was uncertain about the fate of students from other classes, yet he surmised that their situation could not be much better. It is often said that emotions are contagious, and this was undeniably true. The previously lively atmosphere had turned palpably stifling. But such is the nature of this world. Where there are arrivals, there must inevitably be departures. Sometimes, we do not even have the chance to bid farewell before we are compelled to move forward once more. As if on cue, before Qin Ye could utter another word, the bus arrived to transport them. As the vehicle came to a halt before them, silence enveloped the group, yet they knew they had to rise and depart. The leading teacher, fully attuned to the sentiments of his students, finally spoke. Students, let us go. We must not keep our dear, revered 16 classmates waiting any longer. They must be yearning for home. The initially reluctant students, upon hearing their teacher's words, promptly adjusted their attire and formed an orderly line to board the bus. It was at this moment that Qin Ye comprehended the folly of his previous thoughts. He had become an integral part of this world, having fully immersed himself within it, while he had once considered remaining an outsider. In retrospect, he realized his error. A few minutes later, all 22 remaining students from Qin Ye's class were seated on the bus. At that point, Teacher Wang softly murmured towards the direction of Wushan, Students, we are heading home. After gesturing towards the place they had entered the mystical realm, he paused for nearly 3 seconds before continuing. Let us go, I will take you home. At that moment, seated by the window, Qin Ye clearly observed 2 tears trickling down Teacher Wang's face. The normally stern teacher appeared gentle and kind in that instant. As he stepped onto the bus, he turned back with a smile and softly remarked, Children, the road home is long. You must keep up with my pace. for I fear you may become distracted and forget the way. Qin Ye wondered if it was a trick of his eyes, for after Teacher Wang spoke, a gentle breeze seemed to waft through the bus, despite the stillness outside. Teacher Wang lingered outside for quite some time before finally boarding the bus. Once inside, his first action was to count the number of students seated. In that moment, Qin Ye finally understood why teachers would repeatedly count heads during school outings. Surely, he was not alone in this realization. For reasons unknown, Qin Ye felt that Teacher Wang's actions were exceedingly deliberate today, yet no one pressed for haste. Even Wang Cheng, who typically chattered incessantly upon boarding, was unusually silent. Additionally, Qin Ye noticed that since they had boarded, Wang Cheng's gaze had remained fixated on the vacant seats ahead. Just as Qin Ye was about to inquire about Wang Cheng's fixation, the teacher suddenly announced, "All right, students, we are about to depart. Before we set off, please check your belongings to ensure you haven't forgotten anything. Also, fasten your seatbelts for safety." Under normal circumstances, this would have elicited impatience from the students. Yet today, Qin Ye observed that each student diligently followed Teacher Wang's instructions, checking their belongings and fastening their seatbelts. Just when Qin Ye believed they were finally ready to depart, Teacher Wang and the driver unexpectedly stood up, retrieving 16 photographs and names from the front of the bus. In the astonished gaze of the students, Teacher Wang and the driver solemnly placed the photographs of the 16 classmates who had perished in the mystical realm onto the empty seats. Furthermore, they bowed before each photograph and recited, "Lin Xintong, teacher is taking you home. Please fasten your seatbelt. Hoi, teacher is taking you home. Please fasten your seatbelt." Teacher Wang called out each of the 16 names, leaving none unmentioned, and the remaining seated students began to silently shed tears in the weighty atmosphere. To be honest, Qin Ye was not the type to cry easily, but he too felt his eyes grow moist under the circumstances. After placing the last photograph of Wang Jiasin into the final empty seat, Teacher Wang turned back and returned to his own seat. Just as Qin Ye thought they were finally ready to depart, he noticed that the hundreds of buses parked around them showed no signs of leaving. "Students, please settle in. We are heading home." Simultaneously, the horns of hundreds of buses blared. It was only at this moment that Qin Ye realized their bus had begun to move slowly. Unlike the excitement of their arrival, the atmosphere within the bus on their return was steeped in silence, with scarcely a word spoken. Even Qin Ye felt disinclined to engage in conversation. This somber atmosphere persisted for 3 long hours. After those 3 hours, their bus finally entered the territory of Shudu City. In just 40 minutes, Qin Ye and his companions would return to Shudu Second High School. Perhaps it was the arrival in Shudu City that prompted the passengers in the vehicle to begin conversing. At this moment, Wang Cheng, who had maintained a prolonged silence, suddenly broke the quietude, inquiring, "Brother Ye, do you think there is a next life after death?" Qin Ye was taken aback by Wang Cheng's unexpected question. After a moment of stunned silence, he replied, "Perhaps there is." Wang Cheng, seemingly unfazed by Qin Ye's response, pressed on, "Brother Ye, aren't you curious why I asked?" Although Qin Ye was uncertain of the exact reason, he surmised it had something to do with Shuizhirong. Wang Cheng was clearly astonished by Qin Ye's deduction. He turned to gaze at Qin Ye for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Brother Ye, how did you know?" "I actually know nothing. It was just that since we boarded the bus, you have been staring intently at the seat ahead. When Teacher Wang called out the names, I happened to notice it was Shuizhirong's seat. So I guess there must be some connection between you." After listening to Qin Ye's explanation, Wang Cheng pondered for a moment before elaborating, "Brother Ye, do you know? Shuizhirong was the only child in his family, and now he is gone. His parents sacrificed their lives in the battle at the northern border of Xia country a year ago. If it weren't for my father insisting on visiting his home, I would have remained oblivious to my connection with Shuizhirong. But, Brother Ye, do you know? Shuizhirong was just a 15 or 16-year-old boy. When the news of his parents' sacrifice reached him, he was still at his grandmother's house, caring for her, waiting for his parents to return home. Yet, upon hearing the news, he did not weep. Instead, he displayed remarkable strength, comforting his grandmother. But, you see, his grandmother was already 100 years old, and her mobility was severely impaired, necessitating care from others. Their family situation was exceptionally dire. Of the 11 family members, apart from him and his grandmother, everyone else had laid down their lives for the nation. Under such circumstances, he and his grandmother should have been supported by the state. However, Shuizhirong insisted that as a capable young man, he would not accept state aid, believing he could sustain the household. Thus, he declined all governmental assistance, managing to balance school and caring for his grandmother. When my father and I visited his home, I personally witnessed my father shed tears. My father was a close friend of his father and wished to offer help, suggesting they move next to our home or to a location closer to the school. But he refused, stating he feared that his father, mother, grandparents, and grandmother would not find their way home. Initially, I was skeptical when he told me this. I remember arguing with him, asserting that once someone sacrifices themselves, they vanish from this world and do not return. Yet, he merely smiled at me, pointing to 2 white doves on his house, saying, "Do you know? After my grandparents sacrificed themselves, these doves came to our home and have never left since." My parents told me this is because my grandparents are reluctant to part with our family, so they took on a new form to remain by our side. I intended to refute his claims, but my father intervened, stating that Shui Zhirong was not lying. Those doves indeed appeared at his home during that time. Moreover, my father mentioned that when Shui Zhirong's grandfather sacrificed his life, another dove similarly arrived at their home, never to depart again. Originally, I thought they were fabrications. Yet just a week before we awakened our abilities, I learned from my father that Shui Zhirong's grandmother had passed away, reuniting with his parents. Upon hearing this news, my father and I immediately went to his house. It was then that I realized they had not been deceiving us. On the day of his grandmother's funeral, I saw a dove fly to their home and settle there. The day before we awakened our abilities, when I visited his house, I encountered 10 doves that had taken residence there for the first time. At that moment, the 10 doves surrounded him, seemingly engaged in conversation. At this juncture, Wang Cheng's eyes were reddened, as were Qin Ye's. Chapter 75, The Complaints of Sister Qin Xueqing. Qin Ye had never anticipated the existence of such individuals around him. He had always believed that people his age were innocent and naive. Yet, he had not realized that what he perceived was merely the superficial facade. Reality is invariably harsh and unfeeling, for the splendid world you behold is born from the silent sacrifices of countless heroes. When confronted with the plight of Shui Zhirong, Qin Ye had intended to articulate something, yet ultimately, he remained silent. This was not due to a lack of respect for heroes. Rather, he held that heroes are heroes, beyond the need for judgment from others. "Xiao Qingzi, let us visit Shui Zhirong's home together." Wang Cheng was taken aback by Qin Ye's sudden proclamation, unsure of the reasoning behind it. Nevertheless, he nodded earnestly and replied, "All right, we shall go together." The atmosphere in the vehicle had already grown heavy, and after discussing Shui Zhirong, it became even more somber. Almost everyone present instinctively turned their gaze toward the vacant seat once occupied by Shui Zhirong. Staring at the seat where he had once sat, accompanied by a photograph capturing his smiling visage, all fell into a deep reverie. 15 minutes later, the bus arrived at Rongqing Second High School. Principal Qian Weigua, accompanied by the entire faculty and student body, along with parents, lined the path to welcome them. As 11 buses slowly drove into the school grounds, Qin Ye discerned not a single smile on any face. From the school gate to the central playground, a distance of 335 meters, 586 students from Rongqing Second High School, 556 teachers, and 163 parents stood in orderly formation along the road, solemnly and respectfully welcoming each bus as it passed. In the central square of the school, the photographs of 227 students from Rongqing Second High School who had sacrificed their lives during this expedition were arranged neatly. Once the bus that Qin Ye and his companions were aboard came to a halt, the school's guard approached to retrieve the photographs and names of these 227 students. These images and names would serve as a substitute for their ashes, to be placed in urns. Only after these 227 students had disembarked did Qin Ye and his companions follow suit. According to the school's arrangements, these 227 students would remain at the school for 2 days, during which the institution would conduct a memorial service in their honor, as they were the first batch of students to have sacrificed their lives since the school's establishment. Additionally, the school planned to erect bronze statues in remembrance of these 227 students, etching their names into the annals of school history and establishing a Hall of Heroes. It can be said that the school had done everything within its power. By the time these matters were concluded, it was already 7 p.m. Until this moment, Qin Ye had returned home with his sister, Qin Xueqing. As soon as they arrived, Qin Xueqing affectionately clung to Qin Ye's arm, expressing her fears. "Brother, I'm so glad you're back. I was truly frightened that you might not return." Qin Ye understood that the events of the day had cast a significant pall over everyone, including his sister. Thus, her reaction was entirely natural. He comforted her with a gentle pat on her back, saying, "Don't worry, Xueqing, I'm here now. And you know your brother is quite clever. I'm not so easily defeated. Rest assured." Noticing that his sister still clung to him, Qin Ye added, "Xueqing, let go of me, and I'll give you a wonderful gift." Only after hearing of the promised gift did Qin Xueqing release her grip, though she skeptically warned, "Brother, you better not be tricking me, or you'll be in trouble." With a resigned smile, Qin Ye replied, "Have no fear, Xueqing, how could I ever deceive you?" With that, he presented the fiery tiger spirit beast egg he had discovered at the Spirit Beast Pavilion to his sister. Qin Xueqing gazed at the egg in astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother, how did you come by a spirit beast egg? And what do you intend for me to do with it? I can't form a contract with a spirit beast right now. It would be a waste. Qin Ye, feeling a pang of frustration at his sister's reasoning, patiently explained. Xueqing, you must not underestimate this spirit beast egg. Its growth potential is capable of reaching the 7th tier of the Emperor realm. What? Brother, is that true? This spirit beast egg has the potential to attain the 7th tier of the Emperor realm? Seeing his sister's astonished expression, Qin Ye finally relaxed. Indeed, it is a fiery tiger spirit beast egg. So, what do you think? Xueqing, do you like it? Although she desired it, Xueqing hesitated, saying, Brother, perhaps you should keep it. I'm still young, I can wait. Qin Ye understood her sentiments and clarified, Silly sister. Do you think my own fiery red spirit beast is any less remarkable? I assure you, its potential is not inferior to this fiery tiger spirit beast egg. Captivated by his words, Xueqing eagerly inquired, Brother, are you serious? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Qin Ye looked at his naive sister before explaining. Do you believe I would trick you? If my fiery red's potential were lacking, it would soon be exposed. All right, I trust you, brother. But I feel I may be of no use. I haven't even awakened my talent yet. What if my talent turns out to be poor? What if I cannot form a contract? She continued. And brother, you could contract it as your second spirit beast. Why give it to me? Qin Ye nearly succumbed to despair at his sister's incessant chatter. All right, sister, you're quite young, yet your verbosity is remarkable. Have you considered what talents our parents possess? And what mine is? Surely, you're not destined to be inferior, unless you're not our parents' biological child. He added, moreover, I have already prepared for my second spirit beast, so there is no need for you to worry. Now, do you have any further questions? Realizing the truth in his words, Xueqing nodded vigorously. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? Since you've said so, I want to be polite. With that, she eagerly accepted the fiery tiger spirit beast egg. By the way, brother, how was your journey in the secret realm? I want to hear about your experiences there. Seeing her thirst for knowledge, Qin Ye could hardly refuse. All right, I'll share my tale. But before recounting my experiences, let me tell you of my rewards. Go ahead, brother. I'm all ears. Qin Ye found himself exasperated by his sister's expectant expression. I received a reward of 1 billion. Upon hearing this, Xueqing was utterly flabbergasted, her speech faltering. Brother, please repeat that. How much reward did you say? What's wrong? Did you not hear me clearly? Qin Ye teased. Xueqing, undeterred by his tone, earnestly sought confirmation. Brother, unable to withstand her pleading, Qin Ye abandoned his playful intentions and candidly replied, All right, Xueqing, stop with the antics. Do you not believe me? Only then did Xueqing release her hold, adopting a tone of triumph. You must tell me. Fearful of her growing insistence, Qin Ye conceded, just as you thought. I earned 10 billion from this journey into the secret realm. Now are you satisfied? Though Qin Ye had stated this, Xueqing remained skeptical, her voice laced with doubt. Brother, you're not deceiving me, are you? I feel like what you said sounds a bit far-fetched. Why don't you show me your transaction details? Noting her ulterior motives, Qin Ye hesitated, questioning, Are you sure you only wish to see my transaction details and have no other intentions? In response to his skepticism, Xueqing confidently asserted, Of course. Fine, I'll trust you one more time. With that, Qin Ye retrieved his phone, displaying the transaction details to his sister, who eagerly snatched it from him. After thoroughly checking, she heaved a sigh of relief, mumbling, It's true, it's real. Confused, Qin Ye inquired, Xueqing, What's the matter? Are you all right? Brother, you're the one who's not all right. She retorted. Just as she finished speaking, a new thought struck her, and she began to plead, Brother. Startled by her address, Qin Ye quickly interrupted, Stop. Xueqing, just say what you need without the antics. Having realized her little ploy had succeeded, Xueqing eagerly declared, Brother, it's nothing major. Now that you have 10 billion in savings, can you bear to see your dear sister living in such poverty? Perhaps you could transfer a little living expense to me? Qin Ye, not wanting to dwell on the matter, complied with his sister's request. With a newfound abundance of wealth at his disposal, he boldly declared, All right. How much do you need? I can transfer it to you immediately. I'm not lacking in money. Xueqing regarded her brother's shamelessness with disdain and retorted, Brother, I must say, your attitude is far too self-centered. Just a mere 1 billion, and you've already lost your sense of self. Qin Ye could almost predict what his sister was about to say next, so he hastily interjected, All right, I understand. I want to speak like that again. Xueqing shot him a disapproving glance, expressing her dissatisfaction, before adopting a more conciliatory tone. Well, it's good that you recognize your error. Just don't let it happen again. Transfer me 5 million this time, and I'll ask you for more when I need it. To be honest, Qin Ye was somewhat surprised by this side of his sister. Nevertheless, he promptly transferred 5 million to her. Have you received it? Just a word of caution, don't squander this money foolishly. While it's not difficult to earn, you know the situation today. Brother, you're really being overly verbose. I'm not a child anymore. Surely I can discern right from wrong. Qin Ye reflected and realized he had been too cautious. Thus, he replied, as long as you understand. It's getting late. Go take a shower and get some rest. Qin Shueqing had no objections to his words. After exchanging pleasantries with him, she stood up and left with a smile. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after they rose and had breakfast, Qin Ye and the others proceeded to school to attend the memorial service. To be frank, there was little to be said about the service. Everything followed a set routine. The only highlight of the day was the unexpectedly large turnout. Consequently, Qin Ye and his companions found themselves acting as makeshift service personnel, with a crowd of 10,000. The scale was neither excessively large nor small, yet it rendered Shuda City No. 2 High School quite congested. This substantial gathering kept Qin Ye and his peers extraordinarily busy, leaving them little opportunity for rest throughout the day. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that the throngs began to disperse, finally granting them a moment to relax. Shortly after they sat down, Wang Chung spoke up. Brother Yi, let us go to Shui Zhirong's house tomorrow. I anticipate a large turnout, so we should arrive early to help him entertain the guests. Qin Ye was curious about Wang Chung's assertion regarding the expected number of attendees. He had already been informed. Nodding, he replied, all right. Upon hearing their conversation, Qin Shueqing suddenly chimed in. Brother, I want to go too. Qin Ye did not oppose her and nodded in agreement. Sure, if you want to go, let us go together. Thus, after finalizing their plans for the next day, Qin Ye and his companions fell into a contemplative silence. They remained quiet until they finished their meal, at which point no one felt inclined to speak. Perhaps due to thoughts of their classmate Shui Zhirong, Qin Ye and his friends gathered at the school entrance by 6 o'clock the next morning. Normally, all fallen students would have their resting places arranged by their families, but Shui Zhirong was an exception due to his unique circumstances. The school decided to arrange his burial site next to that of his grandmother, which also served as the final resting place for his parents, grandparents, uncles, and siblings, allowing the family to reunite in eternal rest. Given the special nature of his situation, not only the school but the nation also placed great importance on it. Thus, the procession honoring him was immensely grand, with even the governor of Shuzhou, Hua Ruanxing, and the commanding officer of the Shuzhou military, Zheng Yingxing, in attendance, not to mention the other attendees. Initially, Qin Ye and his friends thought they would secure a good position in the procession. However, they soon realized they were mistaken. By 9 o'clock, the procession commenced, yet those at the back were still at the school gate. The sheer number of attendees was astonishing. At 10 o'clock, the honor guard escorting Shui Zhirong arrived at his home. According to the plan, the procession would pause here for an hour before proceeding to his final resting place. Indeed, under Wang Chung's guidance, Qin Ye managed to bypass the main crowd and arrived at a spot where Shui Zhirong often daydreamed. There, Qin Ye observed 10 doves circling around a single young dove. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chung's voice trembled as he extended a shaking hand towards the newly arrived dove, saying, Zhirong, I've come to see you. A simple, unadorned statement, yet it pierced the heart deeply. Chapter 77. Wang Chung enters the Summer Kingdom Beast Master Academy. The visit to Shui Zhirong's family profoundly impacted Qin Ye. Upon returning, he became even more resolute in his belief that he must strive to enhance his strength. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he protect the things he cherished. Thus, upon returning from Shui Zhirong's home, Qin Ye initiated his training regimen. Of course, this was not primarily for his own benefit. It was mainly to help Yan Hong improve her abilities, enabling her to absorb the spiritual energy from the premium spirit stones more rapidly. These tasks were relatively straightforward for Qin Ye. He simply placed Yan Hong into the Jiuzhou secret realm. Though many of the beasts within had been eradicated during his previous visit, there were still plenty remaining. However, Qin Ye did harbor some concern that the remaining beasts might be swiftly eliminated by Yan Hong. If that were to happen, he would need to find another location to continue his activities. This situation could become quite troublesome. Although the Summer Kingdom had control over many secret realms, each had its specific purpose. Some had been developed into vast granaries, while others had become medicinal or fruit gardens. Without these resources, how could the Summer Kingdom sustain such a large population and their beast masters? How could they maintain normal consumption among the people of the Summer Kingdom? Moreover, the current arable land was hardly suitable for cultivating food crops. Therefore, every secret realm was of paramount importance. Yet private realms like Jiuzhou were exceedingly rare in the entire Blue Star world. Thus, Qin Ye realized he needed to devise a detailed plan to develop this secret realm. It was said that each secret realm possessed 1 or 2 unique products. Yet Qin Ye was unaware of any specialties in the Jiuzhou secret realm he had acquired. So during one of his entries into the realm, he took the time to explore various locations to see if he had overlooked anything significant. But he found nothing of value. Since he could not locate any specialties, Qin Ye resolved to cultivate his own. he decided to procure a batch of rare flowers, exotic fruits, and medicinal herbs to plant within the secret realm, aiming to enhance his own sustenance first. As time swiftly passed, August drew to a close, and the enrollment process for the major Beastmaster academies was nearing completion. If it weren't for the influence of the Southern Border Secret Realm incident this year, the admissions for various Beastmasters academies would have concluded in July. However, due to this incident, the process was postponed until August. On August 26th, just as Qin Ye was preparing to leave home for a stroll in the market, hoping to discover some intriguing items, Wang Cheng came to pay him a visit. It had indeed been quite some time since Qin Ye last saw this lad, so upon their reunion, he scrutinized Wang Cheng closely. After a while, he finally spoke up. "Little Qingzi, I haven't seen you around lately. Have you been up to no good without my knowledge?" Wang Cheng, seemingly anticipating this remark, didn't even glance at Qin Ye before responding. "Brother Ye, as for me, I've done nothing wrong. But you, on the other hand, are hardly ever home. What exactly are you up to? How do you know I'm not home all the time?" Qin Ye questioned, somewhat skeptical of Wang Cheng's assertion, as he had never encountered Wang Cheng coming to visit him. Moreover, he had heard that Wang Cheng was participating in the entrance examinations for various Beastmasters academies and was not in Rome City. "Hee, Brother Ye, you needn't concern yourself with how I know. Just tell me if what I said was false." Qin Ye was uncertain whether Wang Cheng truly knew, but considering he had nothing to hide, he casually admitted, "Well, that is not an untruth. I haven't been home much lately. What is up? Do you need something from me?" He almost forgot that Wang Cheng had been sitting for the entrance exams at the various Beastmasters academies. Thus, he inquired, "By the way, didn't you participate in the entrance examinations for the Beastmasters academies? How did that go? Did you get accepted into one?" At the mention of this, Wang Cheng's interest was piqued. With a cheerful grin, he replied, "Hee, Brother Ye, I came to tell you about this very matter today. I initially wanted to play it cool, but I didn't expect you to get right to the point so quickly. So, why don't you take a wild guess at which Beastmasters Academy I got into?" Upon saying this, Qin Ye noticed that Wang Cheng was wearing an expression that suggested he was enjoying the suspense, which left him somewhat perplexed. "You enjoy keeping me in suspense, don't you? Don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes. Hee, nothing has been hidden from you, Brother Ye. All right, seeing you so pleased. It must mean you got into the Summer Kingdom's Beastmasters Academy, right? What is so exciting about that?" Wang Cheng's expression soured at this remark. He retorted, "Brother Ye, that is a bit excessive. Do you think everyone has someone like the Third Elder backing them? You received your acceptance letter without lifting a finger. As for me, I had to endure the rigors of a real examination. Our situations are entirely different, you know?" Qin Ye, still unaware of Wang Cheng's circumstances, simply didn't wish to pry further. "Come on, do I not know what kind of person you are? Also, you should consider that I'm at least of S-rank talent. How difficult could it be to gain admission to the Summer Kingdom's Beastmasters Academy? Meanwhile, given your C-rank talent, it's quite a challenge, isn't it?" At this point, Wang Cheng couldn't help but sport a mischievous grin. "Hee, to be fair, I did face some difficulty before going to the secret realm, but after returning, everything changed." "Wait, did you have some special gains from the secret realm?" Qin Ye inquired. Intrigued, for anything that could significantly alter Wang Cheng's fortunes would surely be extraordinary. Wang Cheng, without a moment's hesitation, began to explain, "Brother Ye, I've wanted to tell you this for a while, but I was delayed by the incident with Shui Zhirong. After that matter settled, I tried to find you several times, but never caught you at home. Then I went for the entrance examinations at the Summer Kingdom's Beastmasters Academy, and again, I missed you. That is why it took until now." With Wang Cheng's explanation, Qin Ye began to understand the situation. Just as he was about to elaborate, Wang Cheng continued, "Well, today I'm here to share this good news with you. I'm no longer a C-rank talent. I'm nearly at A-rank now." This revelation genuinely astonished Qin Ye. "What did you say? Your talent has surpassed C-rank? How on earth did you manage that? It's simply unbelievable. To be honest, Brother Ye, I found it equally hard to believe at first, but the truth is what it is." After a moment of silence, Qin Ye finally asked, "What exactly did you find in the secret realm that had such a profound effect?" Sighing deeply, Wang Cheng slowly began to explain. "Well, it's a matter of luck. I found myself in a primeval forest in the eastern part of the secret realm. There wasn't a soul around, but I was swarmed by countless ridge bees as soon as I appeared. I had to run for my life, desperately searching for an escape route. Just as I was losing hope, I stumbled upon a pond and dove in, hoping to evade my pursuers." Hearing this, Qin Ye couldn't help but interject, "So, the treasure that transformed your talent was located in that pond?" Wang Cheng nodded vigorously. "Indeed, at the bottom of the pond, I discovered 2 extraordinary herbs emanating a blue light. Initially, I didn't think much of it. I simply felt they would be immensely beneficial to me. Without further ado, I consumed them and subsequently realized their remarkable efficacy. However, I searched several other ponds afterward but couldn't find any more such herbs. Qin Ye found it hard to comprehend his little brother's naivety. Did he not realize that herbs with such potent effects are as rare as phoenix feathers? Do you really think such herbs are as common as cabbages, that you can just find them anywhere? Wang Cheng, undeterred by Qin Ye's sarcasm, acknowledged his underestimation of the herb's value. I did consider that at the time, but what if I hadn't checked and missed out? Qin Ye was left speechless, only able to nod in reluctant agreement with Wang Cheng's reasoning. I suppose you have a point. So, have you found out what those extraordinary herbs are called since you returned from the secret realm? Qin Ye was already contemplating his next moves. However, Wang Cheng's subsequent remarks left him somewhat bewildered. I haven't investigated this matter, but I found no records regarding it. What a pity. If only I had managed to find a few more specimens back then. Qin Ye, losing interest in Wang Cheng, glanced at him and replied, "All right. I have no desire to engage in this kind of banter with you. Speak, what other matters bring you here today? I refuse to believe you've come solely to share this." Wang Cheng looked at Qin Ye as if he were a ghost, incredulously stating, "Brother Ye. Why would you think that?" Qin Ye, uninterested in further conversation, retorted, "Am I mistaken? Fine. Since you've put it that way, I'll be frank. I came to ask when you plan to report to school." Qin Ye was visibly startled upon hearing this. According to the admission notice, doesn't T-School start on September 15th? Today is only a few days before that. Isn't it's still early? What is the rush? Wang Cheng scrutinized Qin Ye for a while before responding. Don't you plan to go early to acclimatize to the school? I've heard that the Summer Country Beastmaster Academy is quite unique. If we arrive late, we might struggle to even find places to purchase supplies. This left Qin Ye in a daze. Had Wang Cheng not mentioned it, he would have remained oblivious to this. He pondered why the third elder had specifically emphasized the importance of interacting more with Yu Xiaowei and the others before his departure. Apparently, there was more to the situation than he had realized. How did you ascertain that? Qin Ye could only return the question to Wang Cheng. I plan to go on September 1st. How about you, Brother Ye? Wang Cheng was candid about his intentions. Qin Ye had no plans, since returning. He hadn't contacted Yu Xiaowei and the others, so he remained uninformed about Wang Cheng's statements. What plans could he possibly have? I'm still considering. That is acceptable. If you intend to accompany me, remember to inform me in advance. All right, I should head back now. Qin Ye was somewhat surprised by this. Wang Cheng usually spent entire days at his home. Why was he suddenly returning today? Thus, Qin Ye inquired, Xiao Qingzi, you seem a bit peculiar today. What is prompting you to leave? Wang Cheng sighed in response, I have no choice. My father has repeatedly instructed me. Well then, if that is the case, go on back. Once Qin Ye understood the situation, he ceased to dwell on it. Wang Cheng decisively bid farewell and departed. As for Qin Ye, he had intended to go out, but found himself compelled to reconsider. After closing the door and returning to his room, he harnessed the power of the 9 provinces throne to re-enter the secret realm. Indeed, upon entering, he found himself directly in the grand hall from before. This did not surprise Qin Ye. After some contemplation, he resolved to seek out Yin Hong. After a brief sense of her presence, he pinpointed Yin Hong's location. With a mere thought, he appeared beside her. Yin Hong, Master, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Yin Hong's immediate reaction upon seeing Qin Ye was to inquire about his purpose. Nothing much. I merely came to take a casual look around. Qin Ye gently patted her small head. As Yin Hong relished his affection, she replied, Are you truly not here for anything in particular? No. I just wanted to check on your progress. Are you nearing a breakthrough? Master, rest assured. I have begun to show signs of a breakthrough. If all goes well, I will ascend to the 4th tier of gold by tomorrow at the latest. Upon hearing Yin Hong's words, Qin Ye's spirits lifted significantly. Wonderful, Yin Hong. You're remarkable. By the way, would you like to consume another premium spirit stone? Despite his excitement, Qin Ye didn't forget to encourage Yin Hong to eat more. However, Yin Hong clearly had her own limits regarding consumption. She shook her head and replied, Master, I fear that won't be possible. I feel that I need to break through to the next level before I can consume more spirit stones. Although Qin Ye felt a tinge of regret, he did not press the matter. In that case, continue your efforts. I'll wander around in the secret realm. Yin Hong said nothing further and flew off on her own. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Ye gathered his thoughts. He decided to explore the location Wang Cheng had mentioned, hoping to find the extraordinary herbs he spoke of. After determining the direction, Qin Ye transported himself there with a thought. Indeed, Wang Cheng had not deceived him. This place truly existed. Unfortunately, after thoroughly investigating, he found no clues regarding the extraordinary herbs. Just as Qin Ye prepared to continue his search, he suddenly sensed Yin Hong's aura intensifying. Clearly, she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Thus, he quickly located Yin Hong's position once more and transported himself there with another thought. Upon arriving beside her, he discovered that Yin Hong was indeed in the midst of her breakthrough, and she was close to succeeding. Chapter 79, Contracting the Second Beast. Qin Ye glanced at Yin Hong, reassured that she was fine, and prepared to leave. He intended to take this opportunity to contract the divine beast egg awarded by the system last time, eager to see what kind of divine beast it would yield. Just as he was about to depart, an explosive surge of energy erupted from Yin Hong. In that moment, Qin Ye halted. Finally, after several minutes of waiting, her aura began to gradually subside. Eventually, it completely vanished. At this point, Yin Hong opened her eyes. The moment she spotted Qin Ye, she leaped onto his shoulder, engaging in an affectionate exchange. Master, Yin Hong has successfully advanced. Splendid. Our Yin Hong is exceptional. Thus, Qin Ye conversed with Yin Hong for a while until he had sufficiently soothed her, prompting her to depart. Watching her gradually fade from view, Qin Ye returned to the Grand Hall to prepare for the contracting of his second beast. This entirely luck-based contracting method rendered the decision of whether or not to check irrelevant. In Qin Ye's view, since it was a divine beast egg, regardless of what he received, he wouldn't feel at a loss. Of course, the primary factor was that he had no choice in the matter. It all relied on chance. Therefore, he was disinclined to overthink it. With that, Qin Ye took out the divine beast egg that the system had rewarded him and held it in his hand. In no time, he found himself in the contracting space. Before him appeared an adorably clumsy little white tiger. Seeing such a cute little tiger brought a wave of joy to Qin Ye's heart. Seizing the moment, he swiftly scooped up the adorably clumsy little tiger and completed the contract. After the pact was sealed, Qin Ye gazed at the small white tiger, no bigger than a little yellow dog, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You cute little creature, from now on, I shall call you Nabai." Upon hearing its name, the little white tiger immediately erupted in joyful yelps. "Ow, ow. Master, Nuabai absolutely loves this name." "Thank you, Master." Qin Ye was thoroughly amused by the silly antics of little Nuabai. "Haha, little Nuabai, you are simply delightful. From now on, I shall treat you to delicious feasts." At the mention of food, Nuabai began to howl excitedly. "Master, Nuabai is hungry. Hurry, give me something to eat." "All right, little Nuabai, I shall fetch you something delectable right away." With that, he retrieved a premium golden spirit stone from the system's spatial realm and tossed it to Nuabai. The little tiger, exhibiting the traits of a true gourmand, stared at the exquisite spirit stone, and Qin Ye noticed it drooling. Fortunately, he did not tease it further, tossing the stone directly to it. Otherwise, he might have suspected that this creature's drool would create a river. Crunch. Instead of swallowing the spirit stone whole, like Yin Hong, little Nuabai chewed it thoroughly before slowly swallowing it down. This was not the end. After consuming the stone, it licked its lips, still appearing unsatisfied. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ye couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, what's wrong, Nuabai? Are you still hungry?" Nuabai lifted its adorable little head and replied, "Master, Nuabai is full." That was merely an instinctive action. Qin Ye had thought it might still be able to consume another premium spirit stone, but it seemed that was not the case. However, observing its demeanor, he felt a tinge of skepticism. Given the size of little Nuabai, barely larger than a dog, combined with its adorably silly appearance, Qin Ye found it hard to envision it possessing any combat prowess. Thus, he instinctively cast a probing glance. Species, White Tiger Clan. Level, Golden First Stage. Combat Power, 5578. Talent, Divine Beast 9th Stage. Attributes, Gold Wind. Skills, Tiger King's Roar, White Tiger Gale Claw, White Tiger Shadow Clone. Description, one of the 4 divine spirits of ancient mythology. Positioned in the West, Master of Slaughter. In the era of Beast Tamers, the White Tiger represents the ultimate evolutionary form of the Tiger Clan. It must be said, Nuabai's charmingly adorable appearance is quite deceiving. Beneath its seemingly unremarkable exterior lies such formidable combat strength. Undoubtedly, it is the quintessential example of playing the pig to eat the tiger. TSK, is Nuabai's physique truly this small? Qin Ye pondered that this creature might be hiding its true capabilities and felt the need to inquire further, lest he be caught off guard in the future. "Master, Nuabai can freely control its body size," Nuabai responded. "However, I prefer my current size." Well, as long as you like it, Nuabai," Qin Ye replied. He could only conclude that Nuabai possessed the potential to be quite the trickster. With that thought in mind, Qin Ye decided it was time for this little creature to familiarize itself with combat. Otherwise, he feared that when the time came, this little one would end up being overshadowed. Thus, he hastily said, "All right, little one, since you're full, it's time to get some exercise." Without waiting for Nuabai to respond, he sent it forth. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the headquarters of the Ice Fire Wolf Demon Beasts. In Nuabai's bemused state, Qin Ye pointed at the wolf pack below and declared, "Nuabai, the wolves down there are your responsibility. Remember, you must not use any skills, and you can only utilize strength below Silver 5th stage." Nuabai was immediately indignant, gazing up at Qin Ye with innocent eyes. "Master, Nuabai is still an adolescent beast. How could you treat me this way? And I'm so cute. How can you bear to do this? Qin Ye was genuinely exasperated with this little trickster, but remained unconvinced by its protestations. Enough with the nonsensical chatter. When I command you to go, you shall go, or else I shall withhold premium spirit stones from you. Upon hearing that Qin Ye might deprive it of such treasures, Nuabai sprang to life. Master, I was wrong. I will go right away. With that, it vanished from Qin Ye's sight in an instant. Indeed, when it came to combat, Nuabai truly resembled a tiger. Of course, the essence of a fierce divine beast was inherently different. The aura it exuded alone struck fear into its adversaries, making retaliation unthinkable. Before long, the hundreds of ice-fire wolves that Qin Ye had specially selected for it were swiftly dispatched by Nuabai. Observing its performance, Qin Ye felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, it was undeniable that this creature indeed had the makings of a trickster. In moments of calm, it appeared harmless, but once engaged, it was a force to be reckoned with. Resolutely, Qin Ye decided to let Nuabai soar freely along the path of trickery. All right, little Nuabai. Weren't you just reluctant to fight? Why do you now seem as if you haven't had enough? Nuabai felt embarrassed, glancing furtively at Qin Ye before stammering, Master. You must have misinterpreted. I did not act as you suggested. It then proceeded to display its adorably silly demeanor as it attempted to charm Qin Ye, showing no concern for its previous statements. Chapter 80. Departing for the Summer Kingdom Beast Tamer Academy. Qin Ye was truly at a loss for words. After some contemplation, he decided to restrain himself. The consequences of his actions were his to bear. All right, Nuabai, I will not believe your words. However, considering your propensity for adorably foolish antics, I shall let this slide. Come here. I shall introduce you to your elder sister, Nuabai. Nevertheless, Qin Ye paid no heed to Nuabai's confusion and waved his hand, transporting it away. In the blink of an eye, he brought Nuabai beside Yanhong. Upon seeing Qin Ye, Yanhong immediately flew over to greet him. Master, what brings you here? Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon Nuabai beside Qin Ye. Naturally, she turned her attention towards him, seeking an explanation. Qin Ye did not disappoint her, promptly stating, Yanhong, let me introduce you. With that, he pulled Nuabai closer and introduced, this is Nuabai, my newly contracted beast. From now on, it shall be your little companion. Afterward, Qin Ye gestured towards Yanhong, explaining to Nuabai, Nuabai, this is your elder sister. From now on, you shall accompany her. After Qin Ye finished speaking, Yanhong and Nuabai exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Yanhong who broke the silence and said, Nuabai, from now on, just follow me. I assure you, I will not let you suffer any losses. However, you must understand that when the master is absent, you must heed my commands. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Nuabai, sensing that it was not wise to contest with Yanhong, especially as it felt inferior in strength, respectfully replied, All right, big sister, I shall follow you from now on, but please remember to ensure my safety. Qin Ye was taken aback. He hadn't expected Nuabai to resort to such tactics with Yanhong. Enough. You possess ample strength. Do you truly need Yanhong to protect you? My intention was for you to accompany your sister to enhance your abilities, not for her to shield you. Do not overthink it. Nuabai was rendered speechless by Qin Ye's words. It felt as though its master was intentionally undermining its position, openly contradicting it in front of everyone. However, after casting a glance at its master, it dared not respond, sulking away instead. Yanhong, witnessing Nuabai's demeanor, realized it had struck a chord. She quickly reassured, All right, Nuabai, I will protect you. You can rest easy. Qin Ye, feeling disinclined to engage further with the two beasts, said, All right, Yanhong. Take Nuabai to hunt some demon beasts. I shall take my leave now. Yanhong had no objections. She was precisely in need of a talking companion like Nuabai. Thus, she readily accepted Qin Ye's request and set off with Nuabai to seek trouble with demon beasts. After they departed, Qin Ye exited the secret realm. As he emerged from his bedroom, he spotted his sister sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Xueqing, what is you so pensive? Brother, you're home? I thought you weren't around. Qin Ye. Upon witnessing her brother's expression, Xueqing realized her words were amiss. She hastily clarified, I meant to say, I didn't see you at home. I was asking why you're just sitting here daydreaming. Noticing her brother's silence, Qin Ye added, Have you encountered any difficulties? You can talk to me. Xueqing, however, did not mention any troubles, but instead said to Qin Ye, Brother, it's nothing. Could you possibly transfer me another 5 million? Qin Ye merely stared at her, awaiting her explanation. After a prolonged silence, he finally broke the tension, asking, Have you already spent the 5 million I transferred to you before? Without a hint of hesitation, Xueqing replied, Of course, brother. If I hadn't spent it, why would I ask you for more? Xueqing, what on earth have you been doing? You spent 5 million already? After a considerable pause, she stammered, Well, that 5 million. I donated it. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye ceased his inquiries. He took out his phone and transferred another 5 million to her. All right, if you donated it, then so be it. I won't hold it against you. Why are you so nervous? After receiving the transfer, Qin Shueqing, who had already been somewhat relaxed, felt even less burdened by her brother's reassurance. Thank you, brother. Qin Ye waved his hand dismissively. I plan to head to Kyoto in a couple of days. Be cautious at home by yourself. If you need more money, just give me a call. I'll transfer it to you. Don't put yourself in a difficult position while alone. Understanding that her brother would be going to university, Qin Shueqing was not surprised. All right, brother, I understand. I'm not a child. I can take care of myself. Qin Ye felt reassured. Knowing his sister was capable of looking after herself, this was not his first time leaving home. Well then, I'm off to find Wang Cheng. Qin Shueqing did not take his words to heart, waving him off with a gesture to hurry along. Go on, brother. I'll be fine. I'm more annoyed than you are. Qin Ye chuckled awkwardly and departed from his home. Naturally, he did not seek out Wang Cheng, as he believed a phone call would suffice. Moreover, he was aware that Wang Cheng was busy and would not have time to hang out. After coordinating with Wang Cheng to attend the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy on September 1st, he went shopping. This time, he returned to Taobao, but for reasons unknown. He had come up empty-handed after multiple visits. Today proved no different. After browsing around, he returned home only to find no sign of his sister. Initially inclined to call and inquire, he reconsidered, realizing his sister was now grown and he ought not to pry too much. Thus, he dismissed the thought. Although he had intended to avoid contacting Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, he recognized that encountering them at school was inevitable. To avoid any awkwardness should they inquire about him, he mustered the courage to add them as friends and casually asked about the school. The response was met with disdain from both. Yu Xiaowei remarked, Qin, I've realized you're rather petty. Just because I pointed out a few things in front of grandfather, did you really need to sulk for this long? Ye Xiaowei echoed similar sentiments. Qin Ye found himself at a loss for words in response to their reactions. He spent considerable effort clarifying the situation and eventually promised to treat them to a meal at school in a couple of days, which finally placated them. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Ye and Wang Cheng departed from Rong City today, heading to the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy in Kyoto. Chapter 81. The secluded Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy. Brother Yi, you seem rather displeased. Has something happened? As Wang Cheng settled down, he noticed Qin Ye's brooding silence and couldn't help but voice his concern. Qin Ye harbored no particular worries. His demeanor stemmed solely from Yu Xiaowei's mention that the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy was nestled deep within the mountains, where leaving the campus without cause was prohibited. Thus, he felt a sense of monotony. I'm fine. By the way, Xiaoqing, do you know the exact location of our school? Qin Ye posed the question deliberately, eager to gauge whether Wang Cheng was aware of the challenges that lay ahead. Wang Cheng was momentarily taken aback by Qin Ye's inquiry. He recalled that the admission notice contained the school's detailed address, yet he sensed an underlying implication in Qin Ye's words. Brother Yi, what do you mean by that? The address on the admission notice should indeed contain that information, right? Upon hearing Wang Cheng's response, Qin Ye was certain that he was oblivious to the underlying implications. Thus, he began to elucidate. I heard from the senior students that our school is nestled in the depths of a secluded forest and it operates under a closed management system. It is said that we cannot leave the school without a valid reason. Wait, are you serious, Yigo? Are you really not pulling my leg? Qin Ye furrowed his brow and shot him a disinterested glance. Do you think I would be so petty? Besides, we will arrive at the school shortly. I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Wang Cheng finally grasped the situation. Qin Ye's explanation was indeed accurate. So does that mean we will be stuck in this wilderness for the next 4 years? Not exactly, Qin Ye replied. I heard that during the 4th year, we aren't required to stay on campus. For a moment, both were at a loss for words, but considering the long journey ahead, Qin Ye decided to change the topic. By the way, Xiaoqing, what level is your beast at now? At the mere mention of this topic, Wang Cheng's spirits soared. Qin Ye was puzzled by the confidence radiating from him as he boasted. Yigo, regarding this matter, I'm not exaggerating. I wouldn't dare claim that my little turtle has the fastest advancement speed in the world, but I would say it's second in Xia country. Qin Ye was left speechless by Wang Cheng's self-assured demeanor. Well then, who do you think is so remarkable that they overshadow you at the top? Cough, cough. Yigo, you really don't know? The one who surpasses me is undoubtedly the Grand Elder. I heard that the Grand Elder's beast was born with silver tier strength, so it's only natural for him to be in first place. Qin Ye had to concede that while Wang Cheng often appeared carefree, he was quite adept at gathering information. Although the fact that the Grand Elder's beast was born at the silver tier was common knowledge, few were aware of the rapid advancement of the third Elder's beast. Thus, Qin Ye couldn't help but regard Wang Cheng with newfound respect. Since you dare to rank your beast's advancement speed behind the Grand Elder, It seems you must have made significant progress in the past 3 months, haven't you? Wang Qing's excitement was palpable as he responded, of course. The Grand Elder raised his beast by 3 tiers in 3 months. And I'm not falling behind either. My little turtle has also advanced 3 tiers to reach the 4th tier of bronze. Qin Ye was utterly baffled by Wang Qing's statement, initially believing him, only to realize he had been misled. How do you even attend classes? Don't you realize that the difficulty of advancing from bronze to silver is entirely different? The Beast Encyclopedia clearly states that the difficulty of advancing 1 tier from silver is about 5 to 10 times that of bronze. You think you can compare your 3-tier advancement in bronze over 3 months to the Grand Elder? Qin Ye felt a wave of embarrassment for Wang Qing. However, Wang Qing remained undeterred and retorted, even so, my bronze advancement over 3 months is no small feat. Have you heard of anyone else achieving my level? Qin Ye was on the verge of losing his temper, but he refrained, considering the setting on the train. Instead, he said, do you honestly think you're alone in this? Let us not even mention the 2nd Elder. Can you really outshine the 3rd Elder? Wang Qing fell silent, suddenly realizing he might indeed be outmatched. Observing his awkwardness, Qin Ye finally smiled. All right, now you understand. Don't get overly cocky just because you've achieved a little success. True strength lies in those who are formidable yet speak little. Wang Qing, though embarrassed, had thick skin and soon resumed casual conversation with Qin Ye. Thankfully, Qin Ye had encountered shameless individuals before, or else he might have been taken aback by Wang Qing's audacity. 6 hours later, as their train approached Kyoto, Wang Qing asked, by the way, Yigo, if the Xia Country Beastmaster Academy is in a secluded forest, what is the purpose of the address on our admission notice? Qin Ye hadn't expected such a question from Wang Qing, but he answered without hesitation, the senior told me that this address is merely a gathering point. After we assemble there, the school will provide transportation to take us to the campus. Is that so? Should we stock up on supplies before heading to the gathering point? I'm concerned we won't find what we need at the school. No need to worry, Qin Ye reassured him. According to the senior, the school regularly replenishes supplies, so our basic needs will be met. Wang Qing felt considerably relieved upon hearing this. Just as he was about to ask another question, the train announced their arrival. Thus, he refrained from speaking further. Since all passengers were beastmasters, they didn't need to carry their luggage themselves, making their movement quite convenient. Before long, Qin Ye and Wang Qing found themselves outside the station. Just as Qin Ye was about to suggest hailing a cab to the gathering point, the voices of Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei reached them. Junior, over here. Wang Qing was oblivious to the fact that Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were there to greet Qin Ye, leaving him quite bewildered. Yigo, why are those 2 beautiful girls waving at us? Did they mistake us for someone else? Before Qin Ye could respond, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei approached them directly. In the midst of Wang Qing's confusion, both extended their hands to Qin Ye and greeted him. Junior, long time no see. Welcome to Kyoto. Qin Ye found himself at a loss. Despite his reluctance to engage with them too closely, he couldn't ignore their overtures. He mustered the courage to respond. Hello. Senior Yu, Senior Xiaowei. At that moment, Wang Qing was still in a state of disbelief, but he wasn't foolish enough to miss the opportunity. He nudged Qin Ye with his elbow, signaling him to introduce them. Qin Ye, not wanting to be rude, gently withdrew his hand from Yu Xiaowei's grasp and pulled Wang Qing forward to introduce him. Senior Yu, Senior Xiaowei. This is my good buddy Wang Qing, the handsome Wang. If you need anything, he won't refuse. Then, Qin Ye gestured towards Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei, saying to Wang Qing, and this is Senior Yu Xiaowei. You can also reach out to her if you need assistance. She is quite the scholar. Next to Senior Yu is Senior Ye Xiaowei. Senior Rui is a beautiful and kind-hearted mentor, always eager to lend a helping hand. If you seek assistance in the future, turning to her would be a wise choice. In his earnest desire to aid his friends, Qin Ye exerted considerable effort, employing every eloquent phrase at his disposal. Indeed, upon hearing Qin Ye's praises, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei promptly forgot their troubles and joyfully greeted Wang Qing, pledging their support. Indeed, what Junior Qin said is true. Wang, if you encounter any difficulties at school, do not hesitate to seek our help. We will be here to assist you. Evidently, Qin Ye's flattery had taken effect, as both Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei expressed their willingness to aid Wang Qing. Wang Qing, not one to be easily fooled, recognized that Qin Ye's commendations implied that Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei were far more complex than they appeared. Otherwise, Qin Ye would not have made such a concerted effort to introduce them. Therefore, he placed great importance on fostering a relationship with the two. In this spirit, he made a conscious effort to shed his previously carefree demeanor, engaging Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei in cordial conversation for quite some time before remembering that Qin Ye was still present. Ah, my apologies, Brother Ye. I completely forgot you were here. Qin Ye chose to disregard his comment and interjected, why don't you continue your conversation for a while? I'll head off for dinner and rejoin you shortly. As soon as Qin Ye uttered these words, an air of awkwardness enveloped the trio. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei hastily clarified, Junior, what are you saying? We came specifically to accompany you. How could we abandon you? It was merely a momentary lapse. Ye Xiaowei, with a pitiful gaze directed at Qin Ye, made it seem as though he had committed a grave error. Qin Ye felt exasperated. Seniors Yu and Ye, please do not look at me with such expressions. I never claimed it was your fault. If the three of you have finished your chat, shall we proceed? I would prefer not to stand here like a spectacle for others. Wang Cheng and the others exchanged glances and promptly replied, all right, let us depart. Qin Ye could not help but admire their ability to engage in lively conversation under the scrutiny of thousands. He pondered how long they could have continued had he not interrupted them, due to their prior discussions consuming some time. Qin Ye and Wang Cheng abandoned their initial plan to explore the city and instead followed Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei to the school. It was at this moment that Qin Ye comprehended why the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy was referred to as being nestled deep within the mountains. After departing from the bus station, they drove for 3 hours, finally arriving at the school entrance, leaving even the initially composed Wang Cheng feeling unsettled. Is our school really this remote? He exclaimed. His first reaction was to assume that the school had chosen such a location due to financial constraints. However, Yu Xiaowei countered. Junior Wang, your perspective is rather narrow. Once you arrive at the school, you will understand whether it is affluent or not. As for the choice of location, I can divulge a little information. Senior, is it truly appropriate to share that? Wang Cheng interjected, displaying a strong desire to avoid any repercussions. Upon hearing Yu Xiaowei mention a secret of the school, he quickly inquired. Ye Xiaowei found Wang Cheng's reaction amusing and chuckled. Junior Wang, you are simply adorable. But let me assure you, this isn't a secret. The school has nothing to hide, so you may listen without concern. After this reassurance from Ye Xiaowei, Wang Cheng felt at ease. Then, Senior, please enlighten us. Why was our academy established in such an isolated location? Yu Xiaowei did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Qin Ye. Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback and asked, Senior, why are you looking at me? Did I say something amiss? Or is there something on my face? He even took out his phone to check his reflection. All right, Junior, there's nothing on your face. I merely wanted to see if you were curious, Yu Xiaowei replied. Qin Ye felt a bit speechless, suspecting that Yu Xiaowei was being deliberately cryptic. Thus, he responded, Senior, I already know. The reason our school is located here is that it serves as the entrance to the first secret realm discovered within the Summer Kingdom. The Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy was established to suppress this secret realm. Without hesitation, Qin Ye shared all he knew, but aside from Wang Cheng's astonishment, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei exhibited little reaction, which surprised him. Seniors, it seems you and Ye are already aware of my knowledge on this matter. Indeed, you are correct. However, Ye and I are not entirely certain. Much of it is based on speculation, Yu Xiaowei admitted. At that moment, Wang Cheng, sitting beside Qin Ye, abruptly shifted the topic, asking, in that case, could you share the school's rules with us, Senior? I have heard from others that there are quite a few, including some rather peculiar ones. Yu Xiaowei was straightforward, without hesitation, stating, the most significant rule at our school is that one must never betray humanity. All other rules stem from this principle. For instance, there is a rather unusual rule that states, the school adheres to the principle of respecting the strong when handling matters. Yet there is a fundamental bottom line. Betrayal of humanity is unforgivable, and the school will show no mercy. It must be said that the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy is indeed unique in this regard. To date, no other Beastmaster Academy across the Blue Star dares to make such a declaration. However, honestly, Qin Ye found himself quite fond of this rule. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, our school embodies a certain formidable spirit, being bold enough to articulate such principles openly. Haha, Junior Qin, if you believe that, you underestimate our academy, Yu Xiaowei replied. You may not be aware, but our school also has a stipulation that prohibits the enrollment of Beastmasters from any country other than the Summer Kingdom. Both Qin Ye and Wang Cheng could only admire the assertiveness of the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy at that moment. Chapter 83. The magnificence of the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy at long last. Qin Ye and his companions arrived at the campus of the Summer Kingdom Beastmaster Academy. Contrary to Qin Ye's expectations, no building on campus bore a modern architectural style. The entire academy was comprised of structures reflecting the ancient style of the Summer Kingdom, seamlessly integrating the school with its surrounding environment, resulting in a harmonious and breathtaking spectacle. Wow, Senior, is our school truly this unique? It feels as though we have been transported back to a feudal society. Wang Cheng was utterly astonished by the scene before him, unable to suppress the thoughts that tumbled forth from his mind. Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei appeared to have grown accustomed to such reactions from others, showing no sign of surprise at Wang Cheng's astonishment. Junior, there's no need to be overly amazed. Such occurrences are quite common in our school. So your surprise is somewhat premature. Indeed, as soon as Yu Xiaowei finished speaking, Wang Cheng fell silent, trusting her words implicitly. All right, Senior Yu, what shall we do now? Qin Ye, too, was curious about the myriad enviable aspects of the Summer Nation Beastmaster Academy. However, he was quite clear about the immediate course of action. After all, he would be spending 3 years at the school, and it was imperative to familiarize himself with its various offerings. Qin Ye even suspected that he could become well acquainted with the campus in less than a year. Fortunately, Yu Xiaowei understood this logic as well, and without hesitation. She replied to Qin Ye, very well, Junior. I will first take you to the registration office to collect your dormitory keys, and then we shall proceed to the cafeteria for a meal. Qin Ye and Wang Cheng had no objections, following Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei to the registration office. Although they did not fully grasp why registration was already underway, they did not lag behind, quickly arriving at the office behind Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei. Upon entering the registration office, Yu Xiaowei addressed the personnel inside. Teacher Ho, I have brought 2 juniors for registration. The individual seated within appeared quite familiar with Yu Xiaowei and greeted her warmly. Ah, it's Yu. Just have the new students present their admission notices and valid identification. Without hesitation, Qin Ye and Wang Cheng promptly handed over their documents. Here you go, teacher. After receiving the papers, Teacher Ho politely responded, all right, just a moment, please. Qin Ye and the others nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, Teacher Ho completed the enrollment process for Qin Ye and Wang Cheng. Qin Ye, you are assigned to dormitory No. 1. Here is your key. Since both you and Xiaowei are with you, I won't need to send anyone to escort you. Additionally, please provide me with a bank account number, as the school's grants will be deposited into your account regularly. At this revelation, Qin Ye could hardly contain his composure. Not only was he exempt from tuition fees, but he would also receive a grant. He was momentarily uncertain if he had misheard. Teacher, you must be mistaken. Teacher Ho, seemingly accustomed to such reactions, replied without hesitation, rest assured, Qin Ye, I have confirmed that there is no mistake. According to the school's records, you are entitled to SSS level benefits. In addition to tuition exemption and private accommodation, you will receive a monthly grant of 30,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye was utterly flabbergasted, yet his hands moved swiftly, immediately presenting his bank account number. Teacher Ho, equally efficient, entered the information into the computer with a few keystrokes. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng was enviously observing Qin Ye when Teacher Ho's voice broke through. Wang Cheng, please pay a tuition fee of 5,000 yuan. Wang Cheng was at a loss for words, but honestly presented his bank card to Teacher Ho. After processing the transaction with a quick swipe, Teacher Ho instructed, here you go, Wang Cheng, keep your documents safe. Your dormitory is number 509, and here is your key. You shouldn't need me to arrange an escort, correct? Although Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei were present, he still asked politely. Without waiting for Wang Cheng's response, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei quickly interjected, no need, teacher. We will take him. All right, I appreciate your assistance, Yu and Xiaowei, Teacher Ho replied. It's no trouble at all. We're friends, after all, they chimed in unison. And without allowing Teacher Ho a moment to respond, they waved farewell and led Qin Ye and Wang Cheng away. As they stepped out of the registration office, Wang Cheng complained, Yi, how is it that you enjoy SSS level benefits without even participating in the school's entrance exam? Doesn't that seem a bit implausible? Well, if you're unconvinced, you could always ask Senior Yu and Senior Xiaowei. They should be able to clarify, Qin Ye suggested. Wang Cheng, intrigued, turned his gaze toward Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei. The two, not wishing to discourage him, began to explain, Wang Cheng. The privileges granted to Qin Ye were a unanimous decision made by the third elder and the principal. As for the reasons behind it, that is beyond our knowledge. With this revelation, Wang Cheng recognized that further inquiries would be futile, prompting him to shift the topic. So, Senior Yu, what distinguishes dormitory number 1, where Yi resides, from my own dormitory number 509? I noticed that Teacher Ho even seemed somewhat envious when mentioning dormitory number 1. Initially, Yu Xiaowei and Nie Xiaowei had intended to spare Wang Cheng any disappointment, but since he had asked, they felt obliged to respond. Truth be told, referring to dormitory No. 1 as merely a dormitory is somewhat misleading. It is more akin to a villa, occupying an entire hill. Its construction area exceeds 5,000 square meters, rivaling the opulence of a 7-star hotel. Furthermore, it is a single-occupancy dormitory. Since its establishment, only the Grand Elder has resided there. Even the second and third elders have only stayed in dormitory number 2. Thus, dormitory No. 1 has long been the most coveted accommodation at the Summer Nation Beastmaster Academy. However, due to its stringent occupancy requirements, it is no wonder that Teacher Ho exhibited such envy. Yu Xiaowei's explanation left Wang Cheng utterly speechless, and even Qin Ye was taken aback. Is our school truly this extravagant? A single dormitory occupying an entire hill? Ah, Qin Ye, if you believe this to be the extent of our school's grandeur, you underestimate us. Besides dormitory number 1, there are also dormitories number 2 through number 10, each claiming their own hill. However, the remaining dormitories do not possess the same level of luxury and splendor as dormitory number 1. Nonetheless, they are still vastly superior to those found in other schools. Even dormitories ranked beyond 800 in our school are better than the finest accommodations at other institutions. However, from dormitory number 50 onward, they are no longer single occupancy. Thus, Wang Cheng, your dormitory number 509 is a double occupancy dormitory. This is something you should be aware of. However, you need not fret, for even in a double occupancy dormitory, your comfort during rest will remain unperturbed. Despite its modest size, encompassing an area of 300 square meters, it is more than sufficient for 2 inhabitants. Well, Qin Ye concedes that his financial constraints have indeed limited his imagination. Chapter 84, The First Secret Realm Expedition Post-Enrollment. TSK. Sister Yu, are you certain we are here to study? From my perspective, it feels more like a leisurely escapade. Upon hearing that his double-room dormitory boasts an area of 300 square meters, Wang Cheng immediately found himself less composed. Haha, brother Wang Cheng, you'll soon discover whether you are here for enjoyment once classes commence. Nevertheless, I can divulge a slight hint that may alter your perspective. Sister Yu, please do share. Wang Cheng was insistent, eager for Yu Xiaowei to reveal more. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaowei articulated, Brother Wang Cheng, do you ponder why the privileges at our institution surpass those of other schools by several multiples? Yet, why does our school still struggle to attract exceptionally talented Beast Tamers? And why does our ranking seem to decline year after year? This left Wang Cheng genuinely stumped. He could not fathom the rationale behind it. It is entirely normal for you to be unaware, Brother Wang Cheng, since you have yet to officially enroll and attend classes. You are oblivious to the arduous nature of our lessons. Moreover, I must candidly inform you that attending classes here carries a tangible risk to one's life. This is a significant factor in our school's inability to recruit outstanding students. Qin Ye had been previously aware of this, thus he was not particularly surprised. However, it was Wang Cheng's first exposure to this rather grim aspect of the institution, leaving him somewhat shaken. What? How can there be a life-threatening risk in class? Do we not attend lessons in a classroom? At that moment, they coincidentally arrived at the dining hall. Thus, Yu Xiaowei did not immediately respond to Wang Cheng's inquiry, instead suggesting, let us first dine. We'll explain later. At this juncture, Qin Ye also chimed in. Indeed, brother. Allow me to let you in on a secret. The cafeteria here is renowned as the finest in Summer Country. After saying this, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva, prompting both Qin Ye and Wang Cheng to feel a palpable eagerness to sample the fare. Initially, Qin Ye anticipated a bustling dining hall. However, upon entering, he was surprised to find it sparsely populated. He then turned to Qin Ye and asked, Sister Rue, are you certain the food here is delectable? Why does it seem so empty? Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, Qin Ye immediately adopted a knowing expression and responded, I anticipated you would inquire about that. Allow me to clarify. The reason is that our cafeteria offers free delivery to dormitories. Thus, most students opt not to dine here. Furthermore, if you find the cafeteria's diverse menu of over 100 options unappealing, you are welcome to prepare your own meals in your dorm. Consequently, it is only natural that the number of diners appears minimal. Qin Ye and Wang Cheng were once again astounded by the school's operations. All right, let us proceed to a private room. Dining there is more tranquil, and we will not be disturbed. Yu Xiaowei, leading the way, glanced back at Qin Ye and the others, disregarding their comments, and continued. Naturally, Qin Ye and Wang Cheng had no objections to her suggestion and nodded in agreement. With consensus reached, Yu Xiaowei wasted no time. After securing a private room, she escorted Qin Ye and the others directly there. Indeed, Qin Ye had not deceived them. After their meal at the cafeteria, both Qin Ye and Wang Cheng were effusive in their praise for the food. All right, Brother Wang Cheng, here is dormitory 509. Feel free to take a look. I suspect your roommate has yet to arrive. Following their meal, Yu Xiaowei and Qin Ye guided Wang Cheng and Qin Ye to find their dormitory. After approximately half an hour of walking, they arrived at what the school referred to as the dormitory area. They first reached what Yu Xiaowei described as the ordinary dormitory section. The ordinary dormitories were all nestled within a valley, and according to Yu Xiaowei, the entire academy boasted 658 such accommodations. What astonished Qin Ye most was that the ordinary dormitories were not the towering structures he had envisioned, but rather a series of quaint courtyards, each featuring a front and backyard. The opulence was enough to leave even the affluent Wang Cheng in awe. As Qin Ye approached dormitory number 1, he was utterly flabbergasted. Having never encountered such grandeur, he felt as though he was living in a palace fit for an ancient emperor. Half a month had swiftly passed since Qin Ye and Wang Cheng commenced their studies at the academy. During this time, Qin Ye had developed a comprehensive understanding of the school's environment and familiarized himself with its regulations. Over the past fortnight, Yin Hong had achieved a breakthrough, ascending to the golden 6th tier, while even Nuo Bai, under Yin Hong's supervision and encouragement, successfully advanced to the golden 2nd tier. Due to Qin Ye's persistent urging, he was also on the brink of reaching the golden 3rd tier. Naturally, Yu Xiaowei and Ye Xiaowei had not neglected their visits, as nearly every day they sought him out. The school officially commenced yesterday, and today marked Qin Ye's inaugural class at the Summer Country Beast Tamer Academy. At 8 in the morning, the Academy's annual first class for freshmen, the Secret Realm Points competition, was set to begin. According to the rules, the 569 freshmen in Qin Ye's cohort would be transported to a primary secret realm controlled by the Summer Country Beast Tamer Academy to compete for 18,000 points tokens that had been placed among the secret realm's beast population. These 18,000 tokens were categorized into 3 types: gold, silver, and bronze. The gold tokens were worth 100 points, silver tokens 50 points, and bronze tokens 10 points, with each category containing 6,000 tokens. Yu Xiaowei explained that this points competition was essentially a benefit for the new students, as these points would be essential for exchanging resources within the academy in the future. To be more direct, the subsequent transactions for treasures within the school would rely on these points, which would serve as the currency for purchasing supplies at the Summer Country Beast Tamer Academy. Of course, currency could also be exchanged for points, but the exchange rate stood at 1 point for 1 million Summer Country coins, and opportunities for such exchanges were often scarce. The reason this points competition was considered a benefit for the new students was that this secret realm expedition was the least hazardous of its kind at the Summer Country Beast Tamer Academy. Subsequent expeditions would almost invariably carry the potential for sacrifices. Moreover, acquiring points on such a large scale in future expeditions would be exceedingly improbable. Students, it is imperative for young men to strive for self-improvement. As beast masters of the Summer Nation, we must possess the unwavering determination to serve our country and the steadfast belief in safeguarding our nation's survival. Now that you have entered our esteemed Summer Nation Beastmaster Academy, you must recognize that true strength is forged in battle rather than merely cultivated. I shall say no more. How you choose to act is governed by your own principles. However, I must impart to you that our academy adheres to the principle of valuing strength above all. Should you fail to strive and engage in combat, do not blame others when you find yourselves victimized, nor should you seek recourse from the school. Now, I declare the commencement of the 117th Secret Realm Points competition. With the esteemed headmaster Zhou Jianming of the Summer Nation Beastmaster Academy personally announcing the initiation of this competition, the entrance to the secret realm has been opened, allowing the new students to venture forth. Upon entering the secret realm, Qin Ye found himself unexpectedly surrounded. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of ill fortune, for he emerged directly into a den of wolves. The sudden appearance of Qin Ye startled the hundreds of witch wolves, momentarily halting their intent to attack. Yet, encircled by so many, he felt a twinge of trepidation. The atmosphere was so quiet that even the sound of dripping water could be distinctly heard. As Qin Ye silently rejoiced at the apparent foolishness of the witch wolves, they suddenly lunged towards him, baring their fangs. Startled by this abrupt turn of events, Qin Ye wasted no time in summoning Yin Hong and Nuo Bai. "Master, is there something amiss?" Yin Hong inquired immediately upon her arrival. Meanwhile, Nuo Bai, in his usual lazy manner, showed no interest in greeting and instead prepared to settle down for a nap on Qin Ye's shoulder. Regrettably for Nuo Bai, Qin Ye swiftly pulled him down and placed him in front of the wolf pack, saying, "Nuo Bai, no slacking off. Deal with this rabble before you think of resting." Awoo. Though reluctant, Nuo Bai, upon seeing the predatory glint in Qin Ye's eyes, relented. "Master, should I lend a hand?" Yin Hong had intended to inquire about the situation, but upon noticing her master standing amidst the wolf den, she spoke up. "It's nothing, Yin Hong. These little nuisances are hardly a challenge for Nuo Bai. Just stay close to me," Qin Ye reassured. "All right, master." Nuo Bai, having been unceremoniously tossed aside, was quite displeased. However, knowing he could not provoke either Qin Ye or Yin Hong, he redirected his frustration towards the witch wolves before him. Unfortunately, in his current form, he was no larger than a domestic cat, leading the witch wolves to underestimate him and leer at him instead. Awo. This provocation incensed Nuo Bai. After a few furious growls, he unleashed his might and charged towards the pack of wolves. Qin Ye hastily interrupted. "Nuo Bai, do not reveal your true power. You are only permitted to use strength below the 5th rank of bronze. Otherwise, no treats for you." At those words, Nuo Bai was taken aback. "Awo, master, That is a bit too much. Although he considered protesting further, the look in Qin Ye's eyes quelled his objections. Unfortunately, the overconfident witch wolves mistook Nuo Bai's momentary hesitation for cowardice and became even more brazen. Before Nuo Bai could mount an offensive, the wolves charged towards him, effectively sealing their own fate. Witnessing this, Qin Ye could hardly bear to watch. Indeed, Nuo Bai showed no mercy to the witch wolf's arrogance. With a swift swipe of his paw, he dispatched the foremost wolf in an instant. With a flurry of blows, Nuo Bai darted through the throng of witch wolves. And before long, a total of 223 of them lay lifeless upon the ground. Ah, how ironic it is that the weaker ones seek death so eagerly, Qin Ye sighed. Taken aback by the boldness of the witch wolves, whose strength barely reached the 4th rank of bronze. Hey, master, did you see how impressive I am? Nuo Bai exclaimed, leaping onto Qin Ye's shoulder, brimming with pride as he gazed at the fallen wolves. Unbeknownst to Qin Ye, Nuo Bai was keen on garnering further praise. Ignoring Nuo Bai's antics, he turned to Yin Hong, instructing, Yin Hong, keep an eye out for any point tokens. After a brief moment, Yin Hong soared into the air and soon returned with news. Master, I believe I've found what you seek. Upon hearing her, Qin Ye rushed to her side, where he indeed spotted a bronze point token. Picking it up, he declared to Yin Hong and Nuo Bai, you both need to remember this. Our goal is to collect these tokens. The one who gathers the most will be rewarded with a precious spirit stone. Once he finished speaking, he noticed the eager expressions on both creatures. All right, you may commence your search. As soon as he uttered these words, Nuo Bai and Yin Hong dashed off in different directions. Considering their respective strengths, Yin Hong had a clear advantage due to her aerial prowess. Naturally, Qin Ye directed most of his attention towards her. As for Nuo Bai, he seemed more suited for stealthy maneuvers. However, it wasn't long before Qin Ye was taken aback. In less than 3 minutes, Nuo Bai returned, proudly presenting a silver point token. Oh, master, here you go. Impressive, Nuo Bai. You found a silver token so quickly. Qin Ye praised, earning an exuberant wag of Nuo Bai's tail. Oh, master, does this mean I can have a spirit stone now? Nuo Bai, not so fast. You think one token entitles you to a precious spirit stone? Dream on. Realizing he couldn't deceive his master, Nuo Bai merely wagged his tail and dashed off in search of more tokens. Just as Qin Ye pondered Nuo Bai's antics, Yin Hong returned, clutching a golden point token. Haha, Yin Hong, well done. With only the beginning of the 10-day competition, he had already amassed 180 points, much to his delight. As Yin Hong observed her master's cheerful demeanor, her spirits lifted in tandem. After tossing the score token to Qin Ye, she swiftly turned and continued her quest for more tokens. Her self-initiated efforts left Qin Ye feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, the thought of the rewards awaiting him dispelled his earlier discomfort. Alas, Yin Hong, your master would never impose upon you. Upon your return, I shall reward you with several exquisite spirit stones. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Ye promptly shifted his focus to Nuo Bai, eager to see how this fellow was faring in his token hunt. Lo and behold, Nuo Bai truly was suited for the role of the sly trickster. As Qin Ye trained his attention on Nuo Bai, he discovered that this rascal was impersonating the ferocious White Tiger King, commanding a pack of flame tigers to assist him in locating score tokens. Observing Nuo Bai's audacious display of bravado, Qin Ye couldn't help but applaud his ingenuity. Indeed, Nuo Bai's ruse proved effective in no time. His minions procured 3 score tokens, 1 silver and 2 bronze. Through careful observation, Qin Ye discerned the school's distribution pattern for these tokens. Bronze tokens were allocated to beast packs of bronze rank below level 4. Silver tokens for those between levels 5 and 7, while gold tokens were reserved for beasts exceeding level 7. Having grasped this system, a bold idea began to form in Qin Ye's mind. Rather than laboriously scouring the entire secret realm for score tokens, he contemplated a more efficient strategy to amass them all at once. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of the viability of his plan. He decisively initiated his course of action, immediately sending a message to Yin Hong and Nuo Bai. Yin Hong, Nuo Bai, return to me at once. Upon receiving Qin Ye's summons, both Yin Hong and Nuo Bai promptly rejoined him. Yin Hong clutched a silver score token, while Nuo Bai returned with 3 tokens clenched in his jaws. With a cheerful grin, Qin Ye accepted the tokens and addressed them. Yin Hong, shortly you shall head to the center of the secret realm and, following Nuo Bai's previous strategy, subdue all the beasts there. Command them to seek out more score tokens. This approach will ease your task considerably and significantly enhance your collection speed. Yin Hong comprehended her master's instructions immediately. Master, I understand, she exclaimed before preparing to take flight, only for Qin Ye to call her back, instructing her to wait a moment. He then turned to Nuo Bai, praising, Nuo Bai, well done. Upon our exit, I shall reward you with a premium spirit stone. However, You must persist in your efforts and help me procure even more score tokens. Nubai, elated at the prospect of a reward, eagerly responded, Howl. Master, I shall immediately gather my subordinates and instruct them to expand their search for score tokens. Observing Nubai's enthusiasm, Qin Ye felt a sense of satisfaction. He playfully pinched the creature's little neck, remarking, Good job, little one. You've learned to take the initiative. However, your current followers are still too few. Go acquire more subordinates and begin collecting tokens from the outer regions inward. Nubai, motivated by thoughts of food, acquiesced without hesitation and departed to fulfill his task. Once Nubai was gone, Qin Ye turned back to Yin Hong, saying, Yin Hong, after you gather your followers in the center, begin your search outward. This undertaking will undoubtedly require significant effort, so be sure to recruit ample help. I understand, Master, Yin Hong replied, discerning the logic behind his words. However, do keep an eye on the pace. We have limited time for this operation, approximately 5 to 6 days. Afterward, other Beast Tamers will likely enter the realm, at which point we cannot continue as we have. After imparting these instructions, Qin Ye did not allow Yin Hong a chance to respond before sending her on her way. Meanwhile, as Yin Hong and Nubai busied themselves in the secret realm, excitement brewed back at the school. Sister Yu, how many score tokens do you think Qin Shuedi will collect this time? Will he surpass the previous record of 887 tokens held by the Grand Elder? As soon as Qin Ye and his cohort of new students entered the secret realm, Nie Xiaowei began peppering Yu Xiaowei with questions. Yu Xiaowei, overwhelmed by Nie Xiaowei's incessant inquiries, yearned to provide answers but realized it was far too early to speculate. After all, Qin Ye had only just stepped into the secret realm. Who could predict how many score tokens he might acquire? With a furrowed brow, she replied, Xiaowei, Qin Shuedi has only just entered the secret realm. It's too soon to know how many tokens he will gather. However, given his strength, it's likely to be considerable. At that moment, Nie Xiaowei suddenly recalled that in 3 days, the secret realm would reveal real-time rankings, prompting her to exclaim in excitement, Oh right, in 3 days, we'll be able to see the real-time score rankings on the big screen of the secret realm. Finally, Yu Xiaowei breathed a sigh of relief, nodding in agreement. Exactly. We just need to be patient. There's no need to rush. In the principal's office, 3 elderly figures sat together, engaged in lively conversation. If Qin Ye were present, he would recognize that the man speaking from the main seat was none other than the third elder. To his right sat Zhou Jiaming, the dean of the Beast Tamer Academy of Xia Country, a figure Qin Ye had only recently encountered. The elder on the third elder's left, though unfamiliar to Qin Ye in person, was undoubtedly a prominent military figure he had seen on television and in military news, General Han Cheng, a heavyweight in the Xia Country's military and the commander of the Beijing military district. The gathering of these 3 eminent individuals was merely to witness the extraordinary talents of Qin Ye, as described by the third elder. Third elder, is it true that this young lad's beast-taming prowess has reached the golden tier? Inquired General Han Cheng, still incredulous that an 18-year-old could achieve such heights, a level even the former Grand Elder had not attained. Yet the third elder was unwavering in his certainty. General Han, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. How could it possibly be a falsehood? Ah, third elder, you jest. If you have indeed witnessed it, how could I question your word? I merely yearned to personally witness the commotion such a prodigy would create. At this point, a realization struck him, prompting him to exclaim, Wait. If he is indeed a golden tier beast tamer, Dean Zhou, why place him in this low-tier secret realm? It seems futile. Unable to contain his laughter, Zhou Jiaming replied, Rest assured, Commander Han, I anticipated this very concern. Thus, he is not entering a low-tier secret realm, but rather a high-tier one. This revelation left General Han in a state of shock. What? In the advanced secret realm? Does that not imply that the most formidable beasts within possess the strength equivalent to the golden third tier? Indeed. Might this be somewhat excessively challenging? You consider this to be difficult? What do you mean by that, Director Zhou? Ahem. Upon hearing this, the third elder hastily interjected with a cough to interrupt their conversation. The third elder was well aware that the beasts within had been personally arranged by him. The mention of golden third tier was merely a deliberate understatement to pacify Zhou Jiaming and others. In truth, he had released 2 golden fourth tier beasts in the secret realm where Qin Ye resided, alongside a substantial 20 golden third tier beasts. Naturally, he had not overstepped, allowing only a few beasts below the golden third tier. The third elder then began to elucidate. General Han, rest assured, the golden third tier beasts pose no significant threat to that young lad. His capabilities are quite remarkable. With the third elder providing such reassurance, Han Cheng had no further doubts. Within the secret realm, Qin Ye believed he was in a low-level secret realm, thus confidently delegating tasks to Yin Hong and Nuo while he indulged in leisure. Yin Hong, too, sensed no abnormalities, for her strength had reached the golden 6th tier. rendering golden 4th-tier beasts trivial in her presence, and thus she refrained from reporting to Qin Ye. Chapter 87. The Oblivious Qin Ye. Unbeknownst to Qin Ye, his decision to position Nuabai at the periphery of the secret realm conveniently circumvented any encounters with beasts of golden 3rd tier or higher. Consequently, Nuabai experienced no disturbances, leading Qin Ye to mistakenly assume he was in a low-tier secret realm. According to the classification rules of the Summer Kingdom Beastmasters Academy, the highest tier of beasts in a low-level secret realm would not exceed the bronze 8th tier. Moreover, more formidable beasts typically possess their own territories. Thus, the likelihood of life-threatening situations in low-tier secret realms is relatively minimal. In such realms, as long as one does not engage in reckless provocation of beasts stronger than their own, these creatures are unlikely to initiate an attack. Of course, this applies only to realms already mastered by humanity. Newly discovered realms may differ vastly. There exists a stark contrast between the two. In realms mastered by humans, alarm systems are installed. Generally, if the aura emanating from the realm surpasses certain thresholds, the alarm is triggered, pinpointing the location of the beasts. Human experts are then promptly transported to the scene. Therefore, beasts in these realms cannot conceal their true strength. Additionally, most beasts in human-controlled realms have been intentionally left behind to train aspiring beast masters, resulting in their wildness and aggressiveness being significantly diminished during domestication. Consequently, such realms are less perilous than newly discovered ones. However, the most treacherous type of secret realm is one controlled by the beast tribes. The beasts within these realms are nearly born warriors, exhibiting the highest levels of aggression and strength among all types of secret realms. While Qin Ye was still searching for other entrants into the secret realm, Nuabai and Yin Hong had each amassed nearly 10,000 subordinate beasts, commencing a sweeping campaign throughout the entire realm. At the periphery of Nuabai's domain, in addition to the over 10,000 directly controlled beasts, there were nearly 100,000 indirectly under its command. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the secret realm was teeming with hundreds of thousands of beasts serving Nuabai in search of scoring tokens. Nuabai had likely already collected over 3,000 tokens. Master, the area I was in has been thoroughly searched. Should I move on to another area? Just as Qin Ye intended to contact Nuabai to inquire whether it had encountered other beast masters, Nuabai reached out to him first. Qin Ye was pleasantly surprised by Nuabai's swift completion of a search in one area. He quickly responded, "All right, I will be at your location shortly. You may direct your subordinates to the next area for further searching." Nuabai immediately comprehended Qin Ye's intent and began organizing its subordinates to continue their quest in the next region while it awaited Qin Ye to assess its haul. Upon receiving Nuabai's transmission, Qin Ye hesitated not for a moment. After swiftly pinpointing Nuabai's location, he hurried over. Possessing the full capabilities of Yin Hong, Qin Ye was only hindered by the absence of wings. Otherwise, he could have flown like her. Nonetheless, his speed was commendable, and within mere minutes, he arrived at Nuabai's position. Witnessing the multitude of scoring tokens, Qin Ye was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain his laughter as he embraced Nuabai. Haha. Nuabai, you have done exceptionally well. After praising Nuabai, Qin Ye felt that mere words might seem insubstantial. Thus, he added, "Rest assured, Nuabai, once this mission concludes, I shall reward you with 3 exquisite spiritual stones." As anticipated, upon hearing of the reward of 3 exquisite spiritual stones, Nuabai erupted in excitement, howling joyfully several times before dashing off, leaving Qin Ye momentarily bewildered. After a while, Nuabai transmitted again, saying, "Master, I shall continue to search for scoring tokens." Truth be told, this was the first time Qin Ye witnessed Nuabai's eagerness. Nonetheless, for Qin Ye, this was a positive development, and he paid it no mind, bending down to gather the heap of scoring tokens scattered on the ground. After half an hour of sorting, Qin Ye finally discerned Nuabai's total collection in this area: 218 scoring tokens, including 980 bronze tokens, 120 silver tokens, and 118 gold tokens. With such a bounty, Qin Ye felt he would reap substantial rewards. Immersed in his joy, he completely forgot about his initial intention to search for other beast masters who had entered the secret realm. "Master, Yin Hong has also finished searching her area. Should you come here first?" Without waiting for Yin Hong to finish her sentence, Qin Ye interrupted her through telepathy, responding, "I will be there shortly. Please hold on for a moment." Just as he prepared to locate Yin Hong's position, Qin Ye suddenly remembered a question he had forgotten to ask Nuabai. He then inquired, "By the way, Yin Hong, have you encountered any other beast masters?" Yin Hong did not hesitate in her response, stating, "Master, I have not discovered any here." Qin Ye paid it little mind, reasoning that since Yin Hong was positioned in the central region of the secret realm, The number of beast masters capable of reaching that area must be quite limited. Moreover, given that only a few hours had passed since the first day, it seemed normal for no one to have arrived at the central region yet. Thus, he dismissed the thought, casually replying to Yan Hong before making his way toward her. This time, the duration of the endeavor was considerably longer, taking over an hour. This was primarily because the location where Yan Hong resided conveniently adjoined the area occupied by Qin Ye. Otherwise, he could only speculate on the time required for his journey. Upon arriving at Yan Hong's position, Qin Ye immediately noticed the gleaming golden scattered across the ground. In terms of quantity, it appeared that Yan Hong's haul was not as bountiful as that of Nuobai. Yet, the superior quality was undeniable, as the sight was a dazzling display of gold. Master. As anticipated, the moment Yan Hong spotted Qin Ye, she fluttered over to greet him. This was certainly a more pleasant encounter than with Nuobai. Well done, Yan Hong, Qin Ye remarked, affectionately ruffling her small head. Yan Hong, however, did not linger long. After exchanging a few words with Qin Ye, she promptly resumed her collection of. Qin Ye chose not to count the exact number of this time, as he had just stumbled upon a significant revelation. Yan Hong inadvertently disclosed that she had under her command with a formidable strength level of Golden Tier 4. This revelation piqued Qin Ye's curiosity, prompting him to verify it with Yan Hong multiple times. The outcome was consistent. She had not only Golden Tier 4, but also a multitude of those below Golden Tier 3. This revelation naturally heightened Qin Ye's vigilance. It was evident that the secret realm he had entered was far from the low-tier realms touted by the school. However, it didn't take long for Qin Ye to deduce the reason behind this anomaly. He must have been sent to a high-tier secret realm by the school. This was not surprising, as he was a golden-tier beastmaster. Placing him in a low-tier realm would indeed be an unfair disadvantage. With these thoughts clarified, Qin Ye decided against seeking out other beastmasters. Given this opportunity, he was determined to collect all the. Therefore, he immediately conveyed to Nuobai, accelerate your pace. If your subordinates are insufficient, recruit more. Aim to thoroughly explore the entire secret realm within a day. Although Nuobai was perplexed by her master's sudden directive, she responded, Understood, master. I'll take care of it immediately. Having arranged these matters, Qin Ye couldn't help but smile. Principal, do not chastise me for my greed. Once I acquire all I shall have over 1,000,000 points. At that point, I should attain the freedom of points. Chapter 88. The agitated principal, Zhou Jiaming. Who is cursing me again? Qin Ye could never have anticipated that his casual remark would elicit a reaction from Zhou Jiaming. Naturally, this reaction caught the attention of the third elder and Commander Han Cheng, who were nearby. The third elder was the first to inquire. What is the matter, Jiaming? At your level of strength, you shouldn't be susceptible to the common cold. Why are you sneezing? Commander Han Cheng chimed in. Indeed. Principal Zhou, you should check if something is amiss. Zhou Jiaming found himself momentarily bewildered by the unexpected inquiries from the third elder and Han Cheng. However, the three merely shared a light-hearted jest, not taking the incident too seriously. Following this brief interlude, they resumed their discussions on other matters. On Qin Ye's side, after instructing Nuobai to hasten the search, he relayed his requirements to Yan Hong. She was quite cooperative, expressing no issues whatsoever. Moreover, Yan Hong assured him that she would complete the search of the remaining areas within the day. However, she had one stipulation. Qin Ye must ensure that she would not have to wait unnecessarily. The time spent having her remain in place previously had been excessive. Although Qin Ye had no immediate solutions, he promised to keep her waiting to a minimum. Upon hearing that Qin Ye would not make her wait, Yan Hong cheerfully concluded their communication and dedicated herself wholeheartedly to the monumental task of searching for. After ending the communication, Qin Ye pondered how to resolve this predicament. After much contemplation, he finally conceived a plan. He would utilize the Jiuzhou secret realm as a transit point, allowing both Yan Hong and Nuobai to deposit that they had collected there. This way, he would not need to run back and forth. However, this was merely a preliminary idea. Its feasibility required validation. Thus, he immediately set about his task. First testing whether he could directly enter the Jiuzhou secret realm from the secret realm. Fortunately, through his experimentation, he discovered that this was indeed achievable. Next, he needed to ascertain whether he could successfully bring Yan Hong and Nuobai into the Jiuzhou secret realm. If successful, his plan would be completely viable. If not, it would be for naught. Naturally, this experimental step could not be executed as casually as the first. He had to notify the subjects of the experiment in advance to prepare them, otherwise, it would disrupt their plans. Hence, he first communicated with Yan Hong, saying, Yan Hong, hold on for a moment. Wait for me. Although Yan Hong was puzzled about Qin Ye's intentions, she replied, All right, master. Good. I will be quick. Qin Ye replied casually before attempting to pull Yan Hong into the secret realm using the rules of the Jiuzhou secret realm. Indeed, Qin Ye's intuition proved correct. as he successfully drew Yin Hong into the realm. Oh, master this. Haha, Yin Hong. Doesn't this mean you won't have to wait for me any longer? Upon suddenly grasping Qin Ye's intention, Yin Hong joyfully responded, yes, master, this is wonderful. But master, shouldn't you let me out now? Without hesitation, Qin Ye promptly released Yin Hong back outside. At this point, Qin Ye felt liberated from any concerns. As long as Yin Hong and Nuo Bai collected he could retrieve them at a moment's notice. No longer having to wait for them to remain stationary as he did before. Just as Qin Ye was idly pondering, Nuo Bai transmitted a message to him. Master, I have completed the search in this area. When will you come? Initially, Qin Ye considered bypassing conversation altogether and simply pulling Nuo Bai into the Jojo secret realm. However, reflecting on Nuo Bai's commendable performance, he abandoned that notion. Nuo Bai, hold on to the you've collected. You will soon appear before me. Nuo Bai, confused by Qin Ye's words, could not help but inquire, Master, what do you mean? Are you sure I can just stand here and immediately appear before you? Lacking patience for further banter, Qin Ye directly invoked the rules of the Jojo secret realm to draw Nuo Bai into it. The sudden turn of events startled Nuo Bai. However, upon spotting Qin Ye standing before him, he quickly regained his composure. Otherwise, he might have instinctively resisted. Master, your prowess is truly remarkable. You can effortlessly summon me before your presence in an instant. All right, enough of the banter. Do put down the scorecard. I shall escort you outside to continue your search. Qin Ye did not spare a shred of face for Nuo Bai. Yet, Nuo Bai remained undeterred, cheerfully proclaiming, Master, will you not reward me with a few exquisite spirit stones? Very well, I shall certainly reward you, Qin Ye replied, not one to be overly stingy. For spirit stones were plentiful in his possession. Nuo Bai, being a glutton, disregarded everything upon hearing that Qin Ye would bestow spirit stones upon him. He discarded the scorecard and clamored for Qin Ye to take him out, eager to continue the hunt for more scorecards. Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback by this turn of events. Nevertheless, he was more than willing to comply. A day later, Nuo Bai and Yin Hong had scoured the entire secret realm, collecting every scorecard. However, it perplexed Qin Ye that there were not a total of 18,000 scorecards within the realm. Nuo Bai and Yin Hong had amassed a total of 17,586 scorecards, 6,000 gold scorecards, 5,889 silver scorecards, and 5,697 bronze scorecards. Despite his confusion, Qin Ye chose to let it go. Just as he was preparing to unleash Yin Hong's full power to trigger the secret realm's alarm system, he suddenly felt his body sway, followed by a flash of white light before his eyes. When he next became aware, he found himself in a conference room. What Qin Ye did not realize was that although he was no longer within the low-tier secret realm, the scorecards from both realms were indeed shared. Once he had collected all the scorecards from the secret realm, the school's monitoring system activated the alarm. This was quite alarming. On the very first day of the scorecard competition, all 18,000 scorecards had already been recovered. Such an occurrence had never transpired in the 116 previous scorecard competitions. Upon receiving this news, Dean Zhou Jianming was visibly agitated, jumping to his feet and urgently stating, quick, activate the emergency monitor and ascertain who has gathered so many scorecards. The assistant to the dean, not daring to delay, hurried off to relay the command. The third elder and Commander Han Cheng were equally curious, well aware that although the scorecard competition at the Summer Country Beastmaster Academy was held in a low-tier secret realm, its difficulty was far from superficial. Otherwise, such a situation would not have arisen in over a century. They recalled the year when the Grand Elder had participated, having entered the Academy as a silver-tier Beastmaster of the 7th rank. Thus, the Academy had placed him in a mid-tier secret realm for that year's competition. However, the final result was not particularly extraordinary. After 10 days of competition, only 14,788 of the 18,000 scorecards had been found by the 3,561 freshmen participating that year. This record had stood until today, making the current situation utterly unbelievable. Calm down, Jianming. Let us first investigate which prodigy has achieved such a feat, or perhaps there are many hidden talents this year that we have yet to discover, the third elder comforted, patting Zhou Jianming on the shoulder. At this moment, none could have anticipated that this was the handiwork of Qin Ye, who was in the high-tier secret realm. The reason he was transported out was solely due to the excessive number of scorecards he had collected, leading the competition's supervisory system to designate him as the champion of this year's scorecard competition, thus bringing him to the specialized conference room. Commander Han Cheng had intended to console Zhou Jianming as well, but the words died on his lips. It was not that he refrained from speaking, but rather that Zhou Jianming was in no mood to listen. Ah, third elder, how can I not be anxious? Do you have any idea how significant my losses will be? Based on 1 million per score, I stand to lose at least tens of trillions. Upon hearing this, both the third elder and Commander Han Cheng were momentarily dumbfounded. They realized the gravity of the situation and found themselves at a loss for words. However, Dean Zhou, you are not at a total loss. Though you may count your losses in the trillions, consider this: the wool comes from the sheep. You may not only break even, but perhaps even gain a host of young geniuses, Han Cheng remarked. Once this was said, the third elder and Zhou Jianming felt considerably lighter in spirit. Especially Zhou Jianming, who had just been frowning, now appeared transformed. Smiling as he addressed the third elder and Han Cheng. Come, third elder, Commander Han. Let us go see which young prodigies have accomplished such a remarkable feat. Finding all the scorecards on the very first day of the competition, both the third elder and Commander Han Cheng were astounded by Zhou Jianming's rapid change in demeanor. Having known him for so long, this was their first encounter with such a side of him. Nonetheless, neither the third elder nor Commander Han Cheng called out Zhou Jianming's shamelessness. Very well, we shall follow our illustrious Dean Zhou. Commander Han Cheng began to curry favor with Zhou Jianming. The reasoning was simple. The prospect of so many young geniuses awaiting their discovery was simply irresistible. While graduates from the Summer Country Beastmaster Academy typically joined the military, the national forces were vast, and the academy had only a limited number of individuals. He could not afford to be left behind. Of course, the third elder was already accustomed to their little schemes, so he merely urged, enough. You two can deliberate on your matters once we ascertain the facts of this situation. For now, it is best to hasten our journey. Yes, third elder. You are right. I shall lead you there immediately. Dean Zhou Jianming responded promptly to the third elder's words, shifting back to his previous urgency. Commander Han Cheng had no objections either, especially with the third elder speaking up. Thus, Zhou Jianming swiftly led the third elder and Commander Han Cheng to the competition monitoring room. Meanwhile, Qin Ye was in a state of bewilderment. He could not understand the situation at the school. Despite having been transported to this conference room for quite some time, no one had come to meet him, leaving him utterly perplexed. Furthermore, he noticed a flurry of activity in the adjacent office, as if a significant event were unfolding. What left him somewhat speechless was that the door to the conference room was equipped with a smart lock, requiring fingerprint and retinal verification to open. Consequently, he found himself unable to exit, trapped in the confines of the conference room. On the other side, within the monitoring room of the ongoing points competition, approximately a dozen staff members were diligently scrutinizing the surveillance footage of the event. They sought to uncover the mysteries of the secret realm and ascertain the cause behind the alarm triggered by the points card monitoring system. Meanwhile, the personnel responsible for the points card monitoring system were also in a state of distress. It was only the first day of the competition, and the system had yet to provide any rankings. Consequently, their hands were tied, although there existed an emergency monitoring system at their disposal. However, activating this emergency system not only required time, but also the fingerprint of Dean Zhou for authorization. While Dean Zhou had already issued the command and they had initiated the system, his physical presence was still awaited, leaving them unable to proceed further. Thus, they could only sit in anxious anticipation, while their counterparts managing the monitoring system could at least review the surveillance from the secret realm. As they grew increasingly restless, Zhou Jianming finally arrived, accompanied by the third elder and Commander Han Cheng. Upon entering the office, he hurriedly set about activating the emergency monitoring system. With a mere swipe of his fingerprint, the system began its countdown to activation. The third elder, well versed in the protocols, remained composed and utilized this time to inquire of the staff member monitoring the surveillance. Have you discovered anything significant from the secret realm's footage? Naturally, the third elder understood that the secret realm housed hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of surveillance cameras. Thus, with merely a dozen pairs of eyes on the task, the likelihood of uncovering an issue was minimal, and he held little hope for substantial findings. As anticipated, the responses from the staff confirmed his suspicions. Currently, we have not identified anything particularly unusual from the surveillance. It appears that this year's points competition is much like those of previous years. Most of the new students seem hesitant to approach the center of the secret realm, remaining clustered at its periphery. Furthermore, upon inspecting the cameras focused on the central area, we found no signs of beast masters present. They pondered whether the points card monitoring system might be malfunctioning. Although the staff members were unaware of the third elder's presence at their institution, they answered his questions candidly. Upon hearing their responses and analyses, both the third elder and Commander Han Cheng began to doubt the accuracy of their earlier conjectures. The staff had just remarked that there were no signs of beast masters active in the central region of the secret realm at this time. Although the realm was vast and equipped with numerous cameras, it was impossible for them to review every single one. Yet, one fact remained clear: to locate all the points cards, the entirety of the secret realm ought to have been traversed. The current circumstances seemed to contradict their assumptions. Realizing this, Commander Han Sheng and the third elder exchanged knowing glances. Third elder, could it truly be? The points card monitoring system has never failed before. It cannot be that it coincidentally malfunctions this time, especially since there are always designated personnel to inspect it prior to each competition. Thus, the likelihood of such an occurrence is virtually negligible. Therefore, the issue must lie elsewhere. The third elder's reasoning was sound, and Commander Han Sheng found no fault in it. Hence, their attention shifted back to the emergency monitoring system. Fortunately, under the guidance of the dozen staff members, the emergency monitoring system successfully activated. Ding! Dean, it's ready, reported the staff member in charge of initiating the system, as it displayed normal operations. Immediately check the points card statistics. Dean Zhou, having heard the third elder's inquiries, was eager to discern what had transpired that could conclude the points competition so prematurely. Yes, Dean, replied the staff member, promptly taking their seat to begin the operation. After a moment of clicking and tapping, the staff member retrieved the statistics for the points cards. However, upon glancing at the results, they became utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Zhou Jianming was immediately drawn to the staff member's exclamation. What is it? Why the fuss? At that moment, the third elder and Commander Han Sheng also turned their attention toward the commotion, inquiring with palpable curiosity. What is going on? Have you made a discovery? Dean Zhou, unfazed by the staff member's astonishment, approached the screen to examine the data himself. The next moment, he too could not suppress his own astonishment. What kind of prodigy is this? The third elder and Commander Han Sheng were instantly captivated by Dean Zhou's exclamation, abandoning all pretense as they rushed to the screen. Bending down to view the display, upon seeing the figure 17,586 next to Qin Ye's name, even the third elder, who prided himself on remaining unflappable, could not contain his excitement, exclaiming several times, "What a genius! This is an extraordinary pace." Commander Han Sheng was so taken aback by the number that he found himself doubting his own senses, rubbing his eyes repeatedly to assure himself of its authenticity. However, within mere seconds, the three prominent figures regained their composure. Exchanging glances, Dean Zhou stepped forward to clarify. All right, the matter has been resolved. The reason for the anomalies in this points competition stems from a malfunction in the points card monitoring system. Consequently, this year's points competition is hereby concluded. After delivering this statement, Dean Zhou turned to his assistant, instructing, "You are to notify the head of the secret realm to open it and allow the new students to exit. Additionally, inform the other school leaders that there will be a meeting in the Dean's conference room tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. The topic will be to discuss the issues surrounding this points competition and whether we should continue with it this year." Feeling satisfied with the progress, Dean Zhou gestured for his assistant to carry out the orders. The assistant, quick to comprehend, promptly exited. Once the room was cleared, Dean Zhou cast a glance at the third elder, who, while remaining silent, nodded in acknowledgement. Understanding the unspoken agreement, Dean Zhou addressed the remaining staff members still in the office. All right, you have all worked hard. Since the issue has been identified, you may all go and rest. Although those still in the office were bewildered by the unfolding events, they complied without hesitation at the dean's directive. After exchanging greetings with them, he swiftly departed. Once everyone had left, Elderson finally spoke up. How on earth did that rascal Qin Ye manage to accomplish this? Even if he possesses such abilities, isn't it a bit extravagant to achieve it all in just one day? Hearing Elder San's exclamation, Commander Han Sheng chimed in. Indeed. One would think that merely traveling would take more than a day. How did this fellow pull it off? Zhou Jianming, with a resigned glance at Elder San and Han Sheng, sighed and said, "Well, rather than agonizing over it here, we might as well go to that lad and let him enlighten us." Upon hearing this from Director Zhou, both Elder San and Commander Han Sheng immediately turned their gazes towards him, exclaiming, "Let us go, hurry, and take us to him." Although Director Zhou felt a bit disheartened at the thought of Qin Ye claiming so many points, he still moved his feet to lead the two in search of Qin Ye. Without a doubt, Zhou Jianming knew that Qin Ye had likely been teleported to the conference room. Indeed, when he opened the door to the conference room, there was Qin Ye, casually drinking water at the conference table. Upon seeing Qin Ye in such a relaxed manner, Elderson couldn't help but scoff. "I knew it was you causing mischief." Qin Ye was taken aback. He had not expected Elder San's sudden appearance and was puzzled by his words. Therefore, he asked in confusion, "Elder San, what do you mean by that? I haven't done anything wrong. Why do you look like you're here to question me?" Han Sheng and Zhou Jianming were both astonished by Qin Ye's boldness, silently giving him a thumbs up, though they maintained a calm exterior. At that moment, Qin Ye also noticed the other two individuals aside from Elder San, and promptly approached them to greet. "Hello, Director Zhou?" However, when he reached Commander Han Sheng, he found himself momentarily at a loss. "Oh, who is this?" "He is General Han Sheng, the commander of the Kyoto Military District," Elder San explained, noting Qin Ye's confusion. Hearing this, Qin Ye was quite taken aback, but still managed to greet. Hello, Commander Han. Commander Han quickly replied, little fellow, calling me Commander Han feels too formal. From now on, just call me Uncle Han. Zhou Jiaming, Elder San, Han Sheng realized he might have been a tad too forward and quickly changed the subject. Alright, let us get back to the matter at hand. Chapter 91, The Frustrated Qin Ye. Elder San and Director Zhou Jiaming both momentarily froze before responding. Zhou Jiaming then spoke. Yes, Elder San. Let us focus on the main topic. What Zhou Jiaming wanted most to understand was how Qin Ye managed to gather so many points in just one day. Elder San contemplated for a moment before agreeing with Zhou Jiaming's suggestion, nodding as he stated, Alright, then let us discuss the matter at hand. Seeing the sudden shift in Elder San's demeanor, Qin Ye was perplexed about the reason behind it, so he could only stand silently to the side. Zhou Jiaming, seeing Elder San's stance, promptly stepped forward and said, Elder San, please take a seat. As he spoke, he gestured for Elder San to sit. Elder San, realizing that without his seating, the discussion would not proceed, strode confidently to the main seat. Zhou Jiaming, noticing Elder San's movement, turned his gaze to Commander Han Sheng and said, Commander Han, you too, please. Han Sheng, not declining the invitation, cheerfully took a seat beside Elder San. Once both Elder San and Commander Han Sheng were settled, Director Zhou Jiaming turned to the standing Qin Ye and said, Alright, young Qin, please find a spot to sit. We have a few questions that require your insight. Alright, Qin Ye said with a resigned gesture, finding a seat for himself. Once Zhou Jiaming saw that everyone was seated, he then sat down beside Elder San and began, Young Qin, don't be nervous. We're merely going to ask you a few casual questions. As if we're just chatting. Qin Ye, who was not particularly anxious, had a good idea of why Elder San and the others sought him out. Nevertheless, he understood the need to show respect, so he replied, Understood, Director. Elder San, losing patience with Zhou Jiaming's hesitance, interjected during a lull in the conversation. Enough with the delays. Let me ask the questions. Without waiting for Qin Ye's response, Elder San directed his query. Qin Ye, how did you manage to find all the point tokens within the secret realm in just one day? The directness of Elder San's question shocked both Zhou Jiaming and Commander Han Sheng. They were unaware that Elder San understood Qin Ye far better than either of them did. From their perspective, Elder San's blunt inquiry felt rather abrupt. Although they held no objection to such inquiries due to their age and status, they still preferred a more subtle approach, believing that directness could lead to losing one's core self and becoming presumptuous. Elder San seemed to sense the shift in demeanor from Zhou Jiaming and Commander Han Sheng, and before Qin Ye could respond, he explained, Jiaming, Han Sheng, do not overthink it. My relationship with Qin Ye is more amicable than you might assume. Thus, my inquiry is entirely appropriate. Given Elder San's assurance, the other two felt reassured, directing their attention to Qin Ye, awaiting his response. With no other options, and feeling the weight of the three prominent figures' gazes upon him, Qin Ye felt the pressure. Thus, he spoke candidly, Elder San, Director Zhou, and Commander Han, please don't look at me like that. I'm a timid person, and your stares make it difficult for me to speak. Upon hearing this, Elder San and the others exchanged incredulous glances, rolling their eyes at Qin Ye. However, fearing that he might withdraw altogether, they instinctively softened their glares. Once the intense scrutiny subsided, Qin Ye finally explained, it's really quite simple. I had my beast subdue the monsters within the secret realm and retrieve the point tokens for me. Buffed. Commander Han Sheng, who had been leisurely sipping his tea, was caught off guard. To his utter surprise, Qin Ye's sudden remark caught him off guard, leading him to inadvertently spray the tea from his mouth. Fortunately, there was no one seated across from him. Otherwise, he would have drenched them with his spittle. Even the third elder and Dean Zhou Jiaming were momentarily rendered speechless by Commander Han's unexpected outburst. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. After a long pause, Commander Han sheepishly broke the quiet, saying, Apologies, everyone. I couldn't help myself. Well then, Qin, please continue. Seeing the moment was ripe, the third elder seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. Dean Zhou Jiaming chimed in as well. Indeed, young Qin, please go on. Qin Ye, undeterred, proceeded without hesitation, though he was uncertain of what to say next. Thus, he casually remarked, what more can I say? After successfully taming the mystical beasts in the secret realm, I simply waited to receive my points card. I haven't done anything else. Observing Qin Ye's innocent expression, the third elder couldn't help but chuckle. You still maintain this demeanor. What else is there to say? Tell me, how many tiers has your Yin Hong reached? The secret realm I personally arranged for you contains 2 golden tier beasts and numerous others. How did you manage to tame them so effortlessly? The third elder's words left not only Qin Ye but also Commander Han and Dean Zhou in a state of astonishment. Wasn't it stated that the strongest beasts in there were only of the golden tier 3? How was it now that golden tier 4 beasts were mentioned? And not just one. Instantly, they cast skeptical glances at the third elder. Qin Ye, however, appeared less surprised, simply responding, I knew it. How could there be so many golden tier beasts in the realm? Nonetheless, I must thank you, third elder. Without your inclusion of so many golden tier beasts, I wouldn't have been able to locate all the points cards so swiftly. With this statement, Qin Ye deftly redirected the attention back to the third elder. Dean Zhou and Commander Han, in unison, turned their gazes toward the third elder, who, uncertain of the truth in Qin Ye's words, began to explain. You're employing that tactic again. However, I am well aware of your temperament. Setting aside whether what you just said is true or not, you are not being forthright. If your beast can easily subdue even golden tier 4 beasts, isn't that somewhat outrageous? Speak up. What tier is your beast now? Also, have you contracted a second beast? I suspect that even if your Yin Hong possesses strength equivalent to golden tier 5 or 6, it would be improbable for you to have explored the entirety of the secret realm in such a short time. Thus, you must have a second beast. Don't even think of making excuses to divert the topic. The third elder was indeed formidable, delivering a decisive blow that left Qin Ye with no opportunity to sidestep the inquiry. Dean Zhou and Commander Han were equally astonished, realizing just how cunning Qin Ye was, attempting to divert the conversation to evade their scrutiny. Consequently, they all turned their attention to Qin Ye, demanding a plausible explanation. Well then, Qin Ye? We are not so easily misled, Dean Zhou asserted. Feeling quite vexed, Qin Ye merely wished to say a few less words. However, he found himself entangled in a web spun by 3 formidable figures, leaving him at a loss for words. Chapter 92. Where did your luck come from? With no recourse, Qin Ye cast a resentful glance at the third elder and reluctantly said, Third elder, your keen insight is truly remarkable. I see that my modest intentions have not escaped your notice. The third elder, perceiving Qin Ye's reluctance to speak plainly, furrowed his brow in displeasure and retorted. You're proficient in many areas, but this particular aspect leaves much to be desired. Though I may be old, I can still discern right from wrong. Furthermore, unlike those whose vision has dimmed with age, I do not relish flattery. I prefer candor. So it would be wise for you to refrain from such sycophantic praises in my presence, lest you find yourself on the receiving end of a misstep. Haha. Young Qin, do you comprehend now? The third elder abhors flattery more than anything. To Qin Ye's embarrassment, Dean Zhou couldn't contain his laughter any longer and burst into guffaws. Commander Han, having just sipped tea, managed to stifle his laughter, fearing another spray incident. Qin Ye felt utterly mortified, never expecting to find himself in such a position, where his flattery backfired. Thus, he was left with nothing but embarrassment. Seeing Qin Ye's discomfort, the third elder quickly interjected, All right, Jianming, cease your laughter. You have your share of embarrassing tales from the past. Should you continue, I shall recount those hilariously ridiculous stories to provide Qin Ye with a good laugh. At this, Commander Han could no longer contain himself and sprayed tea everywhere. Vowing that it was not his fault, the third elder's revelations were simply too shocking to withstand. The third elder shot a glare at the still chuckling Commander Han and remarked, Don't think you're a saint, Han. Shall I remind you of your own sordid history? Third elder, please spare me. I regret laughing without cause. Commander Han quickly capitulated under the third elder's threat. Once he saw Dean Zhou and Commander Han both concede, the third elder finally relented, saying, Very well, I'm glad you understand. At your age, you should know better than to misread the situation. Indeed, third elder, your teachings are invaluable, Dean Zhou and Commander Han both agreed. Recognizing that yielding to the third elder's formidable presence was the wisest course of action, Qin Ye was utterly astonished by the spectacle of the esteemed Dean and the formidable commander displaying such humility. Just as he was reveling in the drama unfolding, the third elder turned the spotlight back on him, declaring, Now, Qin Ye, it is time for you to address your own matters. Realizing the situation, Qin Ye did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly spoke up. Yes, Elder San, I will explain right away. He hoped that the elder would refrain from any tricks, otherwise he would regret it. Elder San did not forget to issue a warning to Qin Ye. Currently, Qin Ye was indeed being honest, recounting his actions in the secret realm without any hesitation. Regarding Yin Hong's strength, he stated, As for Yin Hong's prowess, Elder San, you are not mistaken. She has indeed reached the 5th tier of gold. However, she has only just broken through and has not yet had the opportunity to stabilize her power. Hence, in this secret realm, she was allowed to showcase her abilities while also solidifying her strength. As soon as Qin Ye finished speaking, Elder Sin suddenly enlightened, saying, I knew your beast taming skills were extraordinary. In less than 2 months, you have remarkably improved by 2 minor tiers. Impressive. Elder San, you flatter me. Qin Ye replied modestly. The bewildered Dean Zhou Jianming and Commander Han Chung exchanged glances, appearing as if they were on the verge of speaking yet hesitated, which Qin Ye found quite entertaining. Elder Sin seemed to understand their curiosity and thus took the initiative to elucidate. You two must be wondering what kind of beast this young man possesses that allows for such rapid advancement, right? Without a moment's hesitation, they nodded in agreement. Elder Sen continued without delay, smiling as he explained, originally, I intended to share this information. The beast this young man has is a divine creature, a formidable phoenix among divine beasts. Wow. Both Dean Zhou and Commander Han were utterly astonished by Elder San's revelation. Observing their reactions, Qin Ye could only smile helplessly. He wished to convey to the Dean that whether out of jealousy or envy, it was of no consequence. He was indeed a gifted individual, and a mere beast of lesser strength would not suffice to match his status. Alas, he dared not voice his thoughts. All right, young man, do not digress. Continue. Elder Sin urged, disregarding the responses of Dean Zhou and Commander Han, fixating on Qin Ye. Feeling somewhat helpless, Qin Ye proceeded. As for your inquiry about whether I have contracted a second beast, that is indeed correct. By a stroke of fortune, I acquired a beast egg that suited me perfectly. Thus I formed a contract. Elder Sin had lost interest in how Qin Ye came by the beast egg, but Dean Zhou and Commander Han were intrigued. Unable to refrain from asking, your explanation is rather vague. Could you elaborate on what you mean by a stroke of fortune? Elder Sin seemed to have anticipated this, immediately interjecting to respond on Qin Ye's behalf. Well, the young man simply had good luck. Moreover, it pertains to another's fortune. Do you wish to covet it? Dean Zhou dared not contest Elder San's authority. Upon hearing his words, he promptly silenced himself. Yes, Elder San, you are right. I shall refrain from prying. Young Qin, please continue. Qin Ye had originally contemplated how to craft a response to Dean Zhou's question. Yet this was all it took for Elder San to render him speechless. All right, Dean, I shall proceed, he said, realizing he had no choice. Now that I have a second beast, I instructed Yin Hong to capture beasts in the central area of the secret realm and to begin searching for the points tokens from there. Meanwhile, my second beast started from the periphery, capturing beasts and searching for tokens as it moved towards the center. This significantly accelerated my progress. Elder Sin nodded in agreement upon hearing Qin Ye's explanation, acknowledging, indeed, your strategy is quite clever. This will certainly expedite the search. Before Qin Ye could respond, Dean Zhou and Commander Han hurriedly voiced their approval. Yes, young Qin, your approach is commendable. However, how did you conceive the idea of employing captured beasts to seek the tokens? This method has not been utilized before, has it? Commander Han offered an affirmative response to Dean Zhou's inquiry. You underestimate the ingenuity of humanity. I recall that long ago, someone attempted this, but ultimately failed. That beast master was named Su Chonglin, and his beast was a charming fox. He aimed to use the characteristics of his beast to confuse other beasts into searching for tokens on his behalf. However, he failed to consider that the number of beasts his own could control was limited, as was the time he had. Ultimately, he ended up with nothing, wasting a considerable amount of time, and became a laughingstock in that competition for points. As soon as Commander Han finished speaking, Dean Zhou interjected. How do you know of this, Commander Han? How is it that I, the Dean of the Beast Master Academy, am unaware of such an event? Of course, Dean Zhou was not questioning Commander Han's words, but rather expressing his confusion about the source of this information. Commander Han was about to explain when Elder Sin interjected first. This young man is correct. The first to think of and utilize this idea was indeed the Beastmaster Su Chonglin. This incident harks back more than a century. Back then, the Beastmaster Academy of the Summer Kingdom had only recently been established, and most Beastmasters were still in the exploratory phase of their progression. It is not surprising that you, Zhou, are unaware of it, as it happened so long ago. Furthermore, once this method was proven ineffective, it gradually faded from memory. Elder Sin's explanation, while verifying the truth of Su Chonglin's case, left a significant question lingering. How was it determined that this idea was unfeasible in the first place? And why is it now viable for Qin Ye? This seemed contradictory. Elder Sin appeared to be aware of this dilemma, but refrained from explaining immediately. Qin Ye sensed that he might be testing Commander Han to see if he could discern the underlying reason. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Commander Han, somewhat exasperated, raised his hands in surrender. Don't look at me. The reason I know about Su Chonglin is purely coincidental. How would I know about anything else? Observing Commander Han's demeanor, Qin Ye realized he truly had no further knowledge. He then shifted his gaze towards the third elder. Upon realizing that Commander Han Shang was unaware of the situation, the third elder pressed his lips together, preparing to speak for himself. However, before delving into the matter, he first straightened his posture and then resumed with his discourse. Following the events in Xuchang, Lin Xiuji, Fang Shangrong, and numerous beastmasters from the Eagle Sauce Nation, including Alamiel, Sap, and Ely from the John Bull, along with Acehar, all endeavored to tame the demon beasts for their own purposes. Yet, all their attempts ultimately culminated in failure. Among them, Ely and Acehar from John Bull even lost their lives to the jaws of the beasts. Consequently, people began to regard this undertaking as an impossible feat. What you may not know is that the Grand Elder once attempted to utilize the dragon might of his beast to subdue the demon beasts, aiming to enslave the entire demon beast race, but he too met with failure in the end. The implications of the Third Elder's words were profound, leaving everyone present in awe. Even Qin Ye, who typically harbored little interest in such matters, broke his previous silence to inquire, how can this be possible? Wasn't the Grand Elder's beast a four-clawed golden dragon? What sort of demon beast could possibly resist such formidable dragon might? Both Dinzhou Jianming and Commander Han Sheng shared this sentiment, believing that no demon beast could withstand the power of the Grand Elder's four-clawed golden dragon. Thus, how could the Grand Elder have possibly failed? Without waiting for the Third Elder to respond, Dinzhou voiced his thoughts. Surely the Grand Elder did not intend to enslave the royal lineage of the demon beasts? Given the Grand Elder's capabilities, such failure seems implausible. The Third Elder appeared to have anticipated their queries. He remained unperturbed, even smiling at Qin Ye and the others before leisurely explaining, I knew you would ask this. For we thought the same back then. However, reality dealt us a harsh blow. When the Grand Elder first articulated his thoughts, both the Second Elder and I shared that belief. We were even more extravagant than you, envisioning that if this discovery held true, the balance between humanity and the demon beasts would be irrevocably altered. We even dreamt of humanity reclaiming its dominion over Blue Star. The Grand Elder proposed that we conduct an experiment, and once the results were in, we would inform all of humanity. Initially, the Grand Elder did indeed influence the actions of the demon beasts with his dragon might and successfully controlled them. At that juncture, we believed success was within our grasp. But then, the Grand Elder's four-clawed golden dragon revealed that the number of demon beasts it could control was limited. Furthermore, even the strength of those controlled beasts was finite. Yet at the time, we paid little heed to these limitations. To us, it still seemed a success. However, as we commanded this group of demon beasts, we uncovered a fatal flaw. Although they were under our control, they were as unmanageable as if they had not been controlled at all. Chapter 94. Truly unfeasible? For they did not heed our commands, and in the absence of the Grand Elder's four-clawed golden dragon, they would even launch attacks against us. This implied that the controlling beast had to remain before them at all times. Otherwise, they would revert to their normal state, indistinguishable from any ordinary demon beast. Upon hearing this, Commander Han Sheng seemed to have an epiphany and could not help but exclaim, isn't that still feasible? At the very least, we can exploit this trait of the demon beasts to have them undertake perilous missions on our behalf. This way, our soldiers would suffer fewer innocent casualties. Qin Ye, still youthful and unacquainted with the brutal realities of the battlefield against the demon beasts, was oblivious to the gravity of the matter. However, it was evident that both Dinzhou Jianming and the Third Elder understood this all too well. Thus, upon hearing Commander Han Sheng's words, they fell into silence, their eyes betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. Amidst Qin Ye's confusion, the Third Elder pondered for a while before explaining, we are not unaware of this. At the time, the Second Elder and I conveyed this very notion to the Grand Elder, yet the Grand Elder's foresight far surpassed our own. Before we even began to test this hypothesis, he had already anticipated such possibilities. Thus, he conducted the verification beforehand, and when the Second Elder and I presented our viewpoints, the Grand Elder regretfully shook his head. He informed us that this idea was exceedingly difficult to realize. Firstly, the number of beastmasters capable of controlling demon beasts is inherently scarce. Secondly, these controlled demon beasts are not devoid of thought. When they sense imminent danger, they become exceedingly volatile, often preferring to resist and perish rather than fulfill such tasks. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Ye could distinctly perceive that the expressions of Commander Han Sheng and Dinzhou Jianming had darkened considerably. Realizing this, Qin Ye understood that they were frustrated by the unattainability of this concept. Just as he pondered what to say to comfort them, the Third Elder continued, do not dwell on such thoughts. There are things that simply do not exist, so why bother lamenting over transient gains and losses? The Grand Elder wisely stated that only true strength is genuine strength. Therefore, remember not to get entangled in trivial matters. Do not waste time on such distractions. The true path lies in enhancing your own capabilities. After the Third Elder concluded, he turned his gaze toward Qin Ye and added, especially you, lad. With your ample talent and fortune, the future of the Xian nation shall inevitably rest in your hands. Hence, when we old fogies take the time to impart some wisdom, I hope you do not regard us as mere naggers. Upon hearing this, Qin Ye immediately interjected, Third Elder, why do you think so? I am quite aware of my own capabilities. I am not one to be oblivious to what is advantageous or detrimental. I fully comprehend that you speak for my own good. The third elder, delighted by Qin Ye's understanding, replied, Good, you grasp it well. Do not forget this old man's goodwill. Noticing that the conversation was veering off course again, Dinzhou Jianming hastily interjected, Third elder. It seems we have strayed from the topic. Commander Han Cheng, eager to steer the discussion back on track, quickly concurred. Indeed, third elder. Should we not return to the main point? The third elder, well aware of their intentions, chose not to expose them. Instead, he acquiesced to their wishes and said, Very well, let us resume our discussion on the matter at hand. Young man, please continue. I shall consider the issue of your beast controlling demon beasts as settled. However, it was evident that, despite the third elder's assertion of closure on this matter, Commander Han Cheng was clearly reluctant to let it go. He is a member of the military. Thus, he is acutely aware that if the matter Qin Ye spoke of were to materialize, it would have a profound impact on the future of the battlefield. Therefore, he hesitantly interrupted the elder's discourse, inquiring, Qin Ye, could you elaborate on the reactions of the beasts you controlled? Furthermore, since you were able to command them to retrieve the scorecards, does that not imply you could also direct them to engage in combat on your behalf? The elder, observing Commander Han Cheng's somewhat anxious demeanor, chose not to elaborate further. Having spent years on the front lines, he fully comprehended Commander Han's feelings. Thus, he remained silent while casting an eager gaze towards Qin Ye. Realizing that an explanation was necessary, Qin Ye did not hesitate to respond, Commander Han. I must admit I did not contemplate much at the time. Upon envisioning a swift method to complete the task of locating the scorecards, I simply acted on it. To be candid, my initial thought was rather mundane. I merely wished to gather as many scorecards as possible to accumulate points. Consequently, I did not ponder deeply. Therefore, I cannot even elucidate the reactions of the beasts I controlled. I remain oblivious to the responses of my own beasts. As for whether I can command them to fight, I cannot say, as I have never attempted that. However, I suspect it may not be feasible, considering even the Grand Elder has not achieved such a feat. But I recall Yan Hong mentioning that she commanded approximately hundreds of thousands of beasts to assist her without difficulty. As soon as Qin Ye's words left his lips, the three esteemed figures present could no longer contain their astonishment. They eagerly interjected for confirmation. How many? Hundreds of thousands? Are you not mistaken? Qin Ye was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions. After a pause, he finally responded, Elder, do not rush. I assure you, I am not mistaken. Of course, the number of beasts Yan Hong directly controlled was not that great. I estimate it to be around 100,000. The remainder were indirectly under her command. Honestly, I felt those beasts worked quite efficiently under her guidance. Otherwise, I would not have been able to locate all the scorecards within the secret realm so swiftly, would I? The elder remained relatively composed, but upon hearing about the scorecards, Dinzhou Jianming was on the verge of exasperation. You little rascal. Are you not aware that around 100,000 is a significant number? Do you harbor some misunderstanding about quantities? Chapter 95. Truly impressed by you, Old Six. I must inform you that even the Grand Elder could only control around 10,000 of the four-clawed golden dragons. I truly do not know what to say about you. The elder lamented with a hint of frustration. Commander Han Cheng was struck by the enormity of Qin Ye's declaration. His mind conjuring the image of Qin Ye standing alone upon Yan Hong's back, gesturing grandly, commanding hundreds of thousands of beasts to wage war on his behalf. It was as if wherever he pointed, victory was assured. However, before he could ruminate further, the elder interrupted. Enough, Han Cheng. You are a commander of a military district. How can you be so easily intimidated by such a trivial matter? Unsure of how to respond, Han Cheng wished to convey to the elder that he did not consider hundreds of thousands of beasts to be trivial at all. Nonetheless, he maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, Elder, I stand corrected. Now, do not dwell on these fanciful thoughts. Consider that what the Grand Elder could not achieve, could this young lad accomplish? Moreover, even if he were to succeed, it is not feasible for him to engage in battle with his current strength. Would that not be tantamount to seeking death? Indeed, the elder's words left Commander Han Cheng momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to speak. Then, Elder, are we to simply abandon this endeavor? Whether we abandon it or not depends on this young lad, the elder replied, casting a glance at Qin Ye. Qin Ye felt a surge of despair. These esteemed figures were not allowing him a voice, instead shifting the burden onto him. He longed to protest, but upon glancing at the three formidable individuals before him, he realized he could not contend with any of them. Thus, he resigned himself to silence. The elder's comment drew the attention of Dinzhou Jianming and Commander Han Cheng, once again placing Qin Ye at the center of their focus. Realizing he had no choice, Qin Ye spoke, Elder, Dinzhou, Commander Han. Why do you all look at me like that? I am merely a young lad. Your scrutiny is somewhat overwhelming. Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, The three esteemed individuals exchanged glances, their expressions betraying disbelief. They seemed to convey a collective sentiment of, "Do you take us for fools? You expect us to believe such nonsense?" Fearing Qin Ye might not grasp their unspoken thoughts, they felt compelled to clarify. "Enough of your pretense, young man. We are well aware of your character. How dare you feign innocence here?" Qin Ye felt a pang of frustration at the depth of their misunderstanding, leaving him at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only respond with resignation. "Though I know you are intentionally misleading me to elicit my thoughts, I shall not hold it against you, considering I am but a junior." The elder and his companions were taken aback by Qin Ye's misinterpretation of their intentions, their faces paling in disbelief. Internally, they thought, control yourself. He is just a junior. One must not hold grudges." Fortunately, Qin Ye did not linger on trivialities. Upon sensing the intensity of their gazes, he swiftly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. "Elder, you are correct. Considering my current strength, I am indeed too weak. If I were to enter the battlefield, I must remain inconspicuous and dutifully serve as a mere soldier. After all, a human beastmaster leading an army of hundreds of thousands of beasts onto the battlefield would surely invite disaster. The Beast clan would undoubtedly crush me to oblivion. Nevertheless, this does not imply I shall concede. What is a mere lack of strength? I refuse to believe I will not achieve self-preservation capabilities within the next decade. Your ability to think this way indicates you are not foolish," the elder remarked, genuinely pleased with Qin Ye's response. Likewise, Commander Hansheng and Dean Zhou Jiaming expressed their approval, relieved that Qin Ye would not become arrogant due to a minor achievement. "Ah, elder, do you truly underestimate me? Do you perceive me as so incapable? Regardless, I would never engage in self-destructive behavior." The third elder found himself momentarily speechless by Qin Ye's remarks, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. However, he was no naive youth. A man of great cunning like him would not allow Qin Ye the satisfaction of witnessing his discomfort. Maintaining an outwardly unchanged demeanor, the third elder spoke. "All right, I recognize your talent, young man. Let us refrain from indulging in frivolous banter and instead focus on matters of substance." With merely those two sentences, the third elder deftly reclaimed the initiative. Qin Ye, still youthful and somewhat oblivious to the nuances of the situation, disregarded the smirks exchanged between Dean Zhou Jianming and Commander Han Cheng. He continued, Well, I've already been in touch with Yin Han. According to her, it poses no issue for her to control mystical beasts for mundane tasks. Just like in the secret realm this time, it was quite effortless. Controlling tens of thousands is merely a trivial matter. However, commanding them to engage in battle, especially to fight fiercely against other mystical beast clans, would likely present considerable challenges. "Ah, your beast mastery is indeed remarkable, akin to that of a divine beast," the third elder remarked, initially devoid of hope regarding the matter. Thus, when he heard this promising news from Qin Ye, he was genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that Qin Ye's beast was even more formidable than the Grand Elder's four-clawed golden dragon. However, upon remembering that Qin Ye's Yin Hong was a divine phoenix, he felt a sense of relief. Dean Zhou Jianming and Commander Han Cheng were visibly elated upon receiving Qin Ye's response, especially Commander Han, who appeared most animated. "Qin Ye, does this imply that there is a potential opportunity in the future?" Qin Ye understood the implication behind Commander Han's words and chose not to conceal the truth, responding, "Yes. There is a possibility, but I cannot guarantee anything. We will have to wait and see." Despite his cautious words, Commander Han remained exuberant, enthusiastically exclaiming several affirmatives. "Haha, splendid. The mere prospect is encouraging." In contrast to Commander Han's fervor, Dean Zhou Jianming maintained a more composed demeanor, as he was no longer part of the military, making such demands less pertinent to him. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Young Qin, based on your statement, does this mean that your beast can also control mystical beasts to explore perilous secret realms?" That should be feasible. But Yin Hong cannot remain away from that secret realm for too long. Otherwise, the mystical beasts under her control will break free," Qin Ye explained, somewhat puzzled by the peculiar thoughts of the three esteemed figures. After hearing Qin Ye's response, the third elder scrutinized him for a considerable time before finally uttering, "I hadn't realized, you clever boy, that you were such a schemer, keeping everything under wraps unless prompted." While Qin Ye remained unfazed, the others erupted in laughter, leaving him bemused as to what was so amusing.